Due to his strikingly handsome appearance, resembling Uchiha Sasuke, the protagonist caught the envy of the school bully, who sent him to restart his life and inadvertently transported him to a world of supernatural abilities. The good news: he has transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope version of Sasuke. Chapter 1. This is truly me. In the world of supernatural abilities, the protagonist does not embody Sasuke's aloof demeanor. Given that the backdrop of this novel diverges from the Naruto universe and instead unfolds in a realm of extraordinary powers, certain adjustments will be made to the mechanics of the Sharingan for the sake of the storyline. These modifications are implemented solely to enhance the forthcoming narrative and ensure an enjoyable reading experience for all. For those who find it intolerable, I extend my apologies and suggest seeking an alternative book. Additionally, the author welcomes constructive criticism, as this marks my inaugural venture into novel writing, and I acknowledge there are numerous issues that warrant feedback. However, I am not a martyr to be trifled with. I will respond to malicious comments. Having been an avid player of League of Legends since the 2nd grade, I will not hesitate to defend myself. The comments section serves as my platform to address those who seek to stir trouble. Finally, I express my gratitude for your readership. The following is the main text. Vivid sensations surged through the youth's mind. Akin to being thrust into an overloaded generator, he maintained a hunched position, fingers hovering above a half-eaten apple, his pupils narrowing in utter astonishment. Merely a minute prior, the boy had been seated on the steps behind the school, reeling from the sharp pain radiating from the back of his head. The twisted visage of the bully, fueled by jealousy, loomed closely, their vitriolic words still echoing in his ears. Seriously, just because you look like Uchiha Sasuke? Why do all the girls in class fawn over you? With a shove and a collision, the back of his head struck the sharp edge of the concrete steps, and his vision was abruptly engulfed by darkness. His final thought, absurdly humorous, was the realization that someone had truly been sent to restart their life for being too handsome. The cool sensation of the apple skin registered on his fingertips, while the sweet and spicy aromas wafted from nearby street vendors teased his senses. Hey, young man, care to buy? This apple is exceptionally sweet. The vendor's voice yanked him back to reality. Only then did the boy belatedly lower his gaze to the half-eaten apple in his hand. The tangy juice lingered at the corner of his mouth, indeed as sweet as the vendor had claimed. It was at this moment he registered that he had unconsciously bitten into it, prompting him to reach for his wallet. However, after thorough rummaging through his pockets, from his trousers to his jacket, even checking his sleeves, he found no money, not even a scrap of paper. Embarrassment washed over him, his cheeks flushing. He certainly could not indulge in an uninvited apple, especially not after experiencing a rebirth and still grappling with the situation. The vendor seemed to perceive his discomfort, the smile on his face fading, replaced by a more scrutinizing gaze. As he contemplated how to explain, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his ear. Welcome to the new world. You have successfully activated the indispensable invincible long Aotion system for traversers. The two pronouncements detonated in his mind, prompting the boy to exclaim instinctively, "Holy moly, a system!" As soon as the words tumbled from his lips, silence enveloped the surroundings for a few seconds. Passers-by were startled by his outburst, many halting in their tracks, gazing at him in bewilderment. The apple vendor gaped, his eyes wide, surveying him as if he were a fool, the previous scrutiny now replaced with sheer confusion. The boy suddenly realized he had been overly animated. Shouting in public was indeed inappropriate, and promptly apologized. Sorry, my bad." As he offered his apologies, the system's voice chimed in once more. Long Aotion system. This system is abbreviated as the Long Aotion system. Long Aotion system. The host can communicate with me directly through thoughts, without causing a disturbance on the street. All right. I understand. No need to embarrass me further. He hastily shifted to the crux of the matter, urgently inquiring within his mind. Aren't you my system? Quickly, help me figure out what I should do now. Long Aotion system. A new task has been issued. New task. Charm the vendor to successfully obtain credit. Task rewards. Identification documents, 1 charm point. A disposable mirror, 100 long coins. Task failure. Permanent reduction of 1 centimeter in height. The boy was momentarily dumbfounded. He had assumed the task was already audacious, only to discover that there were even more outrageous consequences. What kind of absurd punishment is this, system? Perhaps you should rename yourself from the Long Aotion system to the Living Father system. He stole a glance at the apple vendor, a man in his 40s, his face etched with lines that spoke of life's hardships, exuding a practical demeanor. Though I, like the readers, possess a strikingly handsome visage, the notion of charming a middle-aged man for credit was entirely foreign to me. The very thought felt awkward. Standing there, perspiration forming in his palms, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The TO approach seemed daunting, especially in appealing to a middle-aged man. Yet to retreat would invite an overwhelmingly frightening consequence, akin to a man's worst nightmare. As the boy wrestled with his internal conflict, his face flushed crimson, revealing his discomfort. The vendor appeared to notice his distress. After a few seconds of observation, he sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, young man. You likely don't have any money on you." The boy momentarily froze, unable to process the statement. The vendor picked up a fresh apple, placing it beside the half-eaten one, and continued, "Consider this a gift. This apple is on me." Upon hearing this, the boy was elated, bowing profusely to the vendor. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. You are truly a kind person. I am immensely grateful." As he expressed his gratitude, the system's notification echoed in his ear. Task completed. Rewards granted. 1 charm point. Obtained identification documents. Disposable mirror. Identification documents and disposable mirror have been placed in the dimensional pocket. Acquired 100 long coins. While the boy reveled in his good fortune, the vendor scrutinized him further, frowning as he remarked, "I must say, young man, you should refrain from wearing such peculiar attire. You look quite out of place. Now, be on your way. Don't linger here and disrupt my business." Peculiar attire? He paused, instinctively glancing down at his clothing. Only then did he realize he was clad not in ordinary garments. Instead, he wore the signature attire of the eternal kaleidoscope Uchiha Sasuke, the dark fabric adorned with distinctive patterns, clearly clashing with the urban aesthetic. Good heavens, not only had I traversed worlds, but I had also assumed the identity of someone engaged in cosplay. The boy mused internally. No wonder the onlookers had cast curious glances in his direction. He quickly thanked the vendor again. "All right. Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave and not disturb your business any further." With that, he turned and hastily departed from the apple stand, still pondering the peculiarities of his attire. Wandering about in such a ninja outfit in a city of extraordinary abilities was undeniably conspicuous. He needed to devise a plan to procure a set of more conventional clothing. Not long after setting off, he caught sight of a narrow alleyway by the street, cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes, seemingly seldom traversed by passers-by. This desolate location provided an opportune moment to explore the nature of the rewards bestowed by the system, particularly that identification card, which might afford him deeper insight into this world. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was observing, he swiftly slipped into the alley. The depth of the alley was shrouded in dim light, with the air thick with the scent of dust and old objects, yet it was characterized by a tranquil seclusion. "System, how do I extract items from the dimensional pocket?" I inquired within my mind. Thoughts can instantly retrieve them. The voice of the long Aotion system resounded promptly. Focusing intently, he envisioned extracting the identification card and a disposable mirror. In the next moment, he felt a weight in his palm as a card-like object and a mirror materialized before him. Setting the identification card aside, he picked up the disposable mirror. The mirror was modest in size, framed in simple white plastic. Holding it up, he directed it towards his face. Upon seeing the reflection, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. The figure in the mirror bore a sleek head of black hair, with wisps falling slightly over a well-defined forehead, a prominent nose, and distinctly shaped lips, the contours of his face sharp and strikingly handsome. Was this not Uchiha Sasuke? The youth instinctively exclaimed, "This is simply me." As the words left his lips, realization dawned. "No, this truly is me." He brought the mirror closer, scrutinizing his reflection with disbelief. In his previous life, although he gained a modicum of fame for resembling Sasuke, with many remarking on their similarities, it was merely a faint resemblance. However, the figure in the mirror, whether in the exquisite detail of its features or the cold yet sharp aura it exuded, was an exact replica of the anime character Uchiha Sasuke. It was as if he had stepped out of a manga. The youth couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, the most handsome protagonist in Jump. This visage is indeed legendary. While he admired his reflection, the disposable mirror suddenly emanated a faint white glow, soon dissipating like melting snow in his palm, ultimately vanishing as though it had never existed. Remarkable, the wonders of the system, he mused quietly. This disposable mirror, once used, was gone without a trace, quite efficient. Once his musings concluded, he picked up the identification card he had previously set aside. The card's icy coolness lingered as he saw the photograph on its front, the striking visage of Uchiha Sasuke, a face that could incite both admiration and envy. Yet, when his gaze shifted to the names section, he found it blank, revealing only a smooth metallic surface devoid of any inscription. Why is the name blank? Furrowing his brow in confusion, just then, the voice of the long Aotion system echoed in his mind. A new task has been issued. New task. Bestow upon yourself a resounding name in this world. Task rewards. Gain insight into new fundamental information of the world. Fully master all abilities of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke. Note, some abilities of the Sharingan have been optimized by the system. Charm. 100 long coins. Task penalty. Permanent reduction of 1 centimeter to your height. Upon seeing the task rewards, his eyes instantly brightened. To fully master all abilities of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke. Such fortune. With this power, he would truly have a foothold in this new world. The new world information would also aid in his swift adaptation here. However, as his gaze swept over the task penalty, the smile on his lips abruptly faltered. He could no longer contain himself. Seriously, system, what's the deal? This task, I could complete with my eyes closed. It's bound to succeed. Yet why persistently fixate on this particular penalty? Why does it seem to have a vendetta against my height? Did it offend you in some way? Rolling his eyes at the air, he felt the system was being deliberately contrarian. With so many possible penalties available, it persistently chose the most vexing one, as if testing his limits of patience. Yet, despite the complaints, the allure of the task rewards was far too tempting to delay. He stroked his chin, pondering a fitting name. What shall I call myself? Since he had reincarnated as Uchiha Sasuke, and bore his identical face, adopting a different name felt somewhat odd. Let it be Uchiha Sasuke, I silently affirmed. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the identification card in his hand began to warm slightly, and the previously blank name section began to emerge with bold black letters. The characters seemed to possess a life of their own, meticulously inscribing Uchiha Sasuke with robust strokes, quickly stabilizing and remaining permanently inscribed. The voice of the long Aotion system chimed in. You have completed the task, achieving the milestone Hello World evaluation, the first step in the new world, heralding a new life as Uchiha Sasuke. World foundational knowledge, all abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke. Charm. 100 long coins have been granted. The moment the system's voice faded, Sasuke felt a warmth wash over his eyes, unlike any sensation he had previously experienced. Instinctively blinking, he opened his eyes anew, perceiving a dramatic transformation in his surroundings. Everything appeared sharper. Even the minute cracks in the alley's walls were vividly discernible. He sensed a unique power awakening and flowing within his eyes. While lacking a mirror, he could distinctly see that his eyes had transformed. The original black pupils had vanished, replaced by a crimson hue, with the eternal Mangekyo pattern swirling within. This was indeed Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, radiating an aura of mystery and power. Simultaneously, a torrent of knowledge surged into Sasuke's mind like a flood breaking its dam. Abilities, dungeons, superpowers, countless fragments of information collided and fused within his mind, gradually forming a coherent picture. Sasuke slowly absorbed this knowledge, waves of astonishment surging within him. So, this is the bizarre world of supernatural abilities I inhabit, teeming with opportunities yet fraught with peril. Sasuke gently closed his eyes, feeling the potent energy coursing within him and the wealth of knowledge in his mind, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The new life of Uchiha Sasuke was set to unfold in this extraordinary city of powers, long Aotion system. A new task has been issued. New task. Charm a passerby into providing you free accommodation for a day. Note, do not employ the abilities of the Sharingan. Task rewards. 100 Z country currency. Charm. 100 long coins. Task failure. You understand the implications. Chapter 2. What of you? The morning sun cascaded over the glass facades of skyscrapers, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the streets. Sasuke navigated through the bustling crowd, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the left side of his neck, where a faint yet conspicuous red mark lingered, resembling an awkward medal that incessantly reminded him of the absurd task he undertook the previous night. Furrowing his brow, he inadvertently applied more pressure to the spot. This gesture caught the attention of several young women passing by, their gazes lingering momentarily on his strikingly handsome, yet formidable visage before hastily diverting their cheeks tinged with a suspicious flush. Sasuke had long grown accustomed to such attention. However, this red mark was particularly bothersome at the moment. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the previous night, to the ridiculous mission assigned by that pesky system. Charmingly conquer passers-by to obtain free accommodation. It was akin to being pushed into a pit of fire. With no other options, he had focused on a woman by the roadside who was sighing heavily at her phone screen, dressed in a professional ensemble, her exquisite makeup failing to mask the fatigue lurking in her eyes, emanating an aura of being drained by her job. Approaching her with a tentative mindset, he was taken aback when her eyes brightened upon seeing his face, the previous resentment seemingly dissipating in the wake of a stronger emotion. Oh my, is that a handsome high school boy? She exclaimed, her tone laced with exaggerated enthusiasm. Before Sasuke could utter a word, she continued, my home is nearby. If you don't mind, why not come in for a while? Initially inclined to decline, he found her overwhelming warmth too persuasive to resist, coupled with the looming deadline of the system task, leading him to unwittingly agree. In retrospect, it was far from just a casual visit. Her home was cluttered with various bottles, evidently the refuge of an office worker seeking solace in alcohol. She engaged Sasuke in conversation about everything from her boss's oppression to the intrigues among colleagues, and in a moment of excitement, she leaned in and left that kiss mark on his neck, as the warmth of her touch and the strong scent of alcohol washed over him. Sasuke instinctively activated his Sharingan. The crimson hue of the Sharingan flickered briefly, and her expression turned blank before she slumped softly onto the sofa, succumbing to slumber. Once he confirmed her steady breathing, he finally exhaled in relief. He spent a makeshift night in her guest room, escaping the apartment at dawn, fearful that lingering even a second longer would result in a more fervent welcome from the waking woman. Sasuke sighed, ultimately relinquishing any thoughts of erasing that red mark that he raised his hand to smooth his tousled hair, as the system's voice resonated in his mind. New task released. New task. Proceed to the Anomaly Bureau and complete the anomaly level assessment discreetly. Task rewards. Charm, 100 Z currency, 100 dragon coins. Task failure. Compulsory performance of a public dance in a bustling area. Sasuke muttered sarcastically. At least this time, your punishment for failure is somewhat creative. Anomaly Bureau? Sasuke whispered to himself, the name having surfaced multiple times in the influx of information about the world he received yesterday. As the official entity managing anomalies, it was an essential location for registering and assessing anomalies, serving as a crucial window for him to comprehend the power structure of this world. He discerned the direction and, relying on the remnants of the city map in his mind, deduced that the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau was situated near the floating tower in the city center. Setting forth, he merged with the throngs ahead, progressing toward his destination. The streets were more boisterous than in the early morning, with various anomalies flitting past. There were students toting backpacks, playful flames dancing at their fingertips, delivery personnel zipping by on floating motorcycles, enveloped in swirling currents of air, and Anomaly Bureau field agents patrolling in standardized uniforms, energy weapons holstered at their waists. What had seemed foreign to him yesterday was gradually becoming familiar. As he passed a street corner, a colossal holographic screen broadcasted news about anomalies, with alerts regarding recent disturbances in the underground city scrolling below. Sasuke cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, his footsteps unwavering. The shadow of the floating tower loomed over the surrounding buildings, and the glass doors of the Anomaly Bureau headquarters gleamed under the sunlight. Upon reaching the entrance, the sensor-operated doors slid open silently. Inside the hall, a stream of individuals flowed, yet it was surprisingly tranquil, with only the sound of footsteps and soft murmurs reverberating in the space. Sasuke's gaze quickly swept the area, inadvertently drawn to a few figures that a man in uniform, with a wolf tail trailing behind him, was engrossed in operating a terminal. In the waiting area not far away, a woman sat poised, perusing documents, her head adorned with two delicate fox ears that quivered gently with her movements. Transformative anomaly users. Sasuke mused internally. This type of anomaly had been mentioned in the information he received yesterday. They exhibited corresponding biological traits due to the species they transformed into, and the scene before him was a perfect testament to that. He withdrew his gaze, refraining from lingering, and made his way directly toward the service desk at the center of the hall. At the service desk, several staff members were present, among whom a striking woman with brown hair stood out. She was focused on organizing documents, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle golden hue upon the tips of her hair. As Sasuke approached, he noticed her ears were not human, but rather pointed like those of a mythical elf, their tips slightly flushed, peeking through her locks. "Hello, miss. I would like to process my anomaly level assessment," Sasuke stated calmly as he halted. Upon hearing his voice, the elf-eared lady looked up. She wore delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and her eyes sparkled like a lake suffused with mirth. When her gaze fell upon Sasuke's face, a flicker of unspoken admiration crossed her features, followed by a gentle smile. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. As she spoke, she reached out and tapped a few times on the holographic screen before her, the areas she touched emanating a faint blue glow. Her fingers danced across the holographic display, and after a moment, she lifted her gaze to Sasuke, her smile deepening. Could you please present your identification card? Following her request, Sasuke retrieved his metallic identification card and handed it over. The elf-eared lady accepted the card, placing it on the sensor area of the desk. Immediately, a stream of information popped up on the screen, clearly displaying his photo, address, and other details. However, when her eyes skimmed over the age section, her fingers hesitated slightly, and her eyes widened a fraction behind her lenses. 17? She exclaimed softly, her tone imbued with surprise as she looked up at Sasuke with a newfound curiosity. You're still in high school. Sasuke nodded, tacitly affirming her observation. Indeed, in the original information of this world, he was a high school student. The elf-eared lady set down the identification card and tapped the screen a few more times, seemingly verifying the accuracy of the information. Once confirmed, she remarked, "How remarkable. It's quite rare for someone of your age to seek an anomaly-level assessment. You must have awakened your anomaly at a young age, right?" She paused, clarifying, "Typically, anomaly awakenings occur after the age of 18. Those who awaken beforehand are usually extraordinary talents." Listening to her reflections, Sasuke silently recalled the implicit requirement of discreetly completing the anomaly assessment from the system tasked. He swiftly adjusted his expression, allowing a hint of perfectly timed excitement to surface on his previously calm face, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, as if he were indeed a youth who had just awakened his anomaly, filled with wonder for everything. "Yes, indeed, miss. I just suddenly awakened my anomaly yesterday." His voice carried a deliberately softened tone, laced with genuine excitement. "I was utterly terrified at the time, but once I regained my composure, an overwhelming joy washed over me. Hence, I hurriedly came here this morning for the assessment, eager to discover the level of my extraordinary ability." As he spoke, he instinctively clenched his fist, attempting to conceal the excitement bubbling within him. He resembled a high school student who had just encountered supernatural powers, filled with dreams of the future. Sister Jingling looked at him, her initial surprise gradually giving way to a warm smile. She nodded gently, her tone softening. "I see. That is indeed something to be happy about. The fact that you are so proactive right after your awakening indicates you have a clear plan. Little brother, what type of ability do you possess?" Zhuosho replied. "It is a perception-type ability." As she spoke, she deftly operated the holographic screen, swiftly completing the preliminary information entry. "All done. Here is your number tag. Please head to the waiting area over there. You will soon be called for your ability test," Sister Jingling said, handing him a small metallic number tag that shimmered faintly. Zhuosho accepted the number tag, his face still alight with excitement. He quickly thanked Sister Jingling. "Thank you, sister. I will head to the waiting area now." With that, he turned and walked towards the waiting area, internally relieved that he had reacted swiftly. This discreet mission had finally taken its first step. Not long after Zhuosho sat down, he heard his number being called over the loudspeaker. That he stood and proceeded towards the testing area, where fellow abilities users cast curious or indifferent glances in his direction. The testing room was illuminated by harsh white light, and several staff members in lab coats were calibrating the equipment. The most prominent feature was a heavy lead alloy wall, beside which a screen displayed the words X-ray ability test. Following the instructions, Zhuosho positioned himself against the wall, silently channeling his chakra, as the single Tomo Sharingan manifested quietly. The crimson Tomo began to rotate slowly within his black pupils, revealing a scene beyond the wall, as if the outer shell of a fruit had been peeled away, tools piled high, scattered documents, and his gaze inadvertently swept into the adjacent room, where Sister Jingling's office was located. Zhuosho's breath caught in his throat. The X-ray ability of the Sharingan exceeded his expectations, capable of penetrating walls and rendering even clothing a negligible barrier. At that moment, beneath those elfin ears, a vibrant shade of green was subtly accentuating her figure beneath her professional attire. "Wow," he gasped internally, hastily averting his gaze. This sudden benefit left him flustered, and the single Tomo Sharingan instinctively deactivated, his pupils returning to their ordinary black. He couldn't recall any mention of the Sharingan possessing such a power in the original narrative. Zhuosho quickly realized the optimized version of the Sharingan that this frustrating system referred to was indeed this. X-ray range, 5 meters, clarity, medium, classified as D-level, a staff member noted, recording the data on a tablet, their tone unperturbed. "Next, we will proceed to the dynamic capture test." During the subsequent tests, Shuo maintained minimal output of his abilities to in the dynamic capture test. He only utilized a reflex speed 3 times that of an ordinary person, and when the energy detector measured his chakra, he suppressed it to nearly the threshold of an average abilities user. After all the testing, the final assessment resolutely remained at D level. Returning to the service desk, Sister Jingling examined the results on her tablet, smiling as she patted his shoulder. A D level is quite impressive. Achieving this at 17 years of age means you will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. Shuo nodded, his thoughts still lingering on that dazzling hue of green from earlier. The Sharingan's X-ray ability could even capture such details, leaving him feeling both absurd and somewhat flustered, forcing him to suppress his distractions deep within. By the way, according to regulations, you need to name your ability. Sister Jingling handed him a form, her pen hovering over the ability name section. What would you like to call it? Shuo lifted his gaze, meeting her gentle eyes behind the glasses, recalling those eyes that glimmered crimson in the dark. I shall name it Sharingan, he whispered, the pen gliding across the form, leaving neat characters in its wake. Sister Jingling entered the form into the system, and the metallic identification card lit up once more, with the newly added information reading D-level abilities user and Sharingan distinctly clear, all done. The paperwork is complete. She returned the identification card to him, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to consult the Abilities Bureau, little brother. Shuo took the identification card, the sensation of her cool fingertip lingering on his skin. As he turned to leave, he intentionally avoided Sister Jingling's gaze, fearful that his troublesome single Tomo Sharingan might again betray him with an unwelcome view. Chapter 3. Off to school. As Shuo exited the doors of the Abilities Bureau, the morning sunlight had become somewhat blinding. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, his gaze falling upon the reward that had appeared in his palm. 100Z currency, represented by several bills gleaming with a metallic sheen. In the next instant, 100 dragon coins transformed into a barely perceptible stream of light, vanishing into the depths of his consciousness. Charm value. 1. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Dragon coins have been deposited into the system wallet and can be exchanged for items in the shop. Shuo raised an eyebrow, his fingertips grazing the edge of the bill. So dragon coins are the system's currency. He wasn't surprised by this setup, as the information he received yesterday indicated that the monetary system in this world was already chaotic. The addition of a system-exclusive currency seemed rather unremarkable. Correct, host. The system's voice remained calm and monotonous. Dragon coins can be exchanged for chakra supplements, skill scrolls, temporary status boosts, and other special items. As the host level increases, the shop will unlock even more rare items. Oh, Shuo's interest was piqued. He had originally thought this infuriating system would only issue nonsensical tasks. He was pleasantly surprised to discover it had such legitimate functions. Open the shop, Shuo murmured, instinctively veering into a nearby alley to avoid the bustling streets. Dragon Overlord system. The Mickey Mouse house has been opened for you. The scene before him abruptly transformed. The once drab, weathered alley vanished, replaced by a virtual shelf suspended in his consciousness. The shelf was divided into several sections, each displaying different items, with the required dragon coin amounts clearly marked below. Shuo's gaze first fell upon the basic supplies zone. Chakra vial. 50 dragon coins quickly restores a small amount of chakra, tastes like expired milk. Stamina capsule. 30 dragon coins doubles stamina for 3 hours after consumption, with the side effect of an irresistible craving for sweets. He couldn't help but grimace. This system truly had a penchant for unreliable item descriptions. His gaze shifted to the skills zone, where the items appeared significantly more advanced. Fireball technique scroll. One time used 200 dragon coins creates a fire with a 5-meter diameter upon release. Be careful not to singe your hair. Substitution technique talisman. 150 dragon coins can create a wooden substitute to absorb attacks in emergencies, but the downside is that the substitute looks quite ugly. The temporary experience card for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. 1,000 long coins. Upon use, unlock the Kaleidoscope Sharingan for 10 minutes, during which all abilities are tripled. Afterwards, one will enter a 3-hour period of weakness. Sasuke's gaze lingered on the temporary experience card for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, his brow arching slightly. Even something like an experience card exists. He murmured with a hint of astonishment, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the air, as if weighing the value of this item. Although the system frequently issued absurd tasks, the items in the shop did indeed possess some merit. A smirk crept onto his lips as he thought to himself. However, for me, these items are utterly unnecessary. After all, he was a being who entered the fray with fully maxed out attributes. whether it be chakra potions, skill scrolls, or even the seemingly tempting experience card for the kaleidoscope. None held any allure for him. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the virtual shelf before him flickered, and a vibrantly colored new interface burst forth, nearly dazzling his eyes. Ding! We recommend the Super Invincible Welfare Newbie Recharge Gift Pack. The system's voice was imbued with an unprecedented enthusiasm, reminiscent of street vendors hawking their wares. For just 400 long coins, you can exchange for the incredibly valuable Love Assistant. Startled by the sudden appearance of the interface, Sasuke focused his gaze. Love Assistant. When chatting with the opposite sex, various dialogue options will automatically pop up, helping you effortlessly navigate all scenarios. Whether it's the aloof goddess or the lively girl next door, you will easily win them over, bidding farewell to social awkwardness and becoming a love expert. The system promptly added, "It has been detected that you possess exactly 400 long coins, an opportunity not to be missed. We strongly recommend your purchase." Sasuke scrutinized the extravagant interface and its description, a smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth as he inwardly scoffed. This ridiculous system has even taken a page from the book of new user gift packs. He examined the functions of the Love Assistant more closely, the absurdity growing denser. Seriously, isn't this just a gal game? With disdain, he waved his hand dismissively at the glimmering interface of the Super Invincible Welfare Newbie Recharge Gift Pack. At my level, do I really need something like this? He scoffed at the air, his tone dripping with incredulity. Go play somewhere else. His exceptionally striking face, inherently the best Love Assistant, had long been accustomed to the attention of various admirers. He had no need for something akin to a gal game for assistance. With that, he decisively dismissed the obnoxious pop-up of the gift pack and exited the system shop. Not long after leaving the shop, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. A new task has been issued. New task. Become a C-level superhuman. Task reward. Chakra Recovery Agent X2. 500 Z currency, 300 long coins. New task. Successfully settle in the new world. Task reward. Physique Enhancement Liquid X1. 1000 Z currency, 500 long coins. Task failure. Randomly strip 1 mastered basic ninjutsu. Upon hearing these new tasks, Sasuke's brow furrowed in confusion as he couldn't help but grumble. I really don't understand what this Dragon Aotion system is trying to achieve. Previously, it urged me to act discreetly, even requiring a low-profile manner for my level assessment at the Superhuman Bureau, and now it directly issues a task for me to ascend to a C-level superhuman. As he walked, he grumbled internally. What is this, a ploy to make me play the fool? One moment, it urged him to conceal his brilliance, and the next, it pushed him to elevate his rank. The system's directives were absurdly contradictory. Yet, despite his complaints, the tasks had been issued, and he couldn't simply wait for the penalty of failure to descend. Losing basic ninjutsu? That was one of the fundamental skills upon which he relied for survival. He couldn't afford any mishaps. Fortunately, both tasks were long-term, and Sasuke did not feel an immediate rush to complete them. He rubbed his somewhat hungry stomach. Since his rebirth in this world the previous night, he had experienced so much yet had not eaten a single bite. A small supermarket was conveniently located nearby. Sasuke pushed the door open and scanned the shelves, finally picking up a cup of instant noodles priced at 5Z currency. Having paid, just as he was about to leave, the store owner, a plump middle-aged man, smiled at him and handed him 2 sausages. You look quite spirited, young man. Consider these 2 sausages a welcome gift to the new neighbor. After exiting the supermarket, Sasuke glanced down at his clothes, still wearing the outfit he had arrived in. While not shabby, it was indeed rather conspicuous. Not far away was a budget clothing store, and he entered, selecting the most ordinary white shirt, spending 80 Z currency at the checkout. He felt the remaining money in his pocket. Originally, he had earned 100 Z currency from completing tasks, plus another 100 currency from staying over at the big sister's place. Having purchased the instant noodles and shirt, he was left with only 105 Z currency. Sasuke settled onto a bench by the roadside, carrying the instant noodles and sausages. He tore open the noodle packaging, used the built-in hot water machine to fill it with hot water, and after a few minutes, began to eat heartily. The rich broth combined with the chewy noodles and complemented by the fragrant sausages made for a simple yet extraordinarily satisfying meal. Just as he finished, a group of fashionably dressed girls approached, blushing as they sought his contact information. Sasuke merely shook his head and stood up to dispose of his trash in the nearby bin, leaving the disappointed girls to depart. Such scenes had been a constant since his youth. He had long since grown accustomed to it. With his basic needs addressed, Sasuke pondered his next steps. The system had assigned him the identity of a new transfer student at Yuhua High School. If he was to settle in this world, blending into a normal rhythm of life might be a wise choice. Moreover, school would likely provide opportunities to meet more young individuals from this world and learn more about superhumans. Following the address provided by the system in his mind, he oriented himself and headed toward Yuhua High School. The streets were bustling, often filled with students in uniforms laughing and joking as they made their way to school, the air infused with the essence of youth. After about 10 minutes of walking, a grand school gate appeared before him, the words Yuhua High School emboldened in gold, strikingly eye-catching. Sasuke observed the students coming and going, took a deep breath, and stepped forward into the school grounds. As soon as he entered the campus, he felt countless gazes converge upon him, filled with curiosity, admiration, and some girls who had already begun whispering amongst themselves. Chapter 4, Just a Side Street, Part 1. The teaching building of Yuhua High School glimmered with a light gray sheen under the sun, the commotion in the hallway gently filtering through the half-open windows into Class 3A. As the first ring of the school bell faded, a particular spot in the front row drew attention. Li Jiahao knelt beside his desk, cradling an exquisite transparent gift box, within which a star-patterned fountain pen sparkled in the morning light. He gazed up at the girl seated in front of him, his tone imbued with an artificial tenderness. Shuya, this is something I had someone bring back from the Federal Star District. It is said that writing with it can stabilize the fluctuations of one's abilities, particularly suitable for you. Shuya sat there, her golden hair casually swept back, a few strands cascading down her neck, accentuating her fair complexion. Dressed in a blue and white school uniform, the delicate lines of her calves were visible beneath the hem of her skirt, yet her brows were slightly furrowed, clearly exuding a sense of exasperation at his attentiveness. Thank you for your kindness, Li Jiahao, but I truly do not need it. Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible detachment. A few low chuckles emanated from the back row, with whispers circulating. Isn't this the 5th time? Jiahao is so persistent with Isekai'd. Li Jiahao's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly forced a smile. Shuya, this is specially chosen for you. Li, the teacher is coming, Shuya said, slightly tilting her head, her gaze resting on the blackboard behind him, her tone bland yet underscored with an undeniable reminder. The teacher is watching us. Beside her, Chu Weiwei hastily lowered her head, her pink hair obscuring half of her face, her pen aimlessly poking at her notebook. She stole a glance at Li Jiahao, then quickly turned her eyes back to Shuya, having cursed Li Jiahao in her mind countless times, but seeing Shuya's troubled expression, she could only swallow her words. She understood Shuya's concerns. Their families were in a partnership, and their parents intended to facilitate a union, making it difficult for Shuya to overtly sever ties. Reluctantly, Li Jiahao stood up, placing the gift box on Shuya's desk, his countenance clearly displeased. That moment, the back door of the classroom was gently pushed open. Entering was He, her long, jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, outlining her exquisite collarbone. Clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, her curvaceous figure was undeniable, particularly her striking silhouette, which caused several boys in the class to swallow audibly. Yet her expression was somewhat vacant, her gaze icy, exuding an aura that discouraged approach, akin to an iceberg. Beautiful yet distant. As He stepped in, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. She was a teacher at Yuhua High School, not only stunningly beautiful, but also an exceptional educator and an A-grade ability user. Many students secretly admired her, though none dared to approach her. Silence. Heji's voice was cold yet possessed an inexplicable penetrating quality. She walked to the podium, her gaze sweeping across the class before finally resting on the gift box atop Shia's desk, her brow furrowing slightly, though she said nothing. Today, we will welcome a new transfer student to our class. Heji's voice was steady. I hope everyone will get along well with our new classmate. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of hushed murmurs arose, curiosity piquing about the new arrival. Seated in his place, Li Jiahao displayed a disdainful expression upon hearing the words transfer student, letting out a quiet scoff that was audible to those around him. Heji's gaze turned to the classroom door, her voice resonating with cool authority. Please come in. The back door was pushed open once more, and a figure entered against the light. As he stepped fully into the classroom, the illumination revealed his features, plunging the room into an eerie silence. The boy stood tall, dressed in the most ordinary white shirt, the collar casually undone at 2 buttons, revealing his sharply defined collarbone. His black hair fell messily over his forehead, partially obscuring his brows and eyes, yet failing to conceal the cool detachment within his dark gaze. His features appeared as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands, each contour perfectly crafted, compelling one's gaze to linger. The girls in the class instinctively held their breath, some even covering their mouths, their cheeks flushing visibly. Even Shuya, who had always maintained her composure, found herself widening her eyes in surprise. Chu Weiwei was utterly captivated, her pen dropping with a soft thud onto the floor, unnoticed. Sasuke was already accustomed to such attention, his expression devoid of any excess emotion, as though the awestruck gazes of his peers were nothing more than air. Hiji pointed to the chalk on the podium. "Please introduce yourself by writing your name on the blackboard." Sasuke nodded, walking over to the podium and taking a piece of white chalk. His fingers were long and elegant. The way he held the chalk was aesthetically pleasing. He then raised his hand and inscribed his name on the blackboard. Uchiha Sasuke. The 5 characters were written with a sharp flourish, exuding an inexplicable aura that complemented his demeanor. After finishing, he set down the chalk and turned to face the class, his gaze calm as he regarded his peers without uttering a word. The classroom remained silent for several seconds before murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, everyone quietly repeating the distinctive name. Li Jiao's disdain for Sasuke intensified, now laced with a hint of hostility. He believed this transfer student was merely there to steal the spotlight, especially upon seeing Shuya's attention directed toward him, which only irked him further. Hiji observed the students below, slowly introducing, "Uchiha Sasuke is a grade-skipped student who has joined us at the age of 17, unlike most of you who are already 18 or older, many of whom have awakened their abilities." This statement ignited another wave of excitement, curiosity flaring in the eyes of many as they regarded Sasuke. However, Sasuke interjected, "That's not entirely accurate, teacher. I awakened my abilities just yesterday." Tiji's eyes flickered with surprise as she raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" Immediately, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Awakened abilities at 17? That's incredible. Anyone who awakens before 18 is considered a genius. Among us, only Shuya and Chu Weiwei awakened their abilities before turning 18. To hearing their names mentioned, Shuya and Chu Weiwei both felt a bit shy and lowered their heads. Shuya's golden locks fell forward, concealing her mildly astonished gaze. She hadn't anticipated that this transfer student was not only handsome but also a prodigy who had awakened his abilities early. Chu Weiwei's eyes widened, her pink hair swaying with her movements, her curiosity toward Sasuke growing even more at that moment. Sasuke calmly added, "I am a D-grade ability user specializing in perception. Just a perception-type ability user, D-grade at that. Compared to my flame, he falls far behind." Li Jiao's derisive snort resonated clearly in the classroom, his expression haughty, as if he deemed Sasuke unworthy of anyone's attention. Sasuke remained unfazed by Li Jiao's provocation, as if he hadn't heard it, his gaze still serene and unwavering. Hiji's focus returned to Sasuke, her tone even as she inquired, "Uchiha Sasuke, where would you like to sit?" Sasuke's eyes quickly scanned the classroom before settling on the back row. Suppressing a smirk, he pointed to an empty seat in the back row and replied calmly, "Teacher, may I sit in the second-to-last seat in the back row?" Hiji glanced in the direction Sasuke indicated and nodded slightly. "That's fine. That seat is currently vacant." She paused for a moment and added, "Moreover, right next to that seat is our class's only B-level ability user, Shuya. Since you just transferred here, feel free to ask her anything you do not understand." Upon being suddenly called out by the teacher, Shuya appeared taken aback, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Quickly, she raised her hand and gently waved at Zuju, offering a warm smile as a form of greeting. Her golden locks shimmered softly in the sunlight, enhancing her gentle and captivating demeanor. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Jiao's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. He fixed his gaze on Zuju, his eyes brimming with discontent and hostility, as if Zuju had intruded upon his exclusive territory. Particularly, when he saw Shuya waving at Zuju, he tightened his grip on his pen, his knuckles turning pale. Zuju observed their reactions but paid them no mind. Chapter 5, Just a Path by the Road, Part 2. He simply nodded at Heiji and made his way toward the empty seat at the back. As he passed by Shuya, he felt her gaze upon him. However, he did not pause, proceeding to sit down beside the vacant spot, casually placing his backpack under the table. Heiji glanced at the classroom and spoke softly, "Everyone should get along with classmate Zuju. Now, let us continue to enjoy our free time." After she finished speaking, she turned and exited the classroom. The moment Heiji left, the girls in the class, as if given a signal, immediately surrounded Zuju's desk. "Classmate Zuju, which school did you attend before? Is your hair naturally this dark? It's beautiful. What can your perception ability sense specifically?" Various questions bombarded him, most of which Zuju chose to ignore as he sat quietly in his seat. One girl with pigtails squeezed to the front. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Why is your name Uchiha Zuju? It's quite long. Are you from Neon?" Zuju hesitated for a moment. This world was largely similar to his original one, save for the presence of abilities and a more advanced technology. Naturally, countries like Neon existed, and judging from the identification card the system had issued him, he found himself rather unexpectedly labeled as a person from that land. He began to explain, if I must say, in terms of setting, yes, but I grew up in Zigua, so I cannot speak Nihongo. Then can I call you Zuju-kun? The girl with pigtails gazed at him eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zuju replied, "I suppose that should be all right." "Perhaps. All right then, Zuju-kun." The girls in the group established their own forms of address, each face brimming with excitement. Zuju found himself slightly flustered by the commotion, realizing that he was increasingly resembling a figure of admiration. Thus, he turned his gaze to the window. Sunlight poured onto the street, delineating the figures of hurried passers-by. He sighed inwardly. Being too handsome is indeed a burden. Not far off, Shiya observed Zuju surrounded by the girls, her lips curving slightly upwards, finding this new transfer student rather intriguing. Just as the echoes of the girls' excitement subsided, a voice laced with anger suddenly pierced through the clamor. "Hey, are you the most useless D-level perception user?" Li Jiahao abruptly stood up from his seat, hands shoved into the pockets of his school uniform, striding contemptuously toward Zuju. He glared at Zuju, who was encircled by the girls, his jealousy nearly spilling over. He had always been the center of attention. How dare this transfer student seize all the limelight upon his arrival? The surrounding girls, startled by the sudden outburst, instinctively recoiled, parting to create a path. Shiya furrowed her brow, intending to mediate, but noticed Zuju simply turned his head slowly, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, as if he were observing a petulant child. At that moment, Zuju heard the familiar mechanical voice of the system in his ear. New task issued. First encounter. The protagonist's stepping stone villain. In the opening act of this new world, it is indeed essential to have the first stepping stone villain. Host, do not hesitate to slap his face hard. Task reward, 200 dragon coins, 100 Zigua coins, charisma 1. Task failure. If you cannot even handle a stepping stone villain, how can you discuss world competitions? Hearing the system's task notification, Zuju's lips twitched slightly. He had long known this system to be rather unserious, overflowing with slang, yet now it had ceased all pretense, outright categorizing Li Jiahao as a roadside villain for him to step upon. The blatant nature of it was quite overwhelming. Thinking of this, Zuju's gaze towards Li Jiahao involuntarily softened with a hint of pity. Individuals like Li Jiahao, as NPC villains, were likely destined from their very introduction to be publicly humiliated, serving merely to highlight the protagonist's brilliance. Such a life seemed undeniably regrettable that Li Jiahao felt uncomfortable under Zuju's sudden gaze, which lacked mockery or anger, but instead resembled that of someone observing a pitiful creature, igniting a spark of ire within him. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Li Jiahao furrowed his brow, his tone increasingly impatient. "I'm talking to you. Do you hear me?" He stepped closer, a faint heat emanating from him, clearly agitated by Zuju's nonchalant demeanor, causing his ability to flicker slightly. The surrounding students held their breath, anxiously watching the two, uncertain how this confrontation would unfold. Shiya also set down her pen, anxiously glancing at Zuju, fearful that the two might truly come to blows. Yet, Zuju remained unperturbed. Instead, he found himself intrigued by this distinctly marked NPC villain that he lifted his eyelids, responding in a calm tone. "Indeed, I am a D-level perception user. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Li Jiahao immediately smirked, a proud expression adorning his face. In his view, Zuju must have been intimidated by his presence, thus responding obediently and even inquiring about his ability, which was undoubtedly a sign of submission. "I possess the noble A-level ability Flame," he proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice as if to flaunt some rare treasure. "Compared to your lackluster perception ability, it is truly like comparing heaven and earth." Several boys who were on good terms with Li Jiahao immediately chimed in, boasting about the might of A-level abilities, amplifying the atmosphere to a fervent pitch. Zuju listened quietly, a barely perceptible shift in his brow. In his mind, he sorted through the information regarding ability rankings. This world indeed classified abilities into 6 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, and E, with higher levels, indicating potentially greater upper limits of ability. However, he understood well that awakening a high-tier ability did not directly classify one as a high-level ability user. Just like Li Jiahao's so-called ill-level ability flame, it was merely a hereditary bloodline ability passed down through generations. The true evaluation of a user's ability was always based on their mastery and practical application. There were many in this world with high-tier abilities who could only unleash a fraction of their true power. Observing Li Jiahao's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhu Zhue's lips curled into the faintest of smiles as he calmly inquired, "So, what level of ability user are you?" Li Jiahao's smile instantly froze, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sasuke observed his reaction keenly, coming to the realization that his guess was correct. This individual, despite possessing an A-level ability, was not as formidable as he appeared. He pressed on, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "What's the matter? Are you embarrassed to speak? What are you pretending for?" Li Jiahao, infuriated by the inquiry, felt his face burn crimson as he shouted at Sasuke. "I am a C-level ability user. That is still one level above you. Moreover, I am a combat-type ability user, which is a world apart from your pathetic support abilities. Do you understand?" His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the classroom. Many classmates endowed with support abilities frowned, for while combat abilities were indeed revered, Li Jiahao's remarks were undeniably derogatory, making everyone uncomfortable. Shu Weiwei furrowed her brow slightly, tugging at Shu Ya's sleeve to signal her to remain calm. Shu Ya bit her lip, her golden hair almost standing on end. Had Shu Weiwei not restrained her, she would have likely retaliated long ago. Yet, Sasuke seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion. He slowly rose, standing a half-head taller than Li Jiahao, looking down upon him with an unmistakable sneer upon his face. "With your A-level ability, you are merely a C-level user. Truly pathetic." Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Sasuke's face, and his dark eyes glinted with an icy sheen. The contemptuous smile at the corner of his lips exuded a lethal charm, instantly captivating the surrounding girls, many of whom instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes wide with admiration. "You are seeking death." Li Jiahao's rage surged, reaching its peak. The air around him grew scorching, with faint red flames dancing at his fingertips, clearly incensed by Sasuke's words. Chapter 6. The pressure must be overwhelming, child. Before Li Jiahao's furious shout could fade, his outstretched palm had already coalesced into a vibrant orange-red fireball, crackling and causing the surrounding air to heat up. Sasuke regarded the fireball with interest, yet his expression remained unchanged. To him, the power of this fireball was comparable to that of a Genin's great fireball technique, and it was even slightly inferior in terms of speed and stability. Expecting something novel, he felt a sense of disappointment at its banality. "Don't say I am bullying you," Li Jiahao declared arrogantly, clutching the fireball. "I permit you to use your abilities now, so you won't claim I am taking advantage of you." Classmates around them shook their heads in disbelief. Such words were utterly hypocritical. Sasuke's perception-type ability bore no direct combat power. What difference would it make if he used it? Li Jiahao was clearly mocking Sasuke on purpose. Shuya and Shu Weiwei stood nervously, with Shuya already channeling her internal abilities, poised to intervene. Sasuke, observing Li Jiahao's smug expression, raised an eyebrow and calmly retorted, "Are you certain?" Li Jiahao was thoroughly infuriated by Sasuke's nonchalant demeanor, especially by the face that was so strikingly handsome it could provoke envy. "Are you still pretending here? Go die?" he roared, preparing to hurl the fireball at Sasuke. Seeing this, Shuya was about to unleash her power to form a water shield when, in the next moment, her motion froze. In Sasuke's dark eyes, a sudden crimson hue appeared, revealing a spinning black tomo that emanated a chilling aura. Single tomo Sharingan, activate. Li Jiahao's body stiffened abruptly, as if an invisible force had seized his throat. His gaze turned hollow, and he lost all sense of consciousness. The fireball in his hand dissipated, and his body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mush, landing with a dull thud. The classroom plunged into an eerie silence, everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events. The girls covered their mouths, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. How could Li Jiahao, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, suddenly collapse? Sasuke had seemingly done nothing. Shu Weiwei tugged at Shuya's sleeve, whispering, "Shuya, what? What just happened?" Sasuke-kun. Shuya, equally astonished, sensed an exceedingly faint yet bizarre energy fluctuation emanating from Sasuke, just before Li Jiahao fell. This newly transferred Uchiha Sasuke seemed far from the simple facade he presented. Sasuke expressionlessly withdrew his Sharingan, his dark eyes returning to tranquility. For him, dealing with such a minor character required no genuine effort. He glanced at the fallen Li Jiahao, his heart unperturbed, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Pressure, he murmured softly, the words clear yet barely above a whisper. Following a brief silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of shrill screams from the girls. Sasuke thought to himself with a magnetic voice, "Humph, little kitten." Wow. Sasuke-kun is incredible. Heavens, what was that just now? So cool. Li Jiahao just felt like that. Sasuke-kun is so awesome. The girls, seemingly inspired, surged toward Sasuke, their faces alight with excitement and adoration, eager to be near the dashing youth who had just displayed such mysterious powers. Some girls attempted to squeeze beside Sasuke, while others waved their arms excitedly from the sidelines, transforming the classroom into a lively hubbub, even more so than before. However, Sasuke remained unfazed by the chaos around him. He stood silently, his gaze scanning the approaching girls with indifference, as though all that transpired was of no concern to him. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ear, announcing the completion of a task. Task completed. Reward: 200 dragon coins, 100 Z country coins, charm 1. Balance: 600 dragon coins, 205 Z country coins. Sasuke listened expressionlessly to the system's report, feeling not a single ripple of emotion to him. Resolving Li Jiahao was merely a trivial matter. Receiving rewards for completing tasks was simply expected. He gently pushed aside the girls crowding around him and strode directly toward his seat, leaving the clamor and adulation behind. For him, the trivialities of this world paled in comparison to the power structure he sought to understand and the tasks he needed to complete. Shuya and Shu Weiwei exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and curiosity. This Uchiha Sasuke seemed to harbor far too many secrets. Having escaped the classroom's clamor, Sasuke found solace on the balcony of the teaching building. The evening breeze tousled his black hair, carrying a hint of chill. While he had certainly put on a show in class, now that he was calm, the reality of his situation loomed like a tide. Where would he stay tonight? What would he eat tomorrow? Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, the corners of his mouth curling into a wry smile, possessing the extraordinary power of the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A force capable of stirring the very winds of fate. It is rather ironic that upon entering this new world, the most pressing concerns he faces revolve around the most fundamental issues of food and shelter. Such a predicament is almost laughable. How amusing, he mused to himself, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his voice. Surely, he could not resort to seduction, or rather, the so-called charm to win over the older sister by the roadside, persuading her to take him home. Could he? The last encounter with the older sister had already been absurd enough. If this continued, he would begin to question whether he was veering towards a rather peculiar fate. As Sasuke leaned against the railing, gazing vacantly at the distant sky, he suddenly detected a faint rustling sound emanating from behind the rooftop door. Instinctively, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the crimson tomo swirling slowly within his dark eyes, vigilantly observing the situation beyond the door. Standing there was a golden-haired girl, the sole B-class esper in his class. If he recalled correctly, her name was Shuya. Upon recognizing her, Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, restoring his usual aloof demeanor. In the next moment, Shuya pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon spotting Sasuke on the balcony, a gentle smile graced her face. "Sasuke-kun, I knew you would be here." Turning at the sound of her voice, Sasuke regarded Shuya with an indifferent tone. "Do you need something, Shuya-san?" Surprised by his accurate recollection of her name, Shuya blinked and smiled softly. "I didn't expect Sasuke-kun to remember my name. I thought you were the type to keep your distance from others." A barely perceptible twitch crossed the corner of Sasuke's mouth that he silently thought. "If only you knew that I was contemplating whether to rely on charm to seek refuge with an older sister by the roadside, I wonder if you would be taken aback." He had not forgotten that he currently lacked even a place to stay, and the grandeur he had exhibited in the classroom earlier could hardly mask this embarrassing reality. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, merely responding with a faint HM, acknowledging Shuya's words. That Shuya's smile faded slightly, her tone tinged with regret. "Actually, I came to apologize. Teacher Ji asked me to look after you, but I couldn't prevent Li Jiahao from earlier." She paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "But in the end, it seems Sasuke-kun was far more capable than I anticipated, and you didn't need my assistance at all." Meeting her earnest gaze, Sasuke replied, still maintaining a calm demeanor, "It's fine. It wasn't your fault." After a moment of silence, as if grappling with a difficult decision, Shuya hesitantly spoke. Sasuke-kun, would you consider adding me as a friend on a social platform?" "That won't be possible." Sasuke promptly declined without a second thought. That Shuya's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes evasive. Actually, this is my first time asking someone for a friend request, and to be refused. It's a bit awkward. She hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with urgency. Please don't misunderstand, Sasuke-kun. I want to add you to better communicate and introduce you to the academy. After all, you're a transfer student and must be unfamiliar with many things. It's also a way to make amends for my earlier oversight. As Shuya's explanations became increasingly frantic, her cheeks reddened like ripe apples. Initially, Sasuke had not sensed any romantic intentions from her, but witnessing her flustered demeanor made him wonder if she might indeed harbor such thoughts. Chapter 7. My goodness, is it a specialized weapon? Observing Shuya's flustered attempts to clarify, Sasuke felt it necessary to clarify his position to avoid any misunderstandings. He spoke, Shuya-san, my refusal to add you is solely because I do not possess a mobile phone. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Shuya's face was a canvas of astonishment, her eyes widening as her golden lashes fluttered gently. Inwardly, she mused, it's the 21st century, and with such advanced technology, how could someone not have a mobile phone? How utterly unbelievable. Noticing her surprise, Sasuke continued, I genuinely do not own a mobile phone, and to be frank, I am currently considering my accommodation for tonight. Upon hearing his words, Shuya, connecting it to his status as a transfer student, conjured a vivid tale of hardship, a gambling father, ailing mother, a school-going sister, and a broken self. With this thought, her gaze toward Sasuke involuntarily softened with concern. Although Sasuke was unaware of the specifics of her imaginative narrative, he could distinctly sense that her gaze had shifted, imbued with an inexplicable concern that left him. Somewhat bewildered, he simply stated a fact. Why did her reaction seem to exceed his expectations? An idea surged within Shuya, and she nearly uttered, Sasuke, if you don't mind, you could stay at my house for the night. Yet, the words caught in her throat as she recalled the propriety of gender relations. As a girl, it was rather inappropriate to invite a newly acquainted boy to her home without hesitation. Stealing a glance at Sasuke's handsome face, her cheeks began to heat up once more. If she were to bring him home, the next day headlines would likely scream, shock. The young lady of the Shu family publicly supports a transfer student, bringing him home on the first day, concealing untold stories. In that case, no amount of explanation would suffice. After pondering for a few moments, she rephrased her offer. Sasuke-kun, I can lend you some money to help you find a place to stay. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Really, Shuya-san? However, I must caution you that I currently have no source of income and may not be able to repay you temporarily. That's quite all right. Shuya waved her hand dismissively, her tone sincere. Consider it my way of compensating for my failure to intervene with Li Jiahao earlier. Just as Sasuke was about to emphasize that the earlier incident had nothing to do with her and that she need not concern herself so much, Shuya continued. Moreover, if you find yourself in dire financial straits, have you considered becoming a supporter for espers? A supporter? Sasuke expressed his confusion, as this term was entirely new to him. It seemed related to espers, but he had no clear understanding of what it entailed. Seeing the bewilderment on Sasuke's face, Shuya patiently elaborated, Sasuke-kun, you must be aware of the existence of the underground cities, right? Sasuke nodded. Since arriving in this world, he had gleaned from various snippets of information that underground cities were unique to this realm, akin to dungeons in games, manifesting unexpectedly in any location. Shuya continued, there are two types of underground cities, the permanent ones, which remain in existence. Even after all treasures within have been claimed, they do not vanish. After a while, new monsters and treasures will regenerate inside, akin to a system refresh. She paused before elaborating further. The other type is the temporary underground city, which disappears once cleared, with no chance for regeneration. In essence, they resemble game dungeons, differentiated by their permanence. After listening to Shuya's explanation about underground cities, Sasuke nodded gently, indicating his understanding. Shuya, observing the situation, continued to elucidate the role of supporters. Supporters are individuals who assist the ability user teams during their ventures into the underground cities. They often encounter numerous materials or need to excavate minerals to transport away. These tasks of hauling and collecting are entrusted to the supporters. She gazed earnestly at Sasuke and offered a sincere suggestion. If you find yourself in dire need of funds, Sasuke, you might consider becoming a supporter. As a D-class perception ability user, you could certainly contribute to the role, and many teams would greatly benefit from your presence. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement, responding, thank you for your advice. Shuya smiled and added, if you truly decide to pursue being a supporter, ensure that you choose a permanent underground city. Such locations typically have comprehensive guides, and the monsters and traps within are well documented. Sasuke, meeting Shuya's earnest gaze, softened his tone slightly. I appreciate you sharing this information with me, as well as lending me some money. Shuya retrieved her wallet from her pocket, counted out 500 Zigua coins, and handed them over with a gentle smile. No need for thanks. That be by the way, Sasuke, may I ask something? Of course, Sasuke replied, carefully stowing the money in his pocket. Shuya's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. Could you refrain from calling me Shuya-san in the future? Everyone in class simply calls me Shuya. Sasuke paused momentarily, then nodded. All right, Shuya, but I also have something to mention. Go ahead, Shuya said, her curiosity piqued. Just call me Sasuke. No need for the san, he replied, his tone calm, yet subtly insistent. Shuya blinked in slight confusion. Oh? But aren't you from Neon? Isn't Sasuke-san a common form of address there? Sasuke internally scoffed, acknowledging that while he was indeed set to be from Neon, he still bled red. Being called Sasuke-san felt oddly uncomfortable, almost as if he were being referred to as Taikoan. He chose not to elaborate, simply gazing at Shuya. Seeing his steadfastness, Shuya smiled and responded, All right, Sasuke, shall we meet again tomorrow? Sasuke waved his hand in farewell, and Shuya reciprocated with a smile, turning to leave the rooftop. As he watched Shuya's figure disappear through the doorway, he turned towards the stairwell. The 500 Zigua coins, though modest, supplemented the 705 Zigua coins he had saved, sufficient to cover a few nights' accommodation. Just as he descended the rooftop stairs, the familiar mechanical prompt of the system resonated in his ears. Detected that the host has established contact with a member of the opposite sex, issuing new task. Task name. Completely captivates Shuya's heart. Task description. Elevate Shuya's affinity for the host to the deep affection level, thus becoming the host's most steadfast supporter. Current affinity level, acquaintances. Task reward, Kusanagi sword. Task failure, none. System evaluation, TSK. Ultimately, one must rely on women to secure a few days' worth of lodging and sustenance. Sasuke had intended to voice his sharp critique of this absurd system's outrageous assessment, but when his gaze fell upon the task reward, his eyes brightened instantly. The Kusanagi sword. That was his signature weapon. His heart skipped a beat. Previously indifferent towards such strategic tasks, his attitude underwent a complete transformation at this moment. Goodness, with a reward like that on the table, he had no choice but to pursue Shuya. He contemplated silently, having previously found the system's task assignments tedious. However, with the Kusanagi sword as an incentive, everything seemed to shift dramatically. A faint smile graced Sasuke's lips, and his steps grew lighter. It appeared the days ahead would not be so mundane after all. Chapter 8. The child, the rogue ninja with the remaining coins nestled in his pocket, Susu pondered his next move. The system had just announced the strategy for Shuya mission yesterday, offering the Kusanagi sword as a reward, and there were no penalties involved. Thus, his primary objective was clear. He must excel in his studies. However, it seemed implausible to cultivate a relationship with Shuya while dutifully attending school. After all, he had been reborn as Uchiha Susu. How could he possibly remain compliant within the confines of a classroom? The rogue ninja's lineage was ingrained in his very bones, and the notion of attending school was simply untenable. The scene shifted to Yuhua High School, Class A of the third year. Hiji stood at the podium, holding a roll call sheet and scanning the students below. Upon reaching the end, she noticed that Uchiha Susu's name was still marked absent, instantly causing the atmosphere around her to chill considerably. Since becoming the special abilities guidance teacher at Yuhua High, this was her first experience with a student skipping class, particularly one as recently transferred as Uchiha Susu. Though Hiji maintained her aloof demeanor, the palpable coldness emanating from her made the students around her instinctively retract their necks. Whispers began to circulate among the students. Wow, I can't believe Susu-kun dared to skip Hiji-sensei's class on his first day. What audacity! Doesn't he know that Hiji-sensei despises students who cut class? Upon hearing these murmurs, a chilling smile crept onto Hiji's lips. Her visage remained strikingly beautiful, yet that smile resembled the icy daggers of winter, sending shivers down spines. Seated among her classmates, Shuya felt a pang of anxiety. She furtively glanced at Hiji before casting her gaze down at Susu's empty seat, her heart laden with worry. Where could Susu have gone? How could he dare to skip Hiji-sensei's class? Did he not understand the terror of inciting her wrath? She pulled out her small V, intending to message Susu for updates, but then recalled that he did not possess a phone, leaving her feeling helpless and even more anxious. Meanwhile, Susu had risen early, clutching the last of his change as he made his way to the Central City's Special Abilities Bureau. Upon entering the hall, he spotted the staff member with elfin ears. It was she who had assisted him during his last visit to register his special abilities, and now she was busy organizing documents. her pointed ears reflecting a soft pink hue in the light. "Excuse me, miss. I would like to take on a special abilities mission." As Wasu approached, his tone softer than usual. The elfin-eared lady looked up, recognizing him and managing a polite smile. "Ah, it's Uchiha's Wasu. However, I must apologize. You are currently classified as a D-rank special abilities user, which means you cannot undertake missions independently due to the high risks involved. You must be accompanied by a team. Have you joined a special abilities team yet?" Wasu shook his head. "No, miss. In that case, could I serve as a supporter?" The role of a supporter primarily involves assisting a special abilities team with resource collection and transportation in the underground city, she explained, pausing to scrutinize Wasu's school uniform. "However, you are still a student, and academics should take precedence. This role may not be suitable for you." Before she could finish, Wasu stepped forward, gently grasping the elfin-eared lady's hand. He lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting delicate shadows. His voice tinged with just the right amount of quaver. He then sorrowfully recounted a tale of a gambling father, ailing mother, and a school-going sister, weaving a narrative of despair that painted him as a youth crushed by the weight of life. The lady, taken aback by his sudden touch, felt warmth rise to her cheeks, her ears flushing. Overwhelmed by his tragic story, her compassion surged, and her gaze was filled with empathy. "But you are still in school." She attempted to maintain her composure, yet Wasu's tear-filled eyes softened her heart. "Academics can be made up at night, but family cannot wait," he pressed, tightening his grip slightly, his voice imbued with desperation. "Please, help me." Unable to resist his earnest plea, she reluctantly withdrew her hand, using the documents to shield her flushed face. "All right, I will help you register. However, you must promise not to let it interfere with your studies. And you can only accept the easiest support tasks." Wasu immediately cast aside his despondent demeanor, a compliant expression replacing it as he replied, "Thank you, miss. I will abide by the rules." The elfin-eared lady was momentarily stunned by his rapid transformation, realizing she might have been swayed by the boy's performance. Yet, observing Wasu diligently filling out the registration information, she thought perhaps her suspicions were unfounded, for such an earnest gaze seemed far from faint. Unperturbed by her musings, Wasu's fingers swiftly danced across the registration board, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Securing his identity as a supporter meant he could legitimately access the underground city. Upon receiving the terminal from her, he felt the coolness of the screen beneath his fingertips, and as he read the notification announcing the successful registration, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Luo Shijia." As he turned to stride towards the mission release area, he couldn't help but reflect. Even though the technological advancements in this world far exceeded those of his previous one, with holographic projections ubiquitous and special abilities managed through data, the abstract complexities were still lacking. Upon hearing her name, Luo Shi momentarily froze. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire how he knew her name, she noticed he had already hurried towards the mission release area, evidently eager to accept the task. She stood rooted in place, watching Wasu's retreating figure, and after a few moments, realized he must have seen her employee badge, which clearly bore her name. Subconsciously, she glanced down at her uniform, her fingers lightly pressing the fabric, feeling somewhat distressed. It seemed to have grown tighter since last month. Every time she purchased a new uniform, she deliberately chose a size larger, yet it soon felt constrictive, particularly around her chest, often requiring her to adjust her clothing to avoid any accidental exposure. "Really?" Luo, she murmured to herself, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Shaking her head, she attempted to cast aside these errant thoughts and return to the documents on her desk, striving to focus on her work. Yet her mind persistently drifted back to the moments Wasu had held her hand. This boy named Uchiha's Wasu was indeed an enigma. As Wasu reached the mission release area, he hadn't yet taken the time to thoroughly review the scrolling task information when a system prompt chimed in his ear. "You have established a connection with Luo Shi. Your mutual affinity is characterized as a gentlemanly friendship." Wasu paid little mind to this, merely hoping that no absurd romantic missions were being issued. "Do they expect me to partake in some juvenile role-playing game? That can wait until Boruto arrives." For Wasu, the immediate priority was to find a suitable mission, quickly familiarize himself with the underground city, earn sufficient money, and concurrently complete the strategy for Shuya mission to obtain the Kusanagi sword. He refocused on the task screen before him. Even without resorting to his Sharingan, his observational skills were far beyond the norm, and he began diligently sifting through tasks that would suit him best. The myriad tasks flashing across the screen resembled hawks in search of prey. Washo perused the task release area for a while, gaining a general understanding of the current demand for supporters in the Yinengja market. Firstly, The need for supporters is indeed substantial. After all, any well-established Jinra team, upon completing an exploration of the underground city, would invariably reap significant rewards. Without the assistance of supporters, they would be compelled to expend considerable time and effort in gathering spoils, which would severely impede subsequent task arrangements. However, a high demand does not equate to a high status for supporters. Zuosho discerned from some task notes and casual conversations among nearby Yinengzhi that the role of a supporter, in essence, is merely to clean up the battlefield for those Yinengzhi responsible for collecting the scraps they deem unworthy or transporting heavy supplies. Consequently, many Yinengzhi harbor a deep-seated disdain for supporters, believing they possess no real skills, merely scavenging what is left behind. What further furrowed Zuosho's brow was the sight of several supporters in a corner, lamenting the dishonesty of numerous small Yinengzhi teams, who frequently concoct various excuses to withhold wages, claiming either that the collected materials did not meet standards or that tasks were completed too slowly, ultimately seeking to pay less. What a bother! Zuosho scoffed softly, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the world, there will always be scoundrels who oppress others. Yet, he did not dwell on it. After all, with his abilities, should he encounter wage deductions, he had ample means to make the other party pay the price. Chapter 9. The system that enjoys playing dumb. Clutching the supporter terminal, Zuosho stood at the entrance of the Yinengzhi. On the street, his brow knitted tightly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting a gentle glow on his figure, accentuating the youth's tall stature. The black school uniform made his skin appear even fairer, with a sharp jawline that exuded an air of aloofness. Wow, that boy is so handsome. A few passing girls could not help but stop, stealthily taking out their phones to capture his image, their voices tinged with uncontainable excitement. That's the school uniform from Yuhua High. I wonder which class he is in. With that cold demeanor, he must be the type who is hard to approach. Zuosho paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. At this moment, his mind was embroiled in an intense internal monologue. I say, system, are you doing this on purpose? Zuosho raged silently at the unseen system. What do you mean by completing the identification of abilities discreetly? Look at the result. I am now a D-level Yinengzhi with my esteemed Wanwateng Xingyan, Wanhua Tong Xialuanyan. Do you have any idea what is happening? Not a single Yinengzhi is willing to accept me as a supporter. He had just roamed the Yinengzhi and asked several seemingly reliable Yinengzhi teams. The moment they saw the D-level Yinengzhi rank displayed on the terminal, coupled with his student status, they either waved him off or dismissed him with a look of inconvenience. Sorry, young lad, but our team is heading to a rather dangerous underground city. You should probably train a bit more at your level. A burly man patted his shoulder, his tone relatively courteous, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Another flamboyantly dressed team leader was even more direct. Student? D-level? Are you joking? We don't need a liability. Zuosho nearly lost his temper and reached for a kunai to teach that person a lesson, yet reason dictated that now was not the time to stir trouble. Just then, Zuosho seemed to have a sudden epiphany, exclaiming inwardly to the system, "Wait, you can't possibly enjoy the style of playing dumb, can you? Otherwise, why would you assign such a ridiculous task that led to my classification as a D-level Yinengzhi?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. Cold and mechanical. That is not the case. All tasks issued by this system are tailored to the host environment. A comprehensive consideration was made, prioritizing the host's interests in a rational decision. Upon hearing this, Zuosho's mouth twitched. He could only sigh helplessly in response. You better be telling the truth. He wandered aimlessly down the street, contemplating how to earn some money, as he still owed Shuya. He couldn't rely on the support of the older sister indefinitely. While lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large crowd gathered a short distance ahead, encircled in layers, with many people tiptoeing to peer inside, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Zuosho halted, raising an eyebrow. Although he was not originally from the Z country of this world, having lived a second life, this innate desire for spectacle seemed to have seeped into his very bones. What is happening up ahead? He mused, his feet instinctively moving towards the throng. Whatever the matter, he would approach and take a look. Perhaps he could uncover an opportunity. Zuosho, agile in stature, maneuvered through the crowd with ease and soon found himself at the forefront. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but squint. There, in the center of the street, a massive blue vortex spun in midair, its edges crackling with electricity, resembling an overturned sapphire that cast the surrounding air into a deep azure. Shadows flickered within the vortex, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of wind moaning. This brought to mind Shuya's words from the previous day on the rooftop. Occasionally, entrances to underground cities may suddenly appear in urban areas, and such temporary underground cities are quite perilous. Gazing intently at the swirling blue vortex, Suisho realized, so this is the entrance to the underground city. From the looks of it, it was likely a temporary underground city that had emerged without prior notice. Within the quarantine line, two groups were engaged in a heated argument. Suisho perked up his ears, listening to the two factions arguing vehemently. One claimed, "Our team has a higher bid," to which the other retorted, "Your last task rating wasn't as high as ours," each volleying points back and forth, causing his head to ache. However, as he listened more, he finally unraveled the situation. This was a limited-time underground city that had suddenly appeared in the urban area, identified as sea level by the Shindauda. Its opening time was approximately 24 hours. According to the rules, whoever discovered it first claimed ownership. Currently, these two groups were Yinengjia teams from the Yinengjia, competing to secure the right to trial in this underground city through bidding. Isn't it just a sea-level underground city? Why all this fuss? Suisho pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yet, a remark from a bystander jolted him into understanding. You don't know? Recently, a Yinengjia dirt found an S-level artifact, the Eye of the World, in a limited-time sea-level underground city, which reportedly sold for several $100 million. In an instant, Suisho comprehended. They were all hoping for a stroke of luck, desiring to unearth treasures from within. He observed the two factions still hurling invectives at each other. A glint of amusement in his eyes. This sea-level underground city had indeed become a coveted prize. His gaze flitted between the two groups until it suddenly fixated on a figure among one of the teams. Dressed in a pristine white nun's habit, adorned with a black nun's veil, the skirt cascading down to her ankles, she appeared strikingly out of place amidst the colorful battle attire of the cheetah. This seeing world is indeed teeming with talent, Suisho mused silently, marveling at the fact that someone would cosplay as a nun to participate in the underground city expedition. He was venting his frustrations when suddenly the system's prompt echoed in his mind. A mysterious limited-time underground city has been detected, undoubtedly harboring secrets. As a D-class ability user, succeed in protecting them under this enigmatic threat and shine brilliantly. New task: conquer the mysterious limited-time underground city. Task reward: luck value 3. Task failure: stop 3 passers-by on the street and say, "Amitress." Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Suisho raised an eyebrow and retorted disdainfully. Does this system truly claim to despise playing the pig to eat the tiger? As soon as such a scene unfolds, it issues a new task. He continued to rant at the system, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the blue vortex. Even without the system's task, he intended to explore it. After all, he had just heard that this underground city could yield treasures. In the previous world I had fetched astronomical prices. The thought alone was enticing. He was currently in dire need of money, still owing Shuya, and if he could find something valuable in this underground city, the financial issue would be effortlessly resolved. Calculating in his mind, Suisho quietly stepped back, distancing himself from the bustling crowd. He found a relatively secluded corner, took a deep breath. And the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan subtly manifested in his eyes, the tomo slowly rotating, allowing him to observe the distant blue vortex with clarity. As the Sharingan whirled, the world before him transformed. He could distinctly see the energy swirling around the blue vortex, a peculiar spatial fluctuation. So that is how it is. Suisho understood. This so-called underground city was essentially a space that had been specially compressed, akin to the space ninjutsu in the ninja realm, both forming special domains through spatial distortion. He focused his mind, attempting to use the Sharingan to identify a flaw in the entrance to this space. In the ninja realm, even the most intricate space ninjutsu would have weak points in the energy flow, yet this blue vortex was entirely different. The Sharingan scanned repeatedly. Yet the entire entrance was seamless, the energy flowing smoothly, with no vulnerabilities to be found. This is intriguing. Suisho scoffed lightly and retracted the Sharingan. It seemed that a direct assault would be futile. He would have to wait for those ability user teams to open the entrance to the underground city and find a way to sneak in. He stroked his chin, pondering how to infiltrate, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Chapter 10. Delving deeper, two groups were embroiled in a heated argument within the isolation line. Their faces flushed and spittle flying, while the surrounding officers could only furrow their brows, reluctant to intervene excessively. The squabble persisted for quite some time, but ultimately, the ability user team led by the nun made a staggering bid of 10 million, successfully acquiring the trial rights to this C-class underground city. Have they gone mad? A C-class underground city costing 10 million for trial rights. Their captain must be a fool. Among the defeated bidders, one could not restrain himself from shouting at the nun's team, his tone laced with disdain and confusion, before leading his teammates away in dejection. The captain of the nuns' team, however, ignored the taunts, calmly signing a series of documents presented by the staff of the Ability Bureau. Once the paperwork was completed, he turned to his teammates and instructed them, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will enter the underground city in 1 hour." The team members responded in unison, each beginning their respective tasks. Zhuji observed everything from his corner, his gaze fixated on a girl preparing to leave the team for a moment of privacy. The girl donned the team's standard combat uniform, her steps light as she strolled towards a nearby alley. A subtle smile curved Zhuji's lips as he followed her like a shadow. The moment she turned into the alley, caught off guard, he swiftly approached, executing a precise Uchiha hand chop to her neck. The girl did not make a sound as her body slumped, falling into a sleep reminiscent of an infant's. Zhuji glanced at the unconscious girl, quickly surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He activated the body flicker technique, and with a gust of wind, he had transported the girl to the back door of a nearby police station. He gently placed her at the door and thoughtfully tucked a note into her pocket, inscribed with haphazard handwriting warning of being knocked out by a bad person, urging her to call the police upon awakening. After completing this, he turned and vanished around the corner. Returning to the alley, Zhuji swiftly formed hand seals and called out, "Transformation technique." A puff of white smoke enveloped him, and when he looked down, he found himself clad in the team's combat uniform. His form transformed into that of the girl. He raised his arms and stomped his feet, the sensation of this foreign body both strange and novel, prompting him to internally critique. This transformation technique is indeed interesting, albeit the sensation is rather peculiar. Adjusting his attire, Zhuji mimicked the girl's stride as he returned to the team. Just as he settled in, the girl dressed in nun attire turned to him, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she greeted, "Chen Chun, you're back." Zhuji's heart skipped a beat. So the girl was named Chen Chun. He nodded subtly, striving to make his voice sound feminine. I'm back." He deliberately affected a higher pitch, fearful of revealing any flaws. It was then that he noticed the nun's peculiar accent, her Mandarin tinged with an unusual intonation, the end of her sentences rising as if she were singing. He discreetly scrutinized her again, now noting her striking features, a high-nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and beautiful light brown irises that shimmered like sunlit amber. So she hails from across the ocean, Zhuji realized, feeling everything fall into place. No wonder she donned a nun's outfit to raid the underground city. It was indeed quite open-minded. This approach seemed entirely reasonable from their perspective. While he silently marveled at the cultural differences, he continued to maintain the persona of Chen Chun, keeping his head slightly lowered to avoid excessive eye contact with the nun in fear of inadvertently exposing himself. The nun appeared oblivious to any oddity, merely smiling as she patted his shoulder. "Quickly prepare, sister. The captain says it's almost time to set off." Zhuji answered in that affected voice, his mind racing with plans for entering the underground city. The captain glanced at his watch and called out to the group, "It's almost time. Everyone, follow me into the underground city." The crowd followed the captain's lead towards the blue vortex. Zhuji, blending in with the team, felt his heartbeat quicken, a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As they approached, the energy fluctuations emanating from the blue vortex became increasingly pronounced, the surrounding air imbued with an eerie chill. When they stepped into the vortex, Zhuji felt a blurring sensation, as if passing through a thin veil of water. In the next moment, the ground beneath him felt entirely different. Steadying himself and surveying his surroundings, he was instantly struck speechless by the sight before him. This was no ordinary underground city. It was clearly a vast black lair. Underfoot lay a viscous, slippery black substance that felt soft and exuded a faint metallic scent. The walls and ceiling were adorned with dense, black pipe-like structures, resembling countless twisted serpents intertwined, forming the very framework of this lair. Deep within the nest, faint rustling sounds echoed, as if something was writhing in the darkness. Sasuke widened his eyes, unable to suppress his surprise. The sight of the black nest was exceedingly bizarre and oppressive, far beyond his imagination. The captain quickly regained his composure and spoke in a low voice, urging everyone to be cautious and alert. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, taking a deep breath to suppress the astonishment within him. No matter how strange this nest was, his goal remained clear: to find valuable items and depart safely. He quietly activated his Sharingan, vigilantly observing the surrounding movements, prepared to confront any impending danger. As the team advanced a short distance, the tremors from the depths of the nest suddenly intensified. The heavy footsteps pounded the ground like a drum, causing the viscous black substance beneath their feet to tremble. Shortly thereafter, several enormous shadows burst forth from the gaps in the pipes, the thick tubes cracking as debris rained down. These were gigantic wolves, their size 3 times that of ordinary wolves, resembling small hills as they blocked the path ahead. Their fur, pitch black and standing on end like steel needles, gleamed with a cold, hard sheen in the dim light of the nest. Their lantern-sized eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and their exposed fangs resembled crescent moons, drool cascading from the corners of their mouths with a splattering sound, emanating a stench far more potent than that of the previous creatures. "Be careful, it's the black wolves." The captain's expression hardened as he tightened his grip on the gleaming long knife, charging forward. The foremost giant wolf lunged at him with a foul wind, and the captain blocked it with his blade. A resounding clash echoed as the wolf's fangs violently shook the knife, forcing him to stagger back half a step, his arm tingling with numbness. Seizing the moment when the giant wolf was momentarily weakened, the captain swiftly twisted his wrist, the blade slicing through the wolf's foreleg, revealing a gaping wound from which black blood gushed forth. The other team members swiftly sprang into action. Some hoisted enormous bows taller than themselves, releasing specially crafted arrows charged with electricity that struck a giant wolf's flank with pinpoint accuracy. The electric current erupted upon impact, eliciting a deafening roar of agony from the creature. Others wielded colossal axes, sweeping them to fend off the attacking wolves. The clash of metal against claw producing a jarring sound, their coordination impeccable. Sasuke positioned himself slightly behind the team, observing his companions as they engaged in battle with the black wolves. Indeed, the strength and size of these wolves posed a far greater challenge than ordinary ones. He continued to minimize his presence, occasionally sidestepping the giant wolves' attacks, spending most of his time observing. Chinchin. Fireball technique, support. Focus on attacking their wounds. The captain shouted towards Sasuke while grappling with the giant wolf, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sasuke finally realized that the girl he had knocked unconscious, named Chinchin, appeared to be a fire elemental user. He feigned waving a seemingly innocuous wand, but had no expectations for its effectiveness. Instead, he secretly summoned his chakra, silently invoking the great fireball technique without any hand seals. A larger, searing flame materialized, roaring towards a giant wolf's wounded side, and the fire swiftly spread along the injury, causing the wolf to roll on the ground in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching howl. "Well done, Chinchin. This fireball packs quite a punch." Seeing the flames prove effective, the teammates cheered, intensifying their assault. Sasuke remained expressionless, merely acknowledging with a sound, while internally contemplating how to better control the fireball's power to avoid drawing too much attention. During the skirmish, Sasuke's gaze inadvertently fell upon the young nun. She stood with her hands clasped, eyes closed, softly chanting verses from the Bible, her voice growing more urgent. As she chanted, a more intense white light enveloped the team, and Sasuke could distinctly feel that their movements seemed swifter, their strength augmented, enhancing the strikes against the giant wolves. The once dominant wolves gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. So, she is indeed a nun, and a support-type ability user at that. This buff comes in quite timely, Sasuke realized, understanding that her attire was not merely for show but a genuine manifestation of faith empowering the team. With the assistance of the nun and the inherent strength of the squad members, after a fierce battle, all the black wolves were finally slain. The captain leaned on his long knife, breathing heavily, signaling everyone to take a short rest, check their surroundings, and then continue deeper. Chapter 11. The aftermath of the boss battle. As the tumult of battle gradually subsided, the captain instructed the team to rest in place and recover their strength. At that moment, several team members clad in support attire approached with sharp knives, cautiously beginning to cut the black wolves' pelts. The hide of these wolves was remarkably durable, and crafting it into armor could fetch a handsome sum. One supporter busily worked, skillfully avoiding damaged areas of the wolf's hide. Sasuke observed from the side, contemplating. Teams of B rank and above, he had heard previously at the Ability Bureau, typically procure spatial items to store their spoils, both convenient and ensuring the integrity of their materials. Yet, here before him was a team of supporters laboriously rolling up the skinned wolf pelts, securing them with ropes to carry on their backs. They were undoubtedly a C-rank team. Sasuke smirked. Their equipment configuration was indeed lacking compared to those elite teams. His gaze inadvertently landed on the team captain, who was resting against a relatively sturdy pipe, still gripping his long spear, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. He appeared to be a young man in his early 20s with brown hair, his youthful countenance still carrying a hint of boyishness, yet his composure during battle commanded respect. He is quite young, Sasuke mused. The thought that this individual could casually offer 10 million for a trial qualification in this C-rank underground city left him astounded. To nonchalantly wager such a sum on an uncertain dungeon, He must be wealthy, perhaps a scion from an ability family out for training. As he pondered, the captain seemed to sense his gaze, looking up with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Sasuke quickly averted his eyes, feigning interest in the supporters handling the spoils. During the brief respite, the nun approached him with a gentle smile, saying, "Chunchun, your fireball technique was much more powerful this time than during the D-rank dungeon. That last strike was quite impressive." This nun was likely named Kaishi, having engaged in battle and heard his companions call each other by name. Sasuke had pieced together most of the names in the team. Faced with Kaishi's praise, he found himself at a loss for how to respond in line with Chunchun's persona. Offering only a vague reply, perhaps I've been practicing a bit more recently. He attempted to soften his voice to avoid revealing any cracks in his facade. Kaishi, not suspecting anything, merely nodded with a smile. "It seems you are putting in a lot of effort, which will significantly enhance our team's strength." She then turned to distribute recovery potions to the other teammates. Sasuke gazed at Kaishi's departing figure, exhaling a sigh of relief. Dealing with people certainly proved to be a troublesome affair. After eliminating the boss in this area, the group unanimously agreed, gathered their belongings, and once again set foot on the path leading deeper into the lair. As Sasuke followed the team forward, he mentally recalled the information regarding the monster tiers in this world. The creatures here were classified into 5 distinct levels, from highest to lowest: divine, dragon, demon, tiger, and wolf. The black wolf they had just encountered belonged to the wolf category. Given that this underground city was rated as sea level, it was reasonable to expect that the majority of its inhabitants would be wolf-level monsters. As long as the team members coordinated effectively, they should be able to handle them with ease. During their subsequent journey, they encountered several waves of monsters, including lizard-like creatures that flicked their tongues and insectoids with wings. However, all were of the wolf tier, exhibiting relatively weak prowess. The team members worked in perfect harmony, bolstered by Kaishi's support and Sasuke's occasional fireball spells, effortlessly sweeping away these minor foes. The supporters busily collected valuable materials from the bodies of the monsters, and although the absence of spatial tools made the task cumbersome, each person's face radiated with the joy of their findings. After approximately half an hour of walking, the path suddenly opened up, revealing a colossal stone door before them. This door was tightly sealed, adorned with strange engravings that conveyed an ancient and formidable presence. It seemed that behind this door lay the boss of the underground city. The captain tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze sharpening. Defeating the boss behind the door would signify a successful conquest of this underground city. The group's spirits were lifted as they prepared for battle. Sasuke also heightened his focus, excitedly anticipating his first encounter with a boss. Reminiscent of playing an online game in the real world, the captain examined the stone door for a moment, then turned to address the team. According to the usual circumstances in sea-level underground cities, the boss behind this door is likely to be an elite version of a wolf-level monster. Although it is not impossible to encounter an elite of the tiger tier with a very low probability. He paused, his expression becoming more serious. If we indeed come across a tiger elite, our team's capabilities will most likely be insufficient for a successful defeat. He continued, as you all know, in underground cities below B-level, even if we have not successfully defeated the boss, we can exit midway. However, in B-level and above, we must eliminate the boss for the entrance to reopen. He then turned to the group of supporters carrying their spoils. Supporters, please take your loot out of the underground city. We cannot guarantee the boss's tier behind this door, and carrying these items may hinder our movement. The supporters nodded in understanding. They were not particularly skilled in combat, and would indeed be more of a liability than an asset in this scenario. Thus, several supporters lent each other a hand, transporting the bundled wolf pelts and collected materials back along the path they had come. Once the supporters departed, the captain continued to issue instructions. Everyone, stay alert. Once we enter through the great door, observe your surroundings carefully. If we discover a tiger boss, we will not have time to escape on foot. We will immediately drink the recall potion to exit the underground city. Our lives take precedence. As he spoke, he retrieved several bottles of shimmering blue potions from his backpack to distribute among the team. The so-called recall potion was also a treasure obtained from the underground city, priced above 1 million per bottle and highly sought after among the practitioners. Its effect was aptly named. Consuming it would expel the drinker from the underground city, serving as a vital lifeline in critical moments. The captain cautioned, if we encounter a wolf boss, do not use this potion unless absolutely necessary, as it is exceptionally valuable. The team accepted the potions with care, stowing them away while nodding in acknowledgement. Sasuke took a bottle, examining it in his hand. Musing to himself, a potion worth 1 million, yet if it can save a life, it is worth the price. This captain, despite being wealthy, is quite generous with his teammates. With all arrangements in place, the captain signaled for the team to prepare, then approached the stone door, locating the hidden mechanism within the engravings and turning it forcefully. A resounding rumble echoed as the heavy stone door slowly creaked open, a chilling aura wafting from behind it. The group exchanged glances before the captain took the lead, stepping inside, followed closely by the others. Sasuke blended into the ranks, attentively surveying the surroundings. Behind the door lay a vast black hall, its towering ceiling obscured from view. The walls were adorned with numerous flickering blue candles, casting an eerie glow that elongated their shadows, adding an unsettling ambience to the space. "Be cautious and proceed slowly," the captain whispered, his spear poised and ready. The team advanced carefully within the hall, the cold black stone floor muffling their footsteps. After traversing several dozen meters, they noticed a high seat at the far end of the hall, seemingly sculpted from obsidian and intricately engraved. Perched upon that seat was a figure. The figure faced away from them, motionless and indistinct, but its tall stature suggested it was clad in a long black robe, emanating an inexplicable sense of oppression beneath the blue candlelight. "Is that the boss?" One team member couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, a hint of tension in their voice. The captain remained silent, signaling for everyone to halt, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the silhouette, poised for any potential developments. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the figure, attempting to gauge its strength. As the group inched closer, they soon realized that the figure was not merely a shadow but a knight encased in heavy armor. The armor was dark in hue, its surface marred with innumerable scratches, telling tales of countless battles. The captain stared at the knight in disbelief, his eyes widening with shock. "No, this cannot be. This is neither a wolf nor a tiger boss. This is a demon-level undead knight." The emergence of a demon-level boss was far beyond their expectations, exceeding the difficulty anticipated for a sea-level underground city. Just then, the previously motionless undead knight slightly moved its fingers. Following that, it gradually raised its head. Standing up from its seat, the clanking of armor echoing ominously in the silent hall. From its previously hollow eye sockets, a ghostly blue light flickered to life, resembling two burning will-o'-the-wisps, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. The undead knight had awakened. Kaishi instinctively tightened her grip on the cross, her incantation hastening. Beams of white light cascading upon her teammates, hoping to enhance their resilience. The captain forcibly steadied himself, gripping his long spear tightly, and shouted to the others, "Prepare the Huanhui medicine." Upon hearing the captain's command, the team members instinctively twisted open the caps of the Huanhui medicine bottles and drank eagerly. The blue liquid slid down their throats, imparting a refreshing sensation. Yet the anticipated feeling of rejection never arrived. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. "What is happening? Is the medicine ineffective?" One team member could not contain his panic, his voice laced with evident distress. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that his chakra was seemingly confined by an unseen force. He swiftly activated his Sharingan, the crimson tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes as his gaze swept across the entire hall. This time, he distinctly observed a translucent layer of pale purple light enveloping the room, resembling a transparent dome, sealing off all exits, a binding barrier. "There is a barrier," Sasuke stated gravely, his tone imbued with seriousness. "This room is shrouded in a sealing barrier. The Huanhui medicine must have been obstructed by it." "A barrier? How could such a thing exist?" The team erupted into chaos, panic-stricken discussions ensued, and some even instinctively recoiled, colliding with the stone pillar behind them, producing a dull thud. "Silence!" the captain bellowed, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tone, for panic would resolve nothing. "The failure of the Huanhui medicine indicates that we are trapped." He tightened his grip on the long spear, his gaze resolute. "We must fight now, for death awaits us otherwise." Kaisi's incantation ceased as she looked at the captain, although her complexion was pale. Her eyes radiated determination. "I will do my utmost to enhance everyone's buffs." The other team members gradually regained their composure. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. They all gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the slowly rising undead knight, ready for battle. Just as everyone braced themselves, a system notification echoed in Sasuke's mind. Detected B-grade boss, undead knight, level, LV 36, strength, 36, speed, 28, stamina, 26, magic power, 19, abilities, undying body, skeleton warhorse, soul drain, unhealable sword, host should proceed with caution. The undead knight slowly lifted his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his blue eyes. With a sudden swing of his right hand, a rusted longsword was drawn from his back, clanging against the captain's spear. The immense force numbed the captain's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Attack! The captain gritted his teeth and commanded. The team members immediately launched their offensive. Arrows whistled through the air towards the undead knight, but bounced off his armor, leaving only faint white marks. Kaisi began to chant once more, white light descending upon her teammates, enhancing their attack and defense. Sasuke remained at the back of the group, fulfilling the role of a fire elementalist. He waved his staff, seemingly casting fireball spells while secretly channeling chakra, sending a barrage of fireballs roaring towards the undead knight. The fireballs struck against the undead knight's armor, sizzling upon impact. Although they did not inflict substantial damage, they delayed the undead knight's movement slightly. Shinshin increased the firepower. The captain shouted while engaging the undead knight in combat. Sasuke responded affirmatively, amplifying his chakra output, unleashing larger fireballs towards the undead knight, creating opportunities for his teammates to attack. Thanks to the synergy cultivated through their training, the team coordinated remarkably well. The captain held the front line, while the others flanked from the sides, Kaisi's buffs continually enhancing their abilities, and Sasuke's fireballs accurately striking the undead knight, momentarily gaining the upper hand and hindering the undead knight's effective counterattacks. Just when everyone thought they could gradually wear down the undead knight's stamina, he suddenly let out a low, rumbling roar, emanating a thick black aura. Subsequently, the ground behind the captain cracked violently, and a skeleton warhorse engulfed in blue flames leapt from the fissure, its hooves thundering as it charged towards the unsuspecting captain. "Captain, be careful!" The team members cried out, but it was too late. The captain felt an overwhelming force from behind, and his body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the stone wall, blood spilling from his mouth, and his long spear slipping from his grasp, rendering him unable to continue fighting. This sudden turn of events threw the team into disarray, disrupting their attack rhythm. The skeleton warhorse landed firmly on the ground after colliding with the captain, its eyes ablaze with blue flames, appearing exceptionally menacing. The undead knight leapt onto the horse's back, sword in one hand and reins in the other, looking down at the group with cold, murderous intent in his blue eyes. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, a wave of despair beginning to permeate among the team members. Mounted on the skeleton warhorse, the undead knight's assault grew more ferocious. His longsword glimmered with an eerie blue light, each swing accompanied by a cutting wind. As if surrounded by the aura of death, this sword, known as the Unhealable Sword, possessed the terrifying ability to inflict wounds that could not heal. The team members soon experienced the consequences. One member's arm was sliced open by the sword, blood gushing forth, and despite Kaisi's fervent healing chants, the wound showed no signs of healing, leaving him helplessly watching the blood flow uncontrollably. Kaisi's healing abilities were rendered completely ineffective. Her forehead beaded with cold sweat as she switched her focus to enhancing strength and magic power, hoping to bolster her teammates' combat capabilities. The battle situation became overwhelmingly one-sided, with team members retreating step by step, each bearing injuries to varying degrees, their faces reflecting pain and despair. The undead knight's blue gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, quickly locking onto Kaisi, who had been providing support from the rear. He sensed that it was her presence that had allowed the team to persevere thus far. In the next moment, the skeleton warhorse reared up, letting out a piercing neigh, and with the undead knight transforming into a shadow, it lunged towards Kaisi. The undead knight raised the unhealable sword high, its tip aimed directly at Kaisi's head, the frigid murderous intent rendering her rigid, with no time to react. "Kaisi, be careful!" The team members shouted in alarm, their cries mingling with desperation, but the distance was too great for rescue. Just at that critical moment, a figure, swift as lightning, appeared beside Kaisi. Sasuke. He activated his body flicker technique, arriving at Kaisi's side just as the undead knight swung his sword, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and employing the technique once more, narrowly evading the deadly blade. The longsword struck the ground with a resounding crash, the stone floor instantly shattering as cracks spread like spiderwebs. Sasuke landed several meters away, holding Kaisi, who was still in shock, her pale face resting against him, with his rapid heartbeat echoing in her ears. The team members stood stunned, astonished that the seemingly lackadaisical Chunchun possessed such remarkable speed. The Wraith Knight gazed at his empty minions, a flicker of surprise flashing through his azure eyes, soon replaced by a ferocious killing intent. Sasuke, firmly holding onto Kaisi, could not help but mutter to himself, I initially intended to tag along with this team just to scavenge some loot and repay Shia. But how did I suddenly find myself entangled in such a troublesome affair? He glanced down at Kaishi, still trembling in his arms, then cast a fleeting look at the teammates ensnared in dire straits. Sighing, he thought to himself, well, I did stow away here. I cannot simply watch them perish. I must lend a hand. With that resolve, Sasuke gently set Kaishi down, distancing her from the heart of the battle. In the next moment, his Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan erupted into brilliance, the Tomo spinning rapidly as it fixated on the Wraith Knight not far away. A fierce smile graced Sasuke's lips as he declared, "Let me see what you are truly capable of." Chapter 13. Let the playtime come to an end. Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he uttered 2 words, Chidori. As the words left his mouth, a surge of blue electricity coalesced within his palm, crackling and emitting a sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds. Its dazzling glow piercing through the dimly lit hall. What is that? How can Chunshin possess lightning? The teammates stared in disbelief, their faces a canvas of incredulity. They recalled Chunshin as a fire element mage, yet this violent tempest of lightning seemed utterly disconnected from flames. Confusion reigned in their minds. What had transpired? In an instant, Sasuke propelled himself forward, resembling an arrow released from a bow, brandishing his Chidori as he charged at the Wraith Knight. The Wraith Knight, enraged, let out a furious roar, advancing on his skeletal steed. Just as they were about to collide, Sasuke deftly sidestepped, evading the Wraith Knight's sword strike, and brought his Chidori crashing down upon the skeletal steed with devastating force. Zzz. The electricity surged throughout the steed's body, its bony frame splintering under the onslaught of the violent lightning. The blue flames extinguished instantaneously, transforming the once mighty skeletal steed into a mere heap of shattered bones. The Wraith Knight, now without his mount, lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, producing a dull thud. The teammates stood agape, exchanging bewildered glances, as if awakening from a dream. Did I see that correctly? One teammate rubbed his eyes, murmuring, "Our fire element mage just conjured lightning and obliterated the skeletal steed in an instant." This unexpected turn of events left them momentarily stunned, as if witnessing an absurd dream unfold before them. The Wraith Knight rose from the ground, his armor scraping audibly, fury blazing in his blue eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Sasuke and unleashed a deafening roar, causing the entire hall to tremble in response. Sasuke heard the system's alert. The Wraith Knight is now in a state of rage. All attributes temporarily increased. Faced with the empowered Wraith Knight, Sasuke displayed no fear. Instead, a hint of disdain crossed his features. Without turning, he shouted to his companion behind him, "Little horse, lend me your sword." The swordsman named Xiaolong, momentarily taken aback, replied in confusion, "What are you talking about, Chunshin? I'm Xiaolong. Besides, you're an elementalist. You can't be serious about fighting him with a sword, right?" Despite his myriad questions, Xiaolong instinctively unsheathed his sword and tossed it towards Sasuke, compelled by the powerful aura emanating from him. The long sword arced through the air, landing precisely before Sasuke. He grasped the hilt firmly. The cold sensation traveled through his palm. After testing the sword's weight, his gaze sharpened further. Seeing Sasuke wield the sword only fueled the Wraith Knight's fury. He roared and swung the cursed sword, charging once more at Sasuke. Gripping the sword tightly, Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he resolved to forego ninjutsu for the moment, eager to test his hand-to-hand prowess. He activated his Sharingan to its fullest potential, the crimson Tomo spinning fiercely as it locked onto the approaching Wraith Knight. The Wraith Knight swung the cursed sword, the wind whistling menacingly towards Sasuke. He deftly sidestepped, evading the blade with a narrow margin. In the next heartbeat, he twisted his wrist, thrusting the sword toward the gaps in the Wraith Knight's armor. Clang! The sword clashed against the armor, producing a jarring metal sound. The Wraith Knight winced in pain and retaliated with a sweeping strike. Sasuke ducked low, countering with a kick aimed at the Wraith Knight's knee. The battle escalated into a fierce exchange, swordlight flashing as each clash brimmed with peril. With the advantage of his Sharingan, Sasuke adeptly dodged the Wraith Knight's attacks, while continuously seeking opportunities to counter. The hall echoed with the sounds of clashing metal and the whoosh of weapons slicing through the air. The teammates watched in astonishment, never having imagined that the seemingly delicate Chunshin could be so formidable in close combat. In the heat of battle, the Wraith Knight's sword suddenly shifted tactics, slicing at an awkward angle across Sasuke's cheek. Sasuke reacted swiftly, his head snapping back just in time, yet a thin line of blood welled from the wound. At that very moment, Sasuke seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce slash toward the Wraith Knight's arm. A crack resounded as half of the Wraith Knight's arm was severed. Plummeting to the ground, the blue ethereal flames extinguished. Just as the teammates were about to cheer, they witnessed the severed arm dissolve into a wisp of black smoke, rejoining the Wraith Knight's stump. In the blink of an eye, the Wraith Knight's arm was restored, as if the prior injury had never existed. Sasuke's pupils constricted, realization dawning upon him. This was soul absorption. As long as he inflicted damage, the Wraith Knight could recover. Observing the seemingly unscathed Wraith Knight, he could not help but admire. No wonder he is a demon-grade boss. Such a troublesome ability. With a flicker of thought, Sasuke accessed the system interface, swiftly scanning the skill list. Soon, one skill caught his attention: basic healing technique. This is it. Without hesitation, he opted to learn it. And the system chimed. Would you like to spend 400 dragon coins to learn basic healing technique? Yes. Upon confirmation, 400 dragon coins were deducted, and a flood of information regarding the healing technique surged into his mind, as if he had practiced this art for years. Balance: 200 dragon coins. 205 Z country coins. Sasuke glanced at the wound on his cheek, attempting to gather chakra in his palm, invoking the newly learned basic healing technique. A pale green light enveloped the injury, yet no signs of healing emerged. As expected, it won't work, Sasuke murmured, his realization dawning. The power of the cursed sword would likely only be lifted after defeating the Wraith Knight's true form. Looking at the unchanged wound, he sighed softly, inwardly lamenting. What a waste of 400 dragon coins. He shrugged and muttered, oh well, it doesn't matter. As the words fell, the enraged Wangling Qishir emitted a thunderous roar, channeling all its might into the Buyuji Jian, transforming it into a bolt of black lightning, and launched its final charge, vowing to slay the one who had provoked it repeatedly. No. Kaishi's face turned pale with fear as she cried out in despair. However, just as the Buyuji Jian was about to strike Zuju, the three Tomo Shing in Zuju's eyes underwent a sudden transformation, revealing intricate and bizarre patterns within the crimson pupils. The three Tomo vanished entirely, replaced by the eternal kaleidoscope Shing. You have already bored me, Wangling Qishir, he whispered, his gaze as icy as frost. Let us end this charade. Suzhou Ninghu. With these four words, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Zuju's being. A purple skeletal structure rapidly coalesced around him, enveloping him entirely in an instant. The Wangling Qishir's Buyuji Jian struck the skeletal frame, producing a dull thud, yet it left not a single mark. In the next moment, an even more potent chakra surged forth from Zuju, spreading outward like a tsunami. The Wangling Qishir felt an overwhelming force strike it, propelling its body backward several steps before regaining its stance, astonishment filling its blue eyes. Following this, countless threads of blood and flesh began to spread from the purple skeleton, as if imbued with life, swiftly filling every crevice of the frame. Bone and flesh intertwined and merged, emitting subtle sounds, as the originally cold skeleton gradually took on a semblance of life. In mere moments, a towering half-giant of purple material manifested within the grand hall, completely shrouding Zuju's form. The giant's lines were smooth, its armor detailed, exuding an awe-inspiring and majestic aura that made the very air within the hall feel as though it had solidified. Zuju, at the core of this giant, coldly observed the Wangling Qishir from a distance, a chilling smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, the immense pressure emanating from Zuju expanded as if tangible, suffocating all present. The team members gaped in silence, unable to utter a sound, as if they had forgotten how to breathe, their bodies bending uncontrollably downward in a posture of reverence, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Kaishi, in particular, covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never imagined that Shinshin Jie possessed such terrifying power. Meanwhile, the Wangling Qishir began to undergo a transformation under this oppressive force. Cracks appeared in its once impenetrable armor, the sound of splintering echoing through the air. And for the first time, fear flickered in its blue eyes. Just as the Wangling Qishir was rendered sluggish by the weight of the pressure, the massive purple hand of Suzhou Ninghu shot downward, striking the Wangling Qishir with a force that shattered its body like fragile porcelain, scattering it into countless black fragments, extinguishing the blue ghostly flames, thus concluding the battle. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of those present and the low hum of Suzhou Ninghu. Task completed. Conquer the mysterious time dungeon. Task reward. Luck value 3 Chapter 14. How can there be someone more ferocious than my readers? As the battle concluded, Suzhou Ninghu remained active around Zuju, though he had reverted to his original form. He turned his back to the others, leaving them with a slender yet upright silhouette. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zuju's mind. You have successfully defeated the Wangling Qishir. This dungeon has been cleared. Zuzhu nodded slightly, contemplating silently. I had intended to use Tianzhao on the now turned to ash Wangling Qishir just to be sure of its demise. The next instant, a gray stone appeared in Zuzhu's hand. Neither too large nor too small, heavy in his palm. The system's prompt sounded once more. Undiscovered raw stone detected. Source: Dungeon completion reward. Zuzhu glanced at the gray stone in his hand, realizing that it was likely the reward for defeating the dungeon boss. After weighing it briefly, he could not discern its particular merits, so he resolved to stow it away for the time being. The others behind him remained in shock, gazing at the unfamiliar silhouette, momentarily unable to utter a word. The cataclysmic power just displayed, coupled with Zuzhu's sudden transformation, left their minds in disarray. Yet, in the next moment, a chorus of exclamations erupted from behind him. Wow, is this the completion reward? Such beautiful crystals. Zuzhu discreetly glanced back to find that each person held something shimmering golden in their hands, crystals and jade pendants that appeared to be of considerable value. Yet, upon looking at the gray stone in his grasp, it was evident it was different from the rest. Just then, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Dungeon completion rewards are randomized. The stone just acquired by the host is an undiscovered raw stone. Given that it was dropped by a ghost-level boss, it is highly likely to be a precious rare gem. Zuzhu's heart surged with delight. A rare gem? Splendid. I, Uchiha Zuzhu, will no longer need to resort to seducing elder sisters for a living. However, Kaishi took a deep breath, summoning her courage to step forward and softly inquire. May I ask who you truly are? Upon hearing this, Zuzhu shook his head. Another girl infatuated with me? Alas, my charm is truly wasted on her. She is destined for heartbreak. After all, he was planning to make his exit. He did not turn around, but merely uttered 2 words softly, Jiana. As soon as he spoke, Zuzhu deactivated Suzhou Nunghu, and the purple giant dissipated into the air. He then activated the Shunshin technique, becoming a blurred afterimage that vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Kaishi reached out, seemingly wishing to say something more, but her hand grasped only air. She gazed in the direction Zuzhu had disappeared, her eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. The other team members slowly regained their composure, discussing among themselves the events that had just transpired, their faces marked by shock and disbelief. The swordsman known as Xiaolong approached Kaishi, who still stared in the direction of Zuzhu's disappearance, and scratched his head as he asked, Kaishi, did you understand what that mysterious person said? Kaishi snapped back to reality and nodded gently. Yes, it seems I have heard that language before. It appears to be goodbye in the Neon language. He must be from Neon. Xiaolong observed Kaishi's unmistakable look of disappointment, clearly sensing that this nun had developed feelings for the heroic actions of the young man. He discreetly wiped his nose, feeling the atmosphere grow awkward, and coughed lightly. It may not be appropriate for me to say this, especially since that person just saved us. But I can't help but think he might not be from Neon. Perhaps he is simply a typical Chinibyo. Chinibyo? Kaishi regarded Xiaolong with a puzzled expression, her clear eyes filled with confusion. What does Chinibyo mean? Observing the utterly bewildered expression on Kaishi's face, Xiaolong helplessly rubbed his forehead and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Forget it. Let us pretend I never said anything. Meanwhile, the other team members were still fervently discussing the recent battle, occasionally mentioning the mysterious figure who had suddenly unleashed astonishing power, their tones brimming with awe and curiosity. Sasuke darted swiftly across the rooftops of the city, the tiles beneath his feet producing faint sounds with each step. He moved with the agility of a black streak of lightning, leaping and bounding between the closely packed houses. The system indicated that the unidentified raw stone could only be appraised at a specialized stone identification institution. Thus, he was hurrying to locate such a place. As he ran, Sasuke halted abruptly, retrieving the dull gray stone from his pocket. After a moment's contemplation, he activated his Sharingan, his crimson pupils intensely focused on the raw stone, attempting to peer into its depths. To his surprise, regardless of how he concentrated, the Sharingan could only discern the stone's rough exterior, failing to unveil its inner secrets. The structure of this raw stone was rather peculiar. Raising an eyebrow, Sasuke felt an increased curiosity about the stone. It appeared he truly needed to visit the identification institution. Just as he was about to resume his journey, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. New task released. Hold assets exceeding 100,000 Z country coins. Task reward. Naruto's Sage Body. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, a joyful expression gracing his face. Finally, this troublesome system seemed to be of some use. Aware that he was on the verge of unearthing a great treasure, It had even preemptively issued an asset task, with the reward being the sage body akin to that of the Prince of Konoha, which was indeed commendable. In the original narrative, before the climactic battle at the Valley of the End, Naruto's power had already surpassed that of the Rinnegan Sasuke. At that time, even the author had to forcefully grant Sasuke a buff, allowing him to absorb the chakra of nine-tailed beasts, just to barely stand on equal footing with Naruto. Viewed from a contemporary perspective, Naruto's strength stemmed from being a numerical anomaly. The absurdly vast amount of chakra and the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the sage body were simply unreasonable. Sasuke, too, possessed various extraordinary mechanisms, such as Tiantially, which he could manipulate skillfully, and the Rinnegan, an existence of bug-level prowess. Yet, what difference did it make? When it came to facing Naruto, even the most formidable mechanisms felt like mere tickling, failing to inflict any damage, rendering them utterly useless. Moreover, based on his extensive experience in PvP gaming from his previous life, he understood that no matter how impressive the mechanisms were, if the numerical values did not match, they were futile, merely leading to a frustrating player experience. However, the numerical anomaly was indeed a true numerical powerhouse. Talent could not grant you 1,000 critical hits, but numbers certainly could. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sasuke involuntarily quickened his pace, the tiles beneath his feet racing by, stirring a gentle breeze. Soon, he spotted a shop with a sign advertising professional stone identification. He scrutinized the 4 characters for several seconds, sensing an aura of unreliability emanating from the shop's name, reminiscent of a small workshop set up to deceive the uninformed. Yet, contemplating his unfamiliarity with the city, he had been aimlessly running about. And who knew how long it would take to find another identification institution? After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke decided to step into the shop. As he pushed the door open, a faint scent of stone dust greeted him. The interior was adorned with numerous raw stones of varying sizes, with some stone identification tools piled in a corner. The shopkeeper was an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses, leisurely seated in a wicker chair, flipping through a thick stone compendium. Sasuke approached, cutting straight to the chase. "Old man, do you offer stone identification here?" The elderly man lazily raised his head, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting a bright light that obscured his eyes. He let out a soft grunt. "Humph, do today's youth not even know my name? Yes, Shizenling?" Upon hearing this name, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He widened his eyes and scrutinized the elderly gentleman, his tone imbued with respect. "What? You were such a formidable figure in your youth. I am truly in awe." The old man, amused by Sasuke's reaction, burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing in the small shop. "You lad, rather perceptive. But why do you keep staring at my lower half?" Sasuke quickly shook his head, seriously declaring, "Please do not misunderstand, old man. I am not a fan of the same gender, merely admiring the experiences of my seniors." Realizing the misunderstanding, the old man pointed a finger at Sasuke in mock irritation. "You young rascal, what nonsense is running through your mind? I was referring to the Yalong Stone. I once produced 13 Yalong Stones in a single night, hence the title." Sasuke, upon hearing this, elongated his tone in realization, exclaiming, "Oh." A look of enlightenment graced his face. He muttered to himself, "So that is how it is. I was wondering how anyone could be more impressive than my readers." The old man, observing Sasuke's demeanor, sighed in resignation. Today's youth truly have increasingly convoluted thoughts. "Now, tell me, what stone do you wish to identify?" Chapter 15. Left with not even a pair of underpants, Sasuke retrieved the unidentified raw stone he had obtained from the dungeon from his pocket and presented it to the elderly man. Upon seeing the raw stone, the old man's expression shifted immediately. He hastily donned another pair of reading glasses, his demeanor turning serious. He carefully accepted the raw stone, placing it under the light to inspect it meticulously, his fingers gently caressing its surface, occasionally taking a closer look through a magnifying glass. After a lengthy examination, the old man set down the magnifying glass and, with an air of skepticism, queried Sasuke, "This raw stone must have been dropped by a demon-level boss, right? Young man, where did you come by this?" Sasuke inwardly marveled at the old man's expertise. He could discern which boss dropped the stone. However, considering he had illicitly entered the dungeon, the origins of the stone were rather questionable. To avoid complications, Sasuke pondered for a moment and concluded there was only one explanation that could lend credibility to his story. Thus, he feigned calmness and replied, "Old man, this raw stone was gifted to me by an older sister." The old man scrutinized Sasuke from head to toe, noting his extraordinarily handsome face, and nodded appreciatively. Thinking to himself, "This lad indeed has the charm reminiscent of my youth." He then returned his gaze to the raw stone, carefully examining it while leisurely stating, "Young man, being handsome can afford you some shortcuts, but it is by no means the end of the journey. In my youth, I too was known as Ye Shizenlang." "Wait, old man, did you not just say that was the Yelong stone?" Sasuke quickly interrupted. The old man paused, then slapped his forehead, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Oh dear, I slipped up." Sasuke shook his head, inwardly muttering, "Indeed, this old gentleman is quite unorthodox." After further examining the raw stone for some time, the old man finally lifted his head to address Sasuke. "Young lad, generally speaking, the identification fee for a demon level boss S stone is around 1000 Z country coins. But at our private establishment, the fee can be reduced to 500 Z country coins. Is that acceptable to you?" Sasuke instinctively touched his groin, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He sheepishly remarked, "Sir, I currently have only 200 Z coins." The elderly man, upon hearing this, scrutinized Sasuke's handsome visage once more and, with a teasing tone, quipped, "Even being kept seems to leave you so impoverished?" Sasuke maintained a smile in response, though his mind raced with thoughts. On this frigid night, should I invoke Amaterasu to warm this gentleman's body, in order to showcase the virtues of our Konoha ninjas? Observing Sasuke's awkward yet feigned composure, the old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. Seeing you are a novice, I shall offer you a discount. Just 200 Z coins." Sasuke, feeling somewhat skeptical, mused to himself, "Why does this old man seem akin to my troublesome system, quoting a price based on my remaining funds?" However, he chose not to voice his thoughts, simply acquiescing. The old man then shifted from his light-hearted demeanor, placing the raw stone onto the analysis machine, his expression becoming one of intense concentration. Sasuke could distinctly sense that this usually frivolous old man transformed entirely upon commencing his work, a wave of professionalism enveloping him. The old man adeptly adjusted the machine's parameters, his gaze fixated upon the raw stone as if engaging in silent discourse with it. His hands wielded the analysis tools with precision and steadiness. Each incision was executed flawlessly, devoid of any superfluous motion. The intensity of his focus and his skilled technique inexplicably heightened Sasuke's own tension. He fixed his eyes on the raw stone, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably, even his breathing instinctively becoming more subdued. As the machine emitted a faint hum, the final layer of stone was stripped away. Suddenly, an iridescent white light erupted from the stone, illuminating the entire shop and momentarily blinding. The old man stumbled back in astonishment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Sasuke's heart leapt to his throat, his anxiety mounting as he stared unblinkingly at the stone, eagerly anticipating the revelation of some extraordinary treasure. Carefully, the old man extracted a completely white crystal from the raw stone. After examining it closely, he smirked and remarked, "What a disappointment. It's merely the most ordinary white crystal." Sasuke was momentarily stunned before he could not help but retort, "Then why all the commotion?" The old man defensively replied, "After all, this is my first time extracting such a lackluster white crystal from a demon class boss's raw stone. One cannot help but be surprised." Sasuke felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, his emotions akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. "How much can this white crystal be sold for?" he inquired. The old man scrutinized the white crystal under the light, leisurely responding, "Though it is the most common of crystals, one must admit, it truly reflects the quality of a demon class boss's raw stone. In terms of completeness, color, and texture, it is quite perfect. It should fetch around 10,000 to 20,000. Sasuke winced internally. Could we not emphasize that this came from a demon class boss? Despite his complaints, he considered that while this sum fell short of his 100,000 target, it would at least alleviate his immediate food and lodging concerns. Thus, he waved his hand, conceding, "Well, 10,000 to 20,000 will do. It's better than nothing. Will you purchase it?" he asked. The old man nodded affirmatively. "Sure, I'll offer you 15,000. I'll waive the analysis fee for you. How does that sound?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "You certainly know how to conduct business, old man." "Naturally. Business is all about mutual benefit," the old man replied, pride swelling in his demeanor. They proceeded to finalize the transaction smoothly. The old man counted out 15,000 Z coins and handed them to Sasuke, who took the money and exchanged it for the white crystal. Received 15,000 Z coins. Current balance, 200 long coins, 200 Z coins. Sasuke tucked the money into his pocket, inclined his head slightly to the old man, and without further ado, executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from the shop without a trace. The old man gazed at the empty doorway, stroking his beard, and murmured, "This lad seems to possess some talent." However, he quickly shook his head, examining the white crystal, muttering to himself, "What a pity that luck is so poor." A raw stone from a demon class boss yielded merely a white crystal worth 10,000 to 20,000. Quite a rarity indeed. It is worth noting that, typically, the earnings from clearing a C-class dungeon amount to millions. After deducting operational costs for the team and guild, as well as the share taken by the Anomaly Bureau, the net profit usually hovers around several hundred thousand. For someone like Sasuke, who earned merely 20,000 after defeating a demon-class boss, it equates to barely recouping the cost of entry into the dungeon. Thankfully, Sasuke had snuck in. Otherwise, he would have emerged with naught but his undergarments. With that, he stored the white crystal safely, returned to his wicker chair, and resumed perusing the hefty raw stone compendium, as if everything that transpired was merely an ordinary transaction. Thank you all for your attention. Chapter 16. Earning money is difficult, and so is eating excrement in the early morning. Shun Imo stood in the center of the street, precisely at the location of yesterday's C-class dungeon, which had been cleared. Beside him stood two subordinates, also clad in deep gray uniforms, busily adjusting their detection instruments. Shun Imo slightly bent forward, peering intently at the ground through his silver-rimmed half-frame glasses. His meticulously pressed gray uniform bore no creases, and the silver insignia of the investigation department on his left chest glinted in the sunlight, recording the surrounding energy fluctuations. Just yesterday, as the head of the Anomaly Bureau's action team, he received reports of a peculiar incident. A C-class team encountered a demon-class boss, the Death Knight, within the C-class dungeon's boss chamber, and they were rescued by a powerful mystery anomaly user skilled in disguise. In the past, Shun Imo would have dismissed such a flawed report without a second glance. It was common knowledge that only Wolf-class and Tiger-class bosses appeared in the C-class dungeon's boss chamber. This was as fundamental as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, a truth established since the dawn of human civilization. However, several recent incidents in City A have seen monsters of higher ranks emerging from lower-level dungeons. This established truth is being shattered. Since the dawn of human history, dungeons have existed. People venture into dungeons to slay bosses and obtain treasures. Conversely, should they be defeated, the monsters within those dungeons gain the right to escape into human territories. The recent incidents in City A exemplify this phenomenon, with low-level dungeons spawning high-tier monsters. After team failures, creatures that should have been confined underground have surged into the streets, resulting in civilian casualties. Shun Imo tapped his fingertips on his notebook, the ink of his pen darkening as he wrote. Behind the breakdown of common sense lies a more troublesome variable. Taking a deep breath, he removed his gloves, his slender fingers gently pressing against the ground. As he activated the Eye of Tracing ability, a faint blue light flickered in his pupils, and countless energy trajectories emerged like threads in his field of vision. Su Yuanji possesses the remarkable ability to perceive the residual energy trails of objects through touch. Any fluctuation of energy manifests before his eyes in luminous, colored strands, which can be traced back to their source. As the energy vibrations felt through his fingertips grew increasingly distinct, the chilling aura that belonged to Guag boss surged through his meridians, causing the lenses of Shun Mo's glasses to reflect a frosty light. Indeed, traces of Guag energy remained. He murmured softly, his pen swiftly sketching an energy spectrum in his notebook, the fluctuation frequency aligning perfectly with the database records of the Undead Knight. Shun Mo's pen glided across the pages as he detected the surrounding energy fluctuations, cross-referencing them with a list of C-class ability users. He muttered under his breath, correlating the detected energy signatures to the abilities of the team members. However, just as he was about to complete his records, his brows furrowed in sudden concern. He discovered two unusual energy fluctuations still present at the scene. One of these, according to the team leader's description, should belong to the mysterious ability user who had aided them. Even as mere residual energy, Shun Imo could distinctly sense the immense power contained within that fluctuation, akin to a turbulent undercurrent hidden beneath a tranquil lake. The other energy fluctuation, however, was tightly entwined with the energy of the Death Knight, its presence so faint it resembled a flickering candle in the wind. Had he not been intimately familiar with the energy characteristics of various boss entities, having etched their fluctuation patterns into his memory, he would certainly have overlooked this anomaly. Shun Imo adjusted his glasses and circled the trajectory of this peculiar energy with his pen, lightly tapping the paper with his fingertips, lost in thought. It seemed this energy fluctuation was the reason the Death Knight had appeared in the C-class dungeon, a place it would not typically belong. Perhaps the recent strange phenomena were beginning to reveal their mysteries. Shin-Imo pondered whether there might be a connection between the mysterious ability user and the strange energy fluctuations surrounding the Death Knight, or if the enigmatic ability user was indeed the root cause of all these anomalies. He circled the keywords mysterious ability user and Death Knight's unusual energy in his notebook, drawing a question mark between them. After a moment's contemplation, Shin-Imo closed his notebook, regardless of the circumstances. The mysterious ability user was the only lead he had and must be located swiftly. Meanwhile, the elusive ability user, Zoju, pursued by the Ability Bureau, was comfortably reclining in a private room at a foot spa establishment. A technician clad in a qipao knelt on a soft mat, skillfully kneading his ankles with just the right amount of pressure, while warm herbal water enveloped his calves, soothing him to his very bones. "Add more time," Zoju exclaimed, eyes glued to the movie screen on the wall, and ordered a serving of honey mustard-flavored fried chicken. Indeed, for an ordinary person, after earning a substantial sum of 15,000 Z-country coins the previous day, the prudent course of action would be to rent a place to live and set aside a few months' worth of living expenses. However, Zoju was resolute in his defiance of convention. The very first thing he did upon receiving the money was dash into a mobile phone store and purchase the latest model, the Fruit 28. When his fingertip glided across the smooth screen and successfully connected to the internet, he finally felt a sense of liberation from his previous primitive existence. Having resolved his internet issues, the remaining funds were naturally to be indulged in. Zoju promptly dove into the most extravagant foot spa he could find at the street corner, luxuriating there for 3 consecutive days. Add more time. Keep adding more. From the afternoon of the first day to the late hours of the third night, he switched through 3 different technicians, ordered 5 different flavors of fried chicken, and scrolled through 2 entire pages of movie options. The warm herbal bath rendered him languid, and the perfectly timed massages alleviated all his fatigue. Zoju reclined against the soft mat with his eyes half closed, wholeheartedly agreeing with the old adage, more time is bliss. And more time is even more bliss. If there was anything that displeased him over the 3 days, it was that the world's smartphones had advanced to the Fruit 28, while the signal bars in the upper right corner flickered erratically between red and green. There was also a rather peculiar situation. While it was common for male customers to take advantage of female technicians in foot spas, the opposite occurred with Zoju. Each of the older sisters who massaged his feet, while doing so, would unconsciously let their hands drift towards his thighs, later insisting they could provide special massage services at his home for free. This made Zoju feel somewhat violated. He began to contemplate whether he should use a transformation technique to appear as a different persona on his next visit, lest he seem like the one being exploited. The more he thought about it, the more plausible the idea became. It was essential for these older sisters to understand that earning money was hard, and indulging was not as easy. Zoju finally concluded his lengthy foot spa experience, and, ignoring the enthusiastic invitations of the female technicians to join them at home, vanished in an instant from the private room. "Hey, where did he go?" The female technicians lamented. That little brother was actually an ability user. So handsome and youthful. What a pity. Chapter 17. It turns out we are kindred spirits. Perhaps it was due to soaking his feet for too long, but when Zoju landed, his steps felt somewhat unsteady, his body soft like a bundle of cotton. He furrowed his brow and decided to leap onto the adjacent rooftop. The evening breeze swept through the city, dispersing his lingering lethargy. This place is quite pleasant. Zoju settled onto the roof ridge, allowing his long legs to dangle freely, the wind lifting his clothes in a manner far more fragrant than the foot spa's aromatherapy. Zoju strolled leisurely atop the rooftop, his toes gently tapping the tiles, moving silently. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted someone squatting on a nearby rooftop. The figure had their back to him, intently removing an old brick beneath their feet. The moment the brick was displaced, a faint yet distinct light shone through the opening, particularly striking against the night backdrop. Zoju raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised to encounter someone on a rooftop. Indeed, this was the world of abilities. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him as he quietly approached, half crouching beside the individual. "What are you looking at?" Before he could finish his sentence, his peripheral vision caught sight of the opening beneath the brick, and his expression darkened. The faint light emanated from the steam and moving figures inside a bathhouse. "Who is that?" The person suddenly turned around, their neatly cropped blue hair shimmering coldly in the moonlight. Just as the blue-haired man finished speaking, he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, glancing nervously downward, and whispered, "Oh no, I got too excited." He then looked at Zoju, quickly gesturing for silence with a finger to his lips, sighed melodramatically, and said softly, "Ah, we are kindred spirits. I can't do anything about you." He then reached over and moved another brick aside, revealing a similarly sized opening, making room for Zoju. A vein throbbed at Zoju's temple as he quickened his pace, creating a gust of wind. "Wait." The blue-haired man quickly pointed at Zoju, indicating his retreating figure, and exclaimed, "I'm called Fenglin." Zoju halted, increasingly perplexed by this individual who had so suddenly introduced himself. Who would confess their name after being caught peeping? There was no doubt about it. This person was certainly not all there. "Are you planning to have me report you to the authorities so they know whom to seek?" Fenglin, upon hearing this, merely revealed a cryptic smile, gently shaking his head. "I can sense from your eyes that we belong to the same kind." Huh. Sasuke furrowed his brow even tighter, utterly perplexed by the other's statement. This individual must not only be mentally unhinged, but also afflicted with delusions. Yet Fenglin seemed oblivious to Sasuke's confusion, continuing, "Think about it. What is our greatest commonality?" After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke replied, "Human." Fenglin's lips twitched slightly as he regarded the earnest Sasuke, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Your statement seems rather overly broad." Sasuke shook his head, speaking with utmost sincerity. "To be honest, after careful consideration, our sole commonality might simply be our species." Fenglin's smile widened, and he rubbed his forehead in resignation. "You make it sound as if I am utterly worthless. Nevertheless, it is rare to find a kindred spirit." "Who is your kindred spirit?" Sasuke retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling in protest. However, Fenglin appeared to disregard his outburst, leaning in closer and asking, "Hey, young man, what is your name?" "Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke tugged at the corners of his mouth, his tone flat, tinged with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Fenglin muttered, "So, you are indeed a fellow from Neon. Your style certainly has that distinct flavor. That remark is not something for you, the genuine voyeur, to say." Sasuke held his forehead, feeling that communicating with this person was an arduous task. Suddenly, Fenglin cupped his face with both hands and winked at Sasuke, exclaiming, "Let me share with you the greatest commonality between us." He paused deliberately, lifting his chin slightly with an air of pride as he proclaimed, "It is this face. Look at us. We are both rare specimens of handsome men, are we not?" "Huh." Sasuke was utterly taken aback, his expression conveying complete bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend the thought process of this man named Fenglin. However, prompted by Fenglin's comment, Sasuke instinctively scrutinized him. Previously, this fellow exuded an overwhelming aura of lewdness that rendered one indifferent to his appearance. Yet now, upon closer inspection, Fenglin possessed neatly cropped blue hair, fair skin, prominent brow bones, and a straight nose. Especially now, devoid of the peeping demeanor, he appeared unexpectedly handsome. Sasuke pressed his lips together, begrudgingly admitting to himself that this fellow might indeed be deserving of the label handsome. However, compared to the readers, he still fell short. Fenglin regarded Sasuke with a knowing expression and sighed, "Sasuke-kun, you must understand, due to being excessively handsome, I have been pursued by numerous girls and subjected to various forms of harassment daily. Over time, I gradually lost interest in women." Sasuke, upon hearing this, earnestly clarified, "To set the record straight, I am not disinterested in women. I am merely a minor." Fenglin burst into laughter. "Sasuke-kun, you are truly humorous." Sasuke chose silence, his thoughts silently asserting, "No, I am being serious." Fenglin, suppressing his laughter, stated earnestly, "In short, I was once in a prolonged slump, entirely disinterested in the opposite sex." "That is merely a matter of nurturing your stomach," Sasuke retorted mercilessly. Fenglin appeared not to hear Sasuke's remark, continuing on his own, until one day, as usual, I was strolling on the rooftop, expecting another mundane day. Sasuke could only nod in acknowledgement. "Yes, indeed, you ended up on the rooftop." Fenglin continued, "But suddenly, I discovered that a brick on the rooftop had vanished. Perhaps it was blown away by the wind, or for some other reason, it simply disappeared." Fenglin's eyes sparkled, his tone becoming particularly animated. "Thus, driven by a desire to cover the gap, I moved closer to investigate, and then I opened the door to a new world." As he spoke, it was as if a grand portal truly opened behind him, enveloped in a faint white light, his face adorned with a mix of reverence and excitement. In that moment, I felt my previously dormant heart begin to beat anew. The thrill of pursuing the unattainable ignited an intense rush within me. At that moment, I grasped the essence of humanity. Sasuke's lips twitched at the absurdity of it all. "Peeping led you to comprehend the meaning of life?" Fenglin, with a serious demeanor, elevated his theory, stating, Humanity is this species that disregards what is easily attainable yet longs fervently for the distant and elusive. Sasuke curled his lip. This guy is utterly beyond redemption. Fonglin enthusiastically shifted to the side, patting a nearby tile. Why not give it a try, Sasuke-kun? I assure you it will lead you to open the door to a new world. Sasuke was about to decline when he caught a glimpse of Fenglin's eyes, which, once frivolous, now shone with an astonishing brilliance, his fervent gaze seemingly piercing through one's very being. An inexplicable force washed over him, compelling him to swallow back his words of refusal. To his own bewilderment, Sasuke found himself softly uttering a reluctant agreement. Fenglin's voice, like a devil's whisper, resonated in his ear, laced with an enchanting allure. Come closer, Sasuke-kun, just take a peek. Sasuke unconsciously swallowed hard, his body seemingly acting of its own volition as he slowly bent down, inching toward the opening. The coolness of the tile seeped through his clothing, yet he felt a flush creeping upon his cheeks, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Just as Sasuke's gaze was about to cross the threshold, a slippery bar of soap came hurtling through the air with a whoosh, landing squarely on his face with a resounding smack. The icy soap liquid cascaded down his cheek, and before he could react, a clear, furious female voice echoed from below. There's been commotion up here for a while. I knew someone was peeping. Capture the voyeur. Don't let him escape. The scene erupted below, filled with furious shouts and rushing footsteps converging towards the rooftop. Sasuke hastily wiped his face. The soap had not struck him hard, but his face was covered in a sticky foam, which was particularly bothersome. Frowning, he attempted to straighten up, only to notice, out of the corner of his eye, that Fonglin had vanished without a trace, clearly having slipped away long before. Damn it, that scoundrel, Sasuke muttered under his breath, feeling the veins on his forehead pulse. Little did he expect to be outmaneuvered for the second time, and in such a manner. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment, inheritor of the lustful immortal, evaluation. Although Sasuke has traversed souls, he seems to have adopted Naruto's antics. Haki, you rascal. Chapter 18. S-Class abilities. The rooftop of the Anomaly Bureau lay immersed in the night, a helicopter's rotor blades spinning languidly, stirring the coolness of the evening air. Dressed in a suit, Zaoben stood on tiptoe, glancing at the inky horizon before lowering his gaze to his glowing watch, his brow furrowing into a knot. Mr. Linfeng is already 10 minutes late. He scratched his head, murmuring softly. In the next moment, a faint azure temporal rift quietly opened behind Zaoben, and Linfeng stepped out from within, his neatly styled blue hair shimmering softly in the night, causing the night breeze to flutter the hem of Zaoben's suit. Wow! Zaoben jumped 3 feet in surprise, turning to see Linfeng, his face instantly lighting up. Mr. Linfeng, you have finally arrived. Linfeng nodded slowly, his gaze settling on the white trench coat cradled in Zaoben's hands. Promptly, Zaoben handed over the coat, and Linfeng accepted it with a smile, effortlessly draping it over his shoulders. As they engaged in casual conversation, they boarded the helicopter. The cabin door gradually closed, and the engine roared to life. Zaoben fastened his seatbelt and couldn't help but inquire, what exactly was Mr. Linfeng up to just now? Leaning back in his seat, Linfeng, with a hint of amusement, replied, nothing much, just encountered an intriguing individual on the way. Zaoben opened his mouth to ask more, but reconsidered. Mr. Linfeng was known for his reticence about many matters, so questioning him would likely yield no fruitful answers. With a resigned sigh, Zaoben shifted his demeanor to a more serious tone, stating, Mr. Linfeng, our destination this time is F City, and the journey will take approximately 1 hour. A dragon-class boss has appeared there. The scene shifted, and the helicopter pierced through the clouds, hovering above F City. The once vibrant city lay in ruins, with entire structures reduced to crumbling debris. A haze of dust lingered over the desolation, as streets once bustling with life were now choked with rubble, leaving behind a haunting silence. At the center of this wasteland stood a partially shattered colossal tower, entwined by the dragon-class boss, Dashi. Its 1,000-meter-long body, cloaked in dark green scales, gleamed with a cold, hard sheen under the moonlight. 7 uniquely shaped heads reared in various directions, their crimson vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread with every breath. Zaoben clung to the helicopter's window, peering down with uncontrollable trembling, his voice quivering. Mr. Linfeng, look. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and flipped open his notebook, reciting, Dragon-class boss, Dashi, has a body that can span the entirety of F City, with its surface portion extending over 1,000 meters and a diameter of about 100 meters. Its scales are as impenetrable as obsidian. It resembles a giant python but possesses 7 heads, each of a different shape, Lin Feng noted, gazing at the looming behemoth below. Zhao Ben, your intelligence gathering is commendable. Zhao Ben swallowed hard, his fingers swiftly moving across the notebook as he added. Dashi was originally the chief boss of the S-class underground dungeon, Shijiayuangu. And tonight at 8 p.m., it abruptly left the dungeon and began wreaking havoc on the surface of F-City. He paused, his brow furrowing even more tightly. According to the dungeon's rules, a boss can only leave if someone fails to challenge the dungeon, granting it the right to emerge. Thus, it can be preliminarily inferred that someone illegally entered Shijiayuangu and was defeated by Dashi, allowing this malevolent entity to surface. He closed the notebook. Urgency creeping into his tone, Mr. Lin Feng, bosses that have left the dungeon become significantly stronger. Please exercise caution. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the coiled Dashi below, his expression still calm. Suddenly, several dark figures erupted from the clouds, enveloping the helicopter. Zhao Ben's pupils constricted, instantly recognizing the unwelcome guests. Leading the charge was the Ing Rin Tang Long, entirely black with scythe-like forelimbs glinting with cold light, blending almost seamlessly with the shadows as it flapped its wings. The Jingxiu Jusho was covered in diamond-shaped crystals that refracted blinding light, its immense form exuding a heavy sense of oppression. The Lei Dian Long Ma, with a mane that crackled with blue arcs, trod upon the void, producing a crackling sound with each step. These were ghost-level monsters. Zhao Ben exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? We are hundreds of meters above the ground. His heart raced, his complexion pale, his mind blank. He felt as though doom was imminent. Lin Feng raised a finger, making a sweeping gesture in the air. His calm voice laced with nonchalance. Kong Hen Jijia. Invisible rifts in space opened like a spider's web, with faint blue lines of cutting energy ensnaring the 3 monsters. Just as the scythe of the Ing Rin Tang Long was about to strike, its body was severed into several segments. The surface crystals of the Jingxiu Jusho shattered instantly, its massive form reduced to crystalline shards in the spatial maelstrom. The electric arcs of the Lei Dian Long Ma were torn apart along with its mane before they could even unleash their fury. In the next moment, the remains and blood of the ghost-level monsters exploded in mid-air, raining down in a chaotic shower. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and turned his head, a relaxed smile still gracing his features as he looked at Zhao Ben and asked, "What's the matter? Are you too tense?" Zhao Ben finally regained his composure. Gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat, Lin Feng's gaze transcended the blood rain, returning to the Dashi on the ground. As his eyes locked onto the 7 menacing heads, he caught sight of a metallic figure hovering beside the giant snake, an individual entirely clad in silvery gray armor, with thrusters on its back emitting faint purple flames. In the next instant, the figure's right arm transformed into a cannon, unleashing a searing energy beam aimed directly at Dashi's scales. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing the trajectory of the attack, murmuring softly, "A cyborg? Is this an envoy from Fangzhou?" The energy beam collided with Dashi's scales, erupting in a blinding flash of fire, enveloping the area in smoke. However, as the smoke dissipated, it became clear that Dashi's scales remained unscathed, the cyborg's attack inflicting no damage but fully capturing Dashi's attention. In unison, the 7 heads of Dashi pivoted towards the helicopter's direction, their crimson vertical pupils locking onto Lin Feng. It was acutely aware that amidst all present, the only entity capable of posing a threat was the blue-haired human. With a deafening roar that reverberated across the heavens, Dashi's 1,000-meter-long body surged upward, stretching towards the sky, its colossal form blotting out the sun in a display of terror. As the gaping maw filled with jagged teeth loomed closer, Lin Feng remained composed, stating calmly, "Are you planning to deal with me first?" A wise choice indeed. He paused, surveying the debris below, and continued, "However, this works out well. After all, my Kong Hen Jijia can cut through space for transportation, but we can't allow the helicopter to approach this beast." A smile graced Lin Feng's lips. "By coming directly for me, you've spared me the trouble of figuring out how to descend." Before his words had fully settled, he leaped from the helicopter's door. "Mr. Lin Feng!" Zhao Ben cried in alarm, half his body hanging out of the cabin in a desperate shout. In the roaring wind of descent, Lin Feng gathered a ghostly blue light in his palm, and instantly, countless spatial rifts erupted around him like a flurry of invisible blades. "Kong Hen Jijia." His whisper was drowned out by the wind. Just as the gaping maw was about to engulf him, it suddenly erupted, sending forth a spray of crimson flesh and shattered teeth. Lin Feng accelerated downwards, and wherever he passed, Dashi's colossal form exploded in midair, its 1,000-meter-long body disintegrating into a rain of blood, akin to a gruesome firework display against the night sky. With the main body obliterated, Dashi was rendered into mere remnants of flesh. The 6 heads, having lost their significance, hung lifelessly, crashing heavily onto the debris-strewn ground and stirring up a massive cloud of dust that obscured the night sky. As the dust gradually settled, the scene amidst the ruins was revealed. Lin Feng stood resolutely atop one of the remaining heads, his azure hair gently swaying in the night breeze, while the moonlight cascaded upon him, delineating his clear silhouette. He lifted his gaze towards the helicopter above and called out, "Yo, Zhao Ben, over here." Inside the helicopter, Zhao Ben slumped helplessly in his seat, his eyes wide as he beheld Lin Feng in the darkness below, his lips trembling as he stammered. Is this the S-rank ability user, Jihan?" Lin Feng perched casually with his legs crossed on the head of Dashi, the cold scales brushing against his white coat, the night wind swirling with the scent of blood whispering past his ears. Not far off, Zhao Ben, drenched in sweat, shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Move quickly. Bring over the collection container. Watch out for those scales." He directed the hurried personnel from the Ability Bureau to manage the remains of Dashi. Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke, his voice drifting lazily through the air. "Zhao Ben, do you really believe this incident was merely due to someone illegally entering Shijiayuangu and failing in their quest?" Zhao Ben turned sharply, pointing at Lin Feng in urgency. "Mr. Lin Feng, please come down from that head. The transport team is on their way, and this needs to be sent to the special processing facility." Oh, Lin Feng replied, immediately rising and jumping down. Zhao Ben regarded him with a look of resignation and inquired, "So, Mr. Lin Feng, have you come to any conclusions?" With his hands nestled in the pockets of his coat, Lin Feng slowly articulated, "Typically, S-rank dungeons are substantial targets for eradication, often necessitating the collaboration of 1 or 2 guilds, usually comprising around 30 individuals. Unless one possesses the capability of an S-rank ability user like myself, it is improbable to tackle an S-rank dungeon with a minimal number of participants." Zhao Ben nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, however, there are only 4 S-rank ability users, including Mr. Lin Feng, within the Ability Bureau. Such overwhelming combat power is simply unattainable." Lin Feng suddenly pointed at Zhao Ben. "Precisely, Zhao Ben, therein lies the crux. To single-handedly confront an S-rank dungeon, one must at least possess the strength of an S-rank ability user." His finger lightly tapped against the fabric of his coat pocket, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. The instigator of the unauthorized challenge against Shijiayuangu, which led to Dashi escaping the dungeon, neither possesses the prowess of an S-rank ability user nor the numbers of a large guild. He met Zhao Ben's gaze, his eyes sharp as a blade. In other words, this perpetrator must have willingly perished in Shijiayuangu, thus granting Dashi the opportunity to break free from the dungeon's confines. Willingly perish there? Zhao Ben's pupils constricted, as if drenched in icy water, his eyes widening in sudden terror. "Mr. Lin Feng, are you suggesting that someone deliberately allowed Dashi to kill them, solely to enable it to escape the dungeon?" Zhao Ben's voice trembled, filled with an uncontrollable quiver. As he pressed, "Who would do such a thing?" Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He furrowed his brow, sinking into contemplation. Frankly, his mind was a chaotic muddle at this moment. The recent bizarre incidents were far too numerous. First, there was an appearance of a leader incongruous with the dungeon's level. And now Dashi had abruptly departed the dungeon, laying F City to waste. What connection lay among these successive events? As he pondered, fatigue washed over him. He shook his head, and suddenly the image of the youth he encountered on the rooftop emerged in his mind, leaving him to wonder if he had successfully escaped. The thought of the boy's earnest gaze elicited an involuntary smile from Lin Feng. As he mused within, it is rare to find a kindred spirit in Neon. How I long to cast aside these tedious tasks and guide that boy into the realm of new possibilities. Chapter 19. The boy and the girl. The night enveloped the streets like a velvet cloth steeped in ink, gently draping over the lanterns lining either side. Sasuke and Shuya walked side by side along the cobbled path, the hem of their yukatas brushing lightly against the ground with each step, the clatter of their wooden clogs resonating in the air. The warmth lingering from the bathhouse had yet to dissipate, and the evening breeze carried a refreshing comfort. Achoo! Sasuke suddenly let out a loud sneeze, raising a hand to rub his nose. Shuya turned her head, the lantern's glow casting a soft outline on her face. "What is wrong, Sasuke? Are you catching a cold?" Sasuke shook his head, though his brow slightly furrowed. "I don't know. It just feels like there's a rather unsavory person thinking about me. Shuya couldn't help but laugh, the cherry blossom patterns on her yukata swaying with her amusement. That's impossible. You're probably just affected by the steam from the bathhouse. Clearly in high spirits, Shuya skipped ahead a few paces, her movements causing the sash of her yukata to flutter like a butterfly taking flight. Sasuke gazed at the golden crown of her hair, the tips still glistening with droplets of water, shimmering in the lantern's light. He lagged slightly behind, musing to himself. The harmonious scene before him could be traced back to 2 hours prior. 2 hours earlier, atop the rooftop of the bathhouse's back street. As Sasuke steadied himself, he heard a woman's shrill cry from below. Catch the peeping Tom. He right on the rooftop. His heart sank. Before he could even defend himself, a dozen women clad in yukatas emerged, brandishing wooden basins. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sasuke hastily leapt off the rooftop and sprinted down the alley. Don't let him get away. The cacophony of shouts behind him mingled with the rapid clattering of clogs. Relying on his agility, Sasuke maneuvered through the alley, but those women, who appeared delicate on ordinary days, now pursued him with relentless fervor. He couldn't help but think to himself, women truly are a species brimming with boundless potential. Just as he was about to be cornered, Sasuke's expression sharpened, and he took off in earnest. His feet quickened, darting like a specter between the walls, and in mere moments, he distanced himself from the pursuing crowd. Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing to find a hiding spot, his foot unexpectedly slipped on a banana peel carelessly discarded by someone. Damn, who threw this banana peel? The sensation of weightlessness hit him, and he couldn't help but curse as he crash-landed onto the ground. Sasuke grimaced as he rose, brushing the dust off his yukata, only to hear the familiar sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Those women had somehow caught up again. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue, mulling, "This is ridiculous. I'll need to use my Sharingan to escape next time." As he lifted his gaze, his eyes froze. In front of the crowd stood Shuya, her yukata collar still damp with steam from the bathhouse, and beside her was her close friend, Shuweiwei. Both wore expressions of sheer astonishment as they stared at him. Sasuke felt a buzzing in his head, as though the sky had collapsed upon him. To be mistaken for a peeping Tom was already unfortunate enough, but to do so in front of his classmate, Shuya? He had merely intended to skip a few days of school to relish the joys of his new life after traversing dimensions. But now it seemed he wouldn't be attending school at all. Perhaps he would need to transfer instead. A thought flashed through Sasuke's mind. Should he use his Sharingan to erase their memories of this incident? However, using it on innocent bystanders was not typically the way of a young man like him. Before he could solidify his thoughts, a crowd had already gathered around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Sasuke's shoulders slumped, and despair enveloped his heart. Let it be, world, let it perish. The few sisters at the forefront, upon catching sight of his face, gasped in astonishment. Is this adorable little brother really the peeping Tom? His skin is so fair, and his eyes are rather beautiful. He doesn't seem to be of age yet. Could there be a mistake? Their discourse bore a hint of evident skepticism. At this moment, Shuya hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward, softly declaring, "That Sasuke is my classmate. He is not that kind of person. Could it be a misunderstanding?" Sasuke felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, eagerly nodding. Yes. I merely intended to visit the bathhouse for a soak, but I don't know what happened. You all suddenly appeared, and in my fright, I ran away." He deliberately adopted a tone tinged with the innocence of a wronged little brother, his eyes radiating a semblance of innocence. This endearing demeanor caused the surrounding sisters to feel a rush of affection, dissipating much of their initial anger. Some even felt an irresistible urge to ruffle his hair. Meanwhile, Shuya was somewhat surprised. In her memory, Sasuke had always been aloof and taciturn, and she had not expected him to possess such an adorable side. Oh dear, how could such a charming little brother be a peeping Tom? Surely, we must have been mistaken. One sister clad in a pink yukata was the first to laugh, her tone brimming with affection. Another sister with curly hair chimed in. Exactly. Look at how well-behaved he is. To make amends, little brother, why don't you join us for a bath? It just so happens that we have a mixed bath here. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was about to decline, but his wrist was firmly grasped by a tall sister beside him. Come on, don't be shy. Experience it. The sisters won't bully you. Everyone chattered excitedly, ushering Sasuke in the direction of the bathhouse. Encircled in the midst of this jubilant crowd, Sasuke could only helplessly shuffle his feet, inwardly lamenting, I merely wanted to catch my breath after soaking my feet for too long, and now I am being dragged off to a bath again. Naturally, it would be bizarre for Sasuke to comply with the sisters' wishes. As fortune would have it, the power supply to the mixed bathing pool mysteriously malfunctioned, allowing Sasuke the rare opportunity to enjoy the male bath all alone. After finishing his bath, he emerged, feeling as though all his energy had been sapped. Murmuring lifelessly, "I never want to take a bath again in this lifetime." Just as he reached the entrance of the bathhouse, he spotted Shiya and Chu Weiwei, both dressed in traditional yukatas. Their faces bore a slight flush, and upon seeing Sasuke, they greeted him in unison. "Good evening, Sasuke." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Why are you both wearing yukatas from Neon?" Shiya chuckled and explained, "This shop has a variety of yukata styles. After encountering you, we thought we'd give Neon's yukatas a try. They feel quite comfortable." Chu Weiwei nodded in agreement. "Yes. The fabric is very light and cool to wear." Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? That is quite nice." While he responded, he quietly contemplated, "However, I have never worn a Neon yukata, considering I am technically reborn. Wait a moment, I remember that in Neon, one is not supposed to wear undergarments with a yukata." As this thought crossed his mind, Sasuke's gaze involuntarily swept over the two girls' yukatas, wrapped beneath their towels. The curvatures of Shiya and Chu Weiwei's figures drew forth from him a murmured remark. "It seems they are indeed enjoying a splendid life." Observing Sasuke in his ordinary attire, Shiya suddenly proposed, "Sasuke, why not try a yukata from your hometown? The store just so happens to have styles suitable for boys, albeit perhaps not entirely authentic." Sasuke nodded, "Sure." After changing into the yukata, the deep blue fabric adorned with simple cloud patterns accentuated his tall frame. Shiya gazed at the youth before her, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. The trio strolled down the street, the evening breeze caressing them, causing the hem of their yukatas to sway gently. Midway, Chu Weiwei abruptly halted, smiling as she said, "I just remembered something I need to attend to, so I'll head home first." She waved goodbye to the two, turning away with a mischievous smile that was noted by both Sasuke and Shiya. Sasuke paid little mind to it, thinking to himself, this girl might indeed have a knack for being a wingwoman. Meanwhile, Shiya's cheeks flushed instantly, her ears turning bright red as she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "What on earth is Weiwei thinking?" And that encapsulated the events that transpired 2 hours ago. After Chu Weiwei departed, only Sasuke and Shiya remained on the street, the evening breeze carrying a sense of tranquility, dispersing the surrounding clamor. They walked slowly, and Shiya broke the silence. "Today, I unexpectedly witnessed a different side of Sasuke." Sasuke, puzzled, responded with a soft, "Huh?" Shiya's cheeks flushed once more as she shyly looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's just that when Sasuke was misunderstood earlier, the way you explained yourself was rather adorable." Sasuke maintained an expressionless facade, as if unaffected. However, internally, he felt an explosion of turmoil, wishing to smash his head against the floor. Damn it, the aloof persona I painstakingly built at school has crumbled. He bit his lip, unsure of how to respond, and instead turned his gaze toward the distant lanterns, pretending to admire the scenery, and solemnly stated, "Everyone has multiple facets. That is perfectly normal." Upon hearing this, Shiya couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Honestly, Sasuke, you're being all philosophical again, trying to act cool." This remark felt like the final straw, completely shattering Sasuke's internal struggle. He stood frozen, feeling as if his heart had been doused in ice water, rendering him utterly despondent. He had initially planned to re-establish his aloof persona with careful maneuvering, but now, having been so blatantly exposed by Shiya, all his plans had evaporated into thin air. "It's over. This time, I'm truly finished." Just as despair consumed him, Shiya softly spoke, her voice gentle as the evening breeze. "But this side of you, Sasuke, actually reassures me even more." Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, bewildered. "Huh?" Shiya gathered the strands of hair blown askew by the wind, explaining, "The original Sasuke always appeared solemn and silent, yet you are clearly a perceptive individual. How could you have easily taken down Li Jiahao?" "Wait a moment," Sasuke interjected suddenly, his brows furrowed. "Who is Li Jiahao?" Shiya was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sasuke, you've forgotten him? He*s the boy who cornered you in the classroom last week and collapsed when you glared at him." Sasuke pondered seriously for a few seconds. "I have no recollection." Shiya, observing his earnest demeanor, couldn't help but laugh, the crescent in her eyes reappearing. "Sasuke, sometimes you truly possess an inexplicable sense of humor." Shiya gently twisted the waist tie of her yukata, stating earnestly, "In any case, what I wish to convey is that the former Sasuke always seemed shrouded in mist, elevated, and imbued with an indescribable aura of mystery." She lifted her gaze to the flickering lanterns along the street, her voice as soft as falling cherry blossom petals. "How should I put it? It felt as though there was an invisible barrier, making one hesitant to approach. But now it is different. Sasuke remained perplexed. Why has everything changed? Shia turned to him, the warm glow of the lantern illuminating her eyes, which sparkled with a gentle light. The thought that Sasuke could also feign coolness like the other boys in class, only to be exposed, suddenly made her feel that he was no different from them. With this realization, she felt considerably more at ease. Although Sasuke still did not fully comprehend Shiyue's meaning, he replied, all right. Shia gazed at him, her eyes glimmering with mirth, but then abruptly halted, her fingertips gently caressing the sash of her yukata, as if contemplating something. After a few moments of silence, she lifted her head, her tone turning earnest. By the way, Sasuke, just yesterday, I joined an A-rank team. Moreover, I might soon embark on a mission to conquer an A-rank dungeon. Sasuke looked at her in surprise. Aren't you still a student? There's no need to delve into dungeons so soon. Shia shook her head lightly, her tone growing serious. My ability, Holy Pact, is classified as A-rank, yet I have maintained my identity as a B-rank ability user. Initially, I always used my youth as an excuse to console myself, thinking I was already far superior to my peers and that I didn't need to exert myself too much. She raised her eyes to Sasuke, her gaze clear and resolute. But until I met you, despite your outward appearance as a D-rank ability user, I know you are exceptionally powerful. Shia looked into the distance, where the silhouette of a Ferris wheel flickered in the night, and softly uttered, I do not aspire to be the best among my peers, but at the very least, I do not wish to be left behind. Sasuke opened his mouth, initially intending to say there was no need to compare herself to him, especially since he had an unfair advantage, but upon seeing the sincerity in Shiyue's eyes, the words caught in his throat. The evening breeze stirred the fallen leaves at their feet, and the sound of wooden clogs on the stone path paused momentarily. Silence lingered in the air for a while before Sasuke suddenly spoke in a relaxed tone. Is that so? Well then, I wish you success in the dungeon. Good luck. Shia. Shia nodded vigorously, a radiant smile breaking across her face, as if she had received the affirmation of someone truly significant. Chapter 20. Deceived? Sasuke turned over on the tatami mat of the temporary rental, his nose brushing against the coarse edge of the straw mat, before slowly opening his eyes. The sunlight outside had already crept over the windowsill. He yawned languidly, a hint of moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes, and reached for his phone beside the pillow. As the screen lit up, it momentarily blinded him, causing him to squint. Unlocking the screen, a top chat box from Little V appeared, displaying Shiyue's avatar. He recalled exchanging Little V accounts with her just before they parted ways yesterday. At that time, Shia had specifically warned him, though Teacher Ji is very kind, she is particularly strict with her students. It would be best for you not to skip classes again, or something dreadful might happen. Sasuke opened the chat box. A series of messages popped up, time-stamped at 8 a.m. Are you awake, Sasuke? Remember you need to go to school today, or else Teacher Ji might really become frightening. Also, I am already on my way to gather with my team for the dungeon. Since it's an A-rank dungeon, it will probably take several days to conquer. And the dungeon is a space with information isolation, so I may not be able to contact you for the next few days. That's all for now. Bye-bye, Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the messages, knowing it was rather late to respond, but out of courtesy, he typed a reply. All right. Wishing you success in the dungeon. He set his phone down, estimating that the next time he would hear from Shia would likely be several days later, once she had successfully conquered the A-rank dungeon. Sasuke, still in a daze about attending school, noted that it was already noon. Since he had already skipped class, he thought he might as well continue sleeping. He would deal with school matters tomorrow. Well, perhaps. With that in mind, Sasuke nestled deeper into the tatami mat, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and soon drifted back into a comfortable slumber. It wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that Sasuke finally stirred awake. It wasn't that he had overslept, but rather the gnawing sensation of hunger had roused him. With his physical condition, it wouldn't be detrimental even if he went a week without food. Yet he still felt the pangs of hunger. After a quick tidy-up, he headed downstairs toward the convenience store at the corner. Hey, young man. Would you like 2 rice balls? The lady selling rice balls greeted him warmly upon seeing him. Yes, Sasuke nodded. The lady swiftly packaged the rice balls and added 2 hot dogs, smiling as she said, You look so handsome, young man. This is a gift from me, take it. Sasuke accepted the items and thanked her, turning to head back. As he walked, he unwrapped the rice balls and hot dogs, munching on them with one hand while the other jingled a few coins that he occasionally flicked. Sasuke silently calculated his remaining money. After a splurge a couple of days ago and paying back Shia yesterday, his wallet was now rather empty. What to do next? He pondered. Should he go to school and mooch off the cafeteria? That seemed unwise. After all, he was a time traveler. and attending class would only tarnish his senior's reputation. He needed to find a way to earn some money. He flicked the last coin high into the air, feeling a gentle vibration in his palm as he caught it, already beginning to contemplate ways to make money. Just as he was deep in thought, a thug suddenly emerged from the alley, a crescent-shaped scar on his left cheek glaring under the sunlight. "Hey, kid, you're an ability user, aren't you?" The thug swaggered toward him, his tone dripping with malice. Sasuke's eyes brightened at the sight of this character. The appearance and dialogue screamed of a typical sidekick from a light novel, sent to challenge the protagonist. He quickly devised a plan. This thug was surely going to attempt a robbery, and he would play the part of the cool hero who would effortlessly defeat him. In that moment, he could demand some compensation for emotional distress, securing his meals for the next few days. With that thought, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, the thug, noticing Sasuke's expression, began to doubt. What is he smiling about? Is he a fool? Such a shame for that handsome face. Sasuke, sensing his smile, quickly wiped the corners of his mouth and cleared his throat. "Sorry, I couldn't help it. So, you're here to rob me, right? No need for formalities. Just come at me." The thug was utterly baffled by his demeanor. Is this guy really out of his mind? Who looks forward to being robbed? And he seems so confident and excited. "I go by the name of Scarface Lu, an ability user," the thug said, crossing his arms with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression fell, disappointment etched on his face. "Oh, you're not here to rob me?" Scarface Lu was now more convinced than ever that Sasuke was indeed not all there mentally. However, eyeing Sasuke's handsome face, he thought it might fetch a good price. So he pretended to be profound. "I am a member of the Wanderers, a well-known organization you should have heard of." Sasuke shook his head in response. "I haven't heard of it." Scarface Lu was momentarily stunned, a flicker of glee passing through his eyes. Someone who had never heard of the Wanderers must truly be an ordinary person lacking worldly experience. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was fortunate that ordinary people should be easy to deceive. Scars Lu cleared his throat and deliberately adopted a profound demeanor to explain. The Wanderers are an organization formed by rogue ability users who have been expelled by the Ability Bureau or refuse to be bound by any forces. We adhere to the principle of free exploration, sharing intelligence about dungeons, and supporting each other for survival. As he spoke, he straightened his back, as if emphasizing the legitimacy of the organization. Zwashu nodded and followed up with a question. "So, what do you want from me?" Scars Lu scrutinized Zwashu. The young man was handsome and appeared quite young. He thought to himself that most kids at that age often fantasize about being unique, and a few flattering words would surely hook him. Just as that thought settled, Scars Lu's demeanor shifted, becoming serious as he said, "I know, young man. You are not an ordinary person, are you?" Zwashu raised an eyebrow, sensing that Scars Lu was not as simple as he seemed. It was the first time someone had so easily discerned he was not ordinary. The casual air around him evaporated, and he prepared to activate his Sharingan. At the same time, Zwashu mused that it was no wonder the troublesome system had been silent, according to its past tendencies. It would have already popped up to issue a new task in the midst of this pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger scenario. It appeared that this little thug might have something to him. Meanwhile, Scars Lu stared blankly at Zwashu, feeling that the young man's aura had subtly changed. Yet upon closer inspection, nothing seemed different. It must have been an illusion. Shaking his head, Scars Lu dismissed the strange feeling and switched to persuasion mode, saying, "Young man, you must be in need of money. Would you like to hunt the boss of an A-level dungeon to earn some extra cash?" Zwashu was puzzled. Scars Lu spoke of hunting an A-level dungeon so casually, although he felt that with his current strength, tackling an A-level dungeon would be easy. How could this man see through his financial plight? Zwashu couldn't help but suspect that this fellow might have been keeping an eye on him, perhaps even spying. How else could he be so aware of his situation? However, the reality was quite the opposite. Scars Lu had simply been conning people in this dilapidated building, and it was odd if anyone living nearby wasn't short on cash. Although he didn't know the specifics, Scars Lu could sense that the young man seemed convinced by his words. It seemed he had intimidated him with his rhetoric. With that thought, Scars Lu burst into laughter, clarifying, "No need to be nervous, young man. I'm not sending you to your demise in the dungeon. Rather, I'm offering you a chance to earn money effortlessly." Zwashu responded, "Effortlessly earn money?" Scars Lu clapped his hands, a look of understanding on his face. "Exactly. As long as you follow me, I can take you to the leader's area of the A-level dungeon. At that point, you won't have to lift a finger. Other teams will handle the demon-level BOSS. Once the boss is defeated, you will naturally receive the completion rewards." Zwashu pondered. There was indeed a rule regarding dungeon completion rewards. As long as participants were within the leader's area when the boss fell, they would receive a share of the rewards, regardless of whether they had fought or not. In other words, Even a slacker could make a windfall. Zwashu looked up at Scars Lu and suddenly asked, what about if it's a dragon-level BOSS? He was aware that while the leaders of A-level dungeons were primarily demon-level BOSSES, there was a small chance of encountering a dragon-level BOSS. Just as Scars Lu was about to boast about their team's capability to handle dragon-level BOSSES, he abruptly paused. He suddenly recalled recent news. A dragon-level BOSS had unexpectedly left the dungeon and wreaked havoc in the nearby city of F, only to be subdued by an S-level ability user. The power of a dragon-level BOSS was indeed terrifying, and he suspected that this young man had likely heard of the monstrous threat. Scars Lu sheepishly withdrew his hand, which was about to thump his chest, and instead said, if we encounter a dragon-level BOSS, it's best to run. Zwashu frowned. Run? I know that to leave an A-level dungeon, one must clear the leader's area. Scars Lu was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. You really are a complete newbie. He cleared his throat and explained. It is true that to leave an A-level dungeon, one must clear the leader's area. However, this only applies to time-limited dungeons. Permanent dungeons do not have this restriction. A flicker of doubt crossed Zwashu's eyes, but he quickly recalled the dungeon they had tackled a few days prior, which was indeed a time-limited dungeon. Scars Lu was not misleading him on this point. He looked at Zwashu and said, Hey, young man, do you want to join me in making some money? Zwashu contemplated for a moment. He indeed had no means of making money at present, and an A-level dungeon might truly be a good option. After all, he had the strength to back him up, and if he were betrayed, he could still clear the dungeon himself. However, one question lingered in his mind as he looked at Scars Lu. Why did you come to find me? Scars Lu was about to fabricate a casual excuse, but thought better of it, realizing that the other party was a young man with a vivid imagination. He adjusted his tone and spoke mysteriously. I know you carry a past that ordinary people cannot fathom. Upon hearing this, Zwashu's heart stirred with turmoil. Could he truly see through his identity as a traveler? No, that couldn't be. He shouldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps the other was merely speaking by coincidence. Zwashu's tone turned serious as he asked, You know my past? Scars Lu was amused by his demeanor, finding humor in the typical melodrama of youth. Yet he maintained a facade of seriousness, saying, Indeed, you must find this world quite novel, correct? Zwashu felt as if his mind had been struck by a hammer, leaving him momentarily blank. He gazed at Scars Lu. The phrase you must find this world quite novel acting as a precise key, unexpectedly unlocking his most profound secret. How could this be? Zwashu was astonished, realizing that the other party truly had an intimate understanding of his identity as a traveler. Countless speculations swirled in his mind. Noticing that Zwashu had fallen silent and was staring intently at him, Scars Lu felt a pang of anxiety. Was it possible that this line of reasoning didn't resonate with the melodramatic youth? He pondered what other interests such adolescents might have. Suddenly, an idea struck Scars Lu, and he straightened his posture, deliberately lowering his voice, tightening the expression on his scarred face. He endeavored to adopt the guise of an all-knowing sage, saying, Do not be alarmed, young man. Perhaps you harbor doubts about my appearance. Scars Lu intentionally paused for half a second to cultivate an air of mystery. But you will ultimately understand that our encounter is a matter of fate. Zwashu fell into silence, reassessing the figure of Scars Lu before him. The individual who appeared to be a street thug surprisingly embodied the essence of a companion from a novel, one who guides and aids the protagonist. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection, realizing that when his turn came, his ally would take on this scruffy appearance. Yet, in the next moment, he found peace, murmuring softly, such is fate. Subsequently, Sasuke lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination as he addressed Scarface Lu. Very well. I shall accompany you to the A-rank underground city. After all, with his own strength, should he find himself deceived, he could easily eliminate Lu. Meanwhile, Scarface Lu stared at Sasuke, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why this youth's demeanor had suddenly transformed into one of resolute acceptance of fate. Internally, Lu shuddered, mentally lamenting, Indeed, the thought processes of these delusional youths are terrifying. I simply cannot keep up. He decided to cast aside his concerns and hastily proceeded to sell him. Regaining his composure, he waved at Sasuke, saying, All right, young man, follow me. Chapter 21. The Bone Abyss. Scarface Lu did not lead Sasuke directly out of the alley. Instead, he guided him down another path, ultimately entering a dilapidated van. The vehicle rattled along for 2 hours, the tall buildings outside gradually giving way to low bungalows, until human presence itself became sparse. This led Sasuke to momentarily suspect that he had been duped and sold off into the mountains. Lu explained, when cities are initially established, They deliberately distanced themselves from permanent underground cities to prevent a disastrous situation where monsters that escape from a failed assault on a permanent underground city could appear directly in urban areas. Therefore, permanent underground cities are monitored by the Bureau of Abilities. Just then, Sasuke caught a glimpse through the van's window of a massive stone giant city sprawling across the wasteland in the distance. It was the A-rank underground city, Hai Mushin Yuan. The city walls, seemingly constructed from colossal gray-black stones, towered hundreds of meters high, resembling a slumbering ancient beast, exuding an overwhelming and oppressive aura. Sasuke gazed at the stone citadel, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Is this Hai Mushin Yuan?" Scarface Lu proudly tilted his chin and nodded. "Indeed. Do not be deceived by the grandeur of this stone city. It is merely the surface of Hai Mushin Yuan. Its interior is far more magnificent." As the van continued towards the outskirts of Hai Mushin Yuan, they were halted by personnel from the Bureau of Abilities at the front gate. Lu lowered the window and flashed a grin at the guard. "Old Zhang, is it your turn to be on duty today?" The Bureau personnel, referred to as Old Zhang, glanced inside the vehicle, frowned upon seeing Lu, yet still waved them through. "Hurry up and get in. Don't dawdle here." Lu responded with a smile, pressed the accelerator, and the van smoothly passed through the checkpoint. Lu maneuvered the vehicle to the side entrance of Hai Mushin Yuan, and once parked, he nodded to Sasuke. "We arrived. Disembark." The two opened their doors and stepped out, with Sasuke surveying the stone city around him. The immense walls seemed to slice the sky into irregular shapes, each boulder imbued with the weight of time. The sheer size of the city made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, as if he might be swallowed by the grandeur of the architecture at any moment. Sasuke turned to Scarface Lu, perplexed. "Why are we not using the main entrance?" Lu chuckled derisively and patted his shoulder. "Do not forget, young man, we are Lilangs." Only then did Sasuke come to a realization. The main entrance of Hai Mushin Yuan was evidently the official entrance controlled by the Bureau of Abilities, while the clandestine routes known to the Lilangs represented the unofficial entrances to the underground city. They slipped into the side entrance, where a narrow passage was permeated with the damp, earthy scent of soil. The moment Sasuke emerged from the tunnel, the scenery abruptly transformed. The previously dreary stone city vanished, replaced by a lush, primordial forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, their branches entwined with vines that coiled like gigantic serpents around the trunks. And beneath his feet lay a thick layer of decaying leaves, yielding softly underfoot. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his ears. "You have entered the A-rank underground city, Hai Mushin Yuan. Current layer, first layer." Sasuke instinctively looked up. Despite the intertwining branches above, he could still catch glimpses of a cerulean sky through the gaps. A sense of unreality washed over him. Having traversed the citadel constructed from massive stones, how could he suddenly find himself amidst such a forest? Was someone employing teleportation or similar abilities here? Furrowing his brow, he scanned the surrounding trees, seeking any clues. Observing his bewilderment, Lu remarked, "I see you are entering an A-rank underground city for the first time. Do not be anxious. This is not some teleportation trick. This is the true interior of Hai Mushin Yuan." Sasuke was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Yet the previous announcement from the system did affirm that this was indeed Hai Mushin Yuan. Lu continued to elucidate. "As you may know, the interiors of all underground cities are essentially small spaces created using spatial rules." Sasuke nodded. He had previously observed similar spatial techniques at work in the timed C-rank underground city using his Sharingan. Noticing his understanding, Lu adopted a mentor-like demeanor, clearing his throat and stating, "Ahem, and the internal spaces of A-rank and above underground cities are even more expansive, akin to a miniature world. Do you see the sun and blue sky above? Here, there are also black nights and white days, and even climatic changes. However, all of this is illusory, simulated by spatial rules." After absorbing this information, Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Suddenly, he comprehended why Shuya had mentioned that the expedition to conquer the A-rank underground city would take approximately 3 days. It was because this place functioned entirely as a small world, demanding considerable time for exploration and conquest, unlike the lower-tier underground cities that could be traversed swiftly. Lu brushed aside the obstructive foliage with his hand and turned to Sasuke. "Follow me. This is merely the first layer of Hai Mushin Yuan, and our destination, the boss's chamber, is located on the third layer." Sasuke followed closely behind, his curiosity piqued. "The third layer? Does this A-rank underground city contain multiple layers?" Lu scoffed, continuing his stride. "Humph, you are still quite naive, young one. This place is akin to a small world, Naturally, anything is possible. He paused briefly, then continued. Just as the final bosses in games are typically found at the last level, Hai Mu Shin Yuan comprises 3 layers. The first layer is known as Chan Gu Mao Lin. The second layer is Xian Pu Rong Dong, and the third layer is called Wan Ling Qiu Long, where the boss's chamber resides. Lu deftly pushed aside a thorny vine and elaborated. Between the first and second layers lies an area seldom traversed by monsters. Humans have established a temporary outpost there, referred to as Chui Mu Ji. He glanced back at Sasuke. It will take at least 3 to 4 days to reach the boss's chamber at a brisk pace. For today, we shall rest at Chui Mu Ji and replenish our supplies. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded, softly murmuring, Chui Mu Ji, is it? He felt a surge of intrigue regarding this temporary outpost established by humans within the underground city, pondering how they managed to create a resting place and maintain order in such an environment. On the other side, the scarred-faced Lu led the way, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth, reveling in his secret delight. His original scheme was straightforward, to use the allure of the A-class underground dungeon as bait to lure Zuo into the Hai Mu Shin Yuan. Then, under the pretense of needing a rest during their journey, he would have Zuo stay overnight at Chui Mu Ji. Meanwhile, he had already contacted the merchants at Chui Mu Ji with the intention of selling the boy into slavery for a handsome profit. Lu glanced back at Zuo, who appeared strikingly composed, with piercing eyes and a tall stature, even in silence. He couldn't help but click his tongue in regret. Such raw talent wasted as a slave felt rather lamentable. His thoughts shifted as he pondered whether Chui Mu Ji might be involved in the brothel business. Selling the boy there could potentially yield even greater profits. Chapter 22. Truly sold. Zuo followed closely behind Lu, traversing the first level of Hai Mu Shin Yuan, known as the Chan Gu Mao Lin. The roots of colossal trees entwined with the bones of animals, the stark white skeletons embedded among the roots exuded an eerie ambience. The canopy obscured the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through. The ferns on the ground had serrated edges, and a mere brush of his fingers would draw blood. Zuo gazed at the intertwined bones, questioning their origins. Are these the remains of animals? Without turning around, Lu casually replied, not quite. These are the remnants of those monsters. Some are left behind after being killed by the ability users, while many more are the results of monsters battling amongst themselves. Zuo probed further. Monsters fight each other? Lu scoffed. That's natural. Every being has a need to feed, and monsters are no exception. In this dungeon, they are each other's sustenance, and fighting for survival is perfectly normal. Zuo inquired. Then why haven't we encountered a single monster on our way? Lu continued walking without pause, because our team has begun clearing this A-class dungeon today. The first level has been mostly cleared, so it's quite safe. He added, hoping to allay Zuo's suspicions. We will follow them to the chief's chamber on the 3rd level, and once they defeat the boss, we can simply collect the rewards. Zuo merely nodded, his thoughts elsewhere, contemplating Lu's earlier statements. These monsters were birthed by the dungeon, but how exactly were they spawned within this stone fortress? Did they emerge directly from the ground, or could they reproduce amongst themselves? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. In the next moment, his gaze shifted, and the dark pupils of his eyes were adorned with 3 tomo, slowly rotating. His Sharingan had awakened. Utilizing the insight granted by the Sharingan, he meticulously scrutinized the surroundings of Chan Gu Mao Lin, seeking any anomalies among the entwined bones and vegetation. After a thorough examination, Zuo's attention was drawn to the bark of a giant tree. There, ensconced within a green membrane, was something resembling an embryo. With the extraordinary precision of the Sharingan, he could vividly observe the embryo's slow growth, quivering as if life was developing within. Zuo mused to himself, this must be the embryo that produces those monsters. He was taken aback. Despite the high precision of the Sharingan, the embryo's growth rate was astonishing, perceptible to the naked eye. He deduced that at this pace, within 3 days, the creature inside would fully mature. Just as he contemplated whether to incinerate these embryos with a grand fireball before they matured, a shriek from Lu pierced the air. Instantly, Zuo activated his Crimson Sharingan, observing Lu surrounded by 6 monsters, all poised to attack. He realized he had been so engrossed in observing the embryos that he had inadvertently distanced himself from Lu by over 10 meters. His mind raced as he scanned the positions of the monsters. The 6 creatures encircled Lu, forming a semi-surrounding formation, with considerable gaps between them. The most effective strategy to eliminate them all in one go would be to employ the powerful and wide-ranging ninjutsu, Grand Fire Extinguishing Technique. However, the thought was quickly suppressed. The flames of Grand Fire Extinguishing Technique would undoubtedly engulf Lu as well, putting his life at risk even if the monsters were incinerated. Meanwhile, Lu was teetering on the brink of despair. As a C-class ability user, he could barely contend with a few wolf-level monsters. Yet now he faced a variety of creatures, including 3 wolf-level, Jianya Wild Boar, Duo Di Shou Wang, Tai Xiu Jiachong, and 3 tiger-level, Feng Yuling Ho. Blood dripped from Lu's left arm. A wound inflicted by a surprise attack from a Feng Yuling Ho before he could recover from the pain. Another, Feng Yuling Ho, lunged at him with astonishing speed, its movements too swift for him to discern, only letting him feel a fierce gust approaching. In desperation, Lu curled his body, instinctively raising his arm to shield his head, bracing for the impending agony. At that critical moment, a figure darted through like a specter. With a resounding thud, the Feng Yuling Ho was sent hurtling away, crashing against a massive tree and falling motionless to the ground. It was Zuo, who had just delivered a powerful kick to the creature. Zuo landed with poise, immediately rising as his crimson Sharingan whirled rapidly, intently surveying the remaining monsters. Lu, witnessing the scene before him, was initially astonished. He hadn't expected this seemingly impetuous youth to possess such strength. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes as a thought rapidly formed in his mind. While he distracts these monsters, I shall make my escape. Lu's ability, named Silent Step, allowed him to move without making a sound. In the next instant, he activated his ability and swiftly retraced his steps, entirely disregarding Zuo, who was still engaged with the monsters. Multiple wolf-level and tiger-level monsters detected. Jianya Wild Boar LV-13, Duo Di Shou Wang LV-16, Feng Yuling Ho LV-12. The Jianya Wild Boar charged first, its curved tusks glinting ominously in the dim light. Its hooves thundered against the ground, carrying a foul wind straight towards Zuo. As Zuo's Sharingan whirled, he did not retreat but advanced. A dazzling blue current surged in his right palm, crackling sharply in the air. It was the lightning release. 1,000 birds. He sidestepped to avoid the lethal tusks while his right hand shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the soft flesh of the boar's neck with the electrified 1,000 birds. With a sudden grunt, blood mixed with the scent of charred flesh gushed forth as the massive wild boar came to an abrupt halt, its limbs twitching before crashing to the ground, ultimately falling silent. Almost instantaneously, as the wild boar collapsed, a gray shadow, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, surged from the rear side. It was the Feng Yuling Ho. Its lithe form darted like a specter, its claws glinting with an eerie light as they lunged towards Sasuke's back. Sasuke deftly touched the ground, his figure vanishing like a wraith, leaving behind only a splintered wooden stump, remnants of the shadow clone technique swirling in the air. In that fleeting moment of the Ling Ho missing its target, Sasuke reappeared behind it. His hand summoned a Chidori that elongated into a spear crackling with lightning, piercing through the Ling Ho's body with a sharp sound. The momentum of the spear continued, nailing a rust-colored beetle that had been climbing behind the Ling Ho to the tree trunk, its shell instantly charred by the electric current. As he landed, the tomo of his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. He had already sensed the faint disturbance emanating from beneath the ground. Without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous strike against the earth, and the blue lightning surged forth like a living entity, spreading through the soil and igniting the ground with a dazzling display of electricity. A piercing, distorted scream erupted from below, and in a mere moment, a charred rat king erupted from the earth, its fur singed to a crisp, devoid of life. The last Feng Yuling Ho, sensing the dire situation, emitted a shrill and piercing shriek before attempting to flee up the treetops. A glint of cold light flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he summoned lightning in the palm of his hand, and once again, the Chidori tore through the air. The blue lightning, akin to a tracking arrow, pursued the fleeing Ling Ho with precision. Accompanied by a brief cry of despair, the Ling Ho fell from the branches, lifeless. The forest returned to silence, save for the fading crackle of electricity and the heavy scent of blood. In the span of mere moments, the remaining 5 monsters had been vanquished. Sasuke flicked his fingertips to rid them of lingering electric energy, the crimson of his Sharingan slowly fading. As though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Sharp-toothed Wild Boar LV-13, eliminated. Burrowing Rat King LV-16, eliminated. Feng Yuling Ho LV-12, eliminated. He turned around to check on Scarface Lu, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant, devoid of his presence. A frown creased Sasuke's brow as a flicker of doubt arose within him. Where had that fellow vanished to? Chapter 23, Zhanlong Pavilion, Part 1. Sasuke's frown deepened, the uncertainty within him intensifying. He closed his eyes once more, and upon reopening them, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan glimmered, casting a scarlet glow that flickered in the dim forest. Within the realm of his Sharingan, the surroundings became increasingly vivid, with every inch of soil and every leaf's vein laid bare. However, as his gaze swept across the area, apart from the carcasses of the monsters and the dense vegetation, he found no trace of any living beings, and Scarface Liu was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke's expression grew colder, and he set forth, retracing his steps. After only a few strides, his attention was captured by a set of fresh footprints on the ground. The size and shape of the prints matched Scarface Liu's shoes perfectly. Upon sighting these tracks, Sasuke's suspicion crystallized into certainty. He had indeed been betrayed. A flicker of anger surged within him, yet he was not overly surprised. In this brutal underground city, treachery was commonplace. Continuing onward in pursuit of the footprints, they remained clearly discernible on the damp earth, extending into a dense thicket ahead. However, upon reaching the edge of the vegetation, he discovered that the footprints abruptly ceased. The thick foliage intertwined, completely obscuring the ground beneath, rendering any further traces unrecognizable. Sasuke stood still, his Sharingan once again scanning the dense undergrowth with meticulous care, yet still found no clues. With a soft huff, he ultimately decided to abandon the search for Scarface Liu. At that moment, he realized that while he had been preoccupied with observing the monster embryos on his journey, he had completely forgotten the way back. With no other options at hand, he could only rely on luck to find the safe zone between the first and second layers. The Chui Muji. Sasuke retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen only to find, unsurprisingly, no signal. He could not help but smirk in exasperation. What was he thinking? This smartphone had no signal in the underground garage. How could it possibly have any in the underground city? As he swiped the screen, he inadvertently opened the chat history with Shuya from midday. Staring at the screen, he felt a momentary tightness in his chest. Just this morning, he had lingered in bed, and by the afternoon, he found himself lured into this dense forest by that very person. Such efficiency was indeed remarkable. In the next moment, he recalled Shuya mentioning that she would also be attempting to conquer an A-level underground city today. Surely, there couldn't be that many A-level underground cities near a city. What were the odds they would encounter one another? In another part of the tangled woods, several figures were grappling with a colossal beast on a vast lawn. A large underground city did not only host a final boss. Various areas also contained elite monsters akin to mini-bosses. Before them stood a reinforced, tiger-level monster, the alloy werewolf. Its physique resembled that of a robust calf, its head and back clad in gleaming silver alloy armor that glimmered in the dim light of the forest, revealing intricate metallic patterns at the seams. Two crimson electronic eyes flickered with a cold, lifeless glow, locking onto its prey with unwavering focus. When it bared its mouth, instead of flesh-rending fangs, it revealed rows of razor-sharp metallic blades. Its tail, adorned with spiked metal, lashed out, leaving deep indentations in the tree trunks as it whipped through the air. The alloy werewolf's scarlet electronic eyes suddenly flared to life, and its massive frame lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The gust it created causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Front row, raise your shields. Shuya's voice rang out, clear and resolute. The shield bearers reacted instinctively, stacking their heavy shields to form an impenetrable wall. Simultaneously, Shuya channeled her abilities, the gentle light of the holy contract, washing over the entire team. A soft golden defensive buff shimmered on the shields, while a crimson attack buff sharpened her teammates' weapons. With a thunderous crash, the alloy werewolf collided with the shields, producing a deafening roar. The shield bearers sank into the earth, yet they held their ground, refusing to yield an inch. Step left 3 paces. Avoid its tail. Shuya's gaze remained fixed on the werewolf's swinging metallic tail, her commanding voice following closely behind. The team members moved in perfect synchrony, narrowly evading the spiked whip. The tail struck the ground where they had just stood, causing the earth to crack like spiderwebs. A few team members with A-level abilities exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. They had been hired merely to protect Shuya and Li Jiahao, not expecting much from their employer. Yet, witnessing Shuya maintain her composure while commanding the team amidst the fierce battle, with the holy contract buff accurately enveloping each teammate and controlling the werewolf's attack rhythm, they couldn't help but marvel. This young lady possesses genuine skill. As the werewolf repeatedly missed its attacks, its electronic eyes flickered with red light. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing its metallic fangs as it lunged for the gaps in the shields. Li Jiahao, use your ability, Flame, to suppress its jaw. Shuya immediately turned to her side, instructing the right-wing ability user to restrain its hind legs. Under her meticulous coordination, The team engaged in a fierce back and forth with the alloy war wolf, achieving a remarkable exchange of blows. The mechanical claw of the war wolf struck the shield violently, sending tremors through the arms of the frontline guards. Shu Ya's gaze sharpened, and she commanded loudly, "Earth Elementalist, prepare to accumulate energy. Strike when it exhausts its strength." Upon hearing this, the A-grade Earth Elementalist pressed his hands to the ground, a yellowish aura emanating from his body. With Shu Ya's command, he swiftly raised his arm, Rock Spike. The ground surged unexpectedly, and several boulder-sized rocks were launched like cannonballs towards the alloy war wolf. Just as the war wolf was retracting its attack, the rock struck its side with a resounding crash, deforming and causing its mechanical arm, clad in alloy armor, to break away, sparks flying from the fracture. Impressive. A team member could not help but exclaim. The destructive power of a senior elementalist was indeed terrifying. This strike had rendered the war wolf's primary attack method useless. As they marveled at the formidable prowess of the senior elementalist, their gazes towards Shu Ya grew increasingly respectful. They had fully recognized the commanding abilities of this young lady. The alloy war wolf staggered a few steps, its crimson electronic eyes flashing erratically. Its attack patterns thrown into chaos due to the loss of an arm. Maintain the tempo. It is gravely injured. Shu Ya's voice resonated with calm authority. The team members felt invigorated, and under the buff of the Holy Pact, their offensive intensified. They all understood that with such commanding and cooperative efforts, the downfall of this colossal wolf was merely a matter of time. The alloy war wolf staggered again, its crimson electronic eyes flickering wildly, its offensive now disordered. Continue the assault. Shu Ya's voice remained steady, her gaze fixed on the war wolf's movements, searching for the moment to conclude the battle. At that instant, she observed the war wolf's movements becoming sluggish, its defenses revealing clear vulnerabilities. She immediately commanded, "Earth Elementalist, prepare to accumulate energy. The next rock spike will finish it." She then turned to the others and called out, "Defense team, guide the alloy war wolf to the left. Do not let it escape the attack range. Right flank. Use your abilities to disrupt its line of sight and buy time for the Earth Elementalist." Subsequently, Shu Ya looked towards Li Jiahao. "Jiahao, use your flame to continuously attack its legs. Restrain it. Do not allow it to move erratically." The Earth Elementalist nodded heavily, gathering power once more, the yellowish aura around him intensifying, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble slightly as they accumulated formidable strength. Li Jiahao stood aside, listening to Shu Ya's directives, a reluctant expression on his face. But he still complied and conjured flames. He grumbled inwardly. Why should it always be him to finish the job? My flame is an A-grade ability among elementalists. It possesses significant destructive power, yet I'm relegated to mere restraint. Clenching his fists, a flicker of discontent crossed his gaze. The primary assault should have been his responsibility. He glanced at the Earth Elementalist, who appeared relatively young, likely only 3 or 4 years older than himself and Shu Ya. Clad in a deep gray linen garment with neatly cropped hair and unremarkable features, he exuded a mature, steady charm while focused on accumulating energy. Just as he was observing intently, Li Jiahao suddenly noticed Shu Ya's gaze also fixated on the Earth Elementalist. As if sensing something, the Earth Elementalist looked up, their eyes meeting Shu Ya's. They exchanged a smile and a subtle nod, a confirmation of camaraderie and rhythm between allies, simple yet natural. However, this scene transformed in Li Jiahao's eyes. His heart tightened abruptly. Did Shu Ya's gaze imply an interest in this young man? A flame of jealousy surged from the depths of his heart, clouding his mind. Li Jiahao fixed his gaze on the two, his hand gripping the flames tightening unconsciously, the fire flickering in response to his emotional turmoil. The jealousy grew like wild grass, just as the yellowish aura surrounding the Earth Elementalist reached its peak. Signaling the imminent completion of energy accumulation, Li Jiahao forcefully pushed aside a teammate, striding to the forefront of the team, shouting, "Everyone, stand back. Leave this monster to me." This sudden action stunned everyone. No one had anticipated his defiance of orders at such a critical moment. The Earth Elementalist had already concentrated all his power, ready to unleash Rock Spike, but Li Jiahao abruptly obstructed his path. If he were to forcibly release his ability, Li Jiahao would inevitably be caught in the attack, and he had no choice but to decisively cancel the impending eruption of energy. The backlash from forcibly halting his ability accumulation was immense. The Earth Elementalist's face turned pale instantaneously, blood spurting from his mouth and splattering onto his deep gray linen attire, a stark contrast. "Are you all right?" Shu Ya stepped forward. Concern etched across her face. The Earth Elementalist raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, shaking his head, his voice tinged with weakness. I'm fine, Mississippi. He paused, a hint of apology crossing his features. However, I likely cannot use my abilities for the time being. I can feel the energy within me swirling chaotically. I apologize. Shuya regarded his pallid complexion, her brow furrowing tightly. She felt a mix of urgency and anger, but refrained from chastising Li Jiahao at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Jiahao seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, gathering flames in his hands, brazenly declaring to the alloy war wolf, "Witness my might." Shuya sighed, retrieving a delicate crystal vial from her backpack, containing a light golden liquid that shimmered gently in the light. "This is for you." Shuya extended the vial towards the earth elementalist, her tone laced with evident regret. It was her oversight in not keeping a closer eye on Li Jiahao that had caused him trouble. "This is Ling Shu Wanxiang Ji. Effective for treating both internal and external injuries. It should alleviate your discomfort." This vial was a precious life-saving potion prepared by her family elders, worth millions, capable of rapidly restoring chaotic energy within the body. The earth elementalist quickly waved his hands. "Miss, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Before he could finish, Shuya had already pressed the potion into his hands and turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger towards Li Jiahao. Now was not the time to assign blame. The alloy war wolf still loomed dangerously, and with the earth elementalist temporarily incapacitated, they had no choice but to press on. "Everyone, follow my command." Shuya's voice regained its calm authority. "Defense team, tighten the formation and shield the flanks with all your strength. Li Jiahao, you are the main attacker." The aura of her holy pack flared once more, even more vibrant than before. "I will grant you all the strongest attack buffs. The rest use ranged abilities to assist and restrain, seizing every opportunity." Shuya's directives were clear and urgent, imbued with an undeniable strength. Chapter 24, Dragon Slaying Pavilion, Part 2. Shuya's commands were clear and urgent, radiating an undeniable strength. The defense team strained against their weary bodies, once more raising their shields in front of them, each block accompanied by the creaking of bones. The remaining team members, enduring their injuries, exerted their last ounce of energy to restrain the movements of the alloy war wolf, striving to create an opportunity for Li Jiahao to strike. Despite losing an arm, the alloy war wolf's assault, though less swift than before, became increasingly frenzied, its crimson electronic eyes fixated on the diminutive humans, its metallic tail thrashing wildly, sending shards of debris flying from the ground. A team member, caught off guard, was struck by the tail of the giant wolf, violently crashing into a tree trunk before tumbling to the ground. Another member attempted to assault the creature's leg joint, only to be hurled away by the wolf's sudden turn, blood spewing from his mouth. In a mere moment, all combatants, save for Li Jiahao, were incapacitated and gasping for breath, lying on the ground, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Now was the moment. Shuyue's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, resonated as she infused the last vestiges of holy contract energy into Li Jiahao. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lifted his hands, the flames surrounding him intensifying into a brilliant blaze, the orange glow nearly engulfing his surroundings. "Die!" Li Jiahao roared, channeling all his energy into this singular strike. Thrusting forward with great force, the raging flames surged forth like a dragon of fire, roaring towards the alloy giant wolf, completely enveloping its massive form in an instant. "Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is my flame," Li Jiahao proclaimed, hands on his hips, exuding confidence, believing such a creature was no match for him. Shuya and the remaining team members watched the flames intently, their hearts a mix of anticipation and trepidation. However, as the flames gradually dissipated, the sight that met their eyes left everyone in disbelief. The alloy giant wolf stood unscathed, save for the arm it had lost earlier. Its body was intact. The silver alloy armor devoid of even a singe mark, its crimson electronic eyes coldly fixed on Li Jiahao, as if mocking his overconfidence. Li Jiahao's smile faltered, replaced by disbelief. Shuya stood frozen, her mind blank, a singular thought echoing in her head. How could this be possible? The battle replayed in her mind, recalling how the rock elementalist had severed one of the wolf's arms, and how they had all risked their injuries to exploit its defenses. A perfect opportunity to triumph over the beast. All preparations had been made, every flaw revealed. It was supposed to be the decisive moment. Yet now, the alloy giant wolf remained unscathed, its silver armor not even charred. Shuya's gaze gradually shifted to Li Jiahao, who still held his hands in the pushing stance, his face a mask of shock. A harsh realization struck her. It was not that the plan had faltered, nor that the wolf had suddenly grown stronger. but rather that Li Jiahao's powers were insufficient. Insufficient to step onto the final rung of victory, even as the rest had paved the way through their injuries. Insufficient to breach even a fragment of the enemy's defenses, despite exhausting all her supportive buffs. Shuya clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, realizing that all their efforts had been in vain. Just then, the alloy giant wolf moved, its crimson electronic eyes fixed intently on the dazed Li Jiahao. It lowered its head, raising its remaining mechanical arm to strike him down, clearly intent on eliminating what it perceived as the feeble fire elementalist first. Terrified by the sudden attack, Li Jiahao's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as he shielded his head, crying out, "No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was wrong." Shuyu's pupils constricted, wishing to rush in to save him, but it was too late. In that critical moment, a calm voice echoed, "Dragon Blood Secret Art, Raging Tide." Almost instantaneously, a shadow darted past like a specter, too swift to comprehend. Then, a crimson blade flashed with a sharp whoosh. With a soft thud, the alloy giant wolf's intact mechanical arm was severed, soaring into the air, wires and parts scattering to the ground. Shia stood in stunned silence, momentarily lost in thought at the sudden appearance of this individual. The man had long hair tied back in a high ponytail, swaying gently with his movements. He wore a black martial arts uniform that accentuated his tall stature, exuding an aura of icy composure. The crimson blade in his hand hummed softly, as if exhilarated by the recent strike. "So, the young lady and young master are indeed the most troublesome," he remarked, his tone laced with impatience, as the crimson blade emanated a rich red aura, akin to burning flames. The alloy giant wolf, having lost both arms, filled with rage, let out a thunderous roar at the man, clearly incensed by this sudden assault. The man murmured, "Dragon Blood Secret Art." In the next moment, a brilliant red aura erupted from him, surging forth like boiling magma, enveloping his entire being. Brandishing the crimson blade, he charged at the alloy giant wolf, and a fierce battle ensued. The encounter unfolded with an overwhelming sense of dominance. The alloy giant wolf lunged and whipped its tail, expending all its strength in an assault against the man, yet he stood firm, showing no intent to evade. Faced with the wolf's vicious fangs, he merely swung the crimson blade, effortlessly cleaving through them. With a clang, the sharp metal fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This scene left Li Jiahao utterly astounded, unable to believe his eyes. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, unable to even scratch the surface of the alloy giant wolf, while this sudden newcomer effortlessly severed the wolf's fangs, as if the formidable metal were mere paper before him. Li Jiahao opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. The alloy giant wolf, stripped of its fangs and arms, was now on its last legs, still struggling in a final act of defiance. It emitted a piercing roar, its crimson electronic eyes flickering with madness as it lunged at the man with all its might. The man regarded the charging beast with cold indifference, arrogantly proclaiming, "It is time for you to meet your end." No sooner had he spoken than he shouted, "Dragon Blood Secret Art, Cataclysm." The red aura around him surged violently, sweeping forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind the alloy giant wolf. With a series of swift, crisp sounds, the blade flashed at an unbelievable speed. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend what had transpired before them when they focused again. The giant mechanical body of the wolf had been neatly cleaved into 3 segments, parts and wires strewn across the ground, its once vibrant crimson eyes now devoid of light. Silent and still, the alloy giant wolf was utterly defeated. The man slowly sheathed his blade, the crimson weapon unblemished, the aura gradually retracting. He turned, casting a disdainful glance over the disheveled group, his eyes betraying no semblance of pity. A dismissive snort escaped his nostrils, filled with contempt. Shia followed his gaze, recognizing the terrifying swordsmanship and the Dragon Blood Secret Art he had mentioned. There was no doubt, he was from the ancient family, Zhanlonga, which had distanced itself from the Bureau of Abilities. Chapter 25. The young lady Shia felt as though all strength had been siphoned from her. The exhaustion from the overexertion of Holy Contract energy causing her vision to blur. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and struggled to stand. She looked toward the man who had just slain the alloy giant wolf, her voice weak, yet maintaining politeness. "Thank you for saving us. May I ask for your name?" Upon hearing the words, the man scoffed lightly, turning away without a trace of reluctance, presenting his back to the crowd. "I apologize, miss," his voice dripping with disdain. "I have no desire to converse with the weak." After a brief pause, he added in a tone as indifferent as discussing an inconsequential matter, "Rescuing you is merely a command from my master." Shia's pupils flickered slightly, her heart stirred by the revelation. She could keenly sense that the man before her exuded no trace of supernatural power. The previously overwhelming aura and strength stemmed entirely from the mysterious dragon blood secret technique he had mentioned. At that moment, the words of her parents echoed in her mind. "We will arrange everything for you." A sudden thought flashed through her. The strategy for an A-grade underground city typically requires a collaborative team of around 30 individuals to confront the various dangers within. Yet, the A-grade supernatural team her family had arranged for her, including herself and Li Jiahao, comprised only 12 members. Such a stark disparity in numbers was evidently illogical. This indicated that another group must be involved in the expedition to the Hai Mu Shenyan. She recalled her earlier inquiries to her parents, who had casually remarked, "Another team is sent by our family's partners. You need not concern yourself. They will protect you at critical moments." Shia shifted her gaze from the man's back to the distant forest. There, shadows of dozens of individuals emerged, advancing toward them. Her heart sank. Those figures were clearly the partners her parents had mentioned. Gritting her teeth, she was filled with shock and confusion. A legend circulated among the populace about a mysterious organization known as Zhanlongge. It was said that even ordinary individuals within this organization could enhance themselves through unique secret techniques, possessing strength rivaling that of supernatural beings. She had always dismissed this as mere folklore, yet here it was, undeniably real. What was even more challenging for her to accept was the close connection between this enigmatic organization and her own family, while she, as the sole daughter, remained entirely oblivious. As the footsteps grew nearer, the figures became clearer. Most bore cold weapons such as sabers and spears, and like the man, they were clad in black robes. "Long Lai Gu," one of the younger men called out first, with a tone tinged with respect and excitement. The man addressed as Long Lai immediately grimaced, delivering a sharp rap to the head of the loudest speaker. "Fool, don't you remember the family rule about not revealing names outside?" The young man, wincing from the blow, rubbed his head where a bump had formed, yet he smiled and nodded. "Understood, big brother." Long Lai sighed in exasperation at his younger brother's playful demeanor, then turned to Shuya, his voice laced with impatience. "Hey, miss, I trust you have a general understanding of the situation now." He glanced at the incapacitated members of her team, continuing, "Since your team has lost its combat effectiveness, the remaining 5 mini-bosses on this level are ours." In the Changgu Mao Lin layer, apart from the recently slain He Jinju Lang, there were 5 other mini-bosses. Typically, an A-grade dungeon expedition required 2 to 3 teams working in concert. According to unwritten rules, participating teams would share the mini-bosses equally on the first layer. Originally, Shia's team was slated to claim 3 mini-bosses, but with their total incapacity, they would have to relinquish all remaining mini-bosses to the opposing team. Shia surveyed her teammates, each bearing wounds. Some had dislocated arms, others fractured ribs, and without prompt medical attention, they risked long-term repercussions. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself to speak. "That is acceptable, but I have one request. You must first escort my team to Chui Muji for healing." Long Lai's brow furrowed immediately. "Hey, I just saved your lives, and now you dare to request us to act as your guards." He stepped forward, towering over Shuya. "Don't expect to throw your tantrums with me." Shuya clenched her jaw, standing tall, unafraid to meet Long Lai's gaze. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Her voice, though weary, resonated with unwavering resolve. "Once we exit the underground city, I shall express my gratitude abundantly. But for now, I humbly request your assistance in escorting my team to Chui Muji for healing." Long Lai's frown deepened, ready to retort, but Shuya's next words interrupted him. She paused, her eyes sharp as daggers. "I know your elders must have instructed you, right? To protect and obey me, the young lady." Shuya continued to stare directly at Long Lai, her mind racing. Since her parents could engage Zhanlongge, they must have included protective clauses in their cooperation terms, her only leverage in this moment. Long Lai's pupils shifted slightly. "Dragon blood secret technique," he murmured, and the next instant, a torrent of crimson energy erupted from him, spreading outward like a tangible force. The surrounding air seemed to warp under this pressure, prompting the members of Zhanlongge to instinctively step back. Even the stones beneath them trembled slightly, while Shia's team quaked under the overwhelming weight of this aura. Yet Shia held her gaze firmly on Long Lai, her eyelashes trembling from exertion. The ground beneath her feet drenched in perspiration, but her eyes betrayed no wavering. The crimson energy halted mere inches from her nose, and Long Lai regarded her for 3 seconds before retracting all his intensity. A barely perceptible smirk graced his lips, vanishing almost instantly. "Humph. I expected all young ladies to possess a similar temperament. You are indeed somewhat different." Long Lai then turned to his subordinates, gesturing with his chin. Lao San. Take 5 people and escort them to Muji. The rest, follow me to eliminate the remaining mini-bosses. Shuya's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The dizziness from her drained abilities and the acute pain in her body surged forth. She staggered slightly, her knees threatening to buckle, but a teammate swiftly reached out to steady her. Having managed to endure Long Lai's oppressive presence moments ago, now, assured of her companion's safety, all her bravado crumbled into debilitating weakness. Just as Long Lai was about to lead the remaining members to clear the mini-bosses, Shuya suddenly interjected. Please wait. I wish to accompany you. Long Lai halted, turning back, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly suppressed it, his tone laced with confusion. Miss, since you are aware of my protective duty, you should understand that I cannot allow you to fight in your current condition. He scrutinized Shuya, a hint of derision in his voice. Moreover, what can your current body even accomplish? You would merely be a burden. It is best for you to follow the group to Muji for healing. Li Jiahao, who had just been pleading for mercy from the Heijin Lang, also came to his senses. He hurriedly stood up, approaching Shuya to persuade her. Yes, Shuya, let us head to Muji together. Huji monsters are far too terrifying. We are no match for them right now. Do not overexert yourself. Chapter 26, Boss. How to play against a divine healer. Indeed. Shuya, let us first venture to Muji. The tiger-level monsters are far too fearsome. We are simply no match for them at present. Do not be so reckless. Shuya's gaze fell upon Li Jiahao's face, which bore the remnants of tears and snot from earlier, mingled with dust, presenting an unseemly sight. The recent incident, where his selfishness nearly led to the annihilation of the entire team, was still vivid in her mind. A wave of indescribable aversion surged within her. How could this cowardly and incompetent man be the one her parents so eagerly wished to match her with? A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of her mouth, for in the eyes of her elders, her marriage seemed so trivial. Whether it was their forceful attempts to unite her with Li Jiahao or their deliberate silence regarding Zhan Longgu, her parents appeared to have never considered her feelings. To them, she was merely a commodity to facilitate closer cooperation between two families, a realization that chilled her to the bone. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, the pain sharpening her muddled thoughts. No, Shuya told herself. Since her parents did not value her opinions, she must prove herself even more. She needed to grow stronger, strong enough to seize control of her own life, strong enough that her existence could not be overlooked. Moreover, there were those she wished to surpass. Shuya slowly raised her hand and retrieved a bottle of pale green potion from her pocket, which gleamed softly in the dim light. This was Ling Shu Qianxiangji, a reward obtained from the recent defeat of the small boss, Heijin Lang, by Long Lai. Unlike the rewards from the final boss, which are shared among all participants, the rewards from small boss defeats are exclusively granted to the Slayer, with 4 additional participants receiving random rewards, of which she was fortunate to be one. Although Ling Shu Qianxiangji did not possess the remarkable healing properties for both internal and external injuries that Ling Shu Wanxiangji did, it nonetheless offered exceptional benefits in restoring stamina and psychic abilities. Shuya uncapped the potion without hesitation and swallowed the pale green liquid in one gulp. A gentle warmth surged from her throat into her body, spreading through her limbs. Her previously exhausted energy felt rejuvenated, the fatigue dissipating rapidly as her nearly depleted psychic power began to recover, invigorating her spirit. Feeling the changes within her, Shuya thought to herself, Ling Shu Qianxiangji is valued at approximately 1 million in the external market, one of the finest items dropped by tiger-level small boss. Her luck has always been unparalleled. She lifted her gaze towards Long Lai, her determination now more resolute than before. Now, I can join you. Long Lai observed the unwavering conviction in Shuya's eyes and noted the noticeable resurgence of her aura, emitting a light chuckle through his nose. Yet, his tone remained tinged with impatience. If you fall behind, we shall not wait for you. Although this remark was laced with sarcasm, it tacitly acknowledged her inclusion. Shuya nodded, gripping her sword tightly, and hurriedly followed suit. The subordinate who had earlier received a reprimand from Long Lai sidled up to his companions and whispered, "This is the first time I've seen the boss smile at a woman. I thought he preferred men." Before he could finish, he received a sharp blow to the back of his head, causing him to yelp in pain. He quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head vigorously, which elicited suppressed laughter from several nearby companions. The scent of blood still lingered in the air as Long Lai sheathed his blade with precision. The lifeless body of the recently slain second, tiger-level, small boss lying on the ground. Shuya stood nearby, panting, as faint golden particles began to coalesce around her fingertips. slowly seeping into the body of another member of Zhanlong-ge. Holy contract. As she softly uttered the name of her psychic ability, the man wielding a spear suddenly bellowed, the sound of his weapon slicing through the air now several times more intense. He effortlessly dispatched a wolf-level minion with a single thrust. The unexpected enhancement left the man momentarily stunned, but he soon turned to Shuya with excitement. Miss, your psychic ability is astonishing. Long Lai paused in his action of cleaning his blade, casting a sidelong glance at the scene. Shuya's ability, Holy Contract, indeed differed from conventional supportive powers. Typical support abilities tend to provide fixed numerical boosts, whereas Holy Contract enhances the recipient's attributes proportionally. In simpler terms, the stronger the recipient's inherent power, the more remarkable the effects of Holy Contract. However, should the individual possess little strength, even if Shuya expended all her energy to grant the strongest enhancement, the results would be disappointingly meager. This was vividly exemplified in Li Jiahao's case. Earlier, when Shuya bestowed her concentrated, holy contract upon him, he could not even scratch the shell of the He Jin Zhanlang. So, what if holy contract were to be applied to a formidable warrior like Long Lai? The outcome was self-evident. Just moments ago, Long Lai had effortlessly slain two small boss with a single stroke, his movements fluid as though the ferocious, tiger-level monsters were mere weeds by the roadside. Though he maintained his usual demeanor, only Long Lai himself understood the overwhelming power within him, nearly bursting forth. With each swing of his blade, he felt an inexhaustible strength, his speed and power exceeding his usual capabilities. This Mrs. ability is truly extraordinary. A member of Zhanlong-ge wielding a great sword could not help but exclaim, with this enhancement, I feel I could fell tiger-level monsters as well. Indeed, had my spear not received this boost, I could not have pierced that creature's tough armor so swiftly. The spear-wielding man who had previously received Holy Contract from Shuya chimed in, his gaze lingering on her slightly disheveled golden hair from battle. The outline of her well-proportioned figure accentuated by her fitted combat attire made him swallow hard, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of subtle awe. The surrounding members of Zhanlong-ge began to murmur among themselves, many gazing at Shuya with evident admiration. Her brilliant golden hair shone like flowing sunlight, even slightly dusted, failing to diminish its luster. Though she bore the fatigue of battle, it only added to her striking aura. Miss, although there is no signal in the dungeon, could you share your social media handle with us? A lively-looking subordinate mustered the courage to ask, his cheeks slightly flushed. Once we exit, let us add each other as friends. Upon hearing this, several members nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Shuya felt a bit flustered by this attention. She waved her hand and gently replied, Please, do not call me miss. Just address me as Shuya from now on. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Encounter in the Dark Department 3000 points. Shuya felt a bit flustered by this attention. She waved her hand and gently replied, Please, do not call me miss. Just address me as Shuya from now on. The crowd responded with delight, calling out her name. Silence. Long Lai suddenly barked, his voice authoritative yet not loud, resonating through the woods like thunder. The members of Zhanlong-ge fell silent, their previous joviality and excitement evaporating in an instant. One by one, they retreated into their formations, heads bowed, unwilling to utter a word. Long Lai observed their demeanor and sighed deeply within. As the eldest disciple of Zhanlong-ge, witnessing his junior brothers lose composure over a woman was indeed disappointing. Yet, he was unaware that his earlier anger stemmed more from their adulation of the extraordinary beings than from the situation itself. The founding principle of Zhanlong-ge was to elevate ordinary individuals, who were often looked down upon by those endowed with powers, to an equal status, proving that mortals could also stand alongside the divine through the strength forged by secret arts. Long Lai acknowledged that Shuya was indeed formidable. Her unique, holy pact, ability, and her unyielding resilience in the face of pressure earned his respect. However, witnessing his junior brothers fawn over an extraordinary being stirred an indescribable turmoil within him. He raised his hand to check the sky and spoke in a low voice. There are still 3 minor leaders to deal with. Let us proceed. Once the team resumed their journey, only the sound of footsteps and the gentle rustle of weapons against grass remained in the forest, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. The group continued their passage through the dense woods, the interlacing branches overhead casting fragmented shafts of sunlight upon the ground. Ahead lay the next, tiger-level minor boss, the ironback wild boar. Shuya quickened her pace, a sense of foreboding rising within her. To be safe, she raised her hand, and golden particles of light coalesced at her fingertips, swiftly bestowing the holy pact upon Long Lai and the 5 core members of Zhanlong-ge. The soft golden radiance enveloped the five, who could distinctly feel their powers magnifying once more. The group looked at Shuya with a tinge of confusion. Yet they refrained from questioning her, continuing on their path. After all, the duration of Shuya's holy pact exceeded its cooldown. So applying a buff in advance was of no consequence. As the team pushed through the final layer of dense foliage, the ground beneath them opened up to reveal a gravel-strewn clearing, where the tiger-level minor boss, the Ironback Wild Boar, awaited. However, to the shock of all present, a young boy stood less than 2 meters in front of the Ironback Wild Boar. The boy and the menacing beast locked eyes, exuding an aura that belied his age. His eyes, crimson and adorned with 3 tomo, shimmered with an otherworldly gleam under the sunlight. Even standing still, he radiated a captivating charm. Who could possess such striking handsomeness but the gathered individuals and Sasuke? Sasuke-kun. As Shuya recognized the boy's face, her pupils dilated in surprise, and she cried out in alarm. Immediately, she called out urgently, "Sasuke-kun, what are you doing here? Come back quickly, it's dangerous." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sasuke turned abruptly. His crimson 3-tomo Sharingan momentarily flickered with surprise upon recognizing Shuya. Previously, it was said that Sasuke had been tricked into the Hai Mu Shin Yuan by the enigmatic Lu and nearly ended up as a mere pawn. Fortunately, after a series of twists and turns, he escaped that fate, only to find himself lost in the Changu Maolin, upholding the virtues of a new generation. Sasuke resolved that since he was there, he might as well gather something. Thus, he commenced a journey of unintentional exploration while simultaneously eliminating creatures in the Changu Maolin to collect their drops. With one hand wielding an Amaterasu and the other rummaging through his pocket, he decimated a significant portion of the monsters in the forest during his half-day of wandering. Along the way, he encountered a tiger-level minor boss, which he dispatched with ease, discovering that such creatures existed even in large underground dungeons. Consequently, he pursued the tiger-level minor boss throughout the Changu Maolin to obtain its loot. The overwhelming display of power instilled fear in the monsters, prompting them to flee from this harbinger of doom. Wolf-level monsters, aren't you the guy? Here to fish for loot? Does the matchmaking system even function? Tiger-level monsters, 666, who is sniping me from the shadows? Sasuke himself was perplexed by this turn of events. The creatures that once roamed the Changu Maolin had seemingly vanished, as if they were avoiding him. This left him feeling somewhat lonely in a forest devoid of monsters. After an arduous day of wandering, he finally encountered the second tiger-level minor boss, the Ironback Wild Boar. Having not seen any creatures for a long time, he felt a pang of sympathy, contemplating whether to let it live a little longer. An idea struck him. Could he control the tiger-level minor boss without resorting to his Mangekyo Sharingan? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he resolved to test it immediately. His crimson pupils slowly rotated as he infused chakra into his right eye, attempting to use the most basic Sharingan Jinjutsu to disrupt the Ironback Wild Boar's consciousness. Yet the Ironback Wild Boar merely shook its head, releasing 2 puffs of steam from its nostrils, its beastly eyes filled with agitation, evidently unaffected. As expected, the single tomo was insufficient. "This won't do," Sasuke murmured. As the tomo split into a double tomo, a stronger mental force, akin to invisible threads, ensnared the Ironback Wild Boar's mind. This time, the creature's movements noticeably slowed for half a second, its limbs instinctively tightening as it appeared momentarily dazed. But in an instant, it let out a deafening roar. Breaking free from the double tomo Jinjutsu, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. The 3-tomo Sharingan materialized, spinning with an oppressive aura. This time, he heightened the intensity of the Jinjutsu to the utmost limit of the 3-tomo. An invisible mental surge flooded into the Ironback Wild Boar's consciousness. As it attempted to lift its head, it abruptly froze, its wild eyes gradually losing focus, its limbs seemingly nailed to the ground, and even its breathing became slow and steady. Moments later, the Ironback Wild Boar ceased all struggle, its head drooping as if its soul had been extracted. It was evident that it had succumbed entirely to the Jinjutsu of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke observed the Ironback Wild Boar, now completely under his control, and thought to himself, if the 3-tomo can control a tiger-level creature, then perhaps the Mangekyo can even dominate a demon level 1. However, since he possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was possible he could even control a dragon-level beast. This notion filled him with anticipation. Should he succeed, it would provide him with another method to confront stronger adversaries. It left him with a wistful thought, wishing that emotions in reality could mirror those found in novels. In summary, greater challenges lie ahead. Thank you all for watching. Tomorrow, There should be 4 updates, perhaps? Chapter 28. Shuya also took action. Sasuke gazed at the ironback wild boar, completely under his control, and mused. If the 3 Tomo Sharingan can command a tiger-level creature, then surely the Mangekyo can command a demon-level one. However, mine is the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, perhaps even capable of controlling dragon-grade entities. This thought ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. If he could truly achieve this, it would provide him with an additional means of confronting even stronger monsters. In the next moment, Sasuke's fingertips twitched as he prepared to activate Kagaya's divine power, summoning the black flames to coalesce in his palm to eliminate the iron spine boar under the influence of his illusion. Just then, a familiar feminine voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning his gaze, Sasuke spotted the golden-haired girl standing behind the nearby foliage. Sasuke-kun, run! Shuya's voice echoed again, laced with palpable urgency. Upon hearing Shuya's frantic call, a hint of confusion welled up within Sasuke. Can this thing still harm anyone? Before he could ponder further, a streak of crimson light shot forth from the side. Long Lai exuded a fierce, blazing red aura, charging toward the iron-spined boar, like a bolt from the blue. The frenzied power bestowed by the dragon blood secret art, combined with Shuya's holy covenant, elevating his presence to a heart-stopping realm. His arm, gripping the katana, bulged with veins, and the very air around him was rent with a subtle explosive sound. Sasuke couldn't help but cast another glance. Get behind me, Long Lai bellowed, his voice resonating through the air with a thunderous vibration. Sasuke was about to explain that the iron-spined boar was already under his illusion. But before he could utter a word, the katana in Long Lai's hand transformed into a chilling arc of light. With a swift motion, the blade cleanly severed the massive body of the iron-spined boar, and scalding blood erupted like a fountain. Yet, before the splattering blood could touch Long Lai, it was instantly vaporized by the scorching aura emanating from him, transforming into wisps of crimson steam. Sasuke observed the splattered blood, his brow furrowing slightly. To avoid staining his clothes, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside Shuya. Long Lai-ji, you are incredible. You are our god, exclaimed the members of Dragon Slaying Pavilion, marveling at the effortlessly slain, iron-spined boar, their eyes brimming with admiration. Standing beside Shuya, Sasuke gazed at the bisected boar's carcass, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn, my kill was snatched. Just as he contemplated approaching Long Lai to voice his grievance, a system notification chimed in his ears. You have assisted in defeating the tiger-grade elite monster, iron-spined boar. You have received unidentified raw stone. Source, Dungeon Monster Kill Drop. Sasuke felt a tinge of exasperation. Why is the system dropping this unidentified raw stone again? Is my luck truly this abysmal? At that moment, the voice of the Long Aotion system echoed in his mind. Who cries like a child every day? Who loses like a gambler every day? Sasuke was too weary to argue with the frustrating system. He suddenly realized that this elite monster, akin to a boss, would drop rewards as long as one participated in the attack. The Long Aotion system clarified. It is not just the killer. Among the 5 participants in the battle, all can receive the small boss's drop rewards. Sasuke comprehended. I see. Yet, the next moment, he found himself questioning the system. Wait, if you knew this all along, why didn't you say so? The Long Aotion system replied. The host did not initiate a question. Sasuke dismissed the thought, finding the system's behavior reminiscent of a foolish AI from the first chapter. Since being exposed for its tendency to play dumb, it had begun to resemble a more human-like entity, albeit only slightly. Sasuke watched as the members of Dragon Slaying Pavilion gathered around Long Lai, their faces alight with fervent admiration. Although Long Lai had stolen his prey, Sasuke felt an unusual calm within. He had never been one to care much for external validation or flattery. His pursuit of the boss had always been solely for the drops. Now that he had achieved his goal, having received the drop reward, he found solace in the knowledge that Long Lai had intervened to protect him. As Sasuke pondered these thoughts, Shuya approached him anxiously. She reached out, gently caressing his cheek to ensure there were no wounds, before quickly checking his body for any injuries, her face betraying her unfiltered concern. Sasuke, taken aback by her sudden gesture, felt a flush rise to his cheeks but quickly regained his composure. He understood that Shuya's nature was one of genuine care. Otherwise, he would have suspected ulterior motives. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by the members of Dragon Slaying Pavilion, who clenched their teeth in envy, their eyes filled with jealousy. They collectively entertained the same thought. Should we pretend to be injured later? Sasuke, aware that he was unscathed, felt a bit awkward under Shuya's persistent scrutiny and said, Shuya, I'm really fine. Yet, Shuya did not respond with her usual gentle demeanor. Instead, her tone was tinged with sternness. "Sasuke-kun, please refrain from speaking. Really? Why were you alone here? Do you realize that the Iron Spine Boar was a tiger-grade elite monster, extremely dangerous?" Sasuke was about to explain that such monsters posed no threat, but as the words approached his lips, he suddenly realized that Shuya was so upset that she had resorted to using honorifics when addressing him. He swallowed his words, deciding to let her finish her inspection to put her mind at ease. Thus, he opted to remain passive, akin to a doll, allowing Shuya to fuss over him. Even as her hands ventured to peculiar places, he maintained his composure, akin to an unresponsive state. "Phew, I'm relieved to see Sasuke-kun is unharmed," Shuya finally declared upon completing her inspection, exhaling a sigh of relief, her taut nerves unwinding. Yet, in the next second, as she emerged from her tense demeanor, her gaze fell upon her hand, which had inadvertently lifted the hem of Sasuke's garment and was now resting directly on his firm abdomen, her palm distinctly feeling the warmth of his skin and the contours of his muscles. Shuya's face flushed crimson, warmth spreading from her cheeks to her ears. Her heart racing. It dawned on her that her urgency had led her to first touch his cheek, then move down his neck, her fingers gliding along his arm, ultimately lifting his shirt to touch his abdomen. "Sasuke-kun's physique is unexpectedly admirable," she mused, noting how his skin appeared exceptionally fair, contrasting with his usual appearance. As her fingers traced his arm, she could clearly feel the smooth yet subtle definition of his youthful muscles, firm and elastic. When she reached his abdomen, the tactile sensation was just right, her palm pressed against his skin, feeling the warmth of blood flowing beneath. What surprised her even more was the translucence of his skin, especially the curve from his neck to collarbone, which shimmered delicately in the fragmented light, exuding a silky texture that was even more refined than her well-cared-for hands. For a moment, Shuya was entranced, her gaze fixated on Sasuke, forgetting to withdraw her hand and losing herself in the moment. Her cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy hue, not from embarrassment, but rather captivated by the scene before her. Her mind became a blank canvas, leaving only the warmth of the sensation at her fingertips and the enchanting image that filled her vision. The surrounding cheers and murmurs seemed to fade away, as if the entire world consisted solely of her and Zuosho. Chapter 29, Shuya took action. The cheers and discussions around them appeared to vanish, leaving only the two of them in the vast expanse of existence. Shuya's affection level has increased. Shuya's affection level has increased. Shuya's affection level has increased. Zuosho's system froze. The internet connected. The trio of system notifications finally prompted Zuosho to respond. He glanced down to see Shuya still lifting the hem of her garment, her fingers lightly grazing her abdomen, her gaze fixed, and her throat swallowing nervously. Zuosho was taken aback. He never expected this spirited girl to engage so boldly. What was even more astonishing was that Zuosho was facing away from the onlookers of Zhanlongge. Meanwhile, Shuya crouched down, creating an illusion from a bystander's perspective that they were merely engaged in a standard physical examination, unnoticed by anyone. As Zuosho looked down at Shuya squatting before him, he suddenly realized this was what the predecessors referred to as inappropriate behavior, perhaps indicative of outdoor intimacy. Just as Zuosho marveled at the wisdom of his forebears, he felt Shuya's hand gradually moving downward. He inwardly gasped, "Yumilu, if this continues, it will lead to content that cannot be broadcast." He quickly pretended to cough, and Shuya snapped back to reality, retracting her hand as if shocked by electricity. Her cheeks instantly flushed as if they might bleed. Zuosho took the opportunity to turn away, coughing while shifting the subject. "Shuya, I've caught a cold recently." Shuya, aware that Zuosho was intentionally diverting the conversation, curled her fingers around her garment nervously, a hint of unnaturalness surfacing on her flushed face as she softly replied. "Then Zuosho, you must take good care of your health." Zuosho instinctively thought to say, "I see you were quite serious about checking my health." However, the words were swallowed before they could escape his lips. As Shuya gazed at Zuosho's turned back, the earlier scene replayed vividly in her mind. Just a moment ago, she had almost touched something far more heated. Suddenly realizing her thoughts, Shuya's cheeks turned as red as ripe cherries. She hurriedly crouched down again, gently patting her face in an attempt to cool her burning skin. It felt as though white steam were rising from her head, and she internally screamed, "What on earth am I thinking about, Zuosho? How could such shameful thoughts arise?" Shuya could hardly believe that in her 18 years, she had never had any intimate contact with a boy. Yet today, during her first encounter with a man's body, she instinctively reacted. This led her to question herself. "Mother, could it be that I am actually a rather lecherous child?" The more she pondered, the more shameful she felt, patting her cheeks with increasing force, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Meanwhile, Zuosho quickly regained his composure. After all, before his reincarnation, he had been so handsome that he was frequently extorted by bullies and often found himself in secluded places with older girls demanding favors. Zuosho thought, being taken advantage of is no big deal. Yet perhaps even Zuosho was unaware that a hint of crimson had crept into his ears, subtly masked by his hair. To the onlookers of Zhanlonggu, this interaction appeared as Shuya inexplicably blushing and shyly crouching on the ground. They had no idea what had transpired, only feeling that the scene was strikingly awkward. As they watched Zuosho's silhouette, their teeth clenched tighter in frustration. It can only be said that each person had their own affairs to attend to. The members of Zhanlonggu were internally competing over Shuya's reaction while Zuosho calmed himself, and Shuya wrestled with her own embarrassment. Only Long Lai remained by the bisected corpse of the Tji, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled the usual combat posture of the Tji, its spines erect, forming a sturdy defense, its head slightly bowed, revealing sharp tusks, and its legs poised for a fierce charge. Undoubtedly, the Tji had been in a fighting stance, ready to attack, as evidenced by its posture. But why? Long Lai's gaze sharpened. Although the entire sequence from his charge to the slaying of the Tji transpired in an instant, the creature had shown no signs of movement. It was as if it had just been about to launch an assault when time was abruptly suspended, maintaining its charging position until it was cleaved in two, letting out a final, unwilling roar as it met its demise. This was highly abnormal, completely inconsistent with the Tji's nature. Long Lai scanned the surroundings, seeking any clues, yet found none. He shook his head slightly, suppressing his doubts for the time being, turning his attention back to his companions. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. The members of Zhanlonggu were baring their teeth at the boy who had appeared so suddenly, as if they intended to devour him whole. Yet the boy stood there, seemingly unfazed by their hostility, exuding a calm demeanor. And Shuya, that little girl, had somehow squatted nearby, her arms wrapped around her knees. Her ears flushed like ripe strawberries, her neck tinged with a gentle pink, and she appeared to be mumbling to herself. Long Lai's brow furrowed even more tightly, a large question mark blossoming in his mind. What had transpired during the brief moment he was focused on the Tji? He spoke sternly, "Hey, what are you all doing?" The members of Zhanlonggu finally snapped back to reality. Oh no, the boss has come to his senses. They hurriedly adopted their previous serious expressions, some pretending to examine their surroundings, while others bowed their heads to tidy their weapons. Long Lai's gaze shifted from the group to Zuosho. Their eyes met in the air. Long Lai's eyes were sharp, filled with scrutiny and inquiry, while Zuosho merely regarded him with a calm, untroubled expression. Long Lai snorted inwardly, finding it remarkable that within a single day, he encountered two juniors who dared to meet his gaze directly. He withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" In response to Long Lai's slightly aggressive demeanor, Zuosho replied in a nonchalant tone, "Uchiha Zuosho." Having uttered those few words, he fell silent again, maintaining his composed demeanor. Long Lai, feeling a tinge of irritation, was about to step forward to further inquire about this sudden boy-esque background when Shuya swiftly emerged from her entangled and bashful emotions. She hurried to Zuosho's side, offering an explanation to Long Lai. "Long Lai, he is my classmate, Zuosho." Long Lai's gaze shifted to Shuya. Although the girl's voice remained as pure and crisp as before, her face still bore the remnants of a blush, and her ears were faintly tinged with pink. A peculiar sensation stirred within Long Lai, yet he refrained from probing further, redirecting his attention to Sasuke, inquiring, "How did he end up here?" In Chapter 30, Speak to my Susanoo, Long Lai felt that strange sensation again, but chose not to ask more questions, instead focusing on Sasuke and pressing, "What brings you here?" Sasuke intended to respond blandly, asserting that his whereabouts and activities were of no concern to the other party, and prepared to deliver a chilling glare in response. Sasuke nodded, affirming, "The plan is straightforward." Just as he adopted a stern expression and prepared to speak, Shuya, quick as lightning, covered his mouth with her hand, leaving Sasuke to emit muffled sounds, incoherently protesting. "Shuya, let me go. What are you doing?" With the blush still evident on her face, Shuya confidently stated, "Sasuke, please refrain from speaking. Given your personality, you would undoubtedly attempt to appear aloof and say something along the lines of it not being your concern." Sasuke felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had not anticipated that his persona in front of Shuya had collapsed so thoroughly, even if her words contained a kernel of truth. Meanwhile, Long Lai observed their oblivious interaction, his brows knitting tighter in irritation as he urged, "Hey, how did this kid get to the underground city?" While firmly covering Sasuke's mouth, Shuya glanced at Long Lai and replied, "Actually, I also don't know how Sasuke ended up here. But I suspect it isn't for any legitimate reason. Perhaps he was sold here by some street thugs." Sasuke was taken aback, halting his struggles, internally exclaiming, "You guessed that? How outrageous." Long Lai's lips twitched at her words. "Are you suggesting this kid was sold into the underground city?" Upon noticing Long Lai's reaction, Shuya's face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing that Sasuke had ceased to struggle, she gradually released her hand from his mouth. She hastily clarified, that was merely a metaphor. After a moment of contemplation, Shuya continued, "However, it is not entirely implausible. I recently discovered that while gathering information for the Haimu Abyss strategy, there were indeed reports of human trafficking occurring near Muji." Pausing, she turned to Long Lai, her tone becoming serious. "In any case, I want to assure you that Sasuke will not interfere with our upcoming hunt for the boss. I can vouch for him." Having fought alongside her previously, Long Lai had developed trust in Shuya, although he did not outwardly express it. Hearing her firm assurance made it difficult for him to press the issue further. After a brief silence, Long Lai finally turned around, letting out a sigh as he addressed the members of Zhanlonggu. "Prepare yourselves. We are heading to the next mini-boss location." The members of Zhanlonggu immediately sprang into action, checking and preparing their equipment. Shuya gradually regained her composure from the earlier embarrassment, the blush on her face fading significantly as she returned to her usual demeanor. However, when she attempted to converse with Sasuke, her gaze would often drift, and she would instinctively look away whenever he met her eyes, unable to maintain the calmness she once had. Sasuke observed the bustling figures around him and turned to Shuya, asking, "Are you going to hunt the next mini-boss?" Shuya nodded, explaining, "Yes. There are 6 mini-bosses in the Changumao land, and 2 remain unchallenged." As she spoke, her expression dimmed slightly, and her voice lowered. "Initially, my team and Long Lai's team were supposed to split them evenly, but my team encountered some unexpected issues and was defeated by the first mini-boss, leaving all remaining ones to Long Lai's team." Sasuke nodded in understanding. "I see." The way she described the division of mini-bosses made it sound as if these creatures were treated like prey or merchandise. After a moment's thought, Shuya added, "If we consider the bosses as merchandise, it is indeed valid. After all, we paid to enter the A-level underground city. As the difficulty of mini-bosses is significantly lower than that of the final boss, virtually every A-level team entering the underground city can easily defeat them, often yielding valuable items. Thus, in some respects, mini-bosses are more sought after than final bosses." Sasuke suddenly realized, "So, does that mean I inadvertently snatched someone else's prize by killing a mini-boss?" He strategically cleared his throat and shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, how much profit does a mini-boss typically generate?" Shuya pondered for a moment before responding. "That depends on the level of the mini-boss. For instance, the mini-bosses in Hamu Abyss are generally of the 2 level, with each yielding around 3 million. Sasuke's lips twitched. "Is it really that high?" Shuya nodded earnestly. "Yes, because a mini-boss can only have its rewards distributed among a maximum of 5 people. And each participant can earn anywhere from several 100,000 to over 1 million in items. In total, 5 people might collectively earn around 3 million. Sasuke felt his mouth twitch even more violently. Just moments ago, the mini-boss he had thoughtlessly dispatched had dropped only a small jade bottle worth 100,000. He had initially believed himself incredibly fortunate, thinking he could endlessly accumulate wealth until he grew weary of it. In stark contrast, the items dropped by the boss Long Lai had slain were even more outrageous, being an unidentified gemstone. Sasuke felt that, given his luck, it was likely just a piece of worthless white crystal. He could not help but lament internally, "Have I traded my fortune for good looks in this life?" At that moment, Shuya retrieved 2 bottles of Huanhui potion from the storage ring prepared by her family and handed them to Sasuke. Upon receiving the potions, Sasuke recognized their value, knowing they were worth 1 million each. His eyes sparkled. Initially, he had thought Shuya might just have a bit of money, but it was clear now that she was a genuine heiress. While he had been laboriously slaying the small monsters in Changumao land for a meager sum of around 100,000, she effortlessly handed him $2 million potions, highlighting the vast disparity between them. Sasuke instinctively sized up Shuya, despite being just an 18-year-old high school student. She possessed a remarkably mature figure that accentuated the unique curves of youth. Moreover, due to a recent physical examination, the system indicated that Shuya's favorability rating had risen from acquaintance to gentlemanly friendship. Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to his previous life, where he had encountered numerous wealthy young ladies. Whenever a new NVIDIA graphics card was released, those young ladies would corner him in alleyways, whispering enticingly, "Little brother, I have something wonderful at home." At the thought, Sasuke felt a pang of regret, realizing that these seemingly gentle, wealthy sisters were often quite cunning behind the scenes. He mused, casting a sidelong glance at Shuya. She surely wouldn't behave like that, would she? In order to avert a crisis concerning nephrosis. Suishu shook his head and remarked, "We have been reborn. We shall not indulge in a life of ease." Shuya's countenance suddenly transformed into a serious demeanor as she stated, "Suishu, the creature we are about to confront is among the most formidable of the minor leaders within the Changu-Mo-Lin." She paused for a moment and solemnly articulated the name of the creature. "It is known as the Yin Kuju-Gue. While there may be variations among individuals, its size will be at least 3 times that of the Hijinju Lang, with astonishing defensive capabilities that can withstand tank fire." Upon hearing this, Suishu responded, "I see." For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity and inquired, "Where does this Yin Kuju-Gue respawn?" Shuya replied, "To the north of Changu-Mo-Lin, there is a waterfall, and the Yin Kuju-Gue resides beneath it." She tilted her head slightly and whispered, "It seems to be in the direction where we found you, Suishu." Suishu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the minor leader he had initially mistaken for a mere creature he had kicked to death by the roadside? "I thought it was just a turtle," he mused internally. "I should have summoned my Susanoo." The memories flooded back. He had directly summoned his Susanoo and dispatched the Yin Kuju-Gue with a single blow, shattering both creature and shell. The system had been frustratingly lagging, taking an eternity to present the notification stating, "You have slain the tiger-level elite, Yin Kuju-Gue." Suishu grew anxious, fearing the turtle had not been thoroughly vanquished, and hastily unleashed 2 attacks of Amaterasu. Ultimately, the black flames left no trace of the Yin Kuju-Gue, and only then did he feel a sense of relief as he departed. Shuya continued, "Although the challenge of slaying the Yin Kuju-Gue is significant, the rewards it yields are exceptionally high. Its hard exterior can be sold for millions, with instances of it fetching even billions if in pristine condition." Suishu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If Shuya and the others were to learn that this creature, which could yield millions, had only netted him a few 100,000 in items, they would surely be infuriated. Suddenly, Suishu realized a more pressing concern. What if they discovered that he was the one who had defeated the Yin Kuju-Gue? How would he explain the entrance fee? It was worth noting that he was currently in an A-level dungeon, for which Shuya and Long Lai's family had invested tens of millions to acquire entry rights. Suishu had managed to sneak in without spending a dime, and had even seized an opportunity to slay a tiger-level minor boss. If they demanded payment from him, it would be catastrophic. In the next moment, Suishu resolved that he must not let anyone know he was the one who had slain the Yin Kuju-Gue. Meanwhile, Shuya cast a concerned glance towards Long Lai. Despite having the enhancements from the Holy Covenant and the Dragon Blood secret technique, Long Lai's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Yet, the Yin Kuju-Gue was renowned for its ability to counter cold weapons, leaving him uncertain whether his team could successfully defeat this minor boss. On the other hand, Long Lai's subordinates were enthusiastically praising their leader's strength, claiming that with him around, defeating the Yin Kuju-Gue would be a mere formality. However, Long Lai's expression bore no trace of a smile. Rather, it was overshadowed by a hint of gravity. He internally assessed his sword's ability to pierce the Yin Kuju-Gue's defenses and realized he only had a 50% chance of success. Only Suishu, meanwhile, was contemplating how to re-establish a cool and aloof image in Shuya's eyes. Chapter 31. The distinction between the lucky and the unfortunate. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they set off towards the northern edge of Changu-Mo-Lin, finally arriving at the habitat of the Yin Kuju-Gue beneath the waterfall. However, the scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. A colossal pit marred the fractured earth, surrounded by scattered stones and charred remnants. Devoid of any trace of the Yin Kuju-Gue, the members of Zhanlong-Gu exchanged bewildered glances. One subordinate hesitantly looked to Long Lai and questioned, "Is this truly the habitat of the Yin Kuju-Gue, big brother?" Long Lai surveyed the starkly different scene from the intel he had received, his heart already tumultuous with unease. He had prepared meticulously, fully aware of the Yin Kuju-Gue's habits and habitat characteristics, yet the devastation before him exceeded all expectations. He suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining his usual solemn demeanor, though his brows furrowed even tighter. Slowly, he stepped forward, approaching the fractured area. The stones beneath his feet crunched audibly, resonating in the stillness of the environment. Long Lai examined the traces on the ground, then glanced around at the terrain, continuously cross-referencing it with the map provided by his family elders. Indeed, the location and geographical features aligned perfectly with the designated habitat of the Yin Kuju Gui. However, the formidable creature that should have been dwelling here had vanished without a trace, leaving chaos in its wake. Longlai scrutinized the devastation, his mind racing to comprehend. Such extensive damage could only result from a fierce battle between two colossal beings. Had another powerful creature intruded and clashed with the Yin Kuju Gui? As he pondered this, his gaze inadvertently swept over the water pooling at the bottom of the pit, where he faintly observed something flickering beneath the surface. Curiosity piqued. Longlai crouched down to get a closer look. To his astonishment, his pupils constricted. It was a small, black flame quietly burning underwater, showing no signs of extinguishing. Longlai marveled inwardly. A flame that could burn underwater? What on earth could this be? His curiosity heightened. He instinctively reached out to touch the black flame. But in the next instant, a chilling sensation surged through his fingertips. He jolted back, only then realizing that a thin layer of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Reflecting on the previous moment, he recognized that his instinct had warned him that this black flame was not something to be trifled with. He stared at the underwater flame for a moment longer, a growing sense of unease settling in. He felt certain that something extraordinary had transpired within this underground realm. Longlai began to recall the creatures he had slain along the way and the individuals he had encountered, seeking to unearth a clue. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he remembered a detail he had overlooked. The location where they had found Zwashu was indeed a necessary route to the Yin Kuju Gui's habitat. Could it be that all of this was somehow connected to that dark-haired youth? Longlai abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as it locked on his Zwashu, intent on discerning any hint of treachery from his calm expression. Zwashu, naturally, sensed the scrutinizing gaze but paid it no mind, for he was preoccupied with pondering whether he could sell the 2 bottles of revival potion that Shuya had given him. Surely, they could fetch over $1 million. Enough to elevate him to platinum status at the foot spa. Longlai scrutinized Zwashu for a moment longer before finally shaking his head slowly. This youth, though displaying a modicum of bravery in the face of danger, exuded no aura of menace. The demise of a creature as formidable as the Yin Kuju Gui could not possibly be linked to this boy. Longlai averted his gaze and addressed the group, stating, "Let us move on to the next minor leader's habitat." Upon hearing the words, a look of confusion spread across the faces of the assembly, and one individual could not help but inquire, "Brother, what shall we do about the Yin Kuju Gui? Shall we simply disregard it?" Longlai replied nonchalantly, "I do not know. However, it is quite possible that it has been vanquished by the last remaining boss." Longlai's words struck like a flash of inspiration, instantly awakening the minds of the crowd. They suddenly recalled the inherent law of survival of the fittest among the monsters in the underground city, where mutual slaughter was commonplace, and it was inevitable that conflicts arose among the bosses. Being a tiger-level boss, the Yin Kuju Gui could only be threatened by other monsters of the same caliber within the Changu Maolin. The group followed Longlai's lead, each bearing an expression of utmost caution. To slay a fellow tiger-level boss, the last remaining boss must be exceptionally formidable, with power that should not be underestimated. To err on the side of caution, Shuya preemptively bestowed several auxiliary buffs upon Zwashu, utilizing Shengqi. In an instant, Zwashu was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, with a tawny glow enhancing his defense, a cerulean breeze quickening his speed, and crimson patterns augmenting his strength. Observing the vibrant array of buffs surrounding him, Zwashu was momentarily transported back to his previous life, recalling the whimsical sight of comrades applying various enhancement buffs before a raid in an online game. This spectacle incited envy among the members of Zhanlong Go, who cast jealous glances at him. It is worth noting that prior to this, Shuya had only allocated 1 or 2 buffs to the core combatants of the team, unlike the abundant enhancements lavished upon Zwashu. However, Shuya was acutely aware of her special consideration for Zwashu. This was entirely due to witnessing a confrontation between Zwashu and Li Jiahao, where Zwashu appeared to have employed a mental attack to incapacitate the latter. Generally, those with mental abilities possessed fragile corporeal forms. Her meticulous application of buffs stemmed from a concern that Zwashu might sustain injuries from collateral damage during the upcoming battle. In summary, the group successfully navigated according to the map's guidance, locating the habitat of the final boss, Huan Yinyao. It was a sparsely vegetated woodland where a monstrous bird, with a wingspan nearing 3 meters, perched atop the tallest treetop, its feathers displaying an eerie purplish-blue hue, and its beak sharp as a blade. Upon sensing the approach of intruders, the Huan Yinyao abruptly took flight, deftly maneuvering through the trees at such speed that it left only fleeting afterimages in its wake. It occasionally emitted piercing cries. the sonic waves transforming into invisible blades directed towards the group. As the adversary could soar freely above, the party found themselves momentarily at a loss for a strategy to engage. In the midst of their growing anxiety, Zhuozhu, who had been idly observing, stealthily activated his Sharingan, the dark pupils revealing the intricate patterns of the Tomo. He refrained from exerting excessive ocular power, merely releasing a subtle wave of illusion. The airborne Huan Yin Niao suddenly faltered, as if ensnared by invisible shackles, held captive in midair for a brief second. Seizing this critical moment, Long Lai leaped into action, his sword transforming into a glimmering arc as it accurately cleaved the neck of the Huan Yin Niao. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching shriek, the creature plummeted from the sky, falling silent. Gazing at the fallen form of the Huan Yin Niao, Zhuozhu felt a sudden pang of unease. Although he had subtly employed his ocular technique, he had inadvertently claimed an assist. Should any rewards from this boss happen to include his share, it would be challenging to justify. However, in the next moment, he recalled his notoriously unfortunate luck, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Given his track record, he likely would not even touch a feather, and thus, he had no cause for concern. As the group approached to inspect the remains of the Huan Yin Niao, several gleaming items emerged from its corpse. When it came time to distribute the rewards, aside from Long Lai, the Slayer, Shuya, and 3 other team members also received their just dues. Among them, Shuya demonstrated her extraordinary fortune once again, unveiling a Feng Ling Jieji, embedded with a turquoise gemstone, which Long Lai estimated could fetch a staggering price of 4 million in the outside world. Zhuozhu watched with his eyelids twitching, when suddenly, a mocking system prompt echoed in his mind. You have unlocked a new achievement, the gap between the non-lucky and the fortunate. Evaluation. The chasm between the fortunate and the non-lucky is deeper than the Mariana Trench. With the demise of the Huan Yin Niao, all bosses on the first layer had been vanquished, and the countenances of the group brightened with relief. Long Lai sheathed his sword and surveyed his companions. Well done. The task for the first layer is complete. Let us proceed to Chui Muji. Chui Muji served as a secure outpost established by the espers between the first and second layers of the underground city. A sanctuary for explorers to rest and exchange resources. The group readily agreed, gathering their belongings and following Long Lai towards the direction of Chui Muji. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere lightened considerably, with occasional exchanges of humorous tales from the recent battle. Shuya took the opportunity to converse with Zhuozhu, inquiring about his well-being. After approximately half an hour of travel, the woodland ahead began to open up, revealing a distinct cluster of structures before their eyes. Zhuozhu and Shuya came to an abrupt halt, both momentarily taken aback. Before them lay an expanse of verdant trees, their trunks of vibrant emerald green, the leaves seemingly sculpted from jade. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance of foliage. At the heart of this emerald grove stood an immensely colossal tree, the Chui Wang Shu, whose trunk was so robust that it would require dozens of individuals to encircle it, its towering crown resembling a giant umbrella, casting a vast shadow over much of the outpost. Zhuozhu, gazing at the towering tree, could not restrain his curiosity. What is that magnificent tree? Shuya, recalling the information she had perused prior to their departure, softly elucidated. That must be the Chui Wang Shu. It serves as a stabilizing force within the underground city, as no monsters appear within the vicinity of that great tree. Chui Muji derives its name from this. However, do take heed, while no monsters are spawned here, creatures from the outside world can still gain entry. The entire outpost of Chui Muji was constructed around the Chui Wang Shu, with houses meticulously crafted from the same emerald wood. Strings of dried herbs and beast bones hung from every corner, imparting a primitive ambience. Simultaneously, merchants could be heard vociferously hawking their spoils. Is this truly Chui Muji? It certainly lives up to its reputation, Shuya remarked softly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Zhuozhu nodded slightly, finding it hard to fathom such a scene emerging in the underground city. Long Lai glanced at the sky and addressed his companions. Let us find a place to rest. Several of his subordinates readily complied, following Long Lai deeper into the wooden structure area of the outpost with the intention of renting accommodations for the night. Meanwhile, Shuya remained in place, surveying her surroundings when she suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice calling out, "Miss Shuya." Turning her head, she beheld several figures approaching along a nearby path. They were the members of her original team. Though they bore various injuries, their faces radiated joy upon seeing her. Shuya comforted her teammates and once again apologized to the group regarding the incident with Li Jiahao. As Sasuke was about to inquire about Shuyua's frequent mentions of Li Jiahao, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. The individual, with disheveled hair yet unscathed, was none other than Li Jiahao. His eyes were reddened with tears, streaming down his face as he rushed towards Shuya, choking on his words. Shuya, I thought I would never see you again. Startled by this scene, Shuya instinctively took a half-step back. Sasuke, observing from the side, slightly furrowed his brow. Just as Li Jiahao was about to reach Shuya, he discreetly extended his foot, giving it a subtle flick. With a thud, Li Jiahao lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face smeared with dirt. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Their gazes fixated on the disheveled Li Jiahao. Li Jiahao lay on the ground, momentarily dazed, before his anger surged. He clenched his fists and sprang to his feet, wiping the dirt from his face, and shouted angrily at the crowd. Who the hell tripped me? His fierce glare swept over each person present, trying to identify the culprit. However, the onlookers were all wounded members of Shuyua's original team, harboring grievances against the wealthy young master Li Jiahao, and thus remained silent. Seeing no one step forward, a smug grin spread across Li Jiahao's face as he brushed off the dust. Humph, not even brave enough to step forward. He then turned back to Shuya, his expression instantly shifting to one of wounded urgency as he took another step toward her. However, just as his foot landed, something unseen kicked it out from under him, causing him to lose balance once again and fall face-first into the dirt, sliding half a foot due to inertia. The crowd watched in clarity. While the previous stumble could have been attributed to Sasuke's accidental flick, this one was undoubtedly a deliberate kick. Li Jiahao, now prone on the ground, felt his chest heaving with rage, like wild grass growing uncontrollably. He pushed himself up, staggering as he cursed. Who the hell is it? But before he could take another 2 steps, he was again tripped by an invisible force, crashing back to the ground with a thud. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiahao rose once more, his eyes blazing red like an enraged beast. He glared ahead, cautiously shifting his feet, but before he could advance half a meter, he stumbled again, landing in the same humiliating position. For the next few minutes, Li Jiahao seemed to be under a curse, rising, stepping, falling, and then rising again, only to fall once more. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times, leaving him covered in dirt, his once pristine clothing now filthy, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. The crowd, initially astonished, gradually transformed their expressions from surprise to barely contained laughter, ultimately unable to suppress their amusement. The wealthy young master was before them, performing a spectacle of falling face-first into the dirt, and now crawling on the ground. The crowd collectively mused. Art derives from life. Li Jiahao, lying on the ground, attempted to push himself up with one foot, only to lose balance again. This time, he could no longer hold back, crying out in a whiny voice. Hey, I didn't even stand up this time. Sasuke thought to himself, I couldn't care less. In truth, from the 5th fall onward, Li Jiahao had already cowered. He had intended to plead for mercy or admit defeat, but each time he opened his mouth, he would lose balance again. In this latest fall, feeling the coolness of the ground beneath him, an epiphany struck Li Jiahao. Then I simply won't stand up. Won't that frustrate you? With a light chuckle, he sat cross-legged on the ground, affecting an air of calmness, scanning the crowd in search of the one who had been targeting him. However, before he could identify his adversary, a young man in the crowd suddenly burst into laughter. Here was a wealthy young master repeatedly performing faceplants, and his ultimate solution was to sit on the ground and not get up. Coupled with his self-satisfied expression, it was impossible for anyone to hold back their laughter. The laughter spread like wildfire, echoing around the Chui Wang tree. Li Jiahao initially failed to grasp the situation, but after a few moments, he realized that the crowd was clearly mocking him. His anger flared, and he clenched his fists tightly, instinctively wanting to stand up from the ground to teach them a lesson. Yet, as he attempted to rise, the memory of being tripped again halted him. Resigned, he sat back down, thinking to himself, good thing I'm clever, or I would have ended up face-first in the dirt again. Thus, Li Jiahao remained seated, shouting, what are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I'll have my father deduct all your wages. Upon hearing this, the laughter abruptly ceased. The smiles faded, replaced by displeasure. But no one dared to speak further. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, taking the initiative to confront Li Jiahao. He resumed his usual aloof demeanor, his gaze steady as he addressed Li Jiahao. Who are you? Why did you rush toward Shuya? His tone betrayed little emotion, yet it carried an undeniable air of inquiry. Perhaps even Sasuke himself was unaware that as he spoke, a hint of inexplicable anger laced his voice, as if he were defending something. Chapter 33, Kaleidoscope. Shuya watched from the side, somewhat astonished. She was not surprised that Sasuke would step in to teach Li Jiahao a lesson, nor that he would stand up for others. After spending time together, she had gleaned some insight into Sasuke's character. He appeared cold and distant, occasionally enjoying a bit of bravado. Yet beneath it lay a kindness that could not tolerate bullying. Nevertheless, the repeated tripping of Li Jiahao seemed more like an emotional release than Sasuke's usual behavior. It appeared as though Li Jiahao had somehow provoked Sasuke. The girl murmured to herself, what could possibly matter to Sasuke so much that it would make him angry? Meanwhile, Li Jiahao finally connected the dots, realizing that the one who had targeted him earlier was none other than the incredibly handsome transfer student. He cursed Sasuke inwardly 1,000 times, his expression twisting with rage. Li Jiahao had previously assumed that Sasuke had avoided school out of fear, retreating in defeat from pursuing Shuya. During that time, he had boasted to his lackeys about how his wealth had intimidated the new student into hiding. Little did he expect that this individual not only dared to appear before him, but also had the audacity to provoke him so openly. Li Jiahao lifted his head abruptly, glaring at Sasuke with fury. You, beggar, dare to show your face in front of me? Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke coldly interrupted. Wait a moment. How could someone like you possibly know me? Li Jiahao, ready to retort with a dismissive comment, locked eyes with Sasuke's dark gaze, which bore no pretense, only genuine confusion. In that instant, Li Jiahao's heart sank. This guy had truly forgotten him. A wave of indescribable humiliation surged within him, far more distressing than the 7 or 8 tumbles he had just taken. The scene in which he found himself, for reasons unbeknownst to him, was vividly etched in his mind. He had even sought out a precious artifact with protective mental capabilities from his family for this very occasion. Yet, it became painfully clear that he had been utterly disregarded by the other party, who had not even bothered to remember his face. Li Jiahao gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Initially, he had pondered who might be opposing him, but now that he recognized it was merely this D-class ability user, the trepidation dissipated. A wicked smile crept across Li Jiahao's face as he retrieved a tear-shaped pendant from the storage ring on his finger, declaring, Humph, impoverished wretch, behold this. The pendant gleamed with a pearlescent luster, seemingly crafted from deep-sea pearls, emanating a soft blue glow. This was an artifact dropped by the formidable boss, Mermaid Princess. Forged from the tears of the Mermaid Princess, capable of withstanding all mental attacks from S-class ability users and below. He shook the pendant in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Zoshu, and added, if you beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing a few of your teeth. Zoshu's gaze fell upon the tear-shaped pendant, and a flicker of understanding crossed his mind. The tears of the Mermaid Princess appeared to be an artifact that could resist mental attacks a limited number of times. Li Jiahao's words echoed in his ears, unrestrained in their arrogance and contempt. In the next moment, Zoshu's eyes underwent a startling transformation. The pitch-black pupils were encircled by a vivid crimson, the tomo spinning rapidly, merging, ultimately forming 2 intricate and bizarre kaleidoscopes. This was his first time employing the kaleidoscope Sharingan against an ordinary individual. Those crimson eyes seemed to harbor endless depths of terror, causing the onlookers to hold their breath. The very air around them seemingly frozen. An invisible yet overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, making it nearly impossible for anyone present to lift their heads. Their limbs weighed down as if filled with lead. An inexplicable fear spread through the crowd, with some trembling uncontrollably, unable to meet Zoshu's gaze. Even Li Jiahao, shielded by the Mermaid Princess pendant, felt a bone-deep terror. He could distinctly sense the invisible barrier constructed by the pendant quivering slightly, threatening to shatter, emitting a faint humming sound as if it would crumble entirely at any moment. The arrogance and disdain that had once adorned Li Jiahao's face vanished without a trace. In its stead was sheer terror. He opened his mouth yet could not issue a sound, helplessly watching those crimson kaleidoscopes, as though gazing into a stare from the depths of hell. In the next instant, a faint crack resounded, and the invisible barrier had been breached. Almost simultaneously, the pendant in Li Jiahao's hand shattered, dispersing into countless glimmering shards. As those fragments hit the ground, they transformed into droplets of clear water, akin to genuine tears, seeping into the earth and vanishing without a trace. Li Jiahao's pupils constricted sharply, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. This time, Zoshu did not trip him. It was his own uncontrollable fear that brought him down. Those crimson eyes compelled him to kneel involuntarily, his forehead pressed against the cold ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zoshu looked down upon him, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips as he murmured, "Is that all the pendant can do? To withstand attacks from S-class and below?" No sooner had he spoken than he perceived a wave of suppressed retching emanating from the crowd. Many faces turned pale as they covered their mouths and rushed aside to dry heave. clearly unable to bear the mental duress inflicted by the kaleidoscope. Zoshu furrowed his brow, and the next moment, he withdrew the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the crimson fading away, his black eyes returning to their usual indifference. As the oppressive force dissipated, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, gasping for air. Zoshu's gaze fell upon Li Jiahao, still kneeling on the ground. A smirk of contempt and playful malice curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly inquired, "So, do you still wish to fight?" His tone was light, yet it struck Li Jiahao's heart like a sharp blade. Li Jiahao abruptly lifted his head, his face a mask of terror and indignation. He extended a trembling finger, pointing vehemently at Zoshu's eyes, and shrieked, "Demonic technique! Demonic technique! You used a demonic technique!" In his mind, the suffocating fear and the shattering of the pendant were beyond the capabilities of a mere D-class ability user. There had to be some hidden, nefarious technique at play. The spectators, hearing his words, turned their gazes toward Zoshu, their eyes filled with a mix of inquiry and dread. The earlier pressure had been too terrifying. They found it hard to believe that such power could belong to an ordinary ability user. Zoshu gazed at Li Jiahao's hysterical demeanor and let out a derisive laugh, a mere clown. He paused, surveying the contorted face of his opponent wrought by fear, and continued, "In that case, from now on, I shall refrain from using my abilities." The moment his words fell, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes rapidly receded, the crimson patterns retreating like a receding tide. They transformed back into his original black pupils, calm and unruffled, as if the chilling scene had never transpired. As his eyes reverted, the profound fear that had long lingered in Li Jiahao's heart diminished significantly. His rigid body began to relax. Li Jiahao gasped for breath, growing increasingly convinced, indeed, that individuals' eyes were his demonic technique. As long as he refrained from employing those sinister eyes, there was no need for him to fear. He struggled to rise from the ground. Though his legs wobbled, he gazed at Zoshu's tranquil black eyes, and the previously suppressed arrogance within him began to resurface. Li Jiahao scrutinized Zoshu, his eyes roving over the slender yet upright figure and landing upon that excessively handsome face. A thought exploded in his mind. It must be this pretty face that had captured Shiyua's heart. A fierce jealousy entwined his heart like a venomous vine, nearly allowing him to forget the bone-deep fear he had just experienced. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening with the pressure, vowing inwardly, "If it were solely a matter of physical prowess, I would never lose to this seemingly frail, pretty boy." Chapter 34. Afraid of harming you, Li Jiahao roared suddenly. As if to release all his fear and jealousy, he pushed off the ground, propelled by fierce determination, and swung a punch at Zoshu, the wind howling with the force of his exertion. However, in the face of this onslaught, Zoshu merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Li Jiahao's strike missed, but showed no signs of halting. Immediately, another hook punch followed, aimed directly at Zoshu's chin. Zoshu remained unperturbed, deftly grasping Li Jiahao's wrist and applying slight pressure to redirect the punch's trajectory. The ensuing battle became a one-sided exhibition by Zoshu, like a predator toying with its prey. He danced gracefully, skillfully dodging Li Jiahao's attacks by mere inches, occasionally extending his hand to either block or deflect, effortlessly neutralizing his opponent's blows. Li Jiahao's attacks grew increasingly frantic and rapid, his face contorted with a murderous intent, each punch imbued with the determination to annihilate his opponent. As Sasuke maintained his composure, he subtly controlled his strength to prevent unintentionally delivering a lethal blow to the arrogant young master before him. Gradually, Li Jiahao's movements began to slow, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The fear within him burgeoned, growing ever more intense, as he acutely sensed the terrifying power concealed beneath Sasuke's seemingly slender frame. From the outset, Sasuke had treated this duel with nonchalance, as if it were mere play, while Li Jiahao approached it with a deadly resolve. The realization that Sasuke was merely concerned with not killing him in one punch extinguished Li Jiahao's fighting spirit entirely. His fists fell helplessly, his legs weakened, and he staggered back, ultimately curling up in a corner, trembling and clutching his head, observing the complete loss of Li Jiahao's will to fight. Sasuke too lost interest in the frivolity. He stood quietly, gazing at the cowering figure in the corner, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, blood stained the corner of Li Jiahao's mouth, a tooth having been dislodged during the chaos of their earlier confrontation. Landing a short distance away, a silent acknowledgement of his earlier threat about losing teeth. Sasuke regarded Li Jiahao's pitiful state with an untroubled heart. Ultimately, Li Jiahao was inconsequential to him, akin to a mere pebble by the roadside, unworthy of stirring even the slightest ripple in his psyche. Perhaps this was why Sasuke had failed to remember his name throughout their encounter. No adult would harbor anger towards a child. To him, such an opponent lacked even the merit of being remembered. A sense of disinterest washed over Sasuke as he reflected on the incongruity of facing such a trifling adversary on his first encounter in this world. Nevertheless, it served as a means for others to vent their frustrations. Nonchalantly, he flicked his hand as if brushing away inconsequential dust and turned to depart. Li Jiahao, curled up in the corner, glanced at Sasuke's retreating figure, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. He contemplated shouting, vowing revenge to have someone flay him alive upon his return. Yet in the next instant, the fear instilled by Sasuke's crimson eyes surged back into his mind, choking his throat and rendering him voiceless, leaving him to watch helplessly as Sasuke's figure faded into the distance. She stood where she was, her gaze fixed anxiously on Sasuke's departing silhouette. As night deepened, the moon silently ascended the sky, casting its cold light upon the tranquil woods. Sasuke sat alone atop a sturdy branch of a large tree, leaning against the thick trunk, with his legs dangling carelessly. He tilted his head back slightly, gazing at the luminous moon, his thoughts swirling. Vivid images from the evening sun flashed in his mind, the moment he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The glimmer of mockery and murderous intent in his scarlet eyes. Each time he invoked his Mangekyo Sharingan, a latent desire for mockery and slaughter would inevitably arise within him. This desire was subtle, akin to vines lurking deep within his heart, quietly guiding his emotions from the shadows. Just moments ago, he had already harbored some displeasure towards Li Jiahao. Upon the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, that discontent was swiftly exacerbated by the latent desire, rapidly transforming into a desire to toy with his prey, compelling him to wish to manipulate Li Jiahao at his whim. Although his Mangekyo Sharingan did not require the agonizing tribulations of the original narrative to awaken, its use seemed to amplify the darkness within his heart. The momentary discontent towards Li Jiahao was magnified several-fold under the influence of the Mangekyo, giving rise to those thoughts of manipulation. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh, his voice resounding clearly against the stillness of the night. I should have sensed it earlier. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind, imbued with a hint of trepidation and softness. Sasuke turned to see the golden-haired girl standing in a nearby clearing, her hair shimmering softly in the moonlight as if adorned with a layer of crushed diamonds, enhancing her beauty. Shiya cupped her hands in front of her mouth, forming a makeshift megaphone, and called softly into the depths of the woods. Sasuke, are you here? Realizing she had not yet spotted him, Sasuke remained silent, opting instead to leap lightly from the high branch, landing gracefully on the ground behind Shiya, stirring a gentle breeze. Startled by the sudden movement, Shiya whirled around, and upon seeing Sasuke, she placed a hand over her heart, feigning reproach. Really, Sasuke, don't be so frightening at night. The moonlight illuminated her slightly flushed cheeks, shedding her daytime composure and infusing her with a touch of vivaciousness. Sasuke maintained his indifferent demeanor. What is the matter, Shiya? Shiya clasped her hands to her chest, pausing momentarily before speaking somewhat bashfully. Well, I was a bit worried when you left alone this afternoon. Sasuke replied coolly. You should be more concerned about Li Jiahao. After all, I knocked his teeth out. Shiya chuckled awkwardly at first, instinctively agreeing. That's true. Then, as if a thought struck her, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, you actually remembered Li Jiahao's name. Sasuke nodded impassively, his tone flat. After all, I've already beaten him once. Shiya's lips twitched slightly, her thoughts turning to, actually, Sasuke, you've beaten Li Jiahao twice. You just forgot about the first time. Suddenly, Sasuke bluntly asked, what is your relationship with Li Jiahao? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. He couldn't fathom why that question had slipped out so spontaneously, without passing through his mind first. Shiya appeared momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, seemingly unprepared for Sasuke's sudden inquiry. Seeing her reaction, Sasuke assumed she had misunderstood his intent, and for once, a rare fluster crossed his usually indifferent face. Actually, I meant to say Shiya, observing this rare display of fluster from Sasuke, recalled the last time she had seen him this way, which had been at the bathhouse. Unable to suppress a smile, she spoke gently. It's all right, Sasuke. I'm just surprised that you care about this question. Upon hearing this, Sasuke hastily cleared his throat twice, employing a tactical maneuver. Well, after all, you are considered my friend, and understanding a friend's relationships is quite important. Shiya's eyes sparkled with mischief. If that's the case, then you just gave my friend quite a beating. Sasuke paused, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he uncertainly asked, Huh? He is really your friend? not some admirer or infatuated fool. He recalled the image of Li Jiahao, tear-streaked and lunging towards Shuya. The unmasked disdain and disgust in her eyes. Was it merely his own misconception? Shuya, noticing his reaction, couldn't help but laugh, waving her hand dismissively. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Would you like to hear my story, Sasuke? Sasuke replied, I have nothing else to do. Shuya cast her gaze around. Surrounded by dense trees with intertwining branches and leaves, and softly remarked, it seems there is no suitable place here for storytelling. Upon hearing this, Sasuke casually replied, that is quite simple. With that, he walked towards Shuya. She looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. However, in the next moment, Sasuke bent down and effortlessly lifted her into a classic princess carry. Shuya's cheeks flushed crimson, her hands instinctively clutching his clothing, and she exclaimed, Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Sasuke offered no reply. Instead, he activated a teleportation technique, and in an instant, they appeared on the sturdy branches of the towering Chui Wang Shu in the center of Chui Muzhan. The moon hung clearly in the night sky, its silvery light cascading down like flowing water, gently enveloping them. Shuya maintained her grip around Sasuke until the sight of the nearby full moon left her momentarily speechless. The evening breeze played with her golden hair, causing her garments to flutter as if merging with the moonlit night. Sasuke gently patted her back, prompting Shuya to awaken from her reverie, her cheeks now even redder. She hurriedly descended from his arms and cautiously sat on the enormous branch, softly murmuring, this place is indeed quite suitable for storytelling. Gazing at the moon on the horizon and then at Sasuke beside her, she whispered to herself, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Sasuke suddenly revealed some hidden talent. Taking a deep breath as if steeling herself, she slowly began to recount her story. Beneath the moonlight, her voice was gentle and clear, tinged with a hint of poignant reminiscence as she gradually unfolded the deeply buried past within her heart. Chapter 35. The moonlight is truly beautiful. The phrase Tianji Jiao Nu seemed tailor-made for Shuya. Wealth, beauty, extraordinary abilities, and wisdom. In this world, it is a rare fortune for an ordinary person to possess even one of these attributes. Yet, from the moment of her birth, the golden-haired girl had embraced them all. The Shu family group is undeniably a financial titan in a city. Its commercial reach extending from the daily necessities of the common folk to the core investments of the Abilities Bureau. Shuya is the sole daughter of the Empire's helm. She has inherited her mother's stunning golden hair and acquired the renowned supportive ability, Holy Contract, from her father. This young lady appears to have been cradled by the world since birth, showered with countless adulations. However, unbeknownst to many, no matter how many perfect scores she attained at school, or how remarkable her abilities' progress became, in the eyes of her parents, these accomplishments seemed to pale in comparison to a signed business contract. The Li family, a flourishing clan of abilities for centuries, possesses the Lien Yan, widely acknowledged as the most destructive elemental ability. With the meteoric rise of the Shu family group in a city, this century-old lineage has established intricate ties with the Shu family. Years of cooperative dealings have entwined the Li family and the Shu family group like vines. Inseparable, yet fraught with mutual suspicion. After all, both sides hold considerable leverage and secrets over the other, rendering complete trust impossible. In such a delicate relationship, a bridge is desperately needed between the two families, a means to draw them closer and forge a bond thicker than blood. This grand marriage is the answer they have found. Shuya and Li Jiahao are the chosen ones destined to construct this bridge. Shuya's fingertips curled slightly, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible weariness. Li Jiahao and I have been arranged to grow up together since childhood. Whether it was the adjacent seats at birthday parties or coincidentally visiting the same art gallery on weekends, our parents constantly created various seemingly random opportunities for us. She lifted her gaze to the waning moon. I hadn't intended to invite him for this underground city training, but the family notified me just before departure that he had been included in the team. A sudden light laugh escaped her lips, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. Our families are like intertwined roots. The elders always say that as long as he and I are together, the two families can weave a tighter web of transactions, binding our interests more closely. Sasuke remained silent. Realizing her own gravity of subject matter, Shuya looked down. Feeling somewhat awkward, I'm sorry. It seems I've strayed into a rather heavy topic. This can't really be considered a story, can it? I apologize. No, Sasuke simply uttered, his voice soft yet distinctly clear to Shuya's ears. Following his words, she lifted her gaze to find the moonlight illuminating his face, revealing a seriousness in his eyes that she had never witnessed before. Sasuke looked at her intently and continued, if there ever comes a day when you are forced to marry someone you do not like, I will certainly help you smash that person's wedding carriage. Shuya's heart skipped a beat as she gazed into the beautiful depths of his dark eyes, which seemed to hold an entire universe. How had she never noticed this before? Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she quickly lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Sasuke-kun, you truly know how to tug at a girl's heartstrings. After speaking, she turned her gaze to the moon, aware that it was merely a simulated moon created by the underground city, not a genuine celestial body. Yet, the gentle radiance it cast felt just right, rendering the moon extraordinarily beautiful. Shuya stared at the luminous orb, her heart fluttering with emotion. The moonlight is truly beautiful. Shuya, you should remember that, according to the setting, my hometown is Neon, right? Sasuke's voice came from behind her. Just as Shuya was about to inquire further, she suddenly realized something. She quickly covered her blushing face, stammering, "Wait, Sasuke-kun, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I was trying to say." As she spoke, she turned to face him, only to find him unusually distant. His gaze turned away as he avoided her eyes. It was then that she noticed the faint flush on his cheeks, which appeared particularly striking under the moonlight. Thump, thump. From an unknown moment, a clear sound began to resonate within Sasuke. Perhaps it was when he had mentioned smashing Shuya's wedding carriage? Or was it upon hearing her remark about the moonlight's beauty? All of it seemed inconsequential now. Sasuke felt as though his mind was on fire. Otherwise, why would his head be so heated at this moment? To dispel the awkward atmosphere, he cleared his throat and spoke. Shuya, it seems that since our encounter in the underground city, you have been addressing me with honorifics. We agreed before, didn't we? We should just call each other by our names. Reminded by this, Shuya suddenly realized, her eyes widening in surprise. Is that so? Sasuke. Before she could finish her thought, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks reddening even more. It turned out she had unconsciously adopted honorifics without even realizing it. Sasuke gazed at her demeanor, his tone softening slightly. At first, I thought you were angry. Upon hearing this, Shuya earnestly reflected, nodding as she replied, yes, I was indeed a bit upset initially. After all, seeing Sasuke appear in such a perilous place was truly alarming. Her voice gradually lowered. However, after witnessing your extraordinary abilities this afternoon, it seems I may have underestimated you. She continued, if it is you, Sasuke, that monstrous entity should pose no challenge, right? Sasuke fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his dark eyes as he quietly inquired, aren't you afraid of my abilities? Memories of that afternoon surged in his mind, recalling how, when he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the fear reflected in everyone's eyes, including Shuya's, was unmistakable. That innate dread emanating from the depths of one's soul was the very pressure his eyes were born to exert. Shuya lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the moonlight. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly stated, initially, I would have been, for when Sasuke unleashed his powers. It felt as though he had transformed entirely. Even his demeanor seemed altered. Sasuke's pupils flickered in surprise. He had not anticipated that Shuya could perceive his unusual state from this afternoon. Yet, did she truly still harbor fear? Just as a hint of disappointment crossed his mind, she shifted the conversation, adding, however, Sasuke's abilities must also be of a nature that risks losing control, correct? Sasuke furrowed his brow, a hint of curiosity in his gaze as he looked at her. Shuya gently nodded, explaining, many ability users experience this. Their powers are so formidable that they become unmanageable. This is particularly prevalent among those with mental abilities. She raised her eyes to meet Sasuke's, her gaze clear. Thus, I believe Sasuke, due to the instability of his powers, intentionally reported only D-class capabilities. Sasuke remained silent, taken aback that she could deduce such a conclusion. Shuya regarded him, the memory of that heart-stopping scene from earlier flooding her mind, her tone laced with nostalgia. Though I was genuinely frightened then, as the pressure from your abilities was overwhelming, almost as if it could consume one alive. She paused, a tender glimmer in her eyes, continuing, yet, in the next moment, upon realizing that this chilling sensation stemmed from your powers, I felt an inexplicable calm wash over me. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a gentle glow upon the young girl's face, delineating her soft features. Sasuke's gaze lingered on her, noting how her silky golden hair glimmered under the moonlight, a few strands cascading down to subtly reveal the graceful curve of her collarbone. I truly do not understand what you are saying, he remarked. Weren't we here to admire the moon? His voice remained as cool as ever, yet a subtle tremor betrayed the emotions beneath. Bathed in moonlight, the two sat together on the massive branch of the cooling tree, the surroundings enveloped in tranquil silence. The only sounds were the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze, harmonizing with the rapid beats of their hearts in the quiet night. Shuya felt the warmth of the boy beside her and softly asked, "May I come a little closer?" "Sure." With that, Shuya cautiously shifted closer to Sasuke, their shoulders brushing lightly against one another. The warmth from his body seeped through the thin fabric, igniting a flutter in her heart and causing her cheeks to flush. Sasuke could distinctly sense the gentle fragrance emanating from her, mingling with the essence of moonlight. Together, they remained in serene companionship, gazing up at the moon that appeared almost surreal in its roundness. The moonlight continued to shine brightly, tenderly enveloping them, as if draping the young couple in a veil of silver. Time seemed to dissolve, and both found themselves simultaneously pondering the same thought. The moonlight is truly beautiful. Shuya's affection level has shifted from a gentlemanly bond to one filled with unspoken emotions. You have completed the task of capturing Shuya's heart. You have acquired the weapon Kusanagi. Hidden achievement unlocked. Activating hidden quest. Hidden quest. My connection to this world. Quest status. Incomplete. Progress. 1/3. Quest rewards. None quest penalties. None. In summary, the narrative can finally transition to confronting the boss. An exhilarating battle awaits. Chapter 36. The corrupted heart mother tree. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the wooden window slits of the temporary lodging in Chuemuji, casting a slanting light upon the boy's face. Sasuke's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. The unfamiliar wooden ceiling greeted him, and the air was infused with a subtle fragrance of greenery. The sunlight outside had intensified, creating dappled patterns on the floor. Sasuke raked his fingers through his slightly disheveled black hair, realizing he had once again overslept. Memories from the previous night's moonlit encounter flooded his mind. The earnest look in the girl's eyes, the blush on her cheeks, and the warmth they shared while sitting side by side. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to cast aside those strange emotions. Today was the day Shuya and her companions would confront the final boss. The girl had explicitly reminded him, "If possible, I wish to conquer this A-class dungeon using my own strength." While he agreed outwardly, internally, he harbored different intentions. With time to spare, he planned to discreetly follow behind, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, after parting ways with Shuya last night, he found himself inexplicably restless, unable to find solace in sleep. With no signal in the dungeon to reach the outside world, Sasuke resorted to playing a single-player game on his phone throughout the night. As anticipated, he overslept once more. Sitting up, he gazed outside. The sunlight now blanketed the ground, and the scent of greenery was more pronounced. By this hour, Shuya and her team should have already engaged the final boss, the corrupted heart mother tree. Considering the abysmal strength of the previous boss they encountered, the A-class dungeon's end boss should pose little challenge for them. Reclining on his bed, despite feeling utterly exhausted, for reasons unknown, he found it impossible to settle into a peaceful slumber. With nothing else to do, he decided to sneak a glance. The heavy sword of Long Lai spun in his palm, the force of it shattering the scales of the last cave lizard. Cheers erupted from the group. Yet Shuya's gaze was drawn to the distant waterfall. The suspended waterfall cave was even more breathtaking than described in the materials. It was an immense cavern, with only the faint light filtering through the fissure at the top illuminating the contours of the rock walls. In the depths of the cave, a massive waterfall thundered down, the sound of water crashing into the deep pool below reverberating throughout the cavern, creating a deafening symphony. Even with thorough preparation before their journey, witnessing this spectacle firsthand left Shuya breathless. She simply could not fathom how a waterfall could exist within a closed cave. Where did that relentless flow of water originate? In which corner of the underground city is the upstream of the waterfall concealed? This surreal spectacle caused Shuya to once again acutely realize that this place is ultimately the underground city, rife with inexplicable phenomena. A thought involuntarily flickered in her mind. Sasuke must not have followed her. Regardless, during this expedition in the underground city, she wished to rely on her own strength to vanquish the final boss and prove herself to her parents. Long Lia addressed the group. "Let us proceed." Shuya nodded, retracting her thoughts to fall in step with the team. The suspended waterfall cave was devoid of numerous monsters, containing only a few obscure creatures hidden in rocky crevices or by puddles, which could be easily dealt with. Furthermore, the entire suspended waterfall cave consisted of a single pathway leading directly to the third layer, the resting place of the Wanling Qiulong mother tree. Everything exuded a sense of intentionality. It was as if this so-called second layer, with its grand yet eerie waterfall and emptiness, served merely as a prelude to the ultimate boss. The group advanced along the only path and soon arrived at a narrow stone cave. The cave could accommodate only 3 individuals side by side. Upon traversing the cave, the path ahead gradually widened, and the distant white light became increasingly blinding, almost scorching to the eyes. They stepped closer to the white light, and as they passed through it, the stark contrast between the intense darkness and the white light compelled Shuya to instinctively shield her eyes with her hand. As she gradually adjusted and lowered her hand, the sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. Within her field of vision lay a bizarrely pristine world. The group stood on an expansive stone floor, surrounded by towering white stone walls that seemed to stretch endlessly. Gazing upwards revealed an infinite expanse of white, although there was no sun. A brilliant white light emanated from above, illuminating every corner as if it were midday, leaving no shadow to escape. At the very center of this immaculate space stood a colossal tree exceeding 50 meters in height. Its trunk was entwined with countless human vertebrae and dark green vines, spreading outwards like a massive claw reaching for the heavens. The exposed roots sprawled across the ground like innumerable gigantic serpents, extending over 100 meters, deeply embedded in the stone floor, exuding an unsettling eeriness. At the trunk's center, there was a tree hole 3 meters in diameter, within which floated a pulsating heart, its surface covered by a glistening layer of plant membrane. Each individual held their breath, fully aware that this was the final boss of the Gaimu Shinyua, the Fushin Mushu. Just as their taut nerves were yet to fully relax, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The roots of the Fushin Mushu, concealed underground, erupted from the earth, and several thick vines, each over 2 meters in diameter, surged forth like giant pythons, accompanied by a deafening roar that sliced through the air as they lunged towards the group. "Be careful," Shiya shouted. A soft golden light radiated from her fingertips as Xingqi instantly spread beneath the entire team. Almost simultaneously, Long Lia was enveloped in dark red steam as the Dragon Blood secret technique was activated. He swiftly unsheathed the great sword he had prepared on his back, its broad blade raised in front of him to intercept the first colossal vine's assault. The moment the vine collided with the sword, a thunderous noise erupted within the pristine space. The stone floor beneath Long Lia cracked like a spider's web, and veins bulged on his arm as he gripped the sword's hilt, resolutely enduring the immense force of the blow. Gritting his teeth, Long Lia unleashed a remarkable surge of strength, forcefully pushing the thick vine away, which crashed heavily against the distant white stone wall with a resounding thud. He shook his trembling arm, astonished, his limbs still tingling from the tremendous force he had just absorbed. This was merely one of the vines from the Fushin Mushu. "Everyone, remain vigilant," Shiya quickly commanded, her tone urgent yet composed. "It is about to summon its minions." No sooner had she spoken than the suspended bodies on the mother tree's umbrella-like branches stirred to life, activated by the tree, transforming into vine puppets. The skin of the corpses split open, and countless thin vines emerged, wrapping around their bodies, wielding weapons formed from bones and branches. Some bore sharp-boned spears, while others carried robust vine shields. These puppets possessed hollow eyes, yet radiated a chilling aura. Chapter 37, Dream Spores. In the next moment, they surged toward the group like a tide, their speed astonishing, utterly unafraid of death. Even when limbs were severed, they continued to charge forward, dragging their dismembered bodies. The members of the Zhanlonggu maintained the front line. Shiya's commanding voice rang clear and strong. "Others, hold the rear." Bolstered by Xingqi, the members of Zhanlonggu moved with swiftness, their strength significantly amplified. As the puppets lunged at them, they coordinated seamlessly, their swords and blades striking precisely at the joints of the puppets, swiftly bringing many of them crashing to the ground. The defeated puppets self-destructed, releasing a plethora of spores and corrosive slime. Fortunately, the presence of a shield bearer with a light shield mitigated the damage, sparing the group from serious harm. Shiya's gaze remained fixed on the distant Fushin Mushu, and she called out, "Elemental ability users in the rear, listen up. Focus all your attacks on the mother tree's core." She understood all too well that the mother tree could endlessly generate these puppets. Only by eliminating the core could this nightmare be brought to an end. Yet the core possessed an exceptionally perverse self-healing ability. Wounds inflicted by cold weapons would heal in the blink of an eye, and only fire-based elemental abilities could inflict effective damage upon it. Following Shiyue's command, several elemental ability users promptly concentrated their fiery energy, unleashing blazing pillars of flame toward the Fushin Mushu. The flames ignited upon contact with the mother tree's vines, erupting into a fierce conflagration, the vines emitting sizzling sounds as they rapidly withered and turned black. Shiya's gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the trembling Li Jiahao. This individual carried precious potions bestowed by his family, and although the wounds from yesterday's battle had healed, he still had a missing tooth. causing him to speak with a slight lisp. Xia sighed inwardly. Despite her deep-seated dislike for Li Jiahao, she had to admit that the unique ability, Liu Yan, coursing through his veins was indeed among the most destructive elemental abilities. Especially with the mother tree being severely restrained by fire, even Li Jiahao, a third-rate ability user, could inflict substantial harm upon the tree due to this elemental advantage. Xia glanced at Li Jiahao and simply encouraged, "Do your best." As her words fell, she returned her focus, diligently reinforcing Xing Qi for the entire team. The pale golden light intensifying, providing even greater support. Upon hearing Shiyue's words, Li Jiahao was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his timid eyes. In the next moment, he seemed to be invigorated, a surge of joy flooding his heart, and his previously trembling body brimmed with newfound strength. As if he had been electrified, stepping forward with fervor, hands gathering a fire energy far denser than before. "Liu Yan," Li Jiahao shouted, wildly unleashing torrents of searing flames toward the Fuxin Mushu. The intensity and frequency of the flames surpassed anything he had previously conjured. This sudden transformation left the members of the Shuya team astonished, exchanging puzzled glances. "What has happened to the young master?" Someone murmured quietly. "Has he been rendered senseless by a blow yesterday?" The initial surprise quickly dissipated as they refocused on the battle, aware that even a moment's distraction could be fatal. Long Lia wielded his great sword, carving fierce arcs through the flames, each strike severing multiple blood vines that lunged at them. Shiyue's holy pact radiated an increasingly resplendent golden glow, significantly enhancing her allies' attack efficiency. In this synchronized effort, they managed to momentarily suppress the onslaught of the corrupted Heart Mother Tree. The puppets that continually emerged were incinerated, plummeting to the ground. While the Mother Tree's self-healing could no longer keep pace with the damage inflicted by flames and blades, hinting at a potential counteroffensive. "Push harder. It can hardly endure much longer," Long Lia shouted, cleaving through a blood vine, rallying their spirits. Just as they grew emboldened, believing victory was within reach, the corrupted Heart Mother Tree emitted a deep, sonorous rumble. Following the sound, they beheld the tree's crown, where once budding flowers were growing at an alarming rate. The blood splattered during the battle fell upon the petals, nourishing them. Under the blood sustenance, the flowers voraciously absorbed nutrients, transitioning from buds to full bloom in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, countless pale pink petals unfurled suddenly, and in an instant, a dense mist of pink spores erupted from the flower's core, enveloping the entire space like a tide. The dream spores were one of the Mother Tree's exclusive skills, birthed from blood, capable of plunging those who inhaled them into profound illusions, conjuring their deepest desires or fears before their eyes. Shuya reacted first, her heart racing, instinctively covering her mouth and nose. She quickly scanned her surroundings, and as she expected, the members of the Zhanlong Pavilion had all succumbed to the hallucinations. Some wore expressions of rapture, as if transported to a realm of bliss, while others displayed despair, as if witnessing unspeakable horrors, plunging the entire team into disarray. Conversely, the few elemental abilities users who remained with Shuya in the rear, having reacted a moment faster and being at a safer distance, had not yet fallen into the illusions. Without hesitation, Shuya bit her tongue, the sharp pain coursing through her body like an electric shock, keeping her alert. A sense of dread filled her. Given her understanding of Zhanlong Pavilion's secret arts, the Dragon Blood secret technique fundamentally altered one's breathing patterns, allowing external forces to open the veins and achieve physical enhancement. This change in respiratory method caused the members of Zhanlong Pavilion to inhale a considerable amount of spore toxins during battle, which explained their rapid descent into hallucinations. Shuya's gaze fell upon Long Lia. As the primary damage dealer in this dungeon raid, he was also not spared. The characteristic of the Dragon Blood secret technique, which altered breathing, meant he inhaled even more spores. Yet, at this moment, Long Lia, trapped in an illusion, exhibited neither sadness nor joy. His brow was furrowed tightly, and his eyes were closed. Shuyu's heart sank. The loss of their strongest combatant to hallucination was undoubtedly a heavy blow. However, she did not allow despair to linger for even a second in the face of this sudden turn of events. Her mind raced, contemplating a way to break the stalemate. They must eradicate these spores quickly, otherwise, everyone would remain trapped in illusions, vulnerable to slaughter. She called out to the few elemental abilities users still conscious behind her, rallying them. "All of you, come together." The light of the Holy Pact shone once more, this time transforming into a tangible golden dome, enveloping all who remained alert. Attempting to isolate the encroaching pink spores, this was the Holy Pact, derived ability, Holy Pact Domain, capable of functioning as a protective shield within a certain range. However, this ability demanded tremendous energy from the user and could not simultaneously bestow buffs upon allies, making its use a last resort. Shia's complexion quickly paled, her forehead beating with cold sweat. One hand sustained the protective dome of the Holy Pact Domain, while the other swiftly retrieved vial after vial of blue elixirs from her storage ring. These were high-grade restorative potions designed to rapidly replenish abilities. She uncorked the vials, the icy liquid sliding down her throat, but it did not immediately alleviate the swift drain of her powers. The consumption of the Holy Pact Domain exceeded imagination, and as she had deliberately expanded the shield's range to protect more individuals, she could typically maintain it for no longer than 10 seconds. Now, to prolong the existence of the light shield, she had to rely on these precious restorative potions to forcibly replenish her abilities. Yet, everyone knew that such potions did not take effect instantly. The body's absorption of the potions required time, and the conversion into usable abilities took even longer. Shia's frantic consumption of potions, while simultaneously exhausting her abilities, was undoubtedly pushing her body to its limits. Such frequent extraction of potion energy collided within her, unable to convert in time, inevitably placing a heavy burden on her veins and body. Blood had begun to seep from the corner of her mouth. But she could not afford to stop. The protective dome was essential, as her teammates trapped in illusions had begun to exhibit self-harming behavior. Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Young Girl. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Jiahao was fortunate enough not to fall into hallucination. At the moment the mother tree released the spores, he was using blazing flame, which instantly evaporated the toxic mist around him, sparing him from its effects. He looked at Shuya beside him, observing her pale complexion and the blood at the corner of her mouth. She was desperately maintaining the protective dome, frantically consuming potions, and he felt nothing but fear and confusion. He could not comprehend why Shuya cared for those already ensnared in illusions. Those individuals were merely bodyguards sent by their families to protect them. Their purpose was to ensure the safety of both him and Shuya. Since they could no longer be of use and had become a hindrance, why not let them perish? What was the need to place herself in such peril for these inconsequential individuals? Li Jiahao watched the encroaching vines and the wavering light shield, hastily retrieving 2 vials of recall potion from his storage ring. Shuya, his voice trembling, he handed 1 vial over. Let's escape quickly. This creature is beyond our capacity to handle. In fact, even before the mother tree released the spores and the others fell into hallucinations, a few who remained alert had already consumed recall potion and fled from this blinding white realm. Shuya's gaze fell upon the vial of potion, then shifted to Li Jiahao's fear-stricken face, her expression a complex amalgamation of emotions. She said nothing, merely gritted her teeth, deepening the bloodstain at her lips. Everyone, attack the mother tree spores, she shouted, her voice hoarse from exhaustion yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The remaining few conscious elemental abilities users exchanged glances and immediately understood. Since they could not disperse the spores, they would unleash their most furious attacks to destroy the source. Flames and lightning intertwined as they surged towards the treetop, a pink cloud of spores roiling violently under the impact of energy. Even those armed with cold weapons discarded their arms. This was the last desperate strike of the crowd, with each individual holding nothing back, unleashing their most potent techniques, all aimed at a singular objective: to obliterate the blossoms adorning the crown of the mother tree. The searing flames and violent lightning pierced through the puppets like a hot knife through butter, hurtling towards their target. The group held their breath, and as the dust settled, the flowers had already withered. Yet, in the next moment, from the very spots where the wilted blossoms had stood, new buds began to sprout rapidly, showing signs of blooming in an instant. This sight plunged the crowd into despair, as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the flame of their recently ignited fighting spirit. No matter, a serene voice broke through, laced with a hint of fatigue yet unwavering in its conviction. The objective has been achieved. She gazed at the newly formed flower buds and explained. Although the roots of the illusionary spores were not destroyed, it will take at least 15 minutes for the spores to bloom anew. The group turned their eyes towards the treetop, and indeed, as she had said, while the new buds had developed fully, they showed no signs of opening. A sense of relief washed over them, though the gravity of their situation remained etched on every face. 15 minutes. Whether they could find a way to break through during this time remained uncertain. Shuya tightened her grip, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Taking a deep breath, she removed the storage ring from her finger and hurled it towards the crowd. Inside are various potions given to me by my family. Everyone, quickly absorbed their power to recover. The ring traced an arc through the air, landing in the hands of the nearest elemental adept, who immediately opened it. A dazzling array of potions emanated vibrant hues, unmistakably of the highest quality. "This will be our final opportunity," the girl declared. One of the burly guards, originally tasked with protecting Shuya and Li Jiahao, gazed at her pale, yet resolute profile, then glanced at the potions he had retrieved from the storage ring, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. They were the ones assigned to protect her, yet it was she who had to exert herself to safeguard them. "Damn it! Being protected by a girl, what kind of man am I?" he roared, unscrewing a potion bottle and downing its contents. With his other hand, he began to channel his powers, a yellowish glow enveloping him. Seeing this, the others felt a fire ignite within their hearts, and they followed suit without hesitation. They poured the potions into their mouths, disregarding their physical burdens. Each individual chose the swiftest method to engage in battle. Their minds singularly focused on one thought: to slay the monstrous creature before them and ensure that Shuya's efforts were not in vain. Energy fluctuations surged within the protective barrier as flames, lightning, frost, and various abilities intertwined, coalescing into a torrent of power. This force surged towards the corrupt mother tree like a flood breaching its banks. Flames scorched the vines, lightning rent the trunk, and frost encased the roots. With countless attacks raining down upon the mother tree, the sound of violent explosions echoed, as tremendous impacts left massive craters on the tree's body, dark green sap gushing forth, releasing a pungent odor. Shuya watched in a daze, unable to fathom that it was she who had ignited such fervent fighting spirit among the crowd. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, which she gently wiped away, her gaze fixed intently on the budding spores, silently counting down the moments in her mind. In truth, Shuya's desire to protect those trapped in the illusion was not solely born from kindness. More importantly, she understood all too well that to vanquish the creature before them, their current strength was woefully inadequate. They would need to harness the collective might of everyone. Thus, she was gambling, wagering that within these 15 minutes, Long Lai and the others would break free from their hallucinations. Cold sweat dripped from Shuya's forehead, tracing down her cheek. If, after 15 minutes, Long Lai and the others remained trapped in their stupor, only death awaited them. In the next moment, a teardrop fell from Shuya's cheek, splattering against the cracked stone floor. Instinctively, she raised her hand to wipe it away, initially believing it to be a mere bead of sweat. Yet, when her fingers met the warmth of the liquid, and as the droplets fell more frequently, she suddenly realized she had been weeping. Indeed, despite the outside world labeling her a genius, despite the expectations of her family and the accolades of others weighing down upon her like invisible shackles, despite her countless internal admonitions to remain strong and composed, she was still merely an 18-year-old girl. She was not devoid of fear in the face of the grotesque creature entwined with human bones and vines, the crimson tendrils, the putrid spores, and the sight of her companions struggling in their illusions tugged mercilessly at her nerves. Yet, the determination to prove herself, the fervent desire to validate her worth to her parents, acted as an invisible tether, compelling her to endure. Shuya inhaled deeply, wiping her tears away with her sleeve. In truth, from the moment she had tossed the storage ring to the crowd, her own powers had already been depleted. The protective barrier of the Holy Covenant realm continued to operate, though she was oblivious to the source of its sustaining energy. Perhaps it was her own vitality? After all, she could no longer feel her body. Her limbs felt as if they were laden with lead, entirely disconnected from her will, while her consciousness clung to the last vestiges of strength. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Shuya's lips, devoid of any trace of timidity, embodying an almost obsessive resolve. If merely drawing upon her life force was sufficient to maintain this barrier, then perhaps it was a sacrifice she could accept. Slowly lifting her head, she cast a determined gaze towards the distant corrupt mother tree, her eyes seemingly declaring something, as if standing firm against the terrifying creature. Not giving up yet. Of course. I can continue. Chapter 39. The true essence of dragon blood, those ensnared in the illusions of the Zhanlong. Although having inhaled a considerable amount of illusionary spores due to their breathing techniques, had bodies already reinforced by the dragon blood secret technique. Their robust physiques possessed a remarkable self-regulating capability, thereby preventing the toxicity of the spores from claiming any lives. As time passed, the secret techniques within their bodies began to operate autonomously, continuously neutralizing the poison of the spores. A muffled cry of pain erupted, and members of the Zhanlong began to awaken from their reveries, shaking their heads as clarity returned to their eyes. They quickly grasped the situation at hand and rejoined the fray, significantly clearing the vines and guards outside the barrier. Shuya observed this scene with a sigh of relief. Since the others of Zhanlong Gu had awakened, what about Long Lai? Instinctively, she turned to look, only to find Long Lai still with his eyes closed. His brow furrowed, seemingly still trapped in the illusion. However, a crimson aura radiated from him, more intense than the dark red steam released when his dragon blood secret technique was activated, emanating a disquieting pressure that left the crowd astonished. Long Lai had yet to awaken, yet his body moved of its own accord. Strangely, the aura surrounding him seemed markedly different from his usual Long Shui secret technique. At that moment, one of Long Lai's subordinates suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, "Elder brother, the energy emanating from you is not the Long Shui secret technique, but the true essence of Long Shui." As soon as the words left his lips, Long Lai's eyes shot open, no longer filled with clarity but rather ablaze with violent, bloodthirsty crimson light. The so-called true essence of Long Shui represented the pinnacle of the Long Shui secret technique. Once unleashed, it could amplify the user's physical capabilities by at least 5-fold. Within the entirety of Zhanlong Gu, only Long Lai's master, the current leader of Zhanlong Gu, had achieved such mastery over the Long Shui secret technique. The reason Long Lai was able to wield the true essence of Long Shui was that he had mastered a forbidden technique of his family, enabling him to briefly reach the realm of using true essence. However, this forbidden technique came at a significant cost. Forcibly activating the true essence would unleash a torrent of violent power within his body, and should the user fail to control it properly, it could lead to immediate death. Yet, the current circumstances clearly presented the perfect opportunity to employ this forbidden technique. The crimson waves of energy surrounding Long Lai surged more intensely. His hand clenched around the great sword, veins bulging as he let out a thunderous roar directed at the corrupted Heart Mother tree, propelling himself forward like a streak of red lightning. The great sword sliced through the air, creating such force that it shattered the surrounding vines into fragments. The power of this strike far exceeded any previous attacks. The formidable crimson waves radiating from Long Lai obliterated the puppets standing before him, reducing them to mere debris with a mere brush of the energy. His eyes, glowing with a bloodthirsty red light, remained focused on the very essence of the corrupted Heart Mother tree. The tree seemed to sense the imminent threat and shifted its form once more. Countless vines, previously hidden underground, erupted from the earth, causing violent tremors as they rose, towering hundreds of meters high, encircling the mother tree with a singular intent, to eliminate the human radiating with red energy before them. In the next instant, Long Lai let out a roar, and a massive wave of red energy surged outward, colliding with the oncoming vines, resulting in a cataclysmic sound that reverberated through the air. Shuya, within the protective barrier, gazed intently at the unfolding battle, realizing that the moment Long Lai burst forth from the barrier, the previously budding illusionary spore from the mother tree had fully matured, releasing a wave of pink toxic mist. A jolt of alarm coursed through Shu Ya's mind as she recognized that the illusionary spores had likely been ready to bloom for some time, biding their time for the appearance of their trump card, just as she intended to warn Long Lai about the toxic mist. She was astonished to see that the pink mist emitted by the mother tree was repelled before it even reached Long Lai, pushed back by the crimson waves emanating from him. At that moment, Long Lai swung his great sword, the sharp energy severing a thick vine that had extended dozens of meters. The severed vine crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. In truth, the moment Long Lai emerged from the illusion, he had already altered the rhythm of his breathing. The crimson waves surrounding him appeared to expand outward, yet they formed an impenetrable barrier around him. With the air around Long Lai infused with his own energy, the toxic mist could not touch him, serving as his defense against the illusionary spores. Long Lai advanced step by step toward the corrupted Heart Mother tree, each footfall causing the ground to tremble, the crimson waves swirling around him like a fire dragon poised to take flight. The corrupted Heart Mother tree seemed to sense the growing threat posed by Long Lai, and more vines surged toward him from all directions, intent on extinguishing this menace once and for all. In that moment, Shu Ya's eyes flashed with determination as she abruptly retracted the Holy Covenant Realm protective barrier. The pale golden light shield shattered like glass, and the pink toxic mist swiftly enveloped the area once more. However, she paid it no mind, channeling the full power of the Holy Covenant to bolster Long Lai. The young woman understood that this was the final moment. Although deactivating the Holy Covenant realm might plunge everyone back into the dangers of the toxic mist, it was a necessary sacrifice. Only by elevating Long Lai's power to new heights could they hope to utterly vanquish the mother tree. With this newfound enhancement, the crimson waves around Long Lai became even more ferocious, allowing him to sever the incoming vines with relentless fury. His furious red eyes remained locked onto the core of the mother tree, a manifestation of his ultimate resolve. However, as Long Lai closed in to within 10 meters of the heart of the corrupted heart mother tree, a root buried deep beneath the ground for millennia suddenly sprang forth like a venomous serpent, shrieking through the air as it lunged toward him. This is bad. The distance is too close. Shuya gasped in alarm. Long Lai's pupils constricted, and he realized that there was no time to swing his sword to block the impending strike. Just at that critical moment, thunder, flames, and massive boulders surged from behind Long Lai, weaving together into a cataclysmic torrent that pierced through the thick root. Greenish-black sap gushed from the severed root, crashing heavily to the ground. It was the extraordinary ability users from Shu Ya's team, braving the onslaught of toxic mist. They poured every ounce of their strength into the attack to maintain their clarity amidst the pink mist. These ability users had also resorted to the same method as Shuya. They drew their weapons and inflicted deep wounds upon their arms, the sharp pain keeping their awareness intact. Do not underestimate the resolve of these men. The other ability users roared in unison, unleashing their attacks, fire and lightning. They exchanged pain for clarity, their unwavering belief driving their bodies forward, vowing to confront this monstrosity to the bitter end. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Long Lai propelled himself forward with all his might, darting toward the heart of the corrupted heart mother tree. The crimson waves trailed behind him like a blazing tail as he gathered an unprecedented force upon his great sword. True essence of long blood, surging waves. Long Lai intoned with a low growl, the great sword enveloped in crimson energy, resembling a colossal tidal wave that bore the weight of annihilation as it struck toward the pulsating heart of the corrupted heart mother tree. Amidst the roars of the combatants, the great sword struck true against the throbbing heart. With a resounding thud, the heart, radiating an eerie red glow, was instantly cleaved in two, black-red blood gushing forth. The corrupted heart mother tree let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive form beginning to tremble violently as the entwining vines rapidly lost their vitality, wilting into a yellowed husk. The pink toxic mist receded like a tide. The battle had finally come to an end. Chapter 40. Is it truly over? The colossal corrupted heart mother tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web. Leaning on his great sword, Long Lai gasped for breath, his gaze landing on the heart, now reduced to half its size. The blood vessels within were visible, still faintly writhing, prompting him to question whether this was truly the essence of a plant-based monster. Had the battle truly concluded? A flicker of doubt passed through Long Lai's mind as the crimson flames surrounding him dissipated at a visibly alarming rate. The duration of the true essence had elapsed, and the backlash from the forbidden technique began to manifest in his body. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his limbs, and the power within him rampaged uncontrollably. Fortunately, Long Lai was not a novice in the use of forbidden techniques. Through numerous explorations, he had managed to minimize the harm to his body. He glanced around, noting that the puppets summoned by the mother tree had long since withered and dissipated, and the pink toxic mist had vanished without a trace. It was only then that Long Lai truly felt the reality. This brutal battle had indeed come to an end. He opened his mouth, and white steam emanated from within. Elder brother, Long Lai's younger companions called out from behind, eager to support him. With great effort, Long Lai dragged his heavy sword step by step towards the half-destroyed heart, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each laborious stride. Just in case, destroy the remaining half of the heart, he rasped. As Long Lai slowly raised his great sword, a sudden contraction of his pupils occurred in the moment before his strike. A chill swept over him from behind, and he could even hear the faint sound of a blade slicing through the air. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black robes had appeared behind him, wielding a glinting dagger, stealthily aiming for his back. In a moment of peril, Long Lai relied on the instincts honed through years of combat and swiftly twisted to the left. The dagger grazed his shoulder, tearing a bloody gash. The black fabric stained a dark crimson. It was only then that the onlookers realized they had not seen the arrival of this black-clad figure. Ignoring his wound, blood trickled down his arm as Long Lai gritted his teeth and pointed the tip of his sword at the black-robed figure, shouting furiously, "Who are you?" From the moment he had activated the long blood true intent until the conclusion of the battle, he had not sensed the presence of this black figure at all. The figure exuded no aura of strength, appearing like an ordinary passerby, yet an overwhelming sense of unease surged within Long Lai. Upon realizing his assassination attempt had failed, the black-clad figure twisted the dagger. Long Lai's pupils constricted, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword. Was this person about to attack again? But the next moment, everyone held their breath in unison. The black figure inexplicably redirected the sharp blade towards his own palm without hesitation. Was he about to stab himself? An ability user could not help but exclaim, while Shuya furrowed her brow in concern, disregarding the astonishment of the onlookers. The black-clad figure continued to enlarge the wound on his palm with the dagger, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the already lifeless heart. At the moment the blood made contact with the heart, the once still organ abruptly began to throb violently. The blood vessels on its surface writhed like living worms, exuding a fine mist of red blood bubbles, creating a scene that was eerily unsettling. The next instant, the mother tree's collapsed form began to tremble violently. The withered vines rapidly regained their vibrant green color, as if life were being resurrected within them. Shuya's pupils constricted, sensing something was amiss. Not good. They are using some method to revive the mother tree. How could this be possible? Shuya was filled with shock and confusion. She knew well that the mother tree could heal itself by absorbing human blood, but now, with its heart reduced to half, could it truly be revived? This exceeded her understanding. Seeing this, Longlai no longer hesitated and swung his great sword towards the reviving heart, intent on shattering it before the mother tree could fully resurrect. In the next moment, roots surged from the mother tree's body, lunging towards Longlai. Yet he understood that even if the opponent sought to revive the mother tree through some means, it could not change the fact that the mother tree was currently very weak. The roots now attacking him were among the smallest, and with the remaining strength he possessed, he was more than capable of severing them. Longlai's gaze sharpened, and with a whoosh, the great sword sliced accurately towards the root. However, the anticipated severing did not occur. That seemingly slender root erupted with astonishing strength, effortlessly sending Longlai and his sword flying. Bang! Longlai crashed violently against the cavern wall, becoming embedded in the stone, debris falling around him. The onlookers only saw him abruptly spit out blood. Then his body weakly slid down from the stone wall, heavily thudding to the ground. Elder brother, Longlai's younger companion shouted, rushing forward to assess his injuries without a second thought. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. No one had anticipated that the seemingly frail mother tree possessed such terrifying power within its roots. In Shuya's eyes, the blood-red heart was visibly losing its vibrant hue, gradually turning to a dull purple. In the next moment, countless slender roots sprouted from the remains of the mother tree, entwining around the mutated heart like a swarm of serpents. The once collapsed form of the mother tree began to rise slowly, a deep grinding sound emanating from the ground as countless roots burst forth like a raging python, weaving an impenetrable net across the earth. What was even more chilling was that a massive gash suddenly appeared along the rough trunk of the mother tree. Initially just a thin fissure, thick, viscous black blood began to flow from it, quickly staining the ground. The gash continued to expand until it tore the entire trunk in two, allowing everyone to see its true form. It was a gaping maw, overflowing with black blood. Following this, limbs began to emerge slowly from both sides of the mother tree's body, covered in dark green scales, displaying the ruggedness of plant roots intertwined with the muscular definition of animal limbs. The once purely vegetal form had undergone a transformation into a bizarre hybrid of plant and animal, dragging its heavy body across the ground. Each step of the mother tree sent tremors through the earth. Then, it opened its enormous maw and emitted its first roar. The roar carried a feral ferocity, reverberating throughout the pristine white space. Witnessing this, the crowd was engulfed in shock. They realized that the black-clad figure had not merely resurrected the mother tree, but had enhanced it through some means, transforming it into a far more terrifying new monstrosity. Quick! Drink the revival potion, Shuya shouted immediately. In her storage ring lay the revival potion, prepared by her family, and the others had each taken a vial in anticipation of emergencies. Upon hearing Shuya's call, everyone wasted no time and quickly consumed the revival potion. However, the anticipated sensation of repulsion did not manifest. They remained in the underground city. How could this be? Shuya's brow furrowed deeply, disbelief etched across her face. She glanced down at her empty vial, then looked around, trying to discern the reason for the potion's failure. In the next moment, her gaze froze. The vines that had risen around the mother tree had, unbeknownst to her, spread to the towering stone walls, entwining like countless green pythons, tightly gripping the rock face and extending upwards. Ultimately, these vines converged above, forming a massive dome that completely sealed off the entire space. This was the all-spirits prison. Shuya inhaled sharply, her complexion turning pale. This is one of the exclusive abilities of the Fushin Mushu, derived directly from the heart of the mother tree. It has the power to envelop the entire space, rendering all living beings within it unable to escape, as if ensnared by invisible shackles. This exceedingly grotesque ability is the reason why the third layer of the Pamu Sheng, Haima Xinyuan, is renowned as the Wanling Qiulao, Wanling Qiulao. A deeper sense of confusion surged within Xia. This was illogical. She understood while Wanling Qiulao is indeed one of the exclusive abilities of the Fushin Musu, not every Fushin Musu can awaken it. Just as there exist individual disparities among monsters, there are also elite monsters. The concept holds true even among the final bosses. The rare elite individuals that give rise to the Fushin Musu possess the ability Wanling Qiulao. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Wanling Qiulao is a passive skill. Once a Fushin Musu that possesses this skill is created, its vines will grow uncontrollably without regard for layers, even penetrating what was once deemed the secure second layer. Thus, in previous expeditions against the Fushin Musu, as soon as a team discovered that the second layer had been breached by the mother tree's vines, they would decisively abandon their assault on the third layer. After all, facing a mother tree endowed with Wanling Qiulao, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through with their current strength. They would choose to return to their base to assemble a more formidable team before confronting this terrifying creature together. It was evident that the Fushin Musu before them did not initially possess the passive skill Wanling Qiulao. Otherwise, they would have noticed signs of the second layer being breached prior to entering the third layer. It was that cloaked figure who, during its revival, allowed it to awaken this dreadful ability. Not only could it revive monsters, but it could also facilitate their evolution. Xia murmured to herself. Filled with a profound sense of helplessness, she raised her gaze towards the now transformed Fushin Musu, glancing at the fallen Long Lia, who lay unconscious, and the fear-stricken expressions of her companions. A bitter smile involuntarily gracing her lips. The current situation seemed to have descended into absolute despair. Wanling Qiulao had ensnared them within this space, and the mother tree had become even more fearsome than before. Meanwhile, their strongest warrior, Long Lia, was gravely injured, and the strength of the others appeared utterly insignificant in the face of the evolved mother tree. The very source of all this calamity was herself. The girl clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, consumed by guilt. In truth, when she employed Shengqi Jingjie to protect everyone, they could have easily escaped from the dungeon. At that time, the mother tree had yet to complete its evolution and had not awakened Wanling Qiulao. Moreover, both she and Li Jiahao possessed ample Wu Yaosui, Huanhui Yaoshui, provided by their family, enough to ensure the safe exit of everyone present from the dungeon. Yet, driven by her obsession to prove herself, she insisted on confronting the mother tree. It was her emotions that infected others, leading them to fight alongside her until this moment, which had culminated in such dire circumstances. Xiao's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. The tide of guilt overwhelming her. The Fushin Musu let out a low, menacing roar, as if declaring that its prey could not escape. Its cavernous maw dripped with black blood as it slowly advanced towards them. Xia activated Shengqi Jingjie once more, a golden shield enveloping her comrades, her golden hair billowing in the air currents. At the very least, she hoped to protect them until the very last moment. Upon witnessing this, the Fushin Musu charged forward like a beast, its massive form colliding with the golden barrier with devastating force. The girl's shield was effortlessly shattered, disintegrating into countless golden fragments that scattered through the air. Xia continually summoned new shields from within her body, only for the next instant to see the new barrier obliterated by the Fushin Musu. Time and again, all her efforts proved futile. The Fushin Musu finally breached the last layer of the golden shield. Its enormous, bloodstained maw, reeking of a foul stench, lunged toward Xia. Before her eyes danced a flurry of golden shards, reminiscent of shattered stars, and beyond them loomed the abyss of that insatiable maw. It was over, Xia thought to herself. She slowly shut her eyes, her ears filled with the desperate screams of her companions and a piercing cry of an eagle. Chapter 41, The Complete Susanoo. A sharp eagle's cry pierced through the entirety of the Wanling Qiulao, resonating clearly in Xiao's ears. When the girl opened her eyes once more, she beheld the back of the dark-haired youth. In his hand flickered dazzling lightning, firmly restraining the colossal Fushin Musu. The creature could no longer advance an inch. Zuzu, Xia uttered instinctively, trembling. At that moment, tears unexpectedly cascaded from her previously dry eyes. The cry of the thousand birds echoed throughout the Wanling Qiulao. The lightning in the boy's hand surged dramatically, and the massive form of the Fushin Musu was violently propelled backward. The thunderous impact reverberated as its body crashed against the stone wall behind, causing the entire rock face to tremble violently, collapsing in the process. The dark-haired boy slowly turned around, gently supporting the girl's faltering frame. His palm emanated a soft green glow, the healing Zhangxian Shu, capable of mending wounds. Tears streamed down Shuyu's face like pearls released from a broken string. She could not comprehend why this was happening. Deep down, she had resolved to rely solely on her own strength to prove herself. She had vowed never to shed tears in front of anyone again. Yet, in the final moments of her life, when this dark-haired youth appeared before her, the tears flowed uncontrollably. The golden-haired girl instinctively grasped the boy's hand as he healed her, her vision blurred by her tears. She resembled a child who, upon realizing her mistake, cried while apologizing. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's my obsession that has led everyone into this dire predicament. It's because of me." However, before she could finish her words, she felt a gentle touch on her head. It was Zuju's hand softly stroking her hair. Shuya stared blankly at Zuju, his expression as calm as ever, yet the warmth of his hand on her head was unmistakable. She gazed into his profound black eyes. "No, you have done exceedingly well." He carefully lowered Shuya to the ground, then rose, his gaze directed towards the already rising monster behind them. "Leave the rest to me." Detected Dungeon Boss, Fushin Fusu. Opponent in an abnormal state. Attribute panel updated. Individual, Fushin Musu Shirichi Gongsung. Status, Shirichi Gongsung. Abilities, Shirikung Jiaosha. Hung Balja. Danger level elevated from Ghost, Tung, Dragon. Successful defeat. System upgrade defeat. None, Lonlia, still clinging to life. Struggled to lift his head, about to shout, "Don't go." The monstrous creature posed an immense threat. Before the words had left his mouth, a terrifying and oppressive aura suddenly emanated from Zuoshu, suffocating everyone present, including the creature, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon them. His once black eyes coalesced into a blood-red single tomo, which rapidly transformed into a tritomo as it spun. Simultaneously, purple skeletal figures began to materialize beside Zuoshu, their surfaces veined with purple threads, exuding a chilling presence. Countless guardians summoned by the mother tree lunged towards Zuoshu. Yet before they could even breach a 10-meter radius around him, they were effortlessly crushed into dust by those skeletal arms. The tritomo spun with fervor once more, culminating in the manifestation of the eternal kaleidoscope, a symbol of power and curse. The entire Wanling Qiulao trembled in reverence at the emergence of those scarlet eyes. As the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan rotated, the purple skeletal figure underwent a remarkable transformation. Armor began to emerge in layers from the surface of the skeleton, enveloping every inch of bone. The intricate patterns on the chest plate shimmered with a dark purple luminescence, and the once indistinct outline became sharp and imposing, ultimately revealing its complete form. Complete body Susanoo. The colossal purple figure stood tall within the cavern, having already breached the confines of Wanling Qiulao. It retained the katana suspended at its waist, while at the core of the giant's forehead stood the dark-haired youth. All living beings beneath it appeared as insignificant as ants in the presence of Susanoo. Witnessing this, the mother tree, with its gaping maw, unleashed a piercing shriek, a sound capable of rupturing eardrums. It frantically extended countless vines and thick arms towards Susanoo, akin to massive black serpents. However, Susanoo merely drew forth the katana from its waist with deliberate grace. With a single strike, every vine, arm, and even the massive form of the mother tree was severed in twain. Black ichor gushed forth from the severed parts, cascading like a waterfall and staining the ground crimson. The mother tree emitted a desperate and mournful howl, its vitality rapidly ebbing away. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Susanoo raised its katana once more, the blade imbued with raging energy coalescing from chakra, unleashing a formidable wave of purple sword energy. The sword energy surged forth like a purple deluge, instantly engulfing the mother tree's form, causing the very air to tremble in its wake. As the violet light gradually dissipated, only remnants of the mother tree's flesh and the exposed black substance behind the severed stone wall remained. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. He had even cleaved through this space, severing the underground city, laying bare the materials that constituted it. Zuoshu, enveloped by the complete body Susanoo, stood as a towering figure amidst the shattered realm, resembling an unshakable deity. His gaze calmly swept over the crowd below, as if he were a divine being surveying the world. The people beneath him held their breath, their faces etched with awe and astonishment. In that moment, it seemed even breathing had become a transgression. Chapter 42. aspiring to become a Pokemon master. Suishu dispelled Susanoo, the purple giant, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the air. With a swift movement, he appeared beside Shuya, gently cradling the already unconscious girl. Longlai, still clinging to life, observed this scene and mustered the strength to shout, "Who are you?" Longlai's gaze was fixed upon Suishu. The overwhelming pressure that had radiated from him moments ago had vanished, yet he still found it hard to believe what he had just witnessed. Suishu merely turned his head, his scarlet kaleidoscope eyes locking onto Longlai's. The next moment, an intense sense of oppression washed over Longlai, causing him to forget how to breathe. The youth spoke not a word, already vanishing with Shuya from the scene. Moments after Suishu departed, his subordinates gathered around. And only then did Longlai snap back from his fear, gasping for air. He clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his expression fraught with disbelief. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. "Boss!" The surrounding subordinates reacted, trying to stop him. Longlai brushed their hands away. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Even in the face of the evolved mother tree, he had never felt such profound terror. He was utterly paralyzed by fear from a mere glance from his opponent. At the highest floor of the most prestigious private hospital in City A, Shuya lay alone on a pristine white hospital bed, her breathing steady and calm, her pale cheeks regaining a hint of color. The monitoring equipment displayed stable readings, indicating that her condition was rapidly improving. Clearly, the young man who had rescued her from the Haimu abyss had administered proper treatment before departing. Beside the hospital room door, the old butler stood watch, his gaze resting on the serene face of the young lady, though his brow remained furrowed. His mind replayed the scene from 2 hours prior. The dark-haired youth, appearing like a specter, had entered the CEO's office on the top floor of the Shu Corporation, cradling the unconscious young lady. Before he could approach to inquire, the figure had transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest beyond the city, Suishu's form silently emerged among the shadows of the trees. He raised his hand to brush away the grass clippings clinging to his sleeve, his gaze fixed upon a small piece of black fragment resting in his palm, the very substance that had separated from the stone wall of the underground city. At that moment, his scarlet pupils slowly rotated, the patterns of the kaleidoscope swirling within, attempting to discern the essence of this material. Yet, no matter how much chakra he infused, the black mass writhed as if alive. Its surface adorned with dark patterns that twisted and morphed, resisting any attempt at scrutiny. Even the Sharingan could not decode it, he murmured softly. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "You have completed the task of defeating the Mother Tree. The system has been upgraded. The summoning system and daily task system have been activated." Suishu's fingertips paused slightly, a subtle flicker of emotion crossing his scarlet eyes. He stored the black fragment in the system's repository. The voice of the Long Aotion system resounded once more. "The daily tasks have been refreshed. Complete them to receive rewards. Today's task is, assist an elderly lady across the street. Rewards include random ninjutsu and a random amount of dragon coins. The summoning system can be accessed through random draws or purchases. You have been granted a free draw. Would you like to use it immediately?" Suishu gazed at the system panel as prompt. The summoning system and daily task system appeared promising based on their descriptions. However, recalling the system's previous absurd operations, he wondered if it would truly dispense benefits so readily. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing his doubts. For now, he would observe further. "System, open the summoning lottery panel. The panel has been opened for you." As the words fell, a massive golden wheel materialized before Suishu, segmented into dozens of varying sized fan-shaped sections, each marked with corresponding rewards. At the pinnacle, the grand prize area boldly displayed Tailed Beast, random, followed by various rare summoning beasts, including ninja dogs. Near the edge, the consolation prize area bore only the solitary inscription of Bingliang Wan. In the very center of the wheel, a smaller segment marked special prize, Outer Path Golem beckoned. Sasuke's gaze narrowed slightly, astonished by the vast discrepancy of rewards before him. He focused intently on the almost negligible area of the grand prize on the spinning wheel. "System, what is the purpose of these extravagant rewards? With my luck, I can only reliably obtain Bingliang pills." The Long Outyin system reassured him. "Rest assured, host. This system has a built-in guarantee mechanism. Every 10 consecutive draws will yield a first prize." Sasuke's eyes instantly brightened. Is this for real? Could this unreliable system have actually changed its ways? Regardless, with the 10-draw guarantee, even if I don't obtain anything worthwhile this time, I won't be at a loss. No more hesitation. Let's go for it. Sasuke decisively pressed the golden button at the center of the wheel. The wheel spun rapidly, golden lights swirling across its surface, coalescing into a blurred halo. With a hint of anticipation, Sasuke watched the pointer, mentally preparing himself to once again receive Bingliang pills. However, as the wheel gradually slowed, the pointer wobbled past the participation prize and the rare summoning beast area, ultimately coming to a steady halt atop the grand prize section. First prize, tailed beast, random 1. Sasuke stood frozen, struggling to believe his own eyes. No way, has my luck finally turned? The voice of the Long Outyin system chimed in at the right moment. You have obtained a random tailed beast, identified as QB. QB, Sasuke exclaimed, taken aback. That was the strongest tailed beast aside from the 10 tails, and it belonged to Naruto in the original story. This is fantastic. But wait, system, in this world, there are no Jinchuriki. How am I supposed to contain QB? The system replied, you can freely seal the tailed beast and choose a Jinchuriki, or utilize the system's built-in infinite summoning warehouse function, which is free to use. Sasuke gazed at the system's shining inscription of the words free to use. He never anticipated that this unreliable system would genuinely change its stripes. Little dragon, it seems I had wronged you before. From now on, let us address each other as brothers. The system's mechanical voice echoed once more. The tailed beast QB has been randomly generated in the wild. Sasuke's smile abruptly froze. Wait, what did you just say? A wild QB has been randomly generated. Please capture it yourself, the system repeated. A wild-tailed beast. You want me to catch it myself? Are you treating it like a Pokemon? Just as he was about to curse the system, he suddenly realized something, his pupils contracting sharply. Wait, you said it was randomly generated in the wild. Does that mean there's a QB roaming the wilderness right now, capable of unleashing tailed beast balls that could flatten a city with a single shot? The next moment, a blinding red and white beam of light erupted from behind the distant mountains, a robust energy column shooting into the sky, tearing a circular gap in the clouds. That distinctive energy form could only be attributed to a tailed beast ball. Damn it, Sasuke muttered under his breath, without waiting for the light to dissipate. Purple chakra surged from within him, the crackling sound of Susanu's skeletal frame and the clanking of armor melding into a thunderous roar. His complete Susanu ascended from the ground, its massive wings unfurling, creating a gust that bent the trees around him. The sound of the wings resonated through the heavens like a purple meteor, racing towards the direction from which the tailed beast ball had risen. Chapter 43. QB. In the dense forest where QB had manifested, a tempest howled, whipping up broken branches and leaves. Its 9 colossal tails swayed through the trees, each sweep stirring up clouds of dust. As the crimson-slitted eyes of the QB locked onto a figure ahead, its chakra swirling like boiling magma, Lin Feng hovered in midair, his fingertips tracing through the void, creating eerie blue rifts in space that sliced towards QB. Kong Kenjijia. The rifts grazed QB's form, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone. But before Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, the wounds were instantly filled by the surging red chakra, leaving no trace behind. How is this possible? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his brow. Behind him, Zaobin was already in a frenzy, gripping his notebook tightly, his fingers turning white from exertion. He rapidly flipped through the pages, which contained records of all known dungeon bosses, from wolf level to dragon level, yet none matched the formidable QB before him. Moments ago, Lin Feng, who could easily annihilate dragon-level bosses, found himself at a disadvantage against this QB, each evasion appearing clumsy. Zaobin's heart raced. It was difficult to fathom the level of power this QB possessed. Had it already reached the mythical divine realm spoken of only in legends? Zaobin shook his head vigorously, dismissing the absurd notion. Perhaps it was a newly generated S-rank dungeon boss. Just as he attempted to jot down this hypothesis, the battlefield shifted once more. QB released a low, rumbling growl, its 9 tails tightened, condensing a red and white energy orb even more potent than before, the chakra fluctuations causing the air to quiver. Not good. It's charging up again. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Before he could finish his thought, 3-tailed beast balls were launched like cannonballs, screaming through the air. Lin Feng's fingers moved frantically, the space behind him warping like waves. Kong Kenjijia, Shun Xian. He instantly teleported to Zaobin's side, placing a hand on the exhausted boy and tearing through space once more. Just as his figure vanished from the spot, the tailed beast balls detonated with a thunderous roar. Brilliant flames engulfing the entire forest, shockwaves hurling massive boulders aside, leaving only charred ruins in their wake. How much energy does this monster possess to fire consecutively? Lin Feng held Zaobin tightly, continuously traversing through the rifts in space, his back drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, 3 helicopters emblazoned with the logos of various news stations hovered precariously in the air, risking being overturned by the shockwaves. With doors wide open, reporters clutched their cameras tightly, lenses trained on the forest enveloped in red light. Dear viewers, we are reporting live from an uninhabited area on the outskirts of a city. The female reporter's voice trembled with excitement. According to an urgent report from the Ability Bureau, an unknown colossal creature has suddenly appeared here. Preliminarily assessed to be at least dragon level. The camera zoomed in, capturing the menacing silhouette of QB swinging its massive tails, its overwhelming presence causing gasps among the reporters. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the helicopter suspended in the air. The Ability Bureau had issued an emergency alert, ostensibly to delineate a danger zone and warn the public to steer clear of this deadly area, yet it had inadvertently drawn in these reckless reporters. These reckless fools. Zayabin also noticed the helicopter, his face paling further. Lin, Mr. Lin, they stay focused. Lin Feng snapped, redirecting his attention to QB, his fingertips once again tearing open the rifts in space. In the helicopter, the female reporter remained oblivious to the anxiety of the ability's users below, her camera closely following Lin Feng's movements, her voice rising with excitement. Dear viewers, we can clearly see that the one currently maneuvering beneath that colossal creature is our S-rank ability user, Mr. Lin Feng, from the Ability Bureau. She deliberately angled the camera to capture Lin Feng's precise spatial shifts as he dodged the tailed beast balls, her tone filled with awe. Mr. Lin is employing his signature ability, Kong Kenji Jia, each spatial traversal perfectly evading lethal attacks. This is nothing short of a textbook-level extreme operation. As the voice faded, Jiawei let out another roar, and the fourth-tail beast orb had already coalesced in front of its abdomen. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. Merely evading was not a viable strategy. He had to take the initiative. His gaze sharpened, fingers moving deftly as he navigated through the densely packed barrage of tail beast orbs, skillfully weaving among them under the cover of spatial rifts. Each leap through space allowed him to precisely evade the shockwaves of explosions, his figure approaching Jiawei like a specter. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity when Jiawei had just launched its tail beast orb, Lin Feng suddenly tore apart the space in front of him, instantly appearing at the side of Jiawei's massive head, his hands gathering a rich concentration of spatial energy. Konghin Jijia Jiaosha. Ethereal blue spatial cracks spread like a spider's web toward Jiawei's neck. Yet, before the cracks could reach their target, Jiawei's colossal body shifted with an uncharacteristic speed. While evading the attack, its sharp claws swept in with a howling gale. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily tore through the space to evade, but still, he was caught by the force of the wind from the claws, a sharp pain erupting in his shoulder, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This speed was far beyond what such a size should possess. Lin Feng made several attempts to close in for an attack, but Jiawei evaded him with an uncanny swiftness. Instead, he found himself being relentlessly pressured by Jiawei's assaults, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him, nearly driving him to despair. At that moment, Jiawei abruptly halted its pursuit, raising its 9 massive tails high. It gathered a tailed beast orb in front of its abdomen, significantly larger than the previous ones. Casting a red and white glow that illuminated the entire sky, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the very air to begin to solidify. In the helicopter, the female reporter's voice trembled slightly. Dear viewers, we are witnessing an intense battle between the Jiawei monster and Mr. Lin Feng. We must urgently interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. She abruptly turned the camera toward the sky, her tone filled with astonishment. Just now, a colossal purple entity streaked across the sky above City A and is rapidly approaching. It will arrive in. Before she could finish her sentence, a purple figure descended like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. It was the complete Susanoo. Its enormous form landed steadily. And without waiting for Jiawei to react, it reached out a giant hand, firmly pinning Jiawei's head to the ground, rendering its massive body immovable. The glow of the gathered tail beast orb instantly dimmed. Chapter 44. Our reporter Yu Wenba brings you this report. The glow of the gathered tail beast orb instantly dimmed. The purple form of Susanoo descended like a king upon the mortal realm, pinning Jiawei's immense body to the ground. Jiawei's massive tails futilely thrashed against the earth, kicking up clouds of dust, but could not budge the giant hand restraining its head. The reporters in the helicopter erupted in chaos, gasping in disbelief. What on earth is this? The female reporter's eyes widened, nearly dropping her camera as she witnessed the purple giant effortlessly subduing the 9-tailed monster. What is happening? Could this purple giant also be a boss from the S-class underground city? Another male reporter urgently inquired, the camera fixated on the confrontation below. Various speculations circulated among the reporters, the camera switching back and forth between Susanoo and Jiawei, attempting to capture every detail. Meanwhile, inside Susanoo, Sasuke heard the reporter's excited exclamations clearly. Unable to suppress a smirk, Is it any wonder they are called battlefield reporters? They dare to report face-to-face amidst the chaos. Sasuke sighed helplessly. This was not the time to dwell on that, as there was still a wild Jiuwei awaiting his attention. Just then, the Jiuwei, firmly restrained by Susanoo, suddenly let out a deafening roar, its chakra surging wildly, breaking free from some of its constraints. It lowered its head, disregarding the giant hand above, and began to accumulate a tail beast orb directly aimed at the ground. The red and white energy sphere swelled rapidly, emanating a devastating aura. Sasuke's pupils narrowed. Without a moment to think, the tail beast orb crashed to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that sent flames soaring into the sky, powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Susanoo was forced to momentarily retract its hand from Jiuwei's head, staggering back a few steps, cracks appearing in the armor of its right arm from the explosion. Truly, Jiuwei was a pure numerical beast. Sasuke reflected, amazed that the close-range tail beast orb attack had not harmed it, while his own Susanoo had sustained some damage. However, this minor injury was inconsequential. In the next moment, chakra continuously flowed into Susanoo from Sasuke, the damage to its right arm visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Susanoo drew its purple sword from its waist, the blade swirling with raging chakra. Sasuke's gaze turned cold as he regarded Jiuwei. Without Naruto's presence, Jiuwei possessed neither the various attributes of the Raisin Shuriken nor the Shadow Clone technique. Its tail beast orb was its only notable asset. At best, it was merely a stronger summoning beast. Before the bloodline of the Uchiha, a natural nemesis to tail beasts, it was ultimately nothing more than a toy. As soon as the thought left his lips, Susanoo swung its sword, unleashing a massive purple sword wave that howled toward Jiuwei, which was once again gathering a tail beast orb. The clash between the sword wave and the tail beast orb produced a shock wave of energy that swept through the air, causing the helicopter to shake violently, nearly overturning it, sending the reporters into a frenzy of screams. Sasuke did not relent, pressing the attack as Susanoo unleashed several more purple sword waves, continually depleting Jiuwei's chakra and weakening its combat capability. Jiuwei was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the sword waves, numerous wounds appearing on its body. Just as Jiuwei's movements began to slow due to energy exhaustion, the kaleidoscope of Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, its formidable ocular power enveloping Jiuwei in an instant. Jiuwei's movements froze abruptly, a hint of confusion flashing through its eyes, before it was completely ensnared by the crimson ocular power, entirely under Sasuke's control. The system's voice chimed in. Detected that you have forcibly subdued Jiuwei. Would you like to store it in the summoning warehouse? Quick, quick, quick. Store it now. Sasuke responded. His inner turmoil was nearly driving him mad. After all, Jiuwei's recent antics had turned half a mountain to ash. With Sasuke's command, the subdued Jiuwei gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a red light that vanished from sight. Successfully stored in the summoning warehouse. System, you have successfully subdued Jiuwei. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique, modified version of the Corpse Demon Seal. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Oh, capturing a tail beast I created also yields a reward. That is somewhat acceptable. The instantaneous ability of the Flying Thunder God Technique and the modified Corpse Demon Seal were both exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, somewhat compensating for the earlier frustration inflicted by the system. Sasuke did not dismiss Susanoo. The purple giant remained steadfast in its position as he turned his neck, casting his gaze toward the reporters still fervently filming from the helicopter. Not far off, Lin Feng wore a complex expression as he regarded the towering purple entity. With so many eyes upon him, this was quite troublesome. Controlling Susanoo. Sasuke's gaze returned to Lin Feng. For some reason, this individual appeared somewhat familiar. Wait. Sasuke's pupils narrowed slightly. Was this not the voyeuristic fellow? So, he is an S-class ability user? At this moment, the excited voice of a reporter from the helicopter echoed once more. Mr. Lin Feng, are you all right? Lin Feng. Zuoshu raised an eyebrow. An understanding dawned upon him. It turned out that the name this fellow had previously reported was a pseudonym. Lin Feng was indeed his true name. Zuoshu was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the legendary S-rank ability user was merely a voyeur. He had previously held some interest in this title, thinking he might encounter a worthy adversary, but now he felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, this revelation was advantageous. Knowing his identity would make it far easier to settle scores next time. Zuoshu, disinterested in the commotion below, maneuvered his Susanoo to turn around. The massive wings on his back flapping violently and creating a gust of wind. The violet giant, just as it had arrived, transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. The reporters aboard the helicopter erupted in excitement. Dear viewers, the violet giant has taken flight. It has departed just like that. A female reporter exclaimed, her camera closely tracking the violet figure until it completely disappeared from sight. A male reporter concluded with a flourish, "What kind of deity is this? Why has it appeared here? And why did it assist us in repelling that nine-tailed monster?" Stay tuned to our station. Our reporter Yu Wenbo is bringing you the latest. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gazed at the departing violet giant. A fleeting image of a young boy flashing in his eyes. Chapter 45. Child, do you enjoy my enforced anime watching? As night descended, the wooden door of a pawn shop, marked with the words Professional Appraisal Shop, swayed gently in the evening breeze. Inside, an elderly man lay comfortably in a recliner. Snoring softly, his lips slightly drooling, a fan resting on his belly, rising and falling with his steady breaths. When Zuoshu pushed the door open, a gust of wind knocked the fan to the floor. The old man abruptly opened his eyes, rubbed them, and sat up, yawning. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Zuoshu, he collected himself and bent down to retrieve the fan. "Ah, it's you, kid. You startled me." Zuoshu placed the items he had collected from the underground city onto the counter. "Old man, take a look at these. How much can I exchange them for?" The elderly man, wearing slippers, approached the counter, picked up a magnifying glass, and scrutinized the items, his eyes squinting through the lenses. After a moment, he leisurely uttered, 250. 000. "No, old man," Zuoshu frowned. "I've done my research. These items can fetch at least 300. 000. Why is it only 250. 000 with you?" The old man set the magnifying glass down on the table, waving the fan dismissively. "Silly child, the Ability Bureau is an official trade, after taxes and fees. You'd be lucky to get 240. 000. My private transaction requires no taxes, and 250. 000 is certainly more favorable than going through the bureau." He wandered behind the counter, rummaging through a drawer for something. Besides, what wealthy lady gifts a pretty boy items from the underground? I would believe it if they were energy potions. These items are of dubious origin, and accepting them carries risks. I'm being quite generous offering you this price. Zuoshu's lips twitched. The old man was becoming increasingly candid in his speech. Fine, whatever." Zuoshu waved his hand, as he was indeed reluctant to make the trip to the Ability Bureau, where he would have to fill out a plethora of nonsensical forms. The old man chuckled. "That's the spirit, young man. Don't take things too seriously." He turned around and pulled out an old ledger from beneath the counter. Donning reading glasses and meticulously recording the transactions, the tip of his pen scratching across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. Zuoshu leaned against the counter, waiting. Before long, his phone chimed, indicating that 250. 000 yuan had been deposited. "The money has arrived. Thank you, old man." Zuoshu tucked his phone away and turned to leave. The old man, still not lifting his gaze, continued to click the abacus. "Young man, there are many stray cats at night. If you wander out, be wary, as one might follow you." Zuoshu paused momentarily, glancing back at the old man under the dim light, who remained engrossed in his ledger, as if mentioning it casually. "All right, understood," he replied, pushing the door open and stepping into the night. Zuoshu lifted his gaze to the deep blue night sky before directing his consciousness into the system's space. Just yesterday, after forcibly using his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, he had engaged in a brief, intimate conversation with it in the system's summoning warehouse. After all, who wouldn't want to experience the thrill of using Susanoo against the Nine Tails? However, after attempting to communicate for a while, he discovered that this creature was merely a mindless machine, devoid of any intelligence, driven solely by an insatiable desire for battle. Zuoshu inwardly complained that the system had produced such a subpar-tailed beast. The system retorted, "All explanations are reserved for the system." Zuoshu's mouth twitched. This was typical of the system's unscrupulous commercial style. Before he could voice another complaint, the Dragon Outyan system suddenly became enthusiastic, and several gleaming golden characters materialized before him. "Are you still troubled by the disobedience of the tailed beast? Are you feeling guilty for not having Naruto's persuasive skills to influence Sasuke? We now present the super unbeatable welfare product, Naruto 720 episodes complete Blu-ray 60 frames disc. Available for only 1,000 dragon coins. Watch the tailed beast at original speed to complete the persuasion and effortlessly achieve Susanoo activation." Zuoshu's expression darkened. This Nine Tails is a mindless machine. What good would it do to show it Shippuden? The system maintained its stance. All explanations are reserved for the system. Zuoshu, feeling exasperated, decided to stop engaging in this farce. Nonetheless, he had to ride the Nine Tails. Zuoshu hurriedly completed the daily tasks of helping an elderly lady cross the street and the newly refreshed task of aiding an old lady across the road. He earned enough dragon coins, along with 2 random ninjutsu, Rasengan, unlocked, and shadow clone technique, already owned, decomposed for 10 dragon coins. Currently, the Ninetales was bound in place by the system's invisible energy, with a massive virtual screen suspended before it, playing Naruto. After a continuous 24-hour broadcast, the Ninetales, originally possessing only a fighting instinct, had its eyes reddened, its Ninetales thrashing restlessly, yet unable to break free from its restraints, forced to stare at the screen. SASUKE glanced at the screen, which was at the moment depicting the intense confrontation between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Estimating that they had only covered about 70 to 80 episodes, there were still over 600 episodes left for the Ninetales to watch. What a sin. He sighed deeply. No one could endure watching over 700 episodes of Shippuden in one go. Observing the Ninetales' expression, which was one of murderous intent, he wondered if it was truly being persuaded rather than corrupted. Well, it wasn't as if he was being forced to keep up with the anime. If it truly became corrupted, he could simply request a no-questions-asked refund from the system within 7 days. SASUKE contemplated as he withdrew his consciousness from the summoning warehouse. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the task of holding cash exceeding 100,000. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in his ears, and SASUKE paused for 2 seconds before realizing. The system had indeed issued this asset task previously. However, due to his tendency to squander money on foot massages, he had not completed it. You have received the Naruto-style Sage Body System Optimization version. As the system's prompt faded, SASUKE felt a warm current surge through his limbs, as if his meridians had been broadened several times. The chakra within him surged like a waterfall, swelling violently, and in an instant, it surpassed its previous limits, more than doubling in strength. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the values of Mingren are remarkable. The sheer allure of such pure numerical strength was truly captivating. However, his excitement was short-lived as Sasuke realized that, after merging with the Sage Body, he should theoretically be able to activate the Jogan directly. He could sense that the Sage Body had indeed enhanced his ocular power. Yet he still felt no sign of evolution towards the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was, as expected, a frustrating system. Sasuke smirked wryly, acknowledging that it was a classic case of negative optimization. He inquired of the system, "How can I unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan?" The system promptly responded, "You must acquire the power of Yin from the 6 paths to unlock it. If you simultaneously gather the powers of Yin and Yang, you can unlock the Sage of 6 Paths form." Sasuke then glanced at the price of the 6 Paths Yin and Yang powers in the system shop, Mickey's Funhouse, which was set at 100 million dragon coins each. His lips twitched. It seemed more practical to obtain the 6 Paths Yin power directly through quest rewards. Although this frustrating system had deprived him of the crucial Mangekyo Sharingan, he found solace in the fact that the foundation of the Sage Body remained intact. He focused his mind and, indeed, felt the subtle energy flowing through his surroundings. It was natural energy, gradually permeating his limbs with each breath. He sensed that he could activate Sage Mode whenever he wished. His senses sharpened remarkably. He could hear the rustling of dry leaves under the paws of a stray cat around the corner, the hum of the convenience store's refrigerator compressor 100 meters away, and even the trajectory of feathers drifting through the air, all sketched in blurry outlines within his perception. At least it wasn't a complete disaster. Sasuke placed his hand on his forehead. As his perception expanded like ripples, covering an ever-widening area, he suddenly caught a familiar scent. It emanated from the rooftop of the bathhouse where he had been warmly welcomed by the older sisters earlier. The scent was faint yet deliberately restrained, but it could not escape the enhanced perception granted by the Sage Body. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. That pervert Lin Feng was peeping again. Just the thought of the embarrassing situation he had been in at the bathhouse because of this guy ignited his anger. He had let him escape last time. Did he dare to show up again? A cold smirk crept across his lips as he stealthily retrieved a kunai infused with the Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, the kunai sliced through the air, and Sasuke's chakra erupted, utilizing the spatial coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from his original position. After several rapid flashes, he appeared in a small alley behind the bathhouse, glancing up to see the curled black shadow on the rooftop. "Kid, it's time for you to experience what true pressure feels like," Sasuke murmured to himself, gathering his strength once more and silently scaling the wall, stealthily approaching the shadow on the roof. Chapter 46. Is it the Pacific Rim? The kunai of the Flying Thunder God had barely crossed the sky when, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke found himself just 3 steps behind Lin Feng. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the superiority of the Flying Thunder God technique. It was far swifter than ordinary body flicker techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was crouching on the tiles, lewdly peering through the displaced bricks of the rooftop. Sasuke's lips twitched. He intended to deliver a Uchiha elbow strike. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Lin Feng's clothing, Lin Feng's head, which had been hanging low, suddenly tilted slightly, a smile playing on his lips. The space before him shimmered like water ripples, and a pitch-black rift tore open, revealing his ability, void weaving. Lin Feng evaded the attack by stepping through the spatial rift he had prepared in advance. Sasuke's gaze flickered. He had indeed restrained his attack to 9/10 of its force. But the instantaneous speed of the flying thunder god was not something Lin Feng could have anticipated. That guy had clearly been prepared all along. Amidst the soft sounds of tiles being lifted by the night breeze, Lin Feng's figure slid out from another spatial tear, his face adorned with a grin. You scared me. I thought someone from the bathhouse had discovered me. Although Lin Feng appeared to be in control, his heart was tumultuous. He could never have imagined that Sasuke not only wielded the power of the world-destroying purple giant, but also possessed time-space abilities akin to void weaving. The speed of that flying thunder god technique was even faster than his own spatial traversing. Sasuke continued to gaze at him impassively, the crimson three-tomo swirling in his black pupils. The insight afforded by the Sharingan intertwined with the perceptive abilities of the sage body, dissecting Lin Feng's state into countless details. Whether it was the frequency of his Adam's apple's motion while speaking, which was faster than usual, or the barely perceptible irregularity in his breathing. These were all physiological responses triggered by forcibly suppressing shock. The so-called composure was merely a facade. Sasuke raised an eyebrow inwardly. The combination of the Sharingan and the sage body was indeed exceedingly formidable. He chose not to expose Lin Feng's pretense, his tone devoid of emotion. A fellow enthusiast? I have no interest in peeping into others' hobbies. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Sasuke's crimson three-tomo Sharingan, and his pupils slightly constricted. For some reason, the aura emanating from the young man before him seemed significantly more potent than during their previous encounter with the Nine Tails, even without him revealing any power. There was an inexplicable sense of pressure. He retracted his smile, his expression turning serious. I'll be straightforward, Sasuke. Since you're not surprised that I evaded your attack with my ability, you must be aware that I was deliberately waiting for you here. That purple giant from yesterday was you, wasn't it? Sasuke remained silent, not responding to him. The cataclysmic battle between Susanoo and the Nine Tails had reverberated in such a way that if Lin Feng, a participant present at the scene, could not discern his identity, then the S-rank ability user assessed by the Anomaly Bureau was rather amusing. The crimson of the Sharingan swirled softly in the night, and he was curious to hear what Lin Feng intended to say. Lin Feng adopted a serious tone. Actually, I sought you out today to formally invite you to join the Anomaly Bureau. With your abilities, you would undoubtedly qualify for an S-rank assessment. Sasuke's tone was as flat as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Firstly, I have already registered with the Anomaly Bureau as a D rank. He paused, casting a glance at Lin Feng's frozen expression, and added, secondly, doesn't this feel rather reminiscent of an NPC in a game? With a question mark over their head asking the protagonist for assistance? I have a premonition that if I agree, a whole host of troublesome matters will come knocking. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Sasuke, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. His tone suddenly turned grave. What if this matter is related to that mutated corrupted heart mother tree and that mysterious person who revived it? Sasuke's gaze shifted slightly. He certainly remembered the corrupted heart mother tree that he had so easily dispatched a few days ago, although he couldn't discern any significant difference between it and a minor monster, considering that it had nearly wiped out Shuya and the others in the underground city. It must have possessed some degree of strength. Moreover, he recalled the chat history with Shuya from yesterday. During their casual conversation while she was recuperating, she had specifically mentioned that the mother tree had originally been successfully defeated by someone, and it was a mysterious figure clad in black who had revived and enhanced it, rendering it so formidable. All things considered, there was indeed something suspicious about this matter. Just as the two were at an impasse, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. That peeping pervert was back. The woman's scream, mingled with the sound of hurried footsteps, echoed through the air, signaling that he must be extracted at all costs. The tiles crunched beneath the weight of those rushing towards the rooftop. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, noting, it seems our conversation has drawn attention below. Perhaps we should continue our discussion elsewhere. Zhuoshu cast a glance at the flickering beam of a flashlight below, exhaling a resigned sigh. Indeed, being associated with this individual rarely bodes well. He nodded, his fingertips poised with the kunai of the flying thunder god, ready for action. The duo entered a cold, blue-lit space. The walls were adorned with intricate patterns formed by countless glowing lines, and at the center stood an enormous circular glass dome. Within the shadows of the dome lay a robot towering 3 stories high, its metallic shell glimmering softly under the blue light, with hydraulic mechanisms discernible at its joints. Zhuoshu's lips twitched slightly. Although he was aware of the advanced technology in this world, he had not anticipated encountering a mecha of such scale. It felt akin to being on the set of Pacific Rim. Lin Feng gestured towards the robot behind the glass dome. Do not mind it, Zhuoshu. This is the ARC laboratory, in deep collaboration with the Bureau of Abilities. That mech is known as Zero, still in the testing phase. In terms of combat prowess, it does not compare to the purple giant you command. That is Susanoo, Zhuoshu corrected, his gaze sweeping over the energy core nestled within the chest of the Zero mech, sensing the immense power it contained. Lin Feng thoughtfully echoed, Susanoo. He then turned and ventured deeper into the laboratory. Here, we possess more detailed information regarding the corrupted mother tree and the enigmatic figures seeking to resurrect it. Following closely, Zhuoshu's crimson Sharingan subtly shifted. As they approached a reinforced alloy door etched with encrypted patterns, he abruptly halted. The perception of his sage body intertwined with the inside of the Sharingan, weaving a delicate web that penetrated the dense door. 3 distinct biological presences emanated from beyond. 2 were steady and rhythmic, pulsing with the unique vitality of humans, likely the laboratory's researchers. However, the third presence, Zhuoshu's brow furrowed, was cold and sluggish, reminiscent of a specimen steeped in formaldehyde. Yet, it exhibited the regular breathing patterns of a living organism, its essence chaotic, akin to a being forcibly granted life. The space beyond the door was more expansive than the exterior, with rows of sophisticated instruments emitting a soft blue glow. In the center stood 2 individuals. To the left was an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, his silver hair meticulously combed, gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. To the right, a figure donned a black trench coat, his sharp gaze hidden behind silver-framed glasses, scrutinizing the newly arrived Zhuoshu with a tranquil demeanor. Ah, it is Mr. Lin Feng. The elder turned, his eyes curving into crescent moons behind the lenses, his tone gentle. His gaze shifted to Zhuoshu, offering a slight nod. So, this is the mysterious young man you mentioned. Lin Feng smiled in return. I apologize for the intrusion, Dr. Feng Zhou. He gestured to introduce the elder. This is Dr. Feng Zhou, the founder of the ARC laboratory. He then pointed to the man in the black trench coat. This is Shun Mo, the head of the investigation department of the Bureau of Abilities. However, you may have had some dealings with him already. Shun Mo adjusted his glasses and extended a hand. Shun Mo. His voice was as monotonous as the laboratory's cooling equipment. Zhuoshu observed the bony hand before him. Although he could not recall having met this person, an inexplicable familiarity lingered in the air. Lin Feng interjected with a smile, glancing at Shun Mo, perhaps you should elucidate further. Shun Mo retracted his hand, maintaining his flat tone. My ability is known as Eye of Retrospection. It allows me to perceive the residual energy traces of objects or spaces through direct contact, tracing their past trajectories. He raised his gaze to Zhuoshu, the silver lenses reflecting the instrument's azure light. Not long ago, I was tasked with investigating a Class C dungeon where a ghost-level monster had emerged. Zhuoshu's eyes flickered at the mention of the ghost-level monster from the Class C dungeon. Undoubtedly, it was the boss he had confronted upon his arrival in this world. Shun Mo continued. According to the reports from the participating team, aside from the anomalous ghost-level boss, a powerful, mysterious individual infiltrated the squad. At the moment the team was on the brink of annihilation, that person eliminated the monster in an instant. His gaze landed squarely on Zhuoshu's face. After employing my ability to investigate, I can confirm their claims. However, I detected an unusual aura from the remains of the ghost-level monster, the Undead Knight. Subsequently, a faint purple energy diagram appeared on the screen behind Shun Mo, with dark, twisted patterns at its edges. This aura does not belong to the native energy of the dungeon. It resembles some external force with corrosive properties. Dr. Feng Zhou interjected. We compared it with the energy sample of the corrupted mother tree from the skeleton wood abyss and found a remarkable similarity. He paused, his tone growing more serious. Thus, we infer that this peculiar aura is responsible for the anomaly during that incident. In other words, besides you, Zhuoshu, there was another intervening party in the dungeon, and that individual is the true culprit. Shun Mo's fingertip traced the timeline on the screen, correlating the 2 entities to deduce a hypothesis. It was highly probable that the leader of the Class C dungeon was a tiger-level monster, the Skeleton Knight. Before our Bureau of Abilities could arrive, the individual responsible for reviving the mother tree had already reached the scene. They utilized some unknown means to infiltrate the dungeon ahead of time, enhancing the boss, thus enabling the Skeleton Knight to evolve into an Undead Knight. The emergence of the Undead Knight severely impacted that Class C team, and just as they were about to be cornered, the present Zui Shu intervened to eliminate the undead knight, concluding the assault. Upon hearing this, Zui Shu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. You seem to know quite a bit about my movements. Shin Mo adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. Please forgive us, Mr. Zui Shu. At the time, we had almost no leads regarding the mysterious individual and could only trace back through your more apparent actions. After a brief pause, Shin Mo raised his hand and lightly pressed the control panel. Additionally, we would like you to take a look at this. As he spoke, the screen behind him suddenly slid open. Behind the screen floated a nearly 5-meter-tall werewolf in a massive cultivation tank, its silver gray fur gently swaying in the nutrient solution. Sharp claws glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Its chest still displayed a faint rise and fall, but several transparent tubes were inserted into its back. These tubes connected to external instruments, each pump causing the veins in the werewolf's neck to visibly pulse. Zui Shu's Sharingan tightened suddenly. The energy fluctuations from this werewolf were entwined with dark patterns that resonated with the undead knight and the corrupted mother tree. Shin Mo continued tapping on the screen, displaying a series of outdoor photographs. Amidst broken trees and ruins, the silver-gray giant was seen tearing through barbed wire, and a portion of work trousers could be spotted in the corner of the image. This was the monster werewolf captured 3 days ago on the outskirts of the city. Shin Mo's voice carried a metallic hardness. Initially, when we discovered it in the eastern outskirts forest, we believed it to be a monster that had emerged from the dungeon after a failed assault. However, the remnants of clothing on it were exceedingly illogical, prompting us to choose to capture it alive and bring it back to the laboratory. Shin Mo subsequently activated the holographic screen, revealing various data on werewolves. Ultimately, with the assistance of the doctor and after a series of DNA comparisons, we discovered that the formidable creature before us was originally a B-grade beastly ability user. Through my Su Yuan Jiyan, I confirmed that it was also tainted by the peculiar energy fluctuations from the mother tree and the undead knight. Zui Ji furrowed his brow, his crimson Sharingan fixated on the werewolf in the petri dish. Are you suggesting? Shin Mo replied, just as you surmised, Mr. Zui Ji. That man in black can not only traverse the underground city at will to resurrect bosses, but he seemingly possesses the ability to transform ability users into monsters. Zui Ji's Sharingan subtly shifted, the tomo swirling rapidly. Under the gaze of the ocular technique, the werewolf's skeletal structure became starkly apparent. The curvature of the vertebrae, the arrangement of the ribs, and even the bone seams at the tips of the fingers all faintly retained human physiological characteristics, albeit distorted and grotesquely enlarged by some force. The nutrient solution in the petri dish gently swayed with the werewolf's breathing, while the tubes inserted into its back continuously fed it. Each delivery elicited a suppressed growl from its throat. This aberration was not irreversible. Dr. Ark suddenly interjected, pointing at the pulsating data stream on the screen. The energy corrosion has penetrated the very marrow. Even if we were to strip away the aberrant parts, his human consciousness has long been devoured. Zui Ji remained silent, his gaze fixed on the contorted body in the dish, his brow instinctively knitting together. Even he could comprehend the sheer horror of the capability to transform a living human into a mindless beast. Chapter 48. Why is your head so pointy? Lin Feng timely broke the silence in the laboratory, stating, in the past month, whether it be humans bizarrely morphing into monsters or the resurrection of underground city bosses. Such occurrences first emerged in M country. He approached the holographic screen, calling up a world map marked with red dots indicating the locations of these events, centered around M country. Neighboring nations have also begun to experience similar phenomena, thus establishing that the source of these events lies within M country. Furthermore, according to our investigation, there exists an extremist organization in M country that firmly believes the underground city is a divine gift, with the monsters therein being messengers of the gods, even advocating that humanity should embrace the baptism by monsters. The screen then displayed the emblem of this organization, a skull entwined with thorns, set against a backdrop of a crimson energy vortex. Zui Ji shifted his gaze from the emblem to Lin Feng. So, you are telling me this to seek my power to eradicate this organization? Lin Feng nodded, his tone carrying more gravity than before. In the past month, over 100 innocent lives have been lost in these incidents. Eradicating them is our foremost objective at the Ability Bureau, but for now, our plan is to infiltrate M country for investigation. His eyes held an earnest plea. Zui Ji, your abilities not only possess unparalleled combat prowess, but also an almost abnormal range of perception when activated. I am well aware that you have no obligation to involve yourself in this conflict. Lin Feng's voice lowered, yet those who perished in these events never even grasped what had befallen them. A subtle weariness crept into Lin Feng's tone, So please, Zuoji. Even if it is just to help us confirm the core stronghold of that organization, it would be of immense assistance. Zuoji regarded Lin Feng. He recalled this individual often exuded a casual, nonchalant demeanor, revealing only a hint of cold precision during battle. Yet at this moment, the fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable, as though burdened by an invisible weight. With a deep internal sigh, Zuoji considered his situation. Since arriving in this world, he had participated in 2 dungeon raids, both intricately linked to the mysterious individual who could enhance monsters. No matter how one viewed it, this resembled the main plot of a game, did it not? Oh well. Since he had nothing else to do, much like the previous 2 times, he would simply tag along with them. Very well, he shrugged, but I have one condition. Lin Feng's eyes immediately brightened. What is your request? Please, go ahead. Zuoji stated earnestly, a lifetime platinum VIP membership at Jinling Bathhouse. In an instant, a faint yellow flash of the flying thunder god Kanai flickered in the room, and a youthful figure abruptly appeared in the hospital room. Ah! Almost instinctively, Shuya exclaimed. Just as a sharp, icy pillar, imbued with a chilling aura, shot towards Zuoji's neck. Zuoji merely brought his index and middle fingers together, gently tapping the side of the icy pillar. The half-foot-long ice crystal shattered upon impact, sharp shards scattering across the floor, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window. Zuoji lifted his gaze, only to discover a black-haired woman seated in the chair beside Shuya's bed. Her inky locks cascaded down to her waist. Her curves astonishingly pronounced. She was now frowning at him, her fingertips still emanating residual coldness. With Ji, do not make a move. Shuya hastily propped herself up on the hospital bed. He is my classmate, Zuoji. The coldness emanating from Heji's fingertips suddenly halted, her dark pupils slightly constricting. She stared at Zuoji, momentarily taken aback, before slowly recalling. Isn't this the transfer student who made an appearance on the first day of school and then has been absent since? In the next moment, the cold aura surrounding her not only failed to dissipate, but it intensified, as if encased in a layer of thin ice, making the very air seem brittle. Zuoji contemplated. Does she seem to be familiar with Shuya? But why? After the explanation, does her hostility appear to have deepened? Zuoji. Heji's voice was icy, each word laced with frost. It seems that a perception-type ability user can also possess spatial capabilities? Zuoji inquired in a tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. And you are? Heji's gaze suddenly became as frigid as a deep pool, the temperature in the air around her seemingly plummeting, causing the thermometer in the hospital room to visibly dip 2 notches. Zuoji, what nonsense are you spouting? Shuya quickly shot him a warning glance. This is Teacher Heji, our class homeroom teacher. Homeroom teacher. She emphasized the words teacher and homeroom with particular weight. Zuoji raised an eyebrow, slowly recalling fragmented memories from the first day of school. Indeed, there had been an icy teacher. Zuoji muttered to himself. It wasn't entirely his fault for being forgetful. After all, since his arrival in this world, his days had been filled with foot baths, all-night gaming, and firefighting in dungeons, leaving little room for memory. However, upon reflection, it seemed that there were other teachers present that day. Hadn't there been a quarrel with someone? Never mind. It probably happened on the roadside. It wasn't important. Zuoji shook off his thoughts, turning to Heji. Long time no see, Teacher Heji. Heji's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. Indeed, it has been a while, Zuoji. That phrase a while was pronounced with particular clarity, as if counting the number of classes he had skipped. Zuoji paid little heed to the undertones in her tone and shifted his gaze to Shuya. The girl's golden hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, her cheeks restored to a healthy flush, and the spark in her eyes had brightened considerably. It seemed she had been recuperating well over the past few days. Shuya, naturally aware of the gaze from someone she admired, subtly twisted the hem of her hospital gown, her ears tinged with a blush that resembled the sunset. The tumultuous thoughts within my mind were exacerbated by the presence of Teacher Ji beside me. Why was Zuosho persistently gazing at me? Teacher Ji observed Shuya's subtle movements with keen interest, a flicker of intrigue illuminating her dark pupils. Her gaze traversed between Zuosho and Shuya in a deliberate arc, ultimately settling on Zuosho's face, imbued with an air of scrutiny. Zuosho, perplexed by this attention, was about to inquire about Shuya's recovery when the young lady suddenly lifted her head, as if recalling something of great significance. Her voice, tinged with tension, declared, I remember now, Zuosho, Longlai visited me today. She rose from the bed, retrieving an envelope from the drawer of the bedside table, stating, he insisted that this must be delivered to you personally. Zuosho mused inwardly, pondering what kind of meaningful correspondence could possibly come from a brawny man like Longlai. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered it was indeed a challenge. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Could this fellow have become so arrogant from his fitness regime? A duel with him? Zuo Shuya interjected, noticing his peculiar expression. Did Longlai mention anything of importance? The young man replied nonchalantly, nothing much. He simply challenged me to a duel at the Zhanlong Go. Shuya's eyes widened in astonishment, her beautiful gaze round with disbelief, instinctively exclaiming, huh? She then resignedly curved her lips, softly advising, it would be prudent for you to take it easy on him, Zuo. He nodded in agreement. However, Teacher Ji, upon hearing the words Zhanlong Go, exhibited a flicker of unusual light in her dark eyes. It was as if the tranquil surface of a lake had been disturbed by a stone, only to revert to an unfathomable stillness. Chapter 49. The Times Youth Group. We adore. The following day at noon, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright band of light upon the floor. Zuo, adhering to his prior arrangement with Lin Feng, made his way to the Abilities Bureau. From a distance, he noticed a throng of people encircling the high-rise building, 3 layers deep. The sound of camera shutters crackled like a torrential downpour, as journalists brandishing Abilities Weekly and Superpower documentary placards jostled at the barricade. Microphones nearly jabbing the faces of the security personnel, maintaining order. In the outermost layer, suited individuals waved contracts, gesturing toward the building, resembling talent scouts from entertainment companies. The cacophony of voices wafted through the air, momentarily disorienting Zuo. What is happening here? Is this really the Abilities Bureau? He raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had left the Flying Thunder God mark at both the Bureau and the Arc Laboratory during his visit the previous day. A flicker of golden lightning flashed in his palm, and in the next moment, he found himself within the metal corridors of the Abilities Bureau. The tumult behind him was entirely muted by the thick soundproof glass, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. You finally made it, Zuo, Lin Feng remarked, leaning against the corridor wall, twirling a silver pen between his fingers. Come with me, the doctor is waiting. Zuo followed his lead, the metallic floor echoing crisply beneath their steps. What is with all those reporters at the entrance? He cast a sideways glance at Lin Feng. What is going on? Has your S-rank superpower status been exposed as something scandalous? Lin Feng's pen spinning halted abruptly, the pen clattering to the ground. As he bent to retrieve it, his lips twitched. Zuo, those people are actually connected to you. Zuo blinked, puzzled. Huh. Lin Feng continued. You haven't checked your phone for news since yesterday, have you? The young man blinked, realizing that after visiting Shuya the previous evening, he had spent the night in Mo2 village with Chun Duzi. Consequently, aside from engaging in their mutual rivalry, they had become increasingly engrossed in their games, leaving no time to peruse the news. Lin Feng pocketed the pen with a resigned sigh. After we finalized our collaboration yesterday, in order to quell external unease regarding SASUKE, the Abilities Bureau released a statement claiming that it is a power belonging to our Bureau's mysterious S-rank superpower. Zuo paused, memories of the laboratory conversation flooding his mind. To alleviate public speculation about the hovering purple giant, it had been agreed to register him as an S-rank, but keep the information confidential, only revealing the title of the superpower. Within the Bureau, superpowers ranked A and above were entitled to their respective titles. For instance, Lin Feng's superpower was called Kong Henji Jia, and his title was Jia Hen. As for Zuo, considering his naming talent rivaled that of Minato, he simply opted for Nji Tong. Nji Tong is the recruitment title for Ingzua. He preferred it over Yong Hungzua as he found it more melodious. Lin Feng produced his phone, swiping the screen and presenting it to Zuo. As soon as the news broke, the internet erupted. The trending search terms on the screen blazed brightly. Nji Tong crushes dragon-level boss. S-rank assessment cannot accommodate Nji Tong, and similar phrases dominated the forefront. Delving into the popular comments, Zuo was met with exaggerated praises. While others attain S-rank through strength, Nji Tong reached S-rank simply because he is the highest rated. As he observed the increasingly ludicrous claims, a strained smile crept onto his face. It wasn't just the netizens who had gone wild. Lin Feng swiped to the entertainment section, revealing that some film companies were eager to approach him. Initially, they intended to produce Godzilla vs. King Kong. But after the internet frenzy surrounding SASUKE, they hastily altered the script, seeking to cast him in SASUKE vs. Godzilla. Zuo was taken aback, cold sweat threatening to pour down his brow. He had assumed that superpowers in this world were solely engaged in serious work battling in the dungeons. Little did he know there was such a fantastical turn of events, battling monsters in dungeons in the morning and debuting as part of a youth group in the afternoon. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Being a superpower here truly requires one to be multifaceted. After all, life is not easy. Lin Feng tucked his phone away, explaining that engaging in side ventures is quite common among superpowers. Those below D rank could only scrape by with dungeon tasks. He suddenly turned his face, a hint of smugness in his expression. Many companies have approached me for film roles, but I've turned them all down. Suosho raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't realize you had such professional integrity. Of course, Lin Feng replied earnestly. I cannot exploit my S-rank status for publicity and profit. He then added, so privately. I filmed a non-profit project titled Isekai'd, which gained quite a bit of traction on a small website. The comment section was filled with people thinking it was AI face swapping. Suosho stared at Lin Feng's nonchalant figure, suddenly feeling rather inexperienced. This fellow seemed to be even more eccentric than he had imagined. He silently quickened his pace, deciding it best to refrain from conversation for the remainder of their journey. The metallic corridor stretched endlessly beneath their feet, the shadows of the two men elongated by the wall-mounted indicator lights. Lin Feng remained oblivious to how astonishing his previous remarks had been as they arrived at a reinforced door. Here we are. He placed his hand on the palm print recognition area beside the door, and the heavy metal door emitted a low hum, slowly sliding open. The room beyond was surprisingly spacious, with Shun Imo seated at the head of a circular conference table, lightly tapping on the holographic projection before him. Beside him, a woman clad in pure white nun's attire occupied one of the chairs. Chestnut curls cascade gracefully, outlining a stunning silhouette, while ruby-like eyes shimmer with a gentle radiance in the dim light. A silver cross around her neck sways softly with each breath. Sasuke's steps falter. Is this not the nun he encountered in the C-class underground city? Clad in a nun's attire, battling the boss of the dungeon. One might mistakenly think it a whimsical cosplay, a memory that has lingered with Sasuke until now. Lin Feng smiled and introduced her. This is Miss Isekai'd, who was promoted from B-class to A-class just a week ago. Additionally, she was your teammate during your first dungeon expedition, Sasuke. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Isekai'd had already risen, the hem of her nun's dress billowing gracefully with her movement. She approached swiftly, grasping Sasuke's wrist with both hands. Her ruby-like eyes sparkling like scattered starlight. Is this really you, Mr. Sasuke? Her voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and she exclaimed, wow, you are so different from what I imagined. Sasuke was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, staring at the hands clasping his wrist before raising his gaze to meet her adoring eyes. Lin Feng chuckled. Sasuke, Isekai'd is one of our teammates for the reconnaissance mission to M country. We informed her about you being the mysterious savior of her team in the C-class dungeon. Yes. Isekai'd nodded eagerly, her fingertips trembling slightly as she released his hand. If it weren't for Mr. Sasuke's sudden appearance, our team would have likely been annihilated by that undead knight. I am truly grateful. She clasped her hands before her chest in a gesture of reverence, her shoulders betraying her excitement with a slight tremor. Sasuke quickly raised his hand. Wait a moment, Miss Nun. He turned to pull Lin Feng aside, lowering his voice to ask, hey, you didn't recruit her just because of your peculiar preferences, did you? Lin Feng feigned innocence, widening his eyes. How could you think that? Sasuke, do you really see me as someone who would act out of self-interest? Although this nun certainly possesses an astonishing figure and an aura of purity, do not forget. My XP is M, Sasuke. Lin Feng cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone, and as someone who has fought alongside her, you must recognize how formidable Isekai'd's abilities are, right? Memories of the dungeon flashed in Sasuke's mind. He recalled that the nun had been quite active in the C-class team, despite being an auxiliary-type ability user like Shuya. However, while Shuya focused more on buffing her teammates, Isekai'd was a true standard support healer, utilizing various holy light healing shields. Remarkably, she was not just defensive. She could also manifest light swords and hammers that inflicted considerable damage on monsters. Sasuke acknowledged, well, she is quite impressive. Lin Feng's tone became more earnest. Moreover, after you saved her, it seems that the crisis in the dungeon had a profound impact on her. In just a week, her ability has grown at an astonishing rate, and she has now officially advanced to A-class, acquiring the title Shiguang. He cast a glance towards the conference room, where Isekai'd sat expectantly in her chair. Most importantly, for the reconnaissance in M country, only Shun Imo in the team is fluent in multiple languages. Considering the possibility of split actions, it would be prudent to bring along someone who understands English. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Huh? You don't speak English? Lin Feng replied candidly. What of it? If I were good at studying, why would I come to work at the Ability Bureau every day? For a moment, Sasuke found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Realizing the logic in Lin Feng's words, he clapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Come on, let us not keep Shun Imo and Isekai'd waiting. We still need to hear him outline the specific mission details. As they entered the conference room, Isekai'd sprang up from her chair, holding a gilded notebook and rushing towards Sasuke. Her red eyes glinted like two small flames. "Mr. Sasuke, could I have your autograph? Right here on this page." Sasuke glanced at the silhouette sticker of SASUKE affixed to the notebook, his lips twitching uncontrollably. His gaze darted between the three, the tracking enthusiast Shunemo, the eccentric Lin Feng, and the nun who was a fangirl. "Ah, this team feels like a ship sailing into uncertain waters." Shuya gazed out the window, lost in thought as the leaves of the phoenix trees drifted down. The delicate sound of porcelain clinking against the bedside table pulled her back to reality. Hiji sat beside her, holding a bowl of medicine, gently blowing on the deep brown liquid in a silver spoon. The warm air brushed against the spoon's edge, cooling the initially scalding concoction to a palatable temperature. Shuya felt an inexplicable warmth creeping up her ears. Before her, Hiji's eyelids drooped, casting a faint shadow from her long lashes, and the once icy demeanor of her profile now appeared softened, as if bathed in moonlight. Who would have thought that the teacher known as the Ice Queen in school would exhibit such patience? "Open your mouth." Hiji's voice remained light, yet lacked the usual distance. Shuya obediently tilted her face up, and as the bitter medicine slid down her throat, she instinctively frowned. "It's a bit bitter," she murmured softly, yet still swallowed it dutifully. Hiji set down the empty spoon. "Good medicine is indeed bitter." Shuya nodded. "Yes, thank you, teacher." Hiji placed the medicine bowl on the bedside table, her voice still cool. "How is your recovery going?" "The doctor said I can be discharged the day after tomorrow." Shuya replied cheerfully, "Thanks to Sasuke, who treated me immediately when my powers were depleted. Otherwise, my condition would not be so good." As she mentioned Sasuke's name, a smile unconsciously curled her lips, her eyes sparkling with fragmented joy, resembling a small sun concealed within her. Hiji's dark pupils flickered with the image of that young man, not merely capable of spatial teleportation, but he also possesses healing abilities. Observing Shuya's flushed cheeks, Hiji fell silent for a few moments before deciding to speak. "Shuya, I heard about your engagement with Li Jiahao, which has been moved up." Shuya's smile immediately froze, akin to a flower encased in frost. She lowered her gaze, fixated on the folds of the blanket, her voice barely rising above a whisper. "Yes, I suppose it's due to this incident. My father said we need to hold the wedding sooner, forbidding me from engaging in any dangerous matters in the future." The tremor in her voice was barely perceptible as she suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. "I was too naive. I thought that if I could successfully conquer an A-class dungeon and become an A-class ability user, I could at least negotiate some autonomy with my parents. Yet, I discovered that they truly do not care about these matters." Hiji's gaze hardened slightly, her dark pupils appearing as if coated with a thin layer of ice. "If you are unwilling, why not refuse directly?" Shuya clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged, the light in her eyes dimming gradually, overshadowed by profound anguish. She had contemplated rebellion. After experiencing life and death in the dungeon, she believed she had gained the courage to say no. However, every time she recalled her father's words, "Are you willing to ruin the cooperation between two families that has lasted for decades?" that flicker of courage would extinguish like a spark doused by a downpour, leaving no smoke behind. The air in the hospital room seemed to thicken, suffocating her. Hiji's voice remained devoid of warmth, akin to icicles striking glass. "Is this truly acceptable? Do you already have someone else you like?" Shuya abruptly raised her head, colliding with the unfathomable depths of the other person's dark eyes. This question pierced through her carefully concealed emotions like a fine needle, catching her off guard. Shuya's pupils dilated in disbelief, her cheeks flushed from being seen through. It turned out that her affection for a certain young man was rather too apparent, even to Hiji, who was usually oblivious to such feelings. Yet, as she opened her mouth to defend herself, her throat felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. The words that surged to her lips suddenly became unbearably heavy. "What does it matter if I like him?" The earlier embarrassment gradually faded, replaced by a rising sense of loss. The light in her eyes dimmed like stars overwhelmed by a tidal wave, sinking slowly until only a gray haze remained. She felt she didn't even have the right to express her feelings. Hiji gazed at her suddenly despondent face, her warm eyes now terrifyingly vacant. Silence enveloped the hospital room for an extended period, long enough to hear the dull ticking of the second hand on the wall clock. Hiji sighed softly, the sound barely perceptible, imbued with a subtle gentleness, reminiscent of snow falling upon pine branches. "I'm sorry, Shuya. I misspoke. You should rest." Shuya's expression of disappointment began to merge with the memory of a girl she once abandoned. Hiji understood well that true disappointment is never a hysterical outcry, but rather a numbing sensation that leaves one devoid of even the strength to resist. It is like a drowning person who knows the surface glimmers with light, yet lacks the courage to reach out, frozen by the frigid water. Hajie's fingers brushed over the cold doorknob, and a chill crept up her fingertips. She did not turn back, her voice as soft as falling snow. Shuya, you have been my only valued student in the past decade. The hospital door closed gently, emitting a soft click that completely separated the two worlds. The shadows of the corridor enveloped Hajie's profile, her hands slowly clenching at her sides. Therefore, the teacher will not allow you to suffer any injustice. Before her heartfelt words could settle, a sudden, piercing chill surged from the depths of those eyes, usually veiled in thin ice. It felt as if a Siberian cold front had swept through the entire corridor, chilling even the overhead lights. She turned toward the stairwell, the sound of her heels echoing against the empty corridor, each step akin to treading upon a fragile sheet of ice. Chapter 51. My Nyo is invincible. The moment the airplane door swung open, a gust of humid air rushed in. Zuju gazed outside at the unfamiliar tarmac, the metallic runway shimmering under the afternoon sun. Shinma was the first to step down the ladder, the hem of his black trench coat fluttering in the wind. He glanced at his watch, noting that they were running a good 10 minutes late. Linfeng stretched lazily, the joints in his body cracking in a series of satisfying pops. Indeed, a nap was truly delightful. Kaishi trailed behind with a petite suitcase, her chestnut curls dancing lightly in the breeze. She inhaled deeply, her ruby-like eyes sparkling. Oh, it's been so many years since I last came to Mgwa. As Zuju touched down, he queried, don't you return here for the holidays every year? Kaishi shook her head, the hem of her nun's habit brushing against her suitcase wheels. I only studied here during elementary school, then followed my parents to Zigua. It has been over a decade since I last set foot on this land. She gently pressed her fingertip against her lower lip. I initially thought, with such formidable ability users traveling together, we would be greeted with a cannon salute upon landing. Just as Shinma was about to explain that the superpower agencies of various countries operated independently and were unrelated, a sudden cacophony of loud bangs erupted from afar, the muffled explosions mingling with the sounds of the tarmac. Kaishi's eyes brightened, and she clapped her hands. Ah, indeed, a cannon salute to welcome us. Zuju pressed his forehead, taking a deep breath, increasingly convinced that this journey had been a mistake from the very beginning. Kaishi, is it possible that those aren't cannon salutes, but gunfire? Kaishi's smile froze, her chestnut curls swaying gently with her movement. She stood in shock for a full 3 seconds before her ruby-like eyes widened in alarm. What? Freedom America, gunfire, every day. Before she could finish, Linfeng had already utilized his powers, appearing at the scene of the gunfire 100 meters away, only to return in the next second. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with us, Linfeng stated. A white police officer is pursuing a cabinet member. He suddenly placed a hand on Zuju's shoulder. Given the circumstances, shall we first head to a foot spa to relax? I've heard the technicians here are quite skilled. Zuju glanced at the police cars racing in the distance, then at the still-dazed Kaishi and the expressionless Shinma. Let us go. The two began to walk ahead, leaving the nun girl momentarily bewildered. Kaishi clutched the cross at her chest, her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders. She had envisioned countless scenarios of fighting alongside her admired idols, such as stealthily infiltrating an ancient castle at midnight to uncover clues or battling monsters in an underground city, each frame worthy of a breathtaking slow-motion sequence. Yet the reality unfolded in a manner that starkly contrasted her expectations. Miss Kaishi, don't be dazed. A hand gently patted her shoulder. Shinma had approached her unnoticed. There's no need to rush. Sometimes clues will present themselves. It's more important to follow them to rest and rejuvenate. Kaishi looked up at Shinma's tranquil profile, then turned to glance at the retreating figures of the two men, finally nodding gently and hastening to follow them with her suitcase. Just as they rounded the corner of the tarmac, they collided head-on with two towering figures like iron towers. They wore tight black vests, their bronze muscles glistening in the sunlight, with grotesque snake tattoos coiling around their arms, effectively blocking the entire sidewalk. Shinma's gaze swept over their tattoos, his tone flat as he remarked, "See, the clues have presented themselves." The left giant took a step forward, his gaze scrutinizing the four individuals, his eyes openly assessing them as he spoke in broken Chinese. "Are you the ability users from Zigua?" Linfeng's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands. "It's wonderful that you can speak Chinese." But before he could finish, the smile vanished from his lips. "So? Are you here specifically to cause trouble for us?" The right giant snorted derisively, spitting onto the ground. "We are A-level ability users from the Mgwa Superpower Agency, Neoli Brothers. We received notice that foreign ability users are here on our turf, and we came to extend a proper greeting. Before he could finish, a series of cracking sounds emanated from their bones. Their muscle fibers swelled rapidly like inflated balloons, causing their black vests to tear apart. The left giant's forehead turned a bluish-gray as a hardened layer of skin rapidly protruded, a half-foot-long rhinoceros horn piercing through the skin, still stained with traces of blood. I am known as Nyoto Zemi Jian, for short, Neo Jian, with rhinoceros beast transformation ability. He struck his horn with his thick palm, producing a dull thud. Soon, you'll experience what it feels like to be impaled. The right giant's body began to grow at an observable rate, his height increasing from 2 meters to nearly 4. His chest broadening like a moving wall, his arms thicker than Zuju's waist, each finger as thick as a radish. Laozi, known by the title Nyonyo Wudida, abbreviated as Nyoda, stamped his foot, causing the cement floor to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. It could transform one's physique to be as robust as that of a bull, allowing you to witness what true strength entails. Now, begging for mercy would still be timely, but the words choked in their throats. The air distorted abruptly, and a purple skeletal hand emerged from behind Zwisu, instantly forming a colossal hand that obscured the sky. Chakra flowed through the gaps of the finger joints, accompanied by a howling that tore through the air, descending upon the two men. Bang! A deep rumble shook the ground, clouds of dust swirling with fragments soaring into the heavens. As the haze began to dissipate, 2 burly men were forcefully pinned into the radiating cracks of the ground. Half of their bodies submerged, leaving only their heads and arms flailing helplessly, with broken rhinoceros horns embedded nearby. Zwisu remained motionless, his black hair tousled by the wind. His eyes had transformed into a scarlet hue, the kaleidoscope of the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling, the pupils pulsating with a chilling intent to kill, akin to a venomous blade. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. TSK, Zwisu, at least let them finish their words. This is already chapter 51, and it's not easy to introduce a new character. Kaisi stepped back, covering her mouth, gazing at the still-present purple skeletal hand, the very power that had once saved her in her memories. Shinemo adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the red and blue glow of distant police lights. It seems there's no need to visit the foot massage parlor now. Chapter 52. The Serpent in the Shadows. Zwisu shrugged. I've always thought it foolish for anime characters to listen to every villain's monologue. Why drag it out when it can be resolved swiftly? Lin Feng replied, Indeed. The purple Susanoo hand still hovered in midair, the chakra enveloping it firmly pinning the 2 burly men to the ground. Zwisu showed no intention of retracting the skeletal hand. His Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed slightly, the patterns within the pupils sinking with his gaze. The fingertips of the Susanoo conveyed an increasingly distinct sensation. It was not a frantic struggle, but rather a rhythmic pushing, as if something beneath the earth was gathering strength. Intriguing. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. The previous strike had only employed 30% of his power to leave them alive for questioning. Yet, these 2 fellows could still move under the suppression of the Susanoo. Their bones were sturdier than they appeared. Shinmo's eye of origin glimmered with a faint blue light, suddenly speaking. The tattoos on their arms are glowing. Everyone turned to see the snake-like tattoos on the arms of the 2 men protruding from the ground, emanating a strange red light, as if living creatures were writhing beneath their skin. Zwisu's Susanoo clenched tighter, the bones colliding with a dull thud. Crack! Zwisu's pupils constricted sharply as the chakra-coated finger bones of the Susanoo suddenly erupted with spiderweb-like cracks, the purple halo fading swiftly like a receding tide. The once indomitable giant hand began to disintegrate slowly under the pressure, shattering into countless glowing particles. Hiss! A beastly panting arose from the earth, 2 massive hands, veined and muscular, broke through the soil, forcefully smashing concrete blocks into the ground. Neo Jian and Nyoda had emerged from the earth. Their bodies had swelled nearly double, muscle fibers tearing through their skin, revealing the writhing crimson tissue beneath. Their sclera completely obscured their pupils, leaving only 2 murky, milky white orbs devoid of human rationality. Spiraled bone spikes erupted from the broken rhinoceros horns, visibly breaking through the skin at an astonishing rate, instantly growing over half a meter long, glistening with a dark purple sheen. Even more bizarrely, the snake-like tattoos on their bodies, which had previously been dormant, now came to life. Black serpents, glimmering with a cold light, slithered out from their skin, entwining around their robust arms, their eyes mirroring the white of the burly men. Kaisi's fingers turned pale. Lin Feng, dropping his playful demeanor, summoned a faint white energy fluctuation at his fingertips. It seems this is no ordinary beast transformation ability. Susu's Mangekyo Sharingan radiated power once more, the remnants of the Susanoo coalescing behind him, this time denser than before. He slightly moved his fingers, feeling the flow of chakra. To be honest, Susu was somewhat surprised, although it was merely the initial skeletal form of the Susanoo. It was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary A-level ability user to shake. To shatter it like this, these two fellows must possess strength at least on the brink of dragon-level monsters. Lin Feng stroked his chin, gathering Konkin Jijia in his palm. That explains it. Knowing at least one S-level ability user is in our team, the Ability Bureau of M Country Woon T sent mere cannon fodder to stir up trouble. Before he could finish, two thunderous roars tore through the air. Neo Jian's neck bulged with veins, his bull-like breaths transforming into white mist that sprayed into the air, while his spiral horn radiated an ominous purple light. Neo Da's chest swelled like a colossal drum, each breath causing the ground to tremble. The two men dropped to all fours, resembling two uncontrollable giant bulls, lowering their centers of gravity, the black snakes coiling around their muscles hissing as they moved. Boom. The moment their feet crushed the cement, debris exploded like bullets. Two massive figures surged forward, accompanied by a whirlwind, leaving behind spiderweb-like fissures in the ground. Kaisi pressed her hands together at her chest, her cross pendant emanating a soft golden light. Shiguang Bihu. A golden light membrane unfurled before the group, its edges flowing with delicate light particles, resembling solidified sunlight, shielding the four within. Susu's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly contracted, the potent power of illusion cascading forth with his gaze. He intended to directly control the movements of the two men with his illusion, but as it penetrated their minds, it vanished without a trace. As if sinking into the sea. Susu's pupils shrank suddenly. Before he could ponder further, two shadows had already breached the barrier's edge. Neo Jin's horn pointed directly at his face, while Neo Da's massive fist, accompanied by a sound that cut through the air, swung towards his side. Susanoo! Susu shouted, the skeletal hand behind him suddenly expanding. Purple blood vessels spread along the bones, instantly weaving into the muscle tissue enveloping the skeletal frame, the half-formed Susanoo bursting forth. Its arm muscles bulging like forged iron, meeting the two men with titanic force. Clang! The resounding impact echoed painfully in their ears as the horn and the massive fist collided with the Susanoo's arm. As the smoke erupted, the two figures staggered back a few steps, Neo Jin's horn cracking, blood seeping from Neo Da's fist. Meanwhile, on Susu's Susanoo arm, the muscle tissue displayed visible tears, purple light particles cascading down like shattered glass. Susu maintained his calm demeanor, as if the recent impact was merely a breeze brushing past his ear. He moved his fingers slightly, and a torrent of chakra surged towards the wounds of the Susanoo. The ripped muscle tissue began to visibly writhe and heal, the purple glow regaining its solidity. Quite interesting. He studied the two men across from him, the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating in his eyes. Susu's gaze fell upon the murky white eyes of Neo Jin and Neo Da, his pupils narrowing slightly. There was no focus, no emotion. It was a gaze utterly devoid of human consciousness. So that is it, he murmured to himself. Puppets devoid of bodily awareness would naturally not be susceptible to the illusions of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But what was controlling their combat? Sasuke's gaze shifted towards the black serpent entwined around the necks of the two individuals. The scales glimmered with an unnatural coldness under the sunlight. And as the serpent flicked its tongue, it seemed to exude a black mist that permeated their skin. Was this the source of the disturbance? Before the thought could fully form, an invisible force began to draw the natural energy surrounding Sasuke towards him with a frenetic intensity. The Sage Mode was activated in an instant. He slowly closed his eyes, yet his perception expanded geometrically. The flashing frequency of police lights 100 meters away, the rhythmic rise and fall of Kaisi's chest during her prayers, the fluctuations of Linfeng's unique power at his fingertips, and even the tremors of water flowing through the underground pipes all vividly manifested within his consciousness. The black serpents entwined around Neo Jin and Neo Da transformed into swirling masses of distorted black mist in his perception. The source of this black mist originated from the abandoned dock 3 kilometers away, where an overwhelming energy loomed, akin to a colossal beast lurking in the abyss, sending ripples through the energy flow of the ground with each breath. He had found it. A cold smile curled at the corners of Sasuke's lips. Almost simultaneously with his target lock, a massive figure shrouded in shadows within the dock warehouse suddenly opened its eyes. The person's bare arms were adorned with similar serpentine tattoos, and their gaze shifted towards Sasuke's direction. Sasuke opened his eyes, the sage chakra swirling around the surface of his Susanoo, radiating an emerald sheen. Linfoam, I leave this to you. Before Linfoam could utter a word, the boy's figure transformed into a flash of yellow light, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 53. The Allure of Values. Linfoam, I leave this to you. Before the words could fade, the flying thunder god technique illuminated beneath Sasuke's feet. In the next moment, his figure had vanished, leaving behind only the lingering aura of sage chakra in the air. Linfoam gazed at the empty ground, and then at the raging Neo Jin and Neo Da rushing towards him, letting out a resigned sigh. Sigh. I always feel like unexpected troubles are brewing. As soon as he spoke, a dark figure appeared beside him. Shin-Imo withdrew a katana from a side pocket of his suitcase, its blade flashing with a chilling gleam upon being drawn. Void Weaving Realm. Linfoam's palm surged with power, manifesting countless spatial rifts in the air. The two stood side by side before Kaise's golden barrier, one casual and languid, the other tranquil as a still pond, yet both exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Neo Jin's horn shimmered with a violet light, while Neo Da's massive fist struck the ground, sending debris soaring and dust swirling. In the shadows of the dock warehouse, a solitary beam of light poured in through the lone skylight. The serpent tattoo coiled around the muscular man's arm suddenly raised its tongue, emitting a low hiss. Just as he was about to press down on the agitated tattoo, a pitch-black dagger struck the concrete at his feet without warning. The flying thunder god technique unmistakably visible on its hilt. Who? The muscular man whirled around sharply, and in the next moment, Sasuke's figure emerged from the halo, his toes landing firmly beside the dagger, the black trench coat billowing in the wind. The kaleidoscope Sharingan's crimson light pierced through the warehouse's gloom, an invisible pressure flooding every corner, freezing even the floating dust in the air. It is you manipulating those two fools from the shadows? His voice was low, yet it carried an ice-like chill that sent shivers down the spine. Maintaining his sage mode perception, Sasuke felt the energy emanating from the opponent becoming increasingly distinct. The serpent tattoo coiling around the man's left arm writhed violently, the black mist seeping from its scales 100 times denser than that of Neo Jin and Neo Da. The serpent's eyes flashing with the same murky white light as those two. Just as he suspected, Sasuke understood. If those two were juvenile serpents, this one before him was undoubtedly the matriarch. He lightly tapped the Kusanagi sword, his mind racing. The opponent was likely controlling and enhancing other ability users through the serpent tattoos. Such ability users typically possessed weak combat power, but excelled in parasitic manipulation, resembling puppet masters to some extent. The muscular man suddenly grinned, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of English words, the syllables urgent and frenzied, akin to a roar or a curse. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. I see. I don't understand a single one of those words. He sighed, drawing the Kusanagi sword with a flourish. It seems I must first incapacitate this fellow and take him back for Kaise to translate. Lightning chakra enveloped the blade of the Kusanagi sword. With a swift leap, Sasuke launched himself like an arrow, aiming directly at his adversary. The muscular man suddenly bellowed, swinging his left arm forward. The serpent tattoo that had been dormant on his skin suddenly sprang to life, countless inky serpents erupting from his arm, their scales glowing eerily, their open mouths revealing sharp fangs as they surged towards Sasuke like a tide of darkness. Sasuke's pupils constricted, effortlessly sidestepping the first attacking serpent's head. Simultaneously, he swept the Kusanagi sword, the green light flashing as several serpents were cleaved in two, their black blood splattering onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Seizing the fleeting moment, the muscular man quickly retreated several meters. Sasuke deftly severed another serpent's body with the tip of his sword, murmuring, I underestimated you a bit. The boy narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure. Though the opponent appeared to be withdrawing, there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, they harbored an almost fervent anticipation. This dissonance made Sasuke's fingertips lightly caress the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. Something felt amiss. Typically, when faced with suppression, ordinary ability users would either fight back desperately or show signs of fear, yet this man remained unnervingly calm. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind. System notification, a new mission has been issued. The mysterious puppet master. Mission objective, capture the S-class ability user. Beast King, mission reward, 3 Tendra summoning shop recruitment tickets, wind release, spiraling shuriken, requires unlocking spiraling sphere. Sasuke's expression sharpened, his grip on the Kusanagi sword tightening. So this man was indeed the S-class ability user from M Country. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, his form ghosting through the air. The Kusanagi sword cloaked in lightning as it carved a blue-violet arc aimed directly at the Beast King's face. The Beast King suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, halting his retreat. The skin on his back split open, a bone tail gleaming with a ghostly white light bursting forth, sweeping towards Sasuke with a shriek that tore through the air. This tail struck with blinding speed and ferocity, at an exceptionally tricky angle. Sasuke's pupils constricted. Activating Susanoo was no longer an option. Instinctively, he sidestepped, his left arm's muscles tensing as he forcefully struck the tail's tip with his elbow. The clang of the impact resonated, causing dust to rain down from the warehouse ceiling. A gleam of ecstasy flashed in the Beast King's eyes. He had landed a hit. Yet in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. The sensation at the tail's tip was not the expected sound of bone cracking, but rather felt like colliding against an immovable ancient rock, sending jolts of numbness through his entire spine. This black-haired boy had managed to withstand his charged ambush solely with his physical form? Before the Beast King could regain his senses, Sasuke had already seized the base of the bone tail, his chakra erupting explosively. "Are you done causing trouble?" He exerted force, effortlessly tossing the Beast King's massive body overhead and crashing it against the steel shelves of the warehouse. The shelf collapsed with a resounding crash, and the Beast King groaned, trapped beneath the ruins. Sasuke lowered his gaze to his left arm, where the black sleeve had been shredded by the bony tail, revealing only a faint abrasion on his forearm, the blood seeping from it congealing and healing at an observable pace. As his fingertips brushed over the wound, he felt the surging power within him, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Is this the power of Naruto's Sage Mode? It feels exhilarating. Chapter 54. The farce comes to an end. Sasuke stepped over the shattered rock towards the warehouse that had now become a ruin, his Sage Mode perception enveloping the area like a radar. The life signs beneath the debris, though faint, were remarkably resilient. And the energy within the Beast King was spiraling upward in a distorted frenzy, akin to a high-pressure vessel on the verge of explosion. He halted, the Kusanagi sword spinning at his fingertips. "Have you not yet given up?" As his words fell, a concrete slab the size of a grinding wheel suddenly shot out from the wreckage. The massive hand of Susanoo coalesced behind the young man, shattering the stone before it could draw near. Amid the dust and debris, a bloodied figure slowly rose. The Beast King's clothing had been torn to shreds in the collapse. He abruptly tore away the remnants, revealing a torso covered in grotesque patterns. Tiger stripes, eagle motifs, wolf designs, dozens of animal tattoos writhed beneath his skin, as if they were about to burst forth at any moment. He threw his head back and let out a beastly roar, drool dripping from his mouth. His murky eyes fixated on Sasuke. "I didn't want to use this move," he stammered in broken Chinese, each word seeming to be forced from his throat. "You have left me no choice." Sasuke was about to remark on the Beast King's unexpected command of Chinese when, in the next moment, the serpentine tattoo on the Beast King's back suddenly swelled, countless inky giant serpents burrowing through his skin with an ear-piercing rustle. They coiled around the Beast King's body, their heads biting at each other, their scales overlapping until they formed a nearly 5-meter-tall silhouette around him. Sasuke's Sharingan slightly constricted, the darkness of his pupils reflecting the ever-expanding mass of serpents. "Amaterasu." As his low voice echoed, black flames leapt from the depths of his eyes. The black fire descended upon the serpents like a malignant growth, spreading with the ferocity of a wildfire. The hardened scales crumbled before the Amaterasu as if made of paper, emitting a foul, burning smell, black ashes drifting down. The Beast King let out a pained roar amidst the sea of flames. Just as the black fire was about to engulf his entire form, the serpents suddenly writhed violently, and then erupted with a thunderous boom. Amidst the splattering of burning serpent remains, a colossal figure ascended. It was a beast standing 10 meters tall, upright on 2 legs, covered in dark golden fur. Its tiger head was fierce, and its gaping maw revealed dagger-like fangs, while 4 arms bore sharp claws. Behind it trailed 3 thick bony tails, and with each step it took, the ground of the warehouse buckled beneath it. Its murky, beastly eyes locked onto Sasuke, unleashing a deafening roar. Sasuke's Sharingan rotated slightly, surveying the massive creature before him. At the core of that turbulent energy, he detected a faint yet familiar life signature. The Beast King's form was curled up within the heart of the giant beast, like a parasite within a shell. So that is how it is. He quickly sketched out the logic of the other's abilities in his mind. Unlike those with abilities that purely enhance their physical bodies, this creature's power resembled a summoning technique. It merged summoned beast forms into a new colossal entity, while the Beast King remained hidden in the core, controlling it from within. This not only circumvented his own shortcomings in combat, but also amplified his power through the giant beast's body. The head of the 10-meter-tall beast pressed against the iron roof of the warehouse, its back towering over the adjacent buildings. The overwhelming pressure of its beastly presence surged like a tsunami, causing the air to feel thick and viscous. This giant could easily be considered the boss of the underground city. However, Sasuke merely raised his gaze to the fanged tiger face, his expression as calm as if observing mere weeds. The Beast King, nestled within the beast's heart, felt his rage instantly obliterate his reason. This brat dares to disregard my trump card. The giant beast reared back and roared, the sound waves exploding with tangible force. Shattering the glass of high-rise buildings within 100 meters, countless shards cascading like a torrential downpour. Die! The Beast King commanded the giant beast, its four armored arms accelerating abruptly, creating a dense web of afterimages in the air, fists crashing down towards Sasuke like a downpour. The incessant impact shook the ground, the purple skeletal frame of Susanoo resonating with dull thuds, yet it remained steadfast in place, not yielding even a crack. Half a minute passed. The Beast King's roars gradually took on a hoarse quality, but the speed of his fists only increased, black blood seeping from his joints and splattering onto the skeletal frame, emitting acrid white smoke. Yet that seemingly thin purple frame remained as immovable as if it were welded to the ground. Panic suddenly gripped the Beast King's heart. This is impossible. This form is fused with the powers of 17 ferocious beasts. Even a diamond wall should shatter. He gritted his teeth and pressed harder. The fourth arm, with a shriek that tore through the air, came crashing down. Yet this time the fist never landed. It halted abruptly inches from the skeletal frame. The massive hand of Susanoo having emerged seemingly from nowhere, grasping his wrist like an iron claw. The Beast King, in a frenzy, exerted force, all four arms twisting simultaneously, muscles straining to their limits, yet the gripped wrist remained immovable as if rooted in place. The grip of that purple skeletal hand continued to tighten, inflicting pain that nearly caused him to scream. How is this possible? He was within the giant beast, his eyes bulging in disbelief, desperately commanding the other three arms to pound against Susanoo's forearm. At that moment, a towering purple aura erupted from Sasuke's form. Chakra surged like a tsunami, ripping the iron roof of the warehouse away, revealing the darkened sky above. Sasuke's voice pierced through the roar of chakra, tinged with disdain. I have grown weary of you. This farce should come to an end. As his words fell, countless purple threads emerged from the initial skeletal frame, weaving rapidly like vines. In the blink of an eye, the Yada no Kagami form of Susanoo rose from the ground, the beak-like helmet gleaming coldly. Yet the evolution did not cease. The armor's edges sharpened further, the wings extending to a width of several dozen meters, while a tangible bow formed in his hand from condensed purple chakra. When the radiance dissipated, the complete form of Susanoo stood majestically atop the ruins, its 100-meter frame dwarfing the surrounding skyscrapers. The giant beast controlled by the Beast King appeared as insignificant as an ant before it. Sasuke stood at the core atop Susanoo, the Sharingan reflecting the terror in the creature's eyes. The complete Susanoo slowly raised its left arm, purple chakra coalescing in its palm to form a bow. As the right arm pulled back the bowstring, a chakra arrow formed instantaneously. The air seemed to be drained by this massive bow, the surrounding debris floating in midair. Even the wind held its breath. What kind of monster is this? The Beast King trembled within the giant beast, futilely commanding the four arms to shield his chest, the bony tail rigid and straight. Sasuke's fingertip tapped lightly. The complete Susanoo released the bowstring. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a beam of purple light piercing through heaven and earth. As the arrow pierced the air, the space warped into a trajectory, leaving the colossal beast under the Beast King's control with no time to evade. The violet light shot through its chest like a meteor. The energy arrow, searing hot, penetrated, creating a gaping wound the size of a basin, from which a mixture of dark crimson liquid and shattered internal organs gushed forth. Hidden in the heart of the beast, the Beast King felt a searing pain in his chest, his vision engulfed by a mist of blood, and the consciousness controlling the giant beast shattered like a kite severed from its string. The 10-meter-tall beast staggered, its massive body swaying, the beastly eyes on its tiger head quickly dimming. Its limbs lost strength and it crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The bow and arrow of Susanoo gradually dissipated, and Sasuke leaped down from the sky, landing beside the corpse of the beast, which had already lost half an arm. In Chapter 55, will there be any danger? Clang. Shinmo's katana struck against Nyoda's fist. The latter's body, reinforced, felt as hard as steel. At the moment the katana was deflected, he used the momentum to flip backward, avoiding the sweeping attack of the horn. Lin Feng's figure flickered around Niu Jian, the spatial rifts created by Konghen Jija rippling outward. Each time he traversed, he expertly dodged the oncoming horn. Whoosh! An invisible blade of space grazed Niu Jian's neck, instantly drawing blood. However, before Lin Feng could land, the black serpent coiled around Niu Jian's neck suddenly lifted its head, exhaling a wisp of inky blood mist. The grievous wound, deep enough to see bone, began to heal at a visible rate, leaving no scar behind. TSK, this regenerative ability is troublesome. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, his toes pressing against the spatial rift for another instant teleportation. Narrowly evading the massive punch thrown by Niu de Shun, Imo suddenly reversed her grip on the katana, the blade carving a strange arc, precisely severing the black serpent coiling around Niu Da's arm. Let's deal with these serpents first. As her words fell, she twisted her wrist, the blade slicing through the spatial rift, cleaving a serpent that attempted to bite into two. The black serpent's blood splattered onto the ground, writhing like a living creature as it burrowed back into Niu Da's skin. Niu Jian's white eyes abruptly turned towards Shin Imo, the spiraled horn glowing with a purple light, aimed directly at her waist. Be careful. Just as Lin Feng's warning echoed, the spiraled horn charged towards Shin Imo, mere inches away from her waist. In that critical moment, a golden light membrane suddenly unfolded before Shin Imo, the horn crashing violently against the barrier, sending a shower of luminous particles into the air. Clang! The light membrane trembled violently, but steadfastly protected Shin Imo. Well done, Xiao Kaishi. Lin Feng instantaneously teleported beside Kaishi, his palm gathering a blade of space once again, aimed at Niu Da's knee. Kaishi's prayers grew increasingly fervent, the cross pendant glowing intensely, sunlight's sacred hammer. Suddenly, a fissure of light tore through the sky, and a colossal hammer adorned with sacred patterns slowly descended, its body flowing with liquid gold, casting a shadow over Niu Jian. Niu Jian roared, crossing his arms to shield his head. Boom! At the moment the sacred hammer struck, the ground caved in, creating a deep pit several meters wide, the shockwave sending surrounding debris flying. Niu Jian's limbs trembled violently, muscles stretching to their limits, yet he somehow bore the weight of the hammer with his arms. However, Kaishi's prayers did not cease. The golden light on the hammer intensified, as if countless warm currents surged into it. The black serpents writhed frantically on Niu Jian's skin, but could not withstand the growing pressure of the hammer. This is not over yet. Beads of sweat formed on Kaishi's brow as the particles of light from her fingertips continued to flow into the hammer. Shin Imo suddenly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a pale blue energy ripple flowed beneath her gaze. The Eye of Origin had quietly activated. In her vision, Niu Jian's body became semi-transparent, revealing the connections between the black serpents and his flesh. Beneath the energy-enhanced exterior lay countless subtle weaknesses. Shin Imo rotated her wrist, the katana humming as it sliced through the air. A beam of cold sword light flashed by, so swift it almost left an afterimage. Dozens of bloodlines erupted from Niu Jian's body, each wound precisely targeting the gaps in the bones and nodes of energy flow. The black serpents entwined around him let out a wretched shriek, black blood mist pouring forth. Niu Jian's arm suddenly lost strength, unable to sustain the weight of the sacred hammer above. In the instant the golden light exploded, the hammer crashed down upon his back, driving his transformed body deep into the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the dust. On the other side, Lin Feng's 3 consecutive spatial cuts were all evaded by Niu Da. He hovered in the air, observing the massive figure. Intriguing. Niu Da's movements appeared cumbersome, yet he managed to twist away at the last moment before the blade of space could reach him, evading critical hits. Enhanced by the black serpents, his speed and reflexes had already reached the threshold of a dragon-level boss. Lin Feng, noticing the dust around Shin Imo gradually settling and the golden light of the hammer slowly dissipating, concluded that Niu Jian had been dealt with. He clicked his tongue, a whirlwind rising as he landed. I must resolve this quickly. His white coat billowed in the airflow as he brushed the dust from his sleeves, his tone carrying the nonchalance of a senior. After all, I am considered a senior. I cannot be outshone by Xiao Kaishi and the others. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure suddenly tore open a spatial rift right where he stood. Just as Niu Da prepared his defensive posture, the space rippled like water, and Lin Feng materialized mere half a meter before him, almost touching his chest with his nose. Niu Da's pupils constricted, and his massive fist, accompanied by a booming sound, swung violently towards Lin Feng, the gale from the punch sending Lin Feng's bangs fluttering. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved, lightly placing his palm against Niu Da's chest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At such a close distance, you cannot escape. As the words, Konghen Jijia, left his lips, the space before Nyo Da's chest suddenly distorted violently. Countless fine spatial blades erupted from his palm, instantaneously shredding muscle and bone. Blood mixed with flesh spewed forth, tearing a basketball-sized hole in Nyo Da's chest. The black serpents writhed madly within the wound, but were continuously severed by the spatial rift, quickly dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. Nyo Da's enormous fist froze in midair, his massive body swaying, the murky white of his eyes gradually losing their luster. Boom! He collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth thrice, the dust raised settling upon Lin Feng's coat. Lin Feng retracted his hand and turned to Shun Mo and the others. It's done. Kaishi stared at the gaping hole in Nyo Da's chest, her eyelashes trembling violently as she abruptly turned her head away. Lin Feng teased. I thought Xiao Kaishi would be so frightened by this scene that she would close her eyes. Of course not. Kaishi spun around sharply, puffing her cheeks in defiance, the cross pendant swaying before her chest. Mr. Lin Feng, do not forget, I too have fought in the underground city. This level of spectacle. She was halfway through her sentence when her peripheral vision caught sight of Nyo Da's body lying in a pool of blood, her throat bobbing nervously as she hastily turned back around. Shun Mo sheathed her sword, kneeling beside Nyo Da's corpse, her fingertips gently brushing over the dissipating remnants of black serpents. The source of these serpentine energies originates from the dock area, which is precisely where Sasuke has gone. Only then did Kaishi quietly ask, Mr. Sasuke won't be in any danger, will he? In chapter 56, the basement, Shun Mo sheathed her sword, kneeling beside Nyo Da's corpse, her fingertips gently brushing over the dissipating remnants of black serpents. The source of these serpentine energies originates from the dock area, which is precisely where Sasuke has gone. Only then did Kaishi quietly ask, Mr. Sasuke won't be in any danger, will he? Lin Feng was just about to speak, suggesting that if even he could not resolve the enemy, it might be time for them to pack their belongings and flee. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly illuminated with a glimmering blade. The yellow halo of the flying thunder god flickered, and Sasuke's silhouette appeared alongside a purple skeletal structure, his Susanu's massive hand gripping a bloodied figure. That person, barely clinging to life, was the Beast King, whose beastly tattoos on his skin appeared dull and lifeless. Ah, Sasuke, why did you suddenly appear? Kaishi exclaimed, taken aback. Sasuke glanced over the battlefield, stating, it's resolved. This fellow should be the one behind the enhancement of Nyo Li and Nyo Jian. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on the nearly lifeless body in Susanu's colossal grasp, raising an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the S-class ability user registered in M country, the Beast King, right? Sasuke nodded lightly, his Sharingan eye drifting towards the distant street corner. The red and blue flashing police lights had converged, dozens of police cars surrounding the block, their dark gun barrels pointed in their direction. Yet no one dared to fire recklessly. The oppressive aura emanating from Susanu's purple skeleton made the white officers' hands tremble slightly around their weapons. Let us leave. We need to find a safe place, Sasuke said, retracting his gaze as Susanu's massive hand gently lifted the Beast King. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, turning to pat Shun Mo on the shoulder. Let us go? Shun Mo swiftly sheathed his sword, and Lin Feng's palm tore open a spatial rift. The moment the two figures vanished into it, the rift closed like the surface of water healing. Hey, Mr. Lin Feng, what about me? Kaishi looked at the empty space, her cross pendant swaying restlessly on her chest. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, her body lifting uncontrollably. Looking down, she realized she was being cradled in Sasuke's arms, his grip firm and strong. Ah, Mr. Sasuke? Kaishi's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning hot, her limbs stiffening as if turned to wood, unsure of where to place them. She could distinctly smell the fragrance emanating from Sasuke, her nose nearly brushing against his collarbone, her heart racing as if it might shatter her ribs. Before she could think of what to say, the flying thunder god technique beneath Sasuke's feet radiated with a brilliant yellow light. Hold on, he instructed, his voice steady, tightening his embrace around Kaishi. In the next moment, their figures transformed into a streak of yellow light, leaving a fleeting shadow on the police-lit street, vanishing instantly amidst the ruins. Back at the police convoy, sounds of gasping filled the air. The yellow light flickered frequently, ultimately dimming in an alley behind a tavern in M country. As Sasuke steadied himself, Kaishi remained in his embrace, her eyes closed, her face buried deep in his chest, fingers clutching his clothing tightly enough to turn her knuckles white. Sasuke cleared his throat, gently tapping Kaishi's shoulder. Miss Kaishi? We've arrived. Kaishi abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze colliding with the boy's close-set pupils. only then realizing she was still clinging to him like a koala. Ah! She let go as if shocked, hurriedly jumping down, her skirt brushing against the puddles on the ground. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sasuke. I didn't mean to. The flush on her cheeks deepened, spreading to her neck as she clutched her cross pendant, mumbling an apology in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Ho ho ho. Lin Feng teased from the side, prolonging his tone. So little Kaishi is quite the mischievous girl, I sentishi. Kaishi's face burned hotter, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Shinemo, however, calmly averted his gaze, focusing on whether anyone had noticed them, while the little nun was flustered. Sasuke remained composed. Years of experience dealing with the advances of various older sisters had made him accustomed to such situations. He glanced at the still blushing Kaishi, and the surrounding purple chakra dissipated abruptly, causing the Susanu's skeletal frame to shatter like ice. The Beast King's body, now without support, crashed heavily to the ground. Sasuke had treated his severed arm wound with palm healing, thus it no longer bled. Using his Sharingan, Sasuke checked to confirm that the Beast King still had a pulse and turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you sure hiding us in the tavern's alley will elude their pursuit? The ability bureau of a country shouldn't be underestimated in their tracking capabilities. Sasuke's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face, filled with skepticism about whether the disruption of his foot massage plans had led him to the tavern. Feeling uncomfortable under Sasuke's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. Don't look at me with such suspicion. Do I seem like that kind of person? He pointed towards the tavern's back door, illuminated by warm yellow light. The owner of this tavern is an informant for our ability bureau, specifically tasked with contacts in M country. According to our prearranged schedule, Lin Feng glanced at his watch, the hands just passing 1 o'clock. It's right now. Before he finished speaking, 3 long and 2 short knocks echoed from the tavern's back door, the rhythm clear. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled, stepping forward to knock out a response of 2 short and 3 long taps. With a creak, the back door opened half a foot, revealing a young bartender's face, a cloth for drying glasses tucked into his black vest. He scanned the alley cautiously and lowered his voice. Sir? Yes, Lin Feng stepped aside. Rest assured, it's quite clean around here. The bartender sighed with relief, opening the door wider and gesturing for them to enter. Please, everyone come in. A concealed compartment is prepared inside. Kaishi, still blushing from earlier, hurried inside with her head down, while Sasuke lifted the Beast King, followed closely by Shinemo. The underground cellar of the tavern was fragrant with malt and oak barrels. The bartender led them through the stacked wine crates, pushing open a door marked with a sign indicating repairs in progress. The stone steps descending were damp and steep, and the bartender switched on a hidden light on the wall, the dim yellow glow illuminating the moss-covered rock walls. This way, please, he explained as they walked. Below the wine cellar, we have our safe house, which we constructed ourselves. Upon reaching the basement, the rich scent of alcohol was replaced by the cold metallic tang. The bartender pressed a brick on a stone wall, and with a clicking sound, a hidden door slowly slid open, revealing a space bathed in blue light. Once inside, they discovered it was a fully equipped conference room. The holographic projector beside the long table hummed to life, dozens of blue screens floating in midair, densely filled with photographs and texts detailing M country's ability users and various organizations. Chapter 57. Caught in the middle, Sasuke knelt to throw the Beast King into a corner. The bartender L stepped forward, wiping his right hand on his clothing, and extended his hand toward Sasuke. You must be Mr. Sasuke. I am L. His smile bore a professional warmth, but his gaze held the sharpness characteristic of ability users. Mr. Lin Feng mentioned you in his earlier communications, stating that you are the most powerful ability user he has ever encountered, bar none. Sasuke glanced at Lin Feng, who was whistling and pretending to be nonchalant, before taking L's hand. Sasuke. He only offered his name, and the moment their fingertips brushed, he sensed a significant wave of ability energy within L. L continued. Please take a seat. I have prepared the interrogation equipment. Do you wish to awaken him now? Sasuke shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the flowing data on the holographic screen. Let us exchange information first. He glanced at the Beast King in the corner. I've treated his wounds. I can guarantee he is still breathing, but lacks the strength to play tricks. L nodded with a smile, retrieving a cold glowing metal chain from the tool rack. The surface of the chain was intricately adorned with fine magical patterns, evidently a specially crafted binding tool by a practitioner of extraordinary abilities. I shall first restrain the Beast King. Exercising caution is never a misstep. As he crouched down, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the empty sleeve of the Beast King. Remnants of flesh still congealed with dried blood. The motion of binding the chain paused for half a second, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Beast King was one of the 5 S-rank practitioners in Country M, rumored to have the prowess to single-handedly quell an S-rank underground city. Yet now, this long-revered powerhouse was not only gravely injured, but had also lost an arm. Judging by Zhu's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear he had held back. Had he truly intended to deal a fatal blow, it would likely not have been as simple as severing just one arm. Shaking his head, he wound the chain around the Beast King's body 3 times, the ring emitting a crisp locking sound. Lin Feng pulled up a chair and sat down, tapping his fingers on the table. Let us first discuss the cult organization we have been tracking. He paused briefly, adding, the group that venerates the monsters of the underground city as divine messengers. Elle stepped forward to the holographic control panel, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Suddenly, the light screen switched, and the previously scattered data coalesced into a singular focus, a sinister emblem dominating the center. It depicted a skull entwined with black thorns, with ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets, set against a backdrop of a crimson vortex of energy, as if it could devour one's gaze. The organization was named the Xinghong Jiaopai. Elle pointed at the emblem, explaining that it was a local cult that had emerged in the Midwest of Country M a decade ago, initially spreading heretical doctrines on a small scale, but suddenly began recruiting practitioners 5 years ago, adopting increasingly extreme measures. Kaishi fixed her gaze on the scarlet symbol, instinctively clenching her fist. Do they truly worship the monsters of the underground city? Elle's fingertips glided across the light screen, calling up several blurred images of activities where followers knelt before the grotesque remains of monsters, chanting incantations. Indeed, his voice grew somber. They firmly believe that the underground city is a place of divine revelation, and that those monsters are the messengers guiding humanity. The holographic display suddenly shifted to a member data sheet, revealing a dense array of faces, most of which belong to the apathetic lower-class populace, interspersed with a few markings of low-tier practitioners with weak energy fluctuations. According to our infiltration investigation, the core members number less than 100, but the outer followers have already surpassed 3,000. Elle magnified a group of data. Most of these individuals were unemployed or marginalized low-tier practitioners cast aside by the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. Shun Imo suddenly interjected. So they exploited their despair regarding reality? It is highly probable, Elle nodded. The cult's brainwashing techniques are remarkably sophisticated, likely involving powerful practitioners of mental abilities. They claim that the monsters represent the ultimate form of human evolution, and that only by embracing this power can one transcend the physiological limits of humanity. Zhuozhu remarked, it sounds merely like a ragtag assembly of unemployed individuals. He raised his eyes to Elle, his black pupils glimmering faintly in the dim light. The underground city boss resurrection incident is a recent occurrence, yet this organization has existed for 10 years. Can there truly be a connection? Elle projected 3 incident reports into the air, pointing to the overlapping red markings. Initially, we too suspected that we were investigating in the wrong direction. The screen flashed with 3 images of the underground city riots and the personnel involved, consistently revealing names of individuals affiliated with the Xinghong Jiaopai. We compared the lists of participants in all underground city incidents in Country M over the past 6 months, along with the residual energy traces left at the scenes. He magnified a blurry close-up of a follower. Each incident had traces of members from the Xinghong Jiaopai, which was no mere coincidence. Even so, at that time we were still in the stage of suspicion. Elle switched to a confidential document. The true reason that confirmed our suspicions was that the internal database of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities in Country M had already classified the Xinghong Jiaopai as a top-level target for investigation, precisely due to their alleged manipulation of underground creatures. Zhuozhu's gaze fell upon the Beast King, still bound and unconscious in the corner. So, the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities in Country M and the Xinghong Jiaopai are in opposition? Elle shook his head, calling up a distribution map of practitioners across Country M. The screen immediately illuminated 4 golden markers, each corresponding to different states. Not quite, he indicated the markers. Although Country M ostensibly has a unified Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, in reality, each state's practitioner groups operate relatively independently. These groups are led by 4 S-rank practitioners, much like the Beast King, who hold the authority to allocate local extraordinary resources, often formulating policies based on their own interests, making true unity rather challenging. Lin Feng added from the side. In simpler terms, they are each fighting their own battles, with no one willing to submit to another. Elle nodded in agreement. Thus, the likelihood of internal connections between them and the Xinghong Jiaopai is exceedingly high. Otherwise, the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities in Country M would not have allowed a cult organization to thrive for a decade, even secretly growing stronger. L's gaze shifted back to the unconscious Beast King in the corner. He tapped the console lightly, calling up a team structure chart. As for the team led by the Beast King, they are among the most compliant with the official Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. I speculate that his sudden ambush against everyone is likely an official task from the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities in Country M. After all, in the eyes of the authorities, the Xinhong Jiaopai has become a pressing threat. The sudden arrival of these formidable practitioners for investigation cannot go unanswered. Suspecting a connection between you and the cult, they likely intended to test your strength and purpose through this ambush, which aligns perfectly with their usual modus operandi. Lin Feng scoffed. So we have become the targets caught in the middle? Zhuozhu's gaze rested upon the Beast King's face. The Sharingan subtly rotating. It seems it's time to awaken him. Chapter 58. Is bad luck considered? Zhuozhu's gaze settled on the Beast King. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan subtly rotating. It appears we should rouse him. L turned and dragged a bucket of water from the corner, approaching the Beast King, and, with a flick of his wrist, poured the entire bucket of cold water over him. Ugh! The Beast King opened his eyes abruptly, icy water cascading down his tangled beard. The pain from his severed arm causing him to scream and struggle violently. The specially crafted chains rattled loudly, yet remained immovable. As his furious gaze swept over the group, Zhuozhu suddenly stepped forward. The scarlet kaleidoscopic Sharingan illuminated the dim basement, and those blood-red eyes swiftly dominated the Beast King's mind. The Beast King's pupils dilated. As if gripped by an invisible force, his roar abruptly ceased, and his expression turned vacant. This simplifies matters. Zhuozhu averted his gaze, the Sharingan gradually dimming. His consciousness has been temporarily subdued by me. He will answer whatever you inquire. Lin Feng, observing in astonishment, stroked his chin and muttered, Susanu, teleportation. I've seen you utilize various elemental attacks, and now even mental control. Zhuozhu, I genuinely wonder if there is anything you cannot accomplish. Zhuozhu glanced at him, pondering seriously for 2 seconds. Is bad luck considered? The meeting room fell into sudden silence, with Kaishi stifling her laughter, her shoulders trembling. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, waving his hand to break the silence. Enough, enough. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. He turned to Shun Imo. Shun Imo, you excel at interrogation. I leave this to you. Shun Imo nodded, his black combat boots making soft sounds on the floor as he strode directly to the Beast King. He made no unnecessary movements, merely looking down at the vacant eyes. Your name and identity. The Beast King's lips moved mechanically, his voice devoid of inflection. Beast King. S-rank practitioner, responsible for the allocation of practitioners in the eastern state. Simvoa continued to inquire. Was this ambush ordered by the M Country's Supernatural Bureau? Yes. What were the specific instructions? To investigate the strength of external supernatural beings and ascertain any links to the Scarlet Sect, and if necessary, eliminate them. Samoa. What is the Supernatural Bureau's stance toward the Scarlet Sect? Beast King. The Supernatural Bureau defines it as a mysterious cult. In the past 2 years, there have been frequent abnormal riots in the underground cities and incidents of boss revivals, with subsequent investigations revealing traces related to this sect. He paused, his vacant gaze sweeping over the holographic screen displaying the scarlet emblem. The directive from the higher-ups of the Supernatural Bureau is to locate and eradicate the core stronghold. L furrowed his brow at the console. Since their stance is clear, why has there been no action taken? Beast King swallowed hard. As if pulled by an invisible thread, officially, it is classified as an enemy target, but some state-level teams have been engaging in private transactions with the sect. What are the contents of these transactions? It's unclear, but it seems related to the evolution of monster-human hybrids. Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Beast King, did your team also participate? Beast King shook his head stiffly. My team only executes official orders. Zhuozhu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise passing through his pupils. Given Beast King's abilities of enhancement and mental control, it was difficult to separate them from the brainwashing tactics of the Scarlet Sect. He had assumed that the other party would at least have some indirect connection to the sect, but was surprised to find him innocent. Samoa continued to ask, apart from you, who are the S-level supernatural beings in M Country, including those not publicly known? Beast King, all S-level supernatural beings in M Country are public, as they wield significant power. They can operate independently of the Supernatural Bureau. He paused and named 3 individuals. Besides myself, there are Feather King, Sea King, and Dragon Emperor. L immediately pulled up information on the 3 individuals on the holographic screen, revealing 3 distinctly different faces. Feather King had silver-white wings. Sea King stood amidst rolling waves, surrounded by indigo water patterns. The image of Dragon Emperor on the far right was particularly striking. He possessed flaming red hair, wild and spiky, with a few strands cascading down his pale cheeks. His white combat suit shimmered with a unique material, embroidered with dark golden dragon patterns at the collar and cuffs, exuding an imposing aura under the blue light of the holographic projection. Shimua's gaze swept over the three faces in succession, continuing to question Beast King. What should we particularly note about these three? Or, who among them do you believe may have ties to the Scarlet Sect? Beast King. Feather King's ability involves mental manipulation, far exceeding that of ordinary supernatural beings. She has demonstrated group consciousness guidance in public, which closely resembles the brainwashing methods of the Scarlet Sect. I suspect she is colluding with the sect. Sea King rarely participates in any activities of the Inland Supernatural Bureau. His movements are enigmatic and difficult to assess. When mentioning the last individual, Beast King's vacant eyes seem to ripple slightly. Dragon Emperor is recognized among us as the strongest and the most mysterious. No one knows the ultimate form of his power. Lin Feng suddenly chuckled. The three kings and one emperor, the S-level supernatural beings of M country, certainly have interesting titles. Shuo's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Beast King. One last question. Disclose all the information the Supernatural Bureau possesses regarding the Scarlet Sect, including locations of their strongholds, activity patterns, and known leads. L promptly stepped forward, holding the dispatch screen, fingers poised on the virtual keyboard. Beast King's vacant gaze settled on the central screen, his mechanical voice beginning to resonate. The abandoned canning factory in the Eastern District, the underground chapel in the 7th block, and container number 3 in the port warehouse area. As he listed the addresses, the M country map on the dispatch screen instantly lit up with a multitude of red dots, indicating active locations and marking suspected abandoned ones. Kai-chan leaned closer to the screen, instinctively covering her mouth upon seeing the density of the red dots. There are so many strongholds? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, leaning against the table and tapping on the most densely marked area of the map. There are 17 active strongholds in Guang District alone, considering the suburbs. It seems we won't be leaving anytime soon. Zhuozhu, after confirming there was no new intelligence, walked over to Beast King. As the control of the ocular technique was lifted, Beast King's body suddenly slumped, his head tilting to one side as he fainted again. L watched the abrupt shift in control, his fingers tightening unconsciously around the dispatch screen. From instant incapacitation to precise mental control, Zhuozhu's abilities had clearly surpassed his understanding, evoking a sense of awe within him. Lin Feng gazed at the densely packed red dots on the map, letting out a long sigh. It seems we shall have to stay in M country for quite a while. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Store of Isekai'd. The off-road vehicle rolled over the last stretch of gravel-laden dirt road, halting before a thicket of overgrown weeds. The four of them stepped out of the vehicle, their shoes crunching on the dried leaves beneath them with a crisp sound. The scene before them exuded an eerie desolation. Dilapidated wooden house frames lay sunken amidst wild grass, charred beams jutting skyward like skeletal fingers. Only a 10-story building in the distance retained a relatively intact silhouette, though its walls were largely peeling, and the glass facade had long shattered into a spiderweb pattern, revealing dark, hollow windows. This place was once an ordinary village in M country. Lin Feng kicked aside a damp wooden post at his feet. A significant fire broke out here 20 years ago. The flames raged for 3 days and nights, reducing the entire village to ashes and claiming many lives. He looked up at the abandoned building, the signage long eroded by rust. Most survivors have moved to the city, and over time it has become a no-man's land. As Kai-chan squatted down, the hem of her white nun's dress brushed against the charred ground. Her calves, wrapped in delicate white stockings, touched the scorched earth, revealing shards of glass mixed within the burnt soil. That building was said to be an experimental facility constructed by the local research team. Shimua activated the holographic map, overlaying the building's location with the strongholds of the Scarlet Sect. This place was abandoned following the fire, and according to Beast King's testimony, there have been records of abnormal energy fluctuations here for the past 3 months. Lin Feng raised his hand to bring up the holographic projection screen, his fingertips sliding to enlarge the surveillance footage of the building's entrance. Moreover, intelligence indicates that during this period, many individuals suspected to be from the Scarlet Sect have been spotted in the wasteland. In the footage, several figures clad in scarlet robes flitted past the overgrown entrance. He tapped the edge of the screen. This building has most likely become their stronghold. Kai-chan immediately straightened up, the golden staff in her right hand glinting with a radiant arc in the sunlight. The diamond crystal embedded in the staff refracted a spectrum of light, and she deliberately raised her arm higher, gently waving the staff before the others. It is indeed time to investigate. As she spoke, she furtively glanced at the others. The nuns seemed to have acquired a new weapon, hoping to draw their attention. Lin Feng had already caught sight of the brand-new staff out of the corner of his eye, yet feigned interest in the screen, his shoulders subtly shaking as he stifled a laugh. Samuel, let's first enter to confirm the internal structure and be cautious of energy reactions. Kai-chan's expressions of anticipation gradually waned. Her fingers curled tightly around the staff. Zuozhu sighed lightly, gazing at her drooping shoulders, and ultimately spoke. Did you buy a new staff? Kai-chan's eyes instantly sparkled like morning stars. Her hand clutching the staff, rising dramatically as the crystal at its tip refracted a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Yes, Mr. Zuozhu. She took a couple of steps forward, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. I specifically chose this from the weapon shop before our departure. Spending all of my pocket money saved over 3 years, an entire million. The young nun tightly clutched the scepter, exclaiming, originally. The Holy Stone scepter was priced at 110,000, but I haggled with the shopkeeper for quite some time. The intricate carvings on the scepter glimmered with her movements, and the surface of the Holy Stone radiated a gentle white light. Sasuke observed her flushed cheeks, his lips twitching slightly. Who would have thought that even the young nun was a hidden little heiress? He discreetly released a faint sense to scan the scepter, but found no distinction from ordinary enhancement items. Yet, seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he suppressed his doubts and decided to offer his praise. Is that so? This Holy Stone scepter is quite beautiful and suits you well. Kaisi immediately beamed with joy, spinning around with the scepter in her arms. The hem of her white nun's attire gracefully curving in the air. Right? The shopkeeper said it's a relic passed down from the medieval church. It can significantly enhance holy abilities. Suddenly, Lin Feng could no longer suppress his laughter, clutching his stomach as he straightened up. Little Kaisi, your scepter, he quickly approached her, pointing at the Holy Stone's tip. It seems to be coated in something. Saying this, he pulled a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the surface of the crystal. The soft white glow of the Holy Stone dimmed instantly, revealing a layer of glittery powder on the tissue, exposing the silver-gray stone texture beneath. Kaisi's smile froze on her face, her eyes wide with shock. Lin Feng shook the tissue. It appears to be a silver stone scepter, coated with fluorescent powder, little Kaisi. He accessed the product database and glanced at the scepter, which immediately displayed a price, just over 100,000, and it was a discounted item. The scepter fell to the ground with a clatter, her legs trembling slightly, and her eyes instantly reddened. How could this be? Sasuke shook his head helplessly, realizing that Lin Feng had clearly seen through the deception all along. It was truly a malicious jest. Noticing Kaisi's tears welling up, Lin Feng quickly masked his playful demeanor. He crouched down and patted her shoulder. Oh dear, don't cry, little Kaisi. His eyes darted to Sasuke. At worst, once the task is over, let Sasuke accompany you to confront that swindling merchant. I assure you he will return your money. He winked at Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to protest, why me? Kaisi abruptly turned her head, her previously reddened eyes sparkling with hope. Really, Mr. Sasuke? Her gaze was warm and direct, filled with unabashed expectation. Sasuke felt his lips twitch involuntarily. Under such intense scrutiny, refusing would seem rather impolite. He sighed internally, conceding that he had nothing pressing to attend to. Reluctantly averting his gaze, he replied, all right then. Wonderful. Kaisi leaped up from the ground, excitedly grasping Sasuke's wrist, warmth radiating through the fabric. Thank you, Mr. Sasuke. Thank you. She shook his wrist, her eyes still glistening, yet her smile had returned. Lin Feng, watching the scene with amusement, suddenly clapped his hands. Exactly, little Kaisi. Given that you haven't been to M country in over a decade, let me share a local life tip with you. He elongated his tone, waiting for Kaisi to turn her head before continuing. If you want to buy affordable yet authentic items, avoid those flashy shops and try the roadside, Isekai'd's mysterious shop. Isekai'd's mysterious shop? Kaisi tilted her head in confusion, the hem of her white dress brushing against her ankles. Why wouldn't their items be counterfeit? Ah, little Kaisi. You might not understand this yet. Lin Feng bent down to retrieve the scepter, wiping off the remaining fluorescent powder. Counterfeits come with costs, but genuine goods do not. One can question the character of Heigo, but not the quality of his merchandise. Chapter 60. I have awakened, and it was instantaneous. You might not understand this yet. Lin Feng mused as he cleaned the scepter, because counterfeits incur costs, while genuine articles do not. He handed the polished silver stone scepter back to Kaisi. In any case, little Kaisi, you might as well make do with this for now. Later, we can ensure that the swindler compensates you with a genuine item. Kaisi accepted the scepter, her fingertips brushing over the cool surface of the silver stone. Although still somewhat disheartened, The thought of Sasuke accompanying her to confront the merchant rekindled her spirits. And she nodded affirmatively. Yes, with Mr. Sasuke here, he surely won't dare to be dishonest. Lin Feng suddenly adopted a serious expression, turning to face the abandoned building. The holographic projection illuminated the floor plans. All right, let us get down to business. We need to formulate a strategy for the stronghold. Energy detection indicates at least 5 levels with life signals, and the structure is complex, likely filled with traps. I suggest we start probing from the outer layer of the first floor. Before he could finish his sentence, a formidable pressure erupted from behind them. Lin Feng spun around in shock, witnessing Sasuke surrounded by a colossal Yatagarasu Susanoo, its dark purple armor gleaming menacingly. The right hand of the Susanoo grasped a massive bow made of condensed chakra. An arrow enveloped in black flames was knocked, aimed directly at the center of the abandoned building, the terrifying energy waves causing the grass beneath to tremble. Sasuke! Before Lin Feng could finish his exclamation, Sasuke's pupils shifted slightly, and the taut bowstring snapped back in an instant. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the arrow shot forth, aimed squarely at the 10-story structure. There was no flourish. The black flame-enshrouded arrow descended like a meteor, striking the building's midsection with precision. In the next moment, a violent explosion shattered the silence of the desolate wilderness. The black flames swiftly engulfed the entire structure, the steel and concrete melting like butter under the searing heat of the arrow. The building fractured, collapsing into a chaotic blend of smoke and fire. In a mere 3 seconds, what was once regarded as a stronghold had transformed into a smoldering ruin. The shockwave from the explosion sent Kaisi's nun's skirt fluttering in the wind. Instinctively clutching the scepter, she stepped back, her legs tracing chaotic patterns in the grass. This is... Lin Feng gazed at the now-vanished target, the holographic screen displaying the floor structure obliterated. Well, it seems there's no need to devise any strategy after all. Sasuke dissipated the Susanoo, the purple chakra receding like a tide, leaving only the scorched earth behind. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng turned to Sasuke, his lips twitching. What on earth were you doing? Sasuke brushed off the dust from his shoulder. I believe this is the most efficient method to take them all out at once. He glanced at the ruins. Moreover, everyone is already tired of the predictable traps and enemy encounters on each level. Kaisi, holding the Silverstone scepter, blinked in confusion, alternating her gaze between the burning wreckage and Sasuke. The young girl suddenly perceived a semblance of truth. After all, each mission necessitates a gradual approach, rather than recklessly confronting the ultimate boss all at once, which indeed consumes considerable time. Lin Feng released a sigh as he set down the dim holographic screen, acknowledging, "You are not mistaken. Efficiency is undoubtedly paramount." His tone carried a hint of bemusement, yet one must recognize the effort invested in the arrangements. Do you not think it rather disrespectful? With the lead now severed, it was time to proceed to the next stronghold. Suddenly, Shinmo's voice resonated. The intelligence has not been lost. The group turned to discover his dual pupils, unbeknownst to them until now, shimmering with a green energy fluctuation, indicating the activation of his ability, Xianjian. He shook his head and walked directly into the depths of the ruins, his boots crunching over the scorching shards of glass. Come and take a look. Beneath a twisted slab of reinforced concrete, Shun Imo stooped to lift a steel block. Underneath lay a metal plate marred with scorch marks, revealing a tightly shut iron door. The building's records indicated only a single basement level. However, Shun Imo traced the welded seam of the door with his fingertip, yet, through the observation of Xianjian, it is evident that this door connects to a passage extending 3 levels underground, clearly a later modification. He gazed towards Zaiju. It stands to reason that Mr. Zaiju detected the anomaly immediately, which prompted the decision to demolish the building. Indeed, it is the most efficient means of resolution. Zaiju remained silent, his crimson Sharingan subtly shifting, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. In truth, the youth merely wished to expedite the conclusion of his workday. Lin Feng approached the iron door and knocked. A muffled echo emanating from below, "I see." Meanwhile, in the command room on the 3rd underground level, Lilith paced anxiously before the screens in her 10-centimeter stilettos. Her wine-red curls brushed against the lace of her off-shoulder black dress, and the vermilion beauty mark at the corner of her eye accentuated her allure, now twisted in displeasure. Bang! She struck the control console with a fist. As the screen replayed the moment, the purple giant drew its bow, the trajectory of the Earth-based arrow slicing through the sky, leaving a ghostly afterimage on the monitor. Have they lost their minds? Lilith bit her dark crimson polished nails, her voice trembling with disbelief. Where did this boy come from to detonate such a grand structure at will? She leaned closer to the screen, magnifying Zaiju's indifferent expression, which, though appealing to her taste, left her pondering the nature of those crimson eyes. Lady Lilith, fortunately, our surface building was merely a diversion. A subordinate reported from behind. The underground facilities and personnel are unharmed, yet the energy fluctuations of those 4 individuals have reached S-level alert thresholds. I am well aware that everything is fine. Lilith snapped back, her high heels clattering sharply against the floor. Are they not concerned about attracting the attention of the Ability Bureau with such a ruckus? She redirected her gaze to the burning ruins on the monitor, her fingertips unconsciously tracing Zaiju's figure on the screen. Who exactly is this black-haired youth? Suddenly, the control panel emitted a piercing alarm, and all screens switched to a singular image. The iron door on the first underground level was slowly being pushed open by a giant purple skeletal hand. Chapter 61. Splitting up. The iron door creaked ominously, and the gap revealed not the anticipated dust, but a thick darkness as inky as tar. With a chilling current rushing forth, Zaiju stepped forward first, as the skeletal structure of Susanoo contracted with his movement. The purple silhouette carved a distinct outline within the pitch-black space, wide enough to accommodate 4 individuals side by side. The basement appeared more spacious than expected, with only the faint outlines of the walls discernible in the darkness, devoid of any light source, save for the sound of their breaths echoing in the confined space. The passageway ahead bifurcated into 2 routes 3 meters forward. Shall we split up? Lin Feng was about to suggest when he noticed Zaiju closing his eyes. A faint green aura enveloped the youth, as natural energy flowed into him like a stream. In mere seconds, he activated Sage Mode. The 2 routes would ultimately converge on the 3rd underground level. Shun Imo simultaneously withdrew his hand from the wall. My findings from Cung Yen corroborate this. Before he could finish, a mechanical hum erupted from the darkness of both passageways. Countless ominous gun barrels emerged from concealed compartments in the walls. The metallic clinking amidst the silence was particularly jarring. Be careful. Lin Feng's exclamation had barely escaped his lips when a barrage of fire erupted from the barrels, orange-red projectiles weaving a deadly net in the darkness. In that critical moment, Zaiju commanded Susanoo's skeletal form to abruptly close, forming a semicircular shield. The bullets struck against the purple bones, sparking brilliantly against the stark black backdrop, yet leaving not even a trace of white. Wow! Kaishi gasped at the proximity of the incoming gunfire, instinctively tightening her grip on the silver staff in her hand. Zaiju's gaze sharpened, and the other skeletal hand of Susanoo sprang forth. With precision, 5 fingers clasped the concealed mechanisms within the walls, accompanied by a deafening tearing sound. The still-firing weapons were forcibly yanked from their enclosures, crushed to scrap metal within his grasp. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lilith's nails had unconsciously sunk into her palm as she watched the scene of Zaiju and his companions neutralizing the firearms unfold on the screen. TSK. She clicked her tongue, her wine-red curls cascading onto her shoulders. In truth, Lilith had never anticipated that such firearms could eliminate Zaiju and his team. Yet she thought it plausible that the rather weaker none among them might sustain some injury. However, the reality was that the black-haired youth seemed to possess foresight of all actions, shielding his comrades flawlessly the moment the traps were triggered. The sparks from the gunpowder reflected in his crimson pupils, betraying not a hint of panic. Lilith's fingertips danced rapidly across the control panel. Notify the 2nd-level guards to trap them at the fork. No sooner had she spoken than the black-haired youth abruptly halted his advance. Zaiju slightly tilted his head, his crimson Sharingan locking onto the surveillance camera. The tomo within his pupils swirling slowly. Lilith's command lodged in her throat, her wine-red curls brushing against her cheek, her fingertips abruptly chilled. Does he know we are monitoring him? Is it the surveillance cameras? The youth's whisper echoed through the speakers, low yet piercing the silence of the monitoring room like an icicle. Lilith instinctively took a half-step back, her high heels creating a jarring sound on the floor. The Zaiju on the screen curled the corners of his mouth into a faint, chilling smile, devoid of warmth, embodying the disdain of a hunter locking onto its prey. A chilling dread crept over her, and just as she prepared to command the severance of the signal, the screen erupted into a chaotic distortion. The colorful screen reflected Lilith's alarmed visage, the surveillance equipment having been utterly destroyed. Lady Lilith? The voice of a subordinate trembled. Lilith clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palm, her complexion paling. It is nothing. She feigned composure, adjusting her collar, resolved to engage with him in his game. Yet only she understood that those crimson eyes had already left an indelible mark upon her heart. A low hum of air movement resonated from the depths of the passage. As Zaiju retracted his gaze and approached the fork in the path, The left and right corridors descended into an impenetrable abyss, resembling two gaping maws poised to devour the unwary. It seemed that splitting up was indeed the only course of action. Lin Feng patted the dust off his pant legs, his tone returning to its usual lightheartedness. He certainly could not allow a single enemy to escape through the passage. Shin Mo remarked abruptly, "That's acceptable." Kaishi tightened her grip on the Insure staff, clearly feeling somewhat anxious in the dark surroundings. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng proposed, "In that case, Shin Mo and I will head left, while you, little Kaishi, and Zhuoshu will take the right. How does that sound?" Zhuoshu nodded slightly. Although Lin Feng often appeared unreliable, his judgment during critical moments was consistently sound. Shin Mo possessed similar perceptive abilities, and splitting into two groups would maintain early warning against enemies, truly the optimal choice. Moreover, he cast a glance at Kaishi beside him. The nun's healing and defensive powers were quite exceptional, making her an essential support within the team. However, her solo combat abilities were indeed somewhat lacking. In such an unpredictable environment, it was necessary for someone to protect her closely, and his Susanoo could provide the most reliable shield. It's settled then. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and retrieved two communicators from his backpack to maintain contact, instructing to retreat rather than confront head-on in case of trouble. Shin Mo took the communicator, tucking it behind his ear, nodded to Zhuoshu as a farewell, and followed Lin Feng into the left passage. Kaishi watched their figures vanish into the darkness, instinctively leaning closer to Zhuoshu. "Mr. Zhuoshu, shall we set off as well?" The purple Susanoo frame enveloped him, its radiant glow standing out in the silence, forming a moving barrier that isolated any potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Kaishi followed closely behind, catching a faint, pleasant scent emanating from the young man. She gazed at Zhuoshu's upright figure, a wave of tranquility washing over her. Despite his often reticent demeanor, spending entire nights alone in his room, presumably contemplating the mission's clues when action was required, Zhuoshu always prioritized the protection of his companions. Just moments ago, when faced with a firearm trap, he had almost instantaneously summoned his Susanoo to shield everyone behind him. Kaishi's footsteps faltered slightly, her fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on her staff. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Was this her first time alone with Mr. Zhuoshu? Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the corridor, the darkness amplifying the rhythm of her heartbeat, thudding against her eardrums. Stealing a glance upward, she saw Zhuoshu's figure not far ahead, the edges of the purple frame glowing, oddly providing a sense of security. She quickly lowered her gaze, her white encased boots softly brushing against the ground, her breathing becoming more subdued. "Keep up." The young man ahead suddenly halted, his voice cutting through the darkness. Kaishi hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up, and as she looked up, she collided with Zhuoshu's turning head. The crimson Sharingan flickered in the gloom, lacking any oppressive aura, as if merely checking whether she had fallen behind. "Do not stray too far, in this confined space. My Susanoo has limited range to protect you effectively." "Oh, understood," she responded softly, her cheeks growing even warmer. Chapter 62, An Unforeseen Mutation. "Oh, understood," the nun replied quietly, her cheeks flushing further. Zhuoshu turned and continued forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kaishi hurrying to keep pace, her nun's dress trailing along the ground, stirring up a bit of dust. Within him, a sense of bewilderment arose. Was this nun again conjuring some peculiar narrative in her mind? Why did she suddenly turn red? The image of the blushing nun began to overlap with that of a certain golden-haired girl from his memories. Speaking of which, Shuya was similar, always fabricating strange storylines. Yet intriguingly, her seemingly nonsensical guesses often proved to be remarkably accurate. Was it a sixth sense possessed by young girls? This led Zhuoshu to momentarily consider that she might be gifted. However, this particular nun before him, Zhuoshu discreetly glanced back. The girl was still looking down, her fair neck tinged with pink, gripping her staff tightly. In contrast, she had never once guessed correctly. That was truly impressive. Just as he was about to call out a reminder that she was lagging, his sensory abilities suddenly tightened like a taut string. In the space 10 meters ahead, dozens of faint life signals were rapidly converging. "Be cautious." He retreated abruptly, his purple Susanoo frame expanding to shield Kaishi closely behind him. Almost instantaneously, the dark door before them was forcefully flung open. Over 20 figures clad in crimson robes surged into the room, their faces obscured by hoods, cold blades glimmering in their hands. The following content is translated by the nun standing by. "Who are you?" The leader stepped forward, deliberately lowering his voice, though it betrayed a tremor of inadequacy. Zhuoshu mused, "These rats finally dared to show themselves. I'll warn you once more. The leader gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, the crimson robe sweeping the floor as he spoke. One more step forward, and you will surely regret it. Zuoshu raised an eyebrow slightly. The leader's shout reverberated in the confined space, yet he could distinctly hear the frantic beating of the heart concealed beneath the robe. The young man suddenly smirked. Is that so? By all means, feel free to try. The leader's teeth ground together, and his face must have turned a deep shade of crimson beneath the hood. He swung his arm down sharply, his voice warping with rage. You brought this upon yourself. Attack. Instantly, over 20 crimson-robed figures surged forward like a tidal wave. The front line brandished their long blades. The sound of metal clashing erupted in the space. Yet not a single scratch marred the exterior of the Susanoo. The blade struck against the purple frame, either ricocheting off or breaking apart entirely. Those seemingly sharp weapons appeared as fragile as paper before the layer of bone armor surrounding Zuoshu. A few ability users in the back howled as they raised their hands, launching scattered fireballs and ice shards toward the Susanoo, but upon contact with the frame, they merely produced a wisp of steam. Zuoshu observed the futile flailing of those wielding weapons with growing disinterest. Their attacks were so trivial that they did not even warrant the need for him to channel additional chakra. The Susanoo functioned as a barrier of absolute defense, repelling all assaults. He could even distinctly hear their hurried breaths, sensing the chaotic flow of energy stemming from their fear. It appeared they were merely novices, newly awakened to their abilities, unable to manage even the most fundamental control of their energy. Indeed, were they simply a cult that made a lot of noise but delivered little? Zuoshu's fingertips twitched, and the skeletal hand of the Susanoo suddenly lifted, its fingers curling into claws as it pressed down violently. Boom! The front line of crimson-robed figures was instantly pinned to the ground, their blades flying from their grasp, the muffled groans merging with the sound of shattering bones. The remaining individuals froze in place, their hands grasping weapons trembling slightly, none daring to advance a step further. Useless fools! Attack! The leader shouted in exasperation, stamping his foot. Yet, those under his command seemed rooted to the ground, their legs shaking uncontrollably. They fixated on the chilling purple frame behind the young man. In her pupils, the skeletal silhouette shimmered with a flowing darkness, while gasping breaths escaped her throat. A curved blade clattered to the ground from someone's grasp. A bunch of useless fools. The leader, witnessing the inaction, suddenly erupted with fury, pointing and cursing. Son of a beach. As the curse faded, he struck a seemingly inconspicuous brick wall. With a soft click, a hidden door slid open, revealing an even deeper darkness. Without a backward glance at his terrified subordinates, the leader plunged into the shadowy passage, and the sound of mechanisms whirring followed as the door swiftly closed behind him. He ran. Kaishi exclaimed. However, Zuosuke's gaze darkened abruptly. At the very moment the door sealed shut, the walls resonated with the rapid clattering of gears, and several concealed compartments sprang open simultaneously, unleashing a low growl from within. A howl echoed forth. Sinister, grayish claws emerged first, followed by bodies slick with slime. A dozen grotesque creatures sprang forth, their forms twisted. Some resembled wolves with 3 pairs of eyes, others bore the likeness of tigers dragging barbed tails. Drool dripped from their fangs, corroding the ground into fine pits. Zuosuke's Sharingan flickered slightly. As expected, he had sensed the presence of numerous non-human life forms hidden within this chamber through Sage Mode. The energy fluctuations were chaotic and violent. Indeed, they were the monsters of the underground city. These creatures, Kaishi tightened her grip on the staff, retreating a step as the stench of the beast's breath rustled her nun's robe. Zuosuke scanned the monsters. The pale blue ones were wolf class, the dark yellow ones tiger class, with no higher tier beings in sight. It was now certain that the Scarlet Sect's activities were linked to the commotion of the underground monsters. Just as Zuosuke prepared to command Susanoo forward, an unexpected change occurred. The creatures, with their multiple eyes, turned their gaze towards the remaining Scarlet Sect members, emitting an urgent growl from their throats. Before any cultist could react, a tiger-class monster's claw struck one, sending him flying with a scream. Blood erupted instantaneously. The monsters launched a frenzied assault on the Scarlet Sect members. The cries of the cultists rose and fell, their robes shredded, blood splattering the walls. Those who had once wielded weapons now struggled in futility. No, one tried to crawl towards the now-closed door, only to be seized by a wolf-class monster. Its jaws clamping down on his ankle, the sound of bones grinding echoing in the air. Kaishi gasped, her silver staff nearly slipping from her grasp. She stared in disbelief at the bloody scene before her, the sleeves of her nun's attire wrinkled from her tight grip. Why are the monsters they released attacking their own? Zuosuke's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such a scenario. A flicker of surprise crossed his Sharingan, but vanished swiftly. It seemed these individuals could not fully control the monsters. A youthful voice broke through the stench of blood. The screams of the Scarlet Sect dwindled, leaving only the low growls of the monsters reverberating in the room. SASUKE raised his gaze towards the direction of the leader's vanished passage. The situation appeared to be more intricate than he had imagined. Chapter 63. Radiance of Protection. The tumult of the monsters' gnashing soon faded, the last silhouettes of the Scarlet Sect disappearing entirely among the throng of beasts. Only splotches of blood and torn fabric remained on the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. After their feast, the monsters' aura grew increasingly frenzied. Their bodies expanded visibly, veins bulging beneath their once grayish or dark yellow skin, their claws and fangs appearing sharper. Kaishi still covered her mouth, her complexion pale as parchment. She had not been unprepared psychologically. Prior to this mission, she had envisioned combat with humans, yet the scene before her far exceeded her comprehension. Living beings were being reduced to fragments between the monsters' teeth, the sickening sounds of bones cracking mingling with the tearing of flesh. This primal and savage slaughter stirred her insides. With her eyes tightly shut, her body trembled uncontrollably. SASUKE observed the now more ferocious monsters, pondering silently. No wonder the earlier leader had not released these creatures immediately. They were indeed uncontrollable. Thus, when he realized that his side could not prevail, he unhesitatingly sacrificed the remaining members, unleashing the monsters upon them. SASUKE snorted internally. The Scarlet Sect was truly ruthless to the extreme. To achieve their aims, they could so easily sacrifice their own comrades. The scent of blood still lingered as the satiated monsters slowly raised their heads, their murky eyes glimmering in the dark, collectively focusing on SASUKE and Kaishi. Drool dripped from their sharp fangs, the sound echoing clearly in the stillness. SASUKE instinctively extended his hand, pulling Kaishi closer to him. The skeleton of Susanoo adjusted slightly, enveloping them both. A roar erupted as the leading tiger-class monster lunged forward with a deafening growl. Following suit, the other monsters surged forward as if commanded. Their claws slashed through the air with a whooshing sound, repeatedly striking against the purple skeleton of Susanoo, creating resounding thuds, yet failing to breach this formidable barrier. SASUKE's gaze sharpened as he maneuvered Susanoo's massive hand to meet them. With a series of crackling sounds, several of the foremost wolf-class monsters were instantaneously crushed, their foul fluids splattering against the walls. The remaining creatures hesitated, finally realizing the power of the raven-haired youth before them. They no longer charged recklessly, but began to retreat, distancing themselves from SASUKE. The monsters exchanged glances, low growls escaping their throats as if communicating, yet they dared not approach carelessly again. The skeleton of Susanoo continued to emit a faint purple glow, shielding SASUKE and Kaishi, establishing a standoff with the predatory beasts. Kaishi observed the unfolding scene, her heart filled with confusion. Given SASUKE's prowess, dispatching these monsters would be a trivial matter, yet he remained stationary, locking eyes with them, unwilling to strike. She gazed at SASUKE's upright figure, noticing the slight tension in his shoulders, and suddenly understood. Her heart quaked. If SASUKE advanced with Susanoo to eliminate the monsters, his attention would inevitably be divided, allowing some to slip through and attack her. He was restraining himself to protect her from harm. She could not become a burden to him. Taking a deep breath, Kaishi tightened her grip on the silver staff. She slowly closed her eyes, her lips parting as she began to whisper a prayer. A gentle white light emanated from the tip of the staff, gradually enveloping her, forming a translucent shield. Radiance of protection. As her prayer concluded, the shield solidified, radiating a warm and sacred aura, securing her within its embrace. After completing all of this, Kaishi opened her eyes and gazed at Sasuke's silhouette, softly uttering, "Mr. Sasuke, I am ready now. You may act without concern." Upon hearing her voice, Sasuke snapped back to reality from his confrontation with the monstrous foe, gradually turning to face Kaishi. The youthful gaze of the boy met the resolute eyes of the nun, causing a slight flicker in his expression. He suddenly recalled the earlier battle with the Nyoli brothers, where the nun had protected everyone with her own abilities. It dawned on Sasuke that this nun behind him was not merely a fragile flower in need of protection. She possessed her own strength and responsibilities. Very well, I shall trust her for now, he decided inwardly, nodding gently to Kaishi. He then turned and took a step forward. As he moved, Kaishi entirely detached from the skeletal protection, standing alone, her surrounding, Shiguang Bu, light shield emanating a soft, yet steadfast glow amidst the darkness. Sasuke, now resolute, summoned forth the colossal hand of Susanoo, thrusting it forward with determination. Bang! The massive palm descended, instantly obliterating a tiger-class monster that had attempted to pounce. Its foul blood and flesh mingling with shattered bones exploding from the palm, splattering against the surrounding walls. Subsequently, the giant hand continued to strike down like swatting flies, each blow accompanied by the wails of monsters and showers of blood and flesh. The wolf-class and tiger-class foes that had previously stood their ground crumbled before SASUKE, as if they were mere fragile sheets of paper, easily torn apart in a process reminiscent of an overwhelming force. At that moment, several avian-like monsters, having lurked in the shadows, seized the opportunity to swoop towards Isekai'd, flapping their wings and emitting sharp cries. However, upon making contact with Isekai'd's Shiguangbiyu shield, they were violently repelled, screeching in dismay. Sasuke caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Redirecting his focus to the remaining monsters before him, he continued to command Susanoo to eradicate them. Given the current situation, it seemed merely a matter of time before all these monsters would be vanquished. However, Sasuke soon encountered a troublesome issue. The room was confined, with walls and ceilings restricting Susanoo's movements, requiring him to carefully maneuver the giant hand to avoid obstacles, thus significantly diminishing its effectiveness. Chapter 64. Child. Do you fancy my dominant body Rasen Shuriken? At that moment, a thought suddenly sparked in Sasuke's mind. He recalled a recent encounter in Moda Village, where he had passionately exchanged blows with the Jundu boy. Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he commanded Susanoo to retract its massive palm, leaving only the skeletal frame close to his body for protection. This adjustment indeed granted him greater agility within the cramped space. Following this, his right palm began to gather a swirling blue energy sphere, the surrounding air becoming tumultuous with its rotation, producing a low hum. Indeed, it was the Rasen Shuriken technique he had mastered in previous missions. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lilith was fixated on the screen, her brow furrowed in concern. What peculiar ability would this boy unleash next? She was filled with questions, her eyes glued to the unfolding scene. The next moment, Sasuke propelled himself forward like an arrow, the Rasen Shuriken in his hand cutting through the air with powerful winds, advancing towards the monsters under the protection of Susanoo's skeletal frame. The might of the Rasen Shuriken needed no elaboration. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as the first tiger-class monster struck down, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as the wind-based power wreaked havoc within its body, leaving gruesome gashes across its chest. The remaining monsters, witnessing this, howled and lunged forward, desperate to halt Sasuke's advance. Yet, their despair deepened as the invulnerable Susanoo stood firm. Their claws and fangs met the frame with nothing but futile clashing sounds, failing to impede him in the slightest. Sasuke weaved through the horde of monsters, unleashing the Rasen Shuriken with each strike, each attack resulting in another monster's demise. This technique, previously documented in Moda Village, was known as Dominant Body Rasen Shuriken. The monitoring room door burst open with a crash as the fleeing leader stumbled inside, still bearing the lingering terror on his face. "This is bad, Lady Lilith," he gasped, his breath ragged and cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling with fear. That black-haired boy somehow conjured a glowing energy sphere, and its power is terrifying. Moreover, he rampages through the monster horde with that strange defensive capability. No one can stop him. The leader swallowed hard, clearly still shaken by the earlier spectacle. It's utterly absurd. Lilith's expression darkened immediately as she fixated on the screen, where the black-haired boy relentlessly harvested the lives of monsters. Her fingers gripped the edge of the control panel tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Rasen Shuriken glowed anew with blue radiance. Susanoo withstood a monster's claw, surging forward as the Rasen Shuriken pierced through the creature's massive body. Warm blood splattered against Susanoo's frame with a dull thud. "Child, do you admire my dominant body Rasen Shuriken?" The remaining monsters, thoroughly intimidated, were filled with fear and dared not approach any longer, turning to flee into the shadows of the room. Thinking of escaping? Sasuke scoffed coldly. Without hesitation, he hurled the gathered Rasen Shuriken towards the retreating monsters. The released Shuriken maintained its high-velocity spin in midair, propelled by the fierce wind, accurately pursuing the fleeing creatures. Pshhh. The wind burst forth, shredding the monsters to pieces, their remains scattered across the ground. Witnessing this, Sasuke mused, "Let us name this move Detached Rasen Shuriken." The idea of a Rasen Shuriken detached from his hand was simply unprecedented. In no time, the monsters within the room were entirely annihilated, leaving only a floor strewn with remains and a heavy stench of blood. Isekai'd, observing the scene, was left in a daze, maintaining her Shiguangbiyu stance. the light at the tip of her silver staff flickering faintly, her eyes filled with disbelief. The fierce combat replayed vividly in her mind. Mr. Sasuke's figure darting among the monsters, and the seemingly diminutive blue energy sphere wielding such immense power was truly astonishing. As Sasuke retracted Susanoo, he felt the steady flow of chakra within himself, inwardly exclaiming, "No wonder those June boys are so fond of wielding dominant body techniques. Their skills are simply exceptional." He turned to Kaisi, still in a stupor, and gently spoke, "All right, the monsters here have been cleared." In the monitoring room, Lilith was utterly dumbfounded, slumped in her chair, her eyes wide, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Who on earth had summoned this extraordinary being? She questioned frantically in her mind. As a mere priestess of the Scarlet Cult, tasked with overseeing the monsters and followers in this area, how had she encountered such an unfathomable entity? Why was she, a priestess, left to contend with such formidable beings instead of the bishop? What an astonishing matching mechanism. Lily C took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, her gaze shifting towards the other side of the surveillance screen. In contrast to the one-sided situation with Zwashu, Lin Feng and Shun Mo's performance appeared relatively normal. They were entangled with the specially released ghost-level boss, the toxic swamp giant frog, which emitted a dark green toxic gas that enveloped the passage, leaving both parties in a temporary stalemate. Observing the two struggling on-screen, Lily C couldn't help but sigh. According to the intelligence, it was Lin Feng who was the S-class ability user of Country Z, and he should possess the strongest power among them. Yet, it seemed that the unexpectedly emerged black-haired youth surpassed Lin Feng's strength by a considerable margin. Who on earth is this boy? Why are his abilities so peculiar and formidable? Lily C's heart was filled with questions. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the confusion in her mind. No, under the current circumstances, it was not the time to ponder the black-haired boy's extraordinary strength. She watched as Zwashu and Kai began to move towards her, her heart racing uncontrollably. From any perspective, the utmost priority was to flee swiftly. The black-haired youth's power was too terrifying. Remaining here would inevitably lead to her discovery. With this thought, Lily C hurriedly stood up from her chair, her mind racing as she contemplated how to escape the basement safely. The passageways here were intricate, filled with traps and secret doors, but that also meant that once blocked, it would be challenging to find another escape route. She had to discover the most concealed and secure path, avoiding all areas where she might encounter the black-haired youth. Her gaze fell upon the basement map displayed on the surveillance screen, her fingers swiftly tapping on the console, attempting to access more passage information. After a moment, she let out a soft hum, a cold expression crossing her face, before turning to exit the surveillance room. "Lily C, where are you going?" One of the subordinates remaining in the monitoring room quickly inquired, confusion etched on their face. Lily C continued her stride without looking back, stating, "Of course, I am going to deal with that S-class ability user named Lin Feng." However, internally, she was frantically calculating. Damn, this is the basement, and there is only one exit. With the black-haired youth's terrifying power, the only way to evade his pursuit was to eliminate Lin Feng and the others first, allowing her to escape through the exit. Forget it, I must flee first. Lily C quickened her pace, her figure soon disappearing at the end of the passage. The subordinate watched her departing direction, wanting to say something, when suddenly, the surveillance screen erupted with a blinding red alert. A sharp alarm blared in the monitoring room. "Attention! Attention! Intruders are about to arrive." The subordinate froze, cold sweat instantly trickling down his forehead. He turned to the guards nearby, urgently commanding, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and go confront them." Yet, the guards exchanged glances, none daring to move. They had just witnessed the terrifying power of the black-haired youth through the surveillance. And those monsters they deemed formidable were utterly helpless against him. Confronting him would be akin to seeking death. "Sir, perhaps we should wait a bit longer," one guard stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The subordinate, witnessing their reaction, trembled with anger but felt utterly helpless. The alarm continued to blare, incessantly urging them on while heralding the imminent danger. At that moment, the black door outside the monitoring room, reinforced with special materials, suddenly began to tremble violently. The sound of heavy impacts resonating, each tremor causing dust to fall from the walls. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the door, their faces filled with panic. Yet no one dared to step forward. The banging grew increasingly intense, the metal patterns on the door warping and distorting. In the next moment, a massive gap split open in the center of the black door. Following that, a gigantic skeletal hand, radiating purple light, surged forth from the crevice, gripping the doorframe tightly. With a thunderous crash, the hand exerted force, completely demolishing the black door, shards scattering everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, the figure of a black-haired youth emerged slowly from within. His crimson Sharingan eyes resembled two burning flames, sweeping over each person in the monitoring room, capturing their terror in full view. The entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence, the only sound being the heavy breaths of those paralyzed by fear. Fuck! Suddenly, someone shouted, shattering the suffocating silence. One guard, cornered by terror, raised his massive sword with bloodshot eyes and charged towards Suashu with a roar. Suashu's lips parted slightly, uttering two chilling words, Amaterasu. In that instant, black flames ignited around the guard's body. The black flames, as if alive, surged wildly, engulfing him from feet to head in an instant. The guard screamed as he collapsed, frantically slapping at his body in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames, only to find that the black flames clung to him like a curse, refusing to be extinguished, instead burning even more fiercely. Soon, the screams faded into silence, leaving behind only smoldering black flames and the remnants reduced to ashes. The witnesses in the monitoring room were paralyzed by the horrifying scene, their bodies chilled, legs trembling, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of resistance. Suashu's gaze swept over them, ultimately resting on the flickering images on the surveillance screens behind them. He nodded slightly, inwardly concluding, this should be the final layer. Kaishi stepped out from behind Suashu, observing the scene before them, softly calling out, Mr. Suashu. The youth replied calmly, yes, I know, these remaining individuals should suffice for extracting information. Kaishi nodded, her gaze involuntarily avoiding the smoldering black flames and remnants on the ground, finding it hard to bear the sight of such devastation. Meanwhile, Suashu resumed scanning the individuals present, his brow furrowing slightly. According to his earlier perception, there should be a powerful energy response present. Yet these individuals exuded faint and weak auras, all undeniably feeble. Could it be that they anticipated his arrival and fled in advance? Just then, the subordinate who had been barely standing called out to the surrounding guards with a fierce demeanor, quick, you all should get moving. You useless waste. However, the guards remained frozen in place, none daring to act. The oppressive aura emanating from the mysterious youth was overwhelmingly powerful, and the terrifying might of the earlier black flames lingered in their minds. No one wished to follow in the footsteps of that guard, so they could only lower their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that no one dared to move, the subordinate could only vent his frustration, cursing, you bunch of good-for-nothings. You squander the resources of the sect, and yet in critical moments, you prove to be utterly useless. Beside him, Suashu, though unable to comprehend the language, could sense the reproach directed at his subordinate from the fierce expression and hurried tone of the ant-like figure. He strode forward, silently admonishing himself to swiftly settle matters here so he could pursue the fleeing individual. The subordinate, watching the approaching youth, noticed the blue currents of electricity gathering in Suasu's hand, crackling ominously. It was the Chidori. Resolute in his decision, the subordinate braced himself, realizing escape was futile. He would fight to the bitter end. He gritted his teeth and activated the seed implanted within him by the bishop. In the next moment, his body began to undergo a grotesque transformation, as if countless insects writhed beneath his skin. In agony, the subordinate clutched his body, rolling on the ground as his face contorted in pain. Suasu halted, his gaze sharpening. He entered sage mode, carefully sensing the changes occurring in his opponent, and was astonished to discover a cubic object within the subordinate's body, merging with his heart. As the fusion progressed, the subordinate's body swelled, muscles bulging, rapidly transforming into a towering monster. Suasu's eyes flickered with understanding. That cubic object appeared to be the key to turning humans into monsters. Chapter 66. Trouble. The Scarlet Sect certainly harbored numerous bizarre methods. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Suasu's mind. Detected a ghost-level monster, Xian Shahu. Suasu lifted his gaze to see the creature born from the subordinate's mutation, its form now fully solidified. It bore curved horns on its forehead, limbs transformed into razor-sharp claws, and a long tail adorned with bone spikes. Xian Shahu unleashed a deafening roar towards Suasu, bearing its fang-filled maw. Suasu tightened his grip on the Chidori, the blue currents dancing at his fingertips, his expression icy as he met the beast's gaze. A mere ghost-level monster was hardly worthy of his concern. Before Xian Shahu's roar dissipated, and before Kaishi could even gasp in surprise, Suasu had transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, darting forward like a released arrow. The crackling sound of Chidori intertwined with the rush of wind, creating a sharp, piercing sound. In the next instant, the lightning pierced through Xian Shahu's massive frame. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the surrounding ground and walls. The creature froze, the ferocity in its eyes fading swiftly before it collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. From the moment of his charge to the instant of its demise, it transpired in a heartbeat. The guards bore witness to the entire scene, their eyes widening in disbelief as Xian Sha, who was effortlessly slain. They exchanged glances with the impassive Zhuosu, each silently relieved that they had not acted impulsively, for it might have been them lying on the ground. However, Zhuosu's gaze remained fixated on the lifeless body of Xian Sha. He crouched down, scrutinizing it closely. As Dr. Feng Zhou had indicated, the transformation into a monster was indeed irreversible. Even though he had just slain the subordinate, the monster's body retained its aberrant form, showing no signs of reverting to a human. The razor-sharp claws, the spiked tail, and the horns on its head all bore testament to this fact. Moreover, when he had unleashed the Chidori, he had intentionally avoided the heart, curious to see what the heart, fused with that strange cube, would ultimately become. Zhuosu's Sharingan spun rapidly. Under its keen insight, he could distinctly see that the heart had completely merged with the mysterious cube. The original human heart tissue vanished, replaced by a darkly gleaming, bizarrely patterned monster's heart. Zhuosu let out a soft sigh and rose to his feet. He turned to regard the trembling guards behind him, his expression neutral. These individuals were evidently mere foot soldiers of the Scarlet Sect, with little access to core matters, and thus likely possessed scant information. Zhuosu's gaze sharpened as he pondered. The powerful individual whose presence had just vanished must possess significant intelligence. With that thought, Zhuosu turned to leave the monitoring room. Upon noticing this, Kaishi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Zhuosu, where are you going?" Zhuosu replied, "A powerful figure should be the leader of this base. Her aura has dissipated, indicating she has fled. I intend to pursue her." Before Kaishi could respond, Zhuosu gently patted her shoulder, saying, "I leave this to you for now, Kaishi." Kaishi paused for a moment, then nodded in a somewhat flustered manner, replying, "All right." In the next instant, a golden flash enveloped Zhuosu, and the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, causing him to vanish from sight. The monitoring room was left with Kaishi and the quaking guards. The nun observed the scene and the now dumbfounded guards, her face displaying a mix of embarrassment and tension as she tentatively spoke. Hello everyone?" In another passage of the underground, Lin Feng and Shun Mo were fully engaged in battling the toxic swamp giant frog. This ghost-level boss was massive, its skin a murky green, covered in sticky lumps, continuously expelling toxic mist from its gaping maw, which filled the entire passage. Under normal circumstances and in open terrain, neither of them would be harmed by such a creature. However, they found themselves in this cramped underground passage, where the limited space not only prevented the toxic mist from dispersing, but also intensified its concentration, maximizing its effect. Furthermore, the confined environment severely restricted Lin Feng's spatial abilities. Shun Mo wielded his short blade, unleashing sharp gusts of energy towards the toxic swamp giant frog, but could only leave shallow white marks on its thick skin. Coughing, Shun Mo found himself succumbing to the toxic gas invading his respiratory system, causing his movements to slow. Lin Feng, observing this, felt a wave of foreboding. If things continued this way, they were bound to fall. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Shun Mo discreetly signaling him with his eyes, which held no signs of weakness, but rather a flash of sharpness. Lin Feng suddenly understood. Shun Mo was playing a ruse. In the next moment, the toxic swamp giant frog seemed to sense Shun Mo's feigned vulnerability, its massive mouth gaping wide as a thick, slimy tongue lashed out like a whip towards Shun Mo, attempting to swallow him whole. Just as the tongue was about to make contact, Shun Mo deftly evaded the attack at the last second. Simultaneously, the short blade in Shun Mo's hand gleamed coldly as he accurately plunged it into the giant frog's tongue. The blade embedded deep into the ground, pinning the toxic swamp giant frog's tongue securely. It turned out Shun Mo had only pretended to be too weak to resist, luring the toxic swamp giant frog into revealing its weakness at this moment. Witnessing this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. A spatial rift appeared beside him, and he swiftly traversed through it, materializing next to the toxic swamp giant frog. As Lin Feng uttered a low command, countless delicate spatial fissures spread across the body of the poisoned swamp giant frog, resembling an invisible net. With a crisp crack, the enormous body of the frog was cleaved in two, dark green blood gushing forth, splattering the entire passageway. The giant frog's body fell heavily to the ground, silent, as the toxic mist enveloping the air gradually dissipated. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, quickly stepping forward to support the somewhat weakened Shun Mo. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, finally, "It is over." Just as Shun Mo was about to respond, His thin, distinctly sensed a blood-red figure swiftly approaching. Be careful. Shun Mo hurriedly pushed Lin Feng aside and raised his long blade to protect himself. In the next moment, a red shadow swept past, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced, and innumerable deep wounds appeared on Shun Mo's body, blood gushing forth. Lin Feng staggered to steady himself, finally catching a glimpse of the newcomer. It was a woman with gem-like red eyes, her gaze cold and piercing. Lilith glanced at the injured Shun Mo and the astonished Lin Feng, coolly remarking, "Did you not finish it in one blow? How troublesome." Chapter 67. Victory is certain. Lin Feng, observing the suddenly appeared red-haired woman, felt his expression sharpen, and he gravely questioned, "Who are you?" Lilith pondered internally. Let me think. The human language is quite diverse. The abilities of Z country should indeed employ this language. Moments later, she spoke in slightly stilted yet clear Mandarin, her tone still dripping with disdain. "Apologies, but I currently do not have the luxury of time. I must ask you to leave quickly." As soon as her words fell, a scythe formed from blood coalesced in Lilith's hand, its entire body of vivid crimson, exuding a strong scent of blood and a sinister aura. Lin Feng, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not be complacent and instantly launched a sharp spatial slash towards Lilith. However, Lilith merely waved her blood scythe lightly, effortlessly severing the spatial strike. Crack! The spatial slash disintegrated in the air like shattered glass. Lin Feng's pupils dilated in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock. His spatial slash wielded immense power, capable of overwhelming ordinary dragon-class monsters, yet this woman effortlessly severed it. Her strength was truly terrifying. A strange smile crept onto Lilith's face. The struggles of insects before death brought her the utmost thrill. In the next moment, she brandished the blood scythe, her figure darting towards Lin Feng and Shun Mo like a phantom. Lin Feng lamented inwardly. Shun Mo was already injured and evidently lacked the strength to evade this attack. In a moment of desperation, Lin Feng activated Konghen Jijia, once more, swiftly carving a spatial rift and unhesitatingly pushing Shun Mo into it, transporting him to a safer location. But in that instant, Lilith had already appeared before him with her scythe. Lin Feng hastily employed his spatial abilities to evade, but he was still a moment too late. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as one of Lin Feng's arms was severed by the blood scythe, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on Lin Feng's forehead. He stifled the agony, using his spatial abilities to teleport a short distance away, clutching his bleeding stump. His gaze fixed on Lilith. The strength of this individual surpassed even that of a boss-level dragon-class monster. Lilith observed the blood pooling on the ground, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes, as if stimulated by the blood. However, she quickly suppressed this frenzy. She looked at Lin Feng and remarked, "How unexpected. You did not scream for mercy while clutching your severed arm." Lin Feng, enduring the searing pain, shouted loudly in an attempt to extract information. "You keep referring to humans. Are you not human yourself?" Lilith let out a cold laugh. "How regrettable. I do not have the habit of divulging information to my enemies, even if you are about to become a corpse." As her words faded, the blood scythe in her hand began to spin, transforming into a pool of blood that reformed into a sharp, blood-colored spear, its tip radiating a crimson glow. Lilith's icy gaze fixated on Lin Feng. With the next attack, "You shall perish." Lin Feng understood that in his current state, he could not withstand this blow. The priority was not to resist, but to minimize losses. Thus, he precisely calibrated the remaining energy within him, allowing Konghen Jijia to not fully block, but to gather strength towards a specific direction, the spatial fluctuations deviating subtly. Whoosh! The blood spear shot forth, accompanied by a piercing sound, aiming directly at Lin Feng's heart. Lilith regarded the injured man before her with a hint of pity. With his current strength, he could not possibly withstand this strike. She felt a twinge of disappointment. After emerging from the underground city for so long, she had yet to battle an S-class ability user, expecting a worthy prey, only to find herself engaged in one-sided slaughter instead. In the next moment, the spear reached Lin Feng's heart. At that precise moment, Konghen Jijia erupted, unleashing countless spatial slashes that did not confront the spear head-on, but diverted it like flowing water. Just as Lilith had anticipated, Konghen Jijia could not fully obstruct the blood spear, which easily pierced through. However, under the influence of the spatial rifts, the spear's trajectory, originally aimed at his heart, was deflected by a degree, grazing Lin Feng's ribcage and tearing flesh, yet ultimately failing to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Feng grunted softly, glancing at the deep wound exposing bone at his ribcage, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes as this result aligned with his plan. Lilith raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that this injured man had devised such a trick. However, it mattered little to her. She could conjure as many blood spears as she desired. Just as Lilith prepared to gather her power for the next attack, her red pupils shifted slightly. With her keen perception, she distinctly sensed that the black-haired youth had reached the control room. She cursed inwardly. Those useless fools could not hold them off for long. Lilith clicked her tongue lightly, glancing at Lin Feng, who was on the verge of collapse. Consider yourself lucky. You have managed to keep your life for now, human. With that, she made no further delay, turning into a red shadow and swiftly departing towards the exit of the basement. Lin Feng watched as Lilith vanished from sight. The dizziness from blood loss enveloped his mind, and his consciousness gradually faded, his body collapsing to the ground. Uncertain of how much time passed, Lin Feng's awareness finally sharpened once more. He first noticed a gentle green light flickering before him, slowly permeating his body with a warm sensation. Then, he discerned that the figure before him was Zhaozhu, who was using healing techniques to mend him. You are awake? Zhaozhu's voice came softly. Lin Feng instinctively looked at his severed arm, astonished to find that the previously severed limb had restored itself completely, leaving no trace of a scar. Zhaozhu withdrew his hand. You should be grateful that your arm was merely severed and not crushed. Otherwise, my healing techniques would not suffice. And you would at least require Hashirama cells. Although Lin Feng did not comprehend what Hashirama cells were, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Zhaozhu. Zhaozhu gently laid him down. Kaishi should arrive to take care of you shortly. Upon finishing his words, Zhusu turned to leave, determined to continue his pursuit of Li Si. Wait a moment, Zhusu. Lin Feng called out urgently, his expression grave. The one we just fought was extraordinarily powerful. Far beyond my level. Zhusu calmly replied, I understand. He had already gauged Li Si's strength through his sensory abilities. Lin Feng's warning merely confirmed his assessment. As Lin Feng gazed at the youth's retreating figure, a complex emotion surged within him. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Zhusu, will you win? I will win. Zhusu assured. Chapter 68. Will you choose to approach me rather than flee? The figure of the raven-haired youth darted swiftly through the dense forest, each leap accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, as he relentlessly pursued Li Si. At that moment, Zhusu had activated his Sharingan, a faint aura of Sage Chakra enveloping him, augmenting his abilities with both the Sharingan and Sage mode. He heightened his senses to the utmost, meticulously detecting the faintest traces of aura in the air. Yet Li Si's presence remained exceedingly sparse, almost imperceptible. Zhusu mused to himself. It seems she has employed some means to obscure her aura. She must be quite a cautious individual. As he advanced swiftly, he reflected on his recent conversation with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had asked, will you win? To which Zhusu had responded, I will win. The simplicity of their exchange echoed in his mind, yet it struck Zhusu as somewhat amiss, akin to an invincible character in a comic suddenly facing a dire fate. Now, upon reflection, their dialogue seemed like an act of tempting fate. Zhusu clicked his tongue and shook his head, dismissing these unfounded thoughts. If things took a turn for the worse, he could always utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. He quickened his pace, his form becoming a blur as he maneuvered through the forest. Meanwhile, Li Si was not faring much better. At that moment, a pair of crimson wings had unfurled from her back, resembling bat wings, exuding an eerie beauty. She flapped her wings, soaring swiftly through the sky, attempting to distance herself from Zhusu. She could not fathom how, despite her use of aura concealment skills, he was able to relentlessly pursue her. The suffocating sensation of being ensnared, akin to a constricting serpent, persisted, regardless of how fast or far she flew. Li Si's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of irritation surfacing within her for the first time. She glanced back at the dense woods below, although she could not see the youth's form. She felt his presence distinctly, and it was drawing ever closer. Finally, her patience wore thin. She halted in midair and shouted down at the forest, I have had enough. Human. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she conjured a blood-red spear in her hand and hurled it down without hesitation. Zhusu's Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly detecting the incoming attack. He remained unfazed, skillfully drawing his Kusanagi sword, a glimmer of cold light flashing. The blood spear was severed by the Kusanagi, dissipating into a cloud of crimson mist. In the next moment, Li Si descended like a bolt from the blue, her formidable presence aimed directly at Zhusu. Zhusu's gaze sharpened, and the Flying Thunder God mark beneath his feet illuminated, allowing him to instantaneously teleport several meters away. A tremendous explosion erupted at the point of impact, leaving a massive crater in the ground, and the surrounding trees were sent tumbling. Li Si leaped from the pit, glaring at Zhuosu, who remained unscathed, and seethed, "Human, do not mistake my avoidance of confrontation as a sign of weakness. I simply do not wish to waste my energy." Zhuosu regarded the red-haired woman before him, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Human? Her words seemed to imply that she did not consider herself part of humanity. Could it be that she was not human at all? Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Detected Dragon Class Boss, Bloodline True Ancestor Li Si. Name, Li Si. Level, Dragon Class, Race, Bloodline Status, Irritated Skills, Bloodline True Ancestor, Immortal, Complete Resistance, Omni Language, Eternal Night Guardian. Zhuosu's eyes narrowed slightly. A Bloodline True Ancestor? No wonder she could manipulate blood and possessed such formidable strength. She was indeed a being of a different caliber. Observing the extensive list of skills that filled the screen, Zhuosu could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. This individual, despite being of the same dragon class, was clearly on a different level than the corrupted Heart Mother tree. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter a true adversary that posed a significant threat. The Bloodline True Ancestor before him seemed to be a worthy opponent. Li Si, observing the shifting expressions on Zhuosu's face, proclaimed with arrogance, "I am Li Si, the Bloodline True Ancestor. I only reveal my name to those I deem worthy. If you retreat now, I may yet forgive your persistence." Zhuosu disregarded her words, channeling lightning release into his Kusanagi. The blue currents crackled ominously as he took deliberate steps toward Li Si. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. You dare approach me instead of fleeing?" Zhuosu's voice was cold and clear. "How can I deliver a proper thrashing if I do not draw closer?" Hearing this, Li Si's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile. "Then come closer." No sooner had she spoken than she summoned 2 blood-red blades in her hands, while dozens of gleaming blood spears materialized behind her, poised for attack. The tension in the air became almost palpable. It was Li Si who first shattered the stalemate. Her crimson eyes glinted as the multitude of blood spears erupted forth like a torrential downpour. Zhuosu activated the flying thunder god marks beneath his feet, weaving effortlessly through the onslaught of spears, each movement flawlessly evading the strikes. Just as he dodged the last spear, Li Si's figure suddenly appeared before him, her blood-red sword thrusting with lethal intent. Zhuosu reacted with astonishing speed, positioning his Kusanagi horizontally to block the incoming blade. The clash of their weapons rang out sharply, both combatants locking in a fierce standstill. Zhuosu regarded Li Si with surprise. Her seemingly slender arms unleashed a force that matched his own, even suggesting a subtle advantage. Zhuosu's gaze sharpened as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the black flames of Amaterasu erupting from his eyes. The dark flames struck Li Si's arm, instantly igniting her sleeve, the fire spreading along her skin with a consuming ferocity. Li Si staggered back several steps, creating distance. Thanks to her skill of pain immunity, she did not experience the searing agony of the flames. Yet, the relentless black fire that clung to her arm made her acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation. Without a hint of hesitation, Lily's wielded another blood-red longsword and decisively severed her own arm engulfed in black flames. With a thud, her severed limb fell to the ground, still ablaze with the dark fire until it was completely reduced to ashes. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and he mused inwardly that directly severing her arm to halt the spread of the black flames was indeed the most straightforward and effective method to counter Amaterasu. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the youth. A copious amount of blood surged from the severed stump of Lily's arm, swirling in the air and coalescing into a perfect new arm, indistinguishable from the original. Lily's flexed her newly formed limb, a scornful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You are the first human to wound me in this world. You should feel fortunate." Pausing momentarily, her tone dripped with arrogance. "However, it is regrettable that all of this is in vain. I possess the skills of immortality, blood creation, and rapid healing. In other words, I am invincible, an existence that cannot die. Even if I were to let the black flames engulf my body, they could not kill me." Sasuke, after hearing this, retorted with a calm gaze, "Then why did you stop the black flames from spreading?" His words pierced Lily's vulnerabilities like a sharp blade. Instantly at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. She could hardly confess that her fear stemmed from the dread of the black flames incinerating her garments and exposing her delicate, snow-white form, which would surely be unacceptable. Such reasoning would be utterly humiliating if voiced. Lily's mind raced, and due to her limited time in human society, her vocabulary was rather scarce. After considerable thought, She recalled the most venomous phrase she had learned. Finally, after much effort, she managed to stammer out. "You must be a straight man, right?" Sasuke, with a perplexed expression, questioned, "Huh? What is this about?" Just moments before, they had been locked in a fierce standoff. Yet now, the bloodline progenitor before him had suddenly turned crimson and uttered such a nonsensical statement, accusing him of being a straight man. Sasuke found himself utterly bewildered by Lily's train of thought. Upon witnessing his expression, which seemed to suggest he was regarding her as foolish, Lily's realized that her choice of words had been entirely inappropriate. Her comments had failed to intimidate and instead appeared as mere petulance. Internally, she cursed herself, lamenting that she should have spent a couple of days brushing up on human insults before joining the Crimson Sect. In her fury, Lily's pointed her blood-red blade at Sasuke. Her tone chilling and filled with murderous intent. "Prepare to die, inferior being." Observing her flustered demeanor, Sasuke recalled a piece of advice from an online mentor and casually remarked, "Feeling anxious?" The youth's voice was soft yet laden with insult. In an instant, Lily's face blazed with anger, despite the simplicity of his words. Her rage ignited like a powder keg, reaching its peak. One could only marvel at the depth of Chinese culture, which, devoid of any vulgarity, wielded such power. Seeking death, Lily's bellowed, her blood-red blade slicing through the air as it surged towards Sasuke. This attack was more ferocious than any before, fueled by her enraged strength. In response to this powerful strike, Sasuke activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his original location. Just as Lily's was left bewildered by the loss of her target, a cold voice echoed from above, "Flying Thunder God, second stage, child." She looked up sharply to see Sasuke hovering above her, blue chakra spiraling in his hand. And with immense force, he struck down upon her back. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Lily's crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, stirring up a cloud of dust. Sasuke landed at the edge of the crater, gazing down at Lily's, whose back had been torn to shreds. The attack had left a massive wound, blood gushing forth. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the injuries began to visibly heal. The torn flesh rejoining as the flowing blood reversed its course back into her body. In the blink of an eye, her back regained its flawless, delicate appearance as if the severe injury had never occurred. Sasuke internally marveled at the capabilities of her immortality, skill. Such regenerative power was absurd. He pondered whether she possessed any limits, for her recovery was astonishingly swift, suggesting that consumption was not an issue. With a few more attempts, he was certain he could uncover her weaknesses. Subsequently, a bewildering scene unfolded in the suburban forest. A girl with her back bared was pinned to the ground by a dark-haired youth, who continuously shifted between various ninjutsu techniques, at times utilizing lightning to paralyze her body, and at others, employing fire techniques to scorch her skin, along with various other implements. The girl emitted a series of pleasurable cries throughout the ordeal, raising questions about the distortion of humanity or the degradation of morality. Please stay tuned for today's scientific exploration. Sasuke gathered chakra into his palm, blue electricity dancing at his fingertips. He was astonished once more by the perverse healing ability of Lily's immortality. No matter how severe the injury inflicted upon her, she could recover instantaneously. More importantly, amidst this relentless trial of attacks and exploration for weaknesses, Sasuke felt an inexplicable joy welling within him. Observing the girl before him, whose cries echoed in the air, he suddenly grasped the pleasure derived from the so-called training. In the next moment, Lily's could no longer endure the torment. She cried out, "I can't take it anymore." A single tear escaped the corner of her eye as she screamed to the heavens, "The world! My time belongs solely to me." The instant her words fell, the world seemed to press the pause button, abruptly freezing in place. Birds hung suspended in midair. Falling leaves were caught in the act of descent, and even the air ceased to flow. Indeed, the skill previously displayed as during Sasuke's system inquiry was Lily's exclusive ability, the world, a godlike power that could pause time for 3 seconds. 1 second passed as Lily sobbed and forcefully pushed the boy off her body. 2 seconds elapsed, and as she gazed upon the black-haired youth frozen in place, her eyes brimmed with humiliation and fury. She vowed to remember the pain she endured that day for a lifetime. 3 seconds passed, and Lily's conjured countless glimmering blood-red spears, densely arrayed toward Sasuke, each tip imbued with lethal intent. These spears hovered before him, poised to strike. Lily's fixed her gaze on Sasuke, enunciating each word clearly. "The game is over, human. Time resumes." Sasuke's Sharingan stirred slightly, capturing the imminent threat in his field of vision. Countless blood-red spears rushed toward him at an alarming speed, their lethal tips set to pierce his very being. Chapter 70. Demigod, the sudden assault arrived with such swiftness that he scarcely had a moment to contemplate it. The blood-red spear pierced through Sasuke's body in an instant, and Lilith, witnessing this scene, mused that the young man would surely meet his demise on the spot. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, the Sasuke that had been impaled dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. Lilith was momentarily taken aback, her face a canvas of disbelief. "Shadow clone, my dear." A voice drifted from the side, and Lilith turned to see Sasuke's true form perched upon a nearby tree. Observing the unfolding events, Sasuke felt a twinge of astonishment. Truth be told, he had no idea what had just transpired. Lilith had unexpectedly broken free from her restraints. And fortunately, the blood-red spear had only struck his shadow clone. He silently congratulated himself for having employed the shadow clone technique after using the flying thunder god technique, mindful of any hidden skills she might possess. Subsequently, Sasuke summoned his system panel to inspect Lilith's attributes, eager to uncover the nature of her strange abilities. Name: Lilith. Level: Dragon level. Race: Vampire. Status: Furious. Skills: True ancestor of the Blood Clan. The world: Immortality. Total resistance. Universal language: Eternal Night Guardian, and more. The skill that had previously displayed as now clearly transformed into the world, with the skill description indicating capable of pausing time for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Such a 3-second time suspension could alter the course of many events. He could not help but jest. Do all vampires possess the ability to pause time? After his moment of reflection and jest, Sasuke's expression grew grave. With the knowledge of such an aberrant skill possessed by his opponent, he cast aside any previous notions of testing the waters and resolved to give his all. In the next moment, a colossal figure of Susanoo began to materialize behind Sasuke. Bones, muscles, skin, and armor formed sequentially, exuding a magnificent and imposing aura. As chakra flowed continuously, the complete Susanoo emerged within the forest, its gargantuan form nearly eclipsing the sky, wielding a massive sword with an overwhelming presence. Just as Lilith was coming to terms with her failure to slay Sasuke, she beheld him activate the complete Susanoo. The overwhelming aura caused her heart to tremble. Yet her face remained haughty, a disdainful huff escaping her lips. Her blood-red eyes flashed suddenly, and her fiery crimson hair lost its hue at a visible pace, transforming into a pale shade that cascaded like a snowy waterfall across her shoulders. Simultaneously, a dark red blood pool surged beneath her feet, emanating a chilling aura. System alert. Warning. The true ancestor of the Blood Clan has entered the second phase, elevating the danger level to demigod. The cold notification echoed in Sasuke's mind, stirring his gaze. Demigod level? This was the first time he had encountered combat power nearing divine levels since arriving in this world. Lilith began to chant an obscure curse, her syllables resembling whispers from the abyss. The blood pool beneath her feet gradually revealed intricate and sinister red altar patterns, exuding an ominous energy. Soon after, 3 pairs of enormous black wings slowly emerged from the depths of the blood pool, indicating that she was conducting some form of summoning ritual. Without hesitation, Sasuke commanded the complete Susanoo to draw the long blade from his waist, swiftly unleashing a fierce wave of purple sword energy. Observing this, Lilith raised one hand, her pale hair unfurling behind her like a blooming flower. She quickly conjured a thick, blood-red barrier, placing it before herself. However, it was not so simple to thwart the full-force strike of Susanoo. The clash of the purple sword energy against the blood-red barrier resonated with a deafening roar, the barrier fracturing instantly before being cleaved in two. Nevertheless, the power of the sword energy was diminished as a result. The remaining energy struck Lilith with precision, severing her in half, blood gushing forth and staining the blood pool beneath her. Yet, Lilith appeared unfazed, her skill, pain immunity, rendering her oblivious to any pain. For her, the ability to complete the summoning ritual with just half of her body was evidently a victory. As the final syllable fell from her lips, the altar patterns within the blood pool radiated with brilliance, signaling the completion of the summoning ritual. Lilith's upper half gazed at Sasuke, an eerie smile gracing her features. "I have won." No sooner had she spoken than the altar's patterns glowed even more fervently, and 3 colossal shadows emerged from it. They were 3 enormous bat-like monsters, their wings casting a shadow over the land, their size rivaling that of the complete Susanoo, their sharp claws glinting ominously, and their crimson eyes fixated intently on Susanoo. Simultaneously, Lilith's severed lower half regenerated at a remarkable speed, and she swiftly retreated, distancing herself from the battlefield while coldly observing the situation unfold. The 3 gigantic bat creatures emitted piercing, shrill, ultrasonic waves. Their sound waves slicing through the air like invisible blades, aimed directly at Susanoo, which stood resolutely in place, enduring the onslaught of ultrasonic attacks. The surface of its armor rippled gently, yet the rocks behind it were not spared. They were instantly reduced to rubble, dust swirling in the aftermath. At that moment, a system alert sounded in Sasuke's ear. Warning. 3 demigod-level boss detected. Name, Blood Abyss Bat King. Name, Blood Abyss Bat King. Level, demigod race. Vampire, status, true ancestors kin skills. Night Flash, Blood Siphon, Swarm of Bats, Blood Curse Mark, Eternal Regeneration, Soul Manipulation, and more. Sasuke's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the summoned creatures would also be of demigod level. And to face 3 of them at once elevated the difficulty of the battle exponentially. This battle was proving to be quite troublesome. I am considering crafting an introduction for a Western fantasy narrative where monsters take center stage as protagonists. Would this approach offer a refreshing perspective, in your opinion? Chapter 71. The Curse of Blood. This battle was proving to be quite troublesome. Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he commanded the complete Susanoo to initiate an offensive. The immense purple sword sliced through the air, radiating a cataclysmic aura as it descended upon the leftmost Blood Abyss Bat King. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed as the Blood Abyss Bat King was severed in 2, a torrent of dark red blood spraying forth and saturating the ground. Yet, before Sasuke could exhale in relief, the 2 severed halves swiftly healed within the embrace of their own blood, restoring to their complete form in mere breaths. As if the prior devastation had never occurred. Eternal Regeneration? Sasuke's brow furrowed. This recovery ability was proving to be quite vexing. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the other 2 Blood Abyss Bat Kings seized their opportunity. With a powerful flap of their wings, they executed the Night Flash skill, appearing instantaneously on either side of Susanoo. Their sharp claws glinting with a chilling light as they lunged towards Susanoo's armor. The shoulder and side armor of Susanoo were instantly torn open, sending shards flying in all directions. Sasuke's heart sank as he hastily maneuvered Susanoo to retreat, its massive form colliding with the mountain wall behind, causing the rocks to tremble and debris to cascade down. This marked the first instance of armor damage since he had fully activated Susanoo. The destructive power of the demigod was on an entirely different plane compared to that of the dragon rank. It was a chasm of disparity. Sasuke dared not to be negligent and immediately urged the chakra within him to attempt to repair the damaged parts of Susanoo. The purple chakra flowing like a stream at the sight of the breach. I won't let you succeed, Lilith bellowed from behind, her voice laced with an undeniable command. The 3 Blood Abyss Bat Kings received the order, simultaneously flapping their wings to launch an attack, swirling around Susanoo like 3 bolts of lightning from the left, right, and rear, their claws and fangs incessantly striking at the weak points of the armor. Damn it, Sasuke cursed inwardly. It was impossible to completely fend off enemies from 3 directions. He had no choice but to prioritize controlling Susanoo to unleash a wave of purple sword energy, forcing back the 2 Bat Kings on the left and right, yet he couldn't attend to the one behind him in time. With a swift thrust, the last Blood Abyss Bat King seized the opportunity, its claws piercing deeply into the back armor of Susanoo, breaking through the defense and instantly fracturing the purple chakra armor. Sasuke felt the chakra within him become disordered, and the movements of Susanoo noticeably slowed. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort within, he quickly observed the battlefield. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Just then, he noticed that the 2 Bat Kings he had repelled earlier were healing at a considerably slower pace, their movements not as swift as before. Sasuke's mind raced. Although their healing abilities were nearly limitless, the abilities sustaining their actions and recovery were not infinite. His gaze shifted to Lilith, whose expression had lost its earlier ease. Despite currently holding the upper hand, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, her pale hair dampened and clinging to her cheeks. Her breaths growing more hurried. It was evident, managing 3 demigod-level creatures simultaneously was draining her more than he had anticipated. With this realization, the situation became clear. Since both sides possessed formidable healing capabilities, it was evident that neither could annihilate the other in a short time. Thus, the outcome of this battle would hinge on whose abilities, chakra, could endure longer. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he directed Susanoo to adjust its stance. No longer rushing to launch a fierce attack, but instead began to rhythmically defend against the assaults of the 3 Bat Kings, conserving chakra. He understood while that in sage mode, he could continuously absorb the surrounding natural energy, transforming it into chakra to replenish his own depletion. Furthermore, he had the nearly limitless chakra of the QB stored in his summoning repository, readily available for use. if it came down to a mere contest of consumption. Even against the demigod Lilith, Sasuke was confident he could emerge victorious. Yet, his brow remained furrowed. The crux of the matter lay in whether Lilith, as the progenitor of the Blood Clan, would truly gamble the outcome on a mere war of attrition. She had previously summoned the world, an extraordinary ability, and called forth 3 demigod Bat Kings. Who could guarantee that this was all she had? Sasuke's gaze swept across Lilith's pale, yet haughty visage. Noticing the increasing beads of sweat on her brow and her increasingly labored breaths, yet within the depths of her blood-red pupils, there seemed to lie an elusive certainty. This certainty set off alarm bells in Sasuke's mind. Did she possess even stronger summons? Or perhaps an ability more terrifying than the suspension of time? Or was this so-called demigod state not her ultimate limit? Countless speculations raced through his mind as he gripped the hilt of Susanoo's sword tighter, his vigilance intensifying. This battle, it seemed, was far from merely a test of endurance. Sasuke's expression hardened as he commanded the fully realized Susanoo to unleash another wave of purple sword energy. This sword energy, imbued with the might to rend the heavens, not only cleaved a blood abyss Bat King charging at him in half, but also severed the earth and mountains behind him, sending stones and dust cascading down like a waterfall. However, before the remnants of the sword energy could dissipate, the remaining 2 blood abyss Bat Kings lunged forward, adopting the same reckless strategy, exchanging injuries for injuries as they assaulted Susanoo. Not this again, Sasuke muttered, maneuvering Susanoo to block and retaliate. Although he severely wounded one, additional cracks formed on Susanoo's armor. At that moment, he caught sight of a peculiar smile creeping onto Lilith's lips. A wave of intense unease surged within him as he instinctively turned inward, only to discover that his chakra was steadily draining at a slow, yet stable pace. And the flow was directed towards Lilith. His pupils contracted as he realized the implication. This was undoubtedly one of the exclusive skills of the progenitor of the Blood Clan. Blood Curse. Enemies opposing Lilith would continue to bleed over time, continuously transferring their energy to her. It was a passive skill. The ability to convert chakra directly into her powers was astonishingly bizarre. Initially believing he held an absolute advantage in terms of consumption, he was taken aback to find that she had such a contingency, making the situation considerably more dire. Chapter 72. Thinking of escape? The original scenario was one of mutual depletion of abilities and chakra, with the first to exhaust their resources facing defeat. However, the existence of Lilith's blood curse completely shifted this balance. The more natural energy Sasuke absorbed, the greater the energy transmitted to Lilith through the curse. As if every breath he took in for recovery was inadvertently fortifying his opponent. This sensation of being siphoned in reverse felt akin to being ensnared by a voracious parasite. The more he struggled, the more energy was siphoned away, a vexing predicament indeed. Lilith, feeling the continuous influx of power within her, had her pallid cheeks flush with color. She raised an eyebrow, glancing at Sasuke, who was entangled with 2 Bat Kings. I must commend you, human. I never anticipated you could yield such an abundance of energy. She flexed her fingers, savoring the surge of strength coursing through her limbs, her tone filled with astonishment. I feel absolutely invigorated. How can the energy within you be as abundant as a fountain? No sooner had she spoken than she commanded the 3 Blood Abyss Bat Kings to launch another fierce assault. This time their movements were even swifter than before. The crimson glow on their claws intensifying, evidently restored to peak condition thanks to the energy transmitted by Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke felt Susanoo's armor emit a strained hum under the relentless onslaught. For the first time, he perceived the once abundant energy within him as a burden. Given the circumstances, it seemed only one choice remained. He must eliminate those Bat Kings multiple times in quick succession. Otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to Lilith's blood curse. Sasuke's eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment. This technique was one he had never employed in real combat, but the current situation left no room for doubt. I have no choice. If I don't use it now, I may never have the chance again. He silently resolved, commanding the system, release the QB. Just a day ago, through a system-enforced revival, the QB had been completely tamed by him, yet he had yet to find the opportune moment to wield the formidable Susanoo. In the next instant, the earth trembled violently as a colossal QB appeared at the center of the battlefield, its crimson slit eyes surveying the surroundings. An overwhelming aura of tailed beast chakra rendering the very air nearly solid. Before the 3 Blood Realm Bat Kings could react, 3 pitch-black, tailed beast balls formed, radiating an essence of annihilation, instantly hurling all the surrounding Bat Kings away from the Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. The successive thundering sounds sent the Bat Kings crashing into the distant forest like kites severed from their strings, stirring up towering clouds of dust. Lilith's pupils constricted, her expression shifting. She had never anticipated that this human could summon such a formidable creature. Was he truly human? Not only could he wield those bizarre energy slashes and teleport, but he could also summon this legendary beast, possessing an astonishingly diverse array of abilities that even surpassed her own as a true vampire ancestor. For the first time, a flicker of unease emerged within Lilith. In the next moment, her apprehension materialized into reality. Sasuke commanded the complete Susanoo to step forward, the violet chakra armor disassembling and reassembling as if alive. It enveloped the Kyuubi in layers, the shoulder armor clasping its forelimbs, the back armor conforming to the fluffy base of its tail, the helmet encasing its sharply defined fox head, and a razor-sharp longsword gripped within the armored fox paw. The armored Susanoo was complete. The immense Kyuubi donned in purple-black armor, each breath resonating with the tremors of the world's energy. Sasuke stood at the center of the Kyuubi's forehead, keenly feeling the Kyuubi's chakra surging into his body like a torrent, replenishing not only his prior expenditures, but amplifying his strength manifold beyond his pre-battle state. Lilith's blood-red eyes widened, her face a canvas of shock. What on earth was this combined monstrosity? Before she could recover from her astonishment, the armored Susanoo swung its gigantic longsword, the violet sword energy tearing through the air, carrying an overwhelming pressure exponentially greater than before. A chill enveloped Lilith. The might of this sword energy was entirely different from the previous, as if it could effortlessly sever the world itself, and she could even scent the breath of death. This was dire. She screamed in desperation, activating her recently cooled skill. The world. Time froze once more, birds, dust, and even the trajectory of the sword energy suspended in midair. Yet this time, she despaired as she realized it was too late. The sword energy of the armored Susanoo had already crossed the threshold. In this frozen world, the three Blood Realm Bat Kings were crushed by an invisible force, instantly transforming into a rain of blood, leaving no trace of struggle behind. Lilith stood frozen, cold sweat soaking her robes. She gazed at the violet sword energy suspended in the air, tasting the bitter flavor of despair for the first time. Lilith understood that while the Blood Realm Bat Kings could regenerate indefinitely, they bore a fatal limitation. If all three perished simultaneously, they could not be summoned back to life for a considerable duration. Cursed, she silently seethed, her nails digging deep into her palm, beads of blood seeping forth only to heal instantaneously. But now was not the time for lamentation. That black-haired boy was terrifying. Even as a demigod, she had underestimated his strength. The violet sword energy still lingered in the air. The pressure of the armored Susanoo felt palpable. If she lingered any longer, she would likely miss her chance to flee. 2 seconds remained in the time pause. Lilith hesitated no more, turning to dash into the depths of the forest, simultaneously activating her remaining unique powers, blood-red mist swirling around her feet as her speed surged to its peak. Her pale hair whipped wildly in the wind, her bare back brushing against the grass. But at that moment, she could not care less about her disheveled state. 1 second, she had already dashed 1,000 meters away, on the verge of plunging into the shadow of the dense forest. The 3 seconds elapsed. The instant time resumed its flow. The violet sword energy dissipated with a thunderous crash, and Sasuke, controlling the armored Susanoo, turned to look in the direction of Lilith's escape. Thinking of fleeing? Just as Sasuke's voice fell, the purple armor of the Susanoo receded like a tide, and the Kyuubi's massive body transformed into a red light. Retreating back to the summoning warehouse, he temporarily dispelled the Susanoo, landing on the ground, seemingly relinquishing the pursuit. Lilith, fleeing, sensed the oppressive aura behind her abruptly vanish. Glancing back, she saw Sasuke standing still, an elation swelling within her. He must have exhausted his energy and given up the chase. The blood-red mist beneath her surged, propelling her to escape this terrifying forest as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment, a violent impact struck her back, as if she had been crushed by a mountain. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lilith's body uncontrollably lurched forward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to turn her head, she was met with Sasuke's indifferent expression. "Allow me to inform you." Sasuke stood upon her back, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "The Flying Thunder God mark is permanent." He had secretly inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on her when he previously suppressed her. The immense force rendered Lilith momentarily dazed. Even with the immortal ability to heal her bodily wounds, the prolonged exertion of her powers had pushed her spirit to its limits, and this blow became the final straw. Sasuke peered down at Lilith's form, suddenly noticing her body shrinking at a visible rate, her adult stature gradually diminishing to that of a child, her once silvery hair thinning slightly. His pupils contracted. Initially assuming she was up to some trick, he clenched his fist, ready to strike again. But upon closer inspection, he realized her energy fluctuations were nearly imperceptible, indicative of excessive energy depletion, causing her body to automatically enter a conservation mode. Chapter 73. A monster. Sasuke gazed at the child-sized, unconscious Lilith, his brow furrowed, momentarily hesitant. It was not that he was soft-hearted and reluctant to strike. Rather, her immortal ability was too troublesome, capable of instantaneous recovery even from decapitation, and even if he were to inflict several more wounds now, it would likely be a futile effort. Since killing her proved ineffective, only sealing or illusions remained viable options. However, she was already unconscious, and illusions required a mental connection, rendering them useless in this situation. The only recourse left was sealing techniques. The skill, Shiki Fujin, flashed in his mind. An optimized version received as a reward for completing a hidden task earlier, one he had yet to utilize and had no understanding of the so-called optimization. If it entailed using the practitioner's soul as a sacrifice, sealing the opponent at the cost of one's life would be the most foolish approach. He had no intention of sacrificing his life merely to seal a true vampire ancestor. Sasuke crouched down, his fingertips hovering above Lilith's pale cheek. In her childlike form, she had lost her prior sharpness and allure, her tightly shut lashes trembling slightly, appearing somewhat harmless. Yet, he knew the terrifying power concealed beneath this facade. Unable to kill her, illusions were ineffective, and the risks of sealing techniques remained uncertain. Sasuke stared at the entirely defenseless Lilith, for the first time feeling utterly at a loss. At that moment, a sudden alert echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Blood Clan's true ancestor, Lilith, and completing the hidden challenge. You have received a premium exchange voucher. Hidden task, the connection between worlds. Task status, incomplete, 2/3. Task reward, none. Task penalty, none. Sasuke paused for a moment, pondering the premium exchange voucher. He raised an eyebrow. This reward indeed piqued his interest. System, open the store. The Mickey's Funhouse store has been opened for you. With this system prompt, a virtual store interface materialized before him. The so-called premium exchange section lived up to its name, displaying items of legendary status, including the Dao Gem, a supreme artifact capable of evolving all things. Sasuke's fingers glided across the interface, and his gaze was suddenly drawn to a particular item, the crow of Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by the technique Shursui. With a mere cooldown period of 1 week. Shursui. His pupils constricted. This was the most powerful illusion technique capable of rewriting one's will without their awareness, and here, the cooldown was only a week. To unleash the strongest illusion merely once a week. This was an existence that could disrupt the balance. With this, he could implant an unwavering suggestion within Lilith's consciousness to compel her obedience, perfectly resolving the current predicament. I will exchange for this. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke selected Uchiha Itachi's crow. Exchange successful. The item has been stored in your warehouse. He glanced down at the unconscious Lilith. At last, he had a means to restrain the Blood Clan true ancestor. Sasuke bent down and effortlessly hoisted the child-sized Lilith onto his shoulder. The little one felt weightless, akin to carrying a fluffy cloud, and he couldn't help but muse inwardly. Being smaller makes her quite light. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the battlefield posed no lingering threats, then formed a seal with his fingertips, and the golden mark of the flying thunder god glimmered faintly. Whoosh! A ripple spread through space, and Sasuke's figure vanished in an instant from the woods. Meanwhile, in the basement, Kaisi was holding a glowing green palm over Lin Feng's arm, healing his wound. The gentle healing energy caused the flesh to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, savoring a moment of tranquility. Bang! With a soft sound, golden lightning erupted suddenly, and Sasuke's figure materialized beside them. Kaisi jumped, her hand trembling, and upon recognizing him, exclaimed, "Sasuke? How did you appear so suddenly?" Her gaze fell upon the small figure on Sasuke's shoulder, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Who is this child? Having never seen Lilith in action, she naturally could not recognize that the diminutive child before her was the infamous Blood Clan true ancestor, mistaking her for a lost child brought back by Sasuke. However, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his previously relaxed brow tightening instantaneously as he attempted to sit up straight. His gaze fixated on the pale strands of hair atop Sasuke's shoulder. Despite the change in size, The ominous aura that had previously caused him to feel apprehensive lingered, unmistakably reminiscent of the being that had injured him and shunned Mo just moments prior. Mr. Linfeng, please don't move. Kaisi hastily pressed down on his shoulder, exclaiming urgently, the wound has just begun to heal. Moving could cause it to reopen. The green healing light flickered with her movements, and indeed, blood began to seep from Linfeng's arm. Yet, he seemed oblivious, his gaze still glued to Lilith. After a considerable time, he finally turned his head slowly, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. With nearly depleted strength, he spoke each word with effort. I never expected you, Sasuke, to truly have defeated that monster. Sasuke glanced down at the motionless Lilith on his shoulder, giving a nonchalant hum, and said nothing further. Kaisi, perplexed, looked at Linfeng's pale face, then back at the sleeping child on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke withdrew his gaze and asked Linfeng, where is Shun Mo? Linfeng took a breath, weakly replying, the situation was too urgent. I teleported him to a location 1 kilometer east. It is relatively safe there. Sasuke nodded, his gaze sweeping over Kaisi. He initially contemplated placing Lilith down for her to help tend to, but reconsidered. This Blood Clan true ancestor was far too dangerous, even unconscious. Who could predict if she might suddenly awaken? It was safer to carry her himself. He adjusted the way he held her and said to both, I will be back shortly. No sooner had he spoken than familiar golden lightning enveloped him, and the mark of the flying thunder god rippled through the space. Kaisi felt a blur before her eyes as Sasuke's figure vanished, leaving only a faint trace of electricity in the air. She blinked, turning to Linfeng, Mr. Linfeng. Who is that child? Linfeng gazed in the direction Sasuke had disappeared, offering a wry smile. A monster. Kaisi concentrated once more on gathering healing light, though her confusion only deepened. Chapter 74. The future is daunting. The light of the flying thunder god appeared in a forest 1 kilometer east, and Sasuke landed steadily. However, the sight before him caused his brow to furrow. The empty forest was devoid of life, save for the rustling of wind through the leaves. His eyes scanned the ground and soon spotted several patches of dark red blood, now half-dried, indicating that a struggle had taken place here. Sasuke's vigilance heightened, his Sharingan spinning within its socket, the crimson tomo swirling rapidly. He abruptly looked up at the sky, sensing a faint wave of abnormal energy hovering at the edge of the clouds. Just as he gathered black flames at his fingertips, preparing to unleash Amaterasu, a white figure slowly descended from the air. The newcomer bore 2 pairs of pristine white wings, clad in a flowing white robe, and a silver mask obscured their face, revealing only a pair of calm, untroubled eyes. A voice devoid of discernible gender resonated in the forest. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Sasuke. Sasuke showed no intention of retracting Amaterasu, coldly retorting, who are you? Did you take Shinemo? The mysterious figure gently shook their head, their tone steady. Mr. Shinemo is currently quite safe. You need not worry. As for me, I wish to propose a transaction. Sasuke scoffed inwardly. It was evident they intended to use Shun Mo as leverage. He subtly activated his Sharingan, preparing to ensnare the figure with an illusion, seemingly anticipating his intent. The mysterious figure spoke first. Mr. Sasuke, what stands before you is merely a puppet. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, his crimson Sharingan narrowing. The mysterious figure continued, their tone unwavering. The existence of this body is akin to a remotely controlled robot. It paused, as if gauging Sasuke's reaction. Thus your ability to control human consciousness will not be effective against this body. You seem to know a great deal about me. Sasuke's voice chilled, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. The other party not only knew of his capabilities, but could accurately predict his actions, which unsettled him. Indeed, the mysterious figure admitted calmly, ever since you set foot in M country, I have been observing you. Sasuke's heart jolted. He had failed to sense their presence with his enhanced perception through the Sharingan. His hand rested on the hilt of his blade, chakra surging around him, clearly ready for combat. We mean no harm. The mysterious figure seemed to sense his hostility and quickly added, merely wishing to trade the Beast King for Shinemo. Beast King? Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted, his grip on the hilt of the blade tightening. Are you from the Anomaly Bureau? The mysterious figure did not respond directly, their gaze beneath the silver mask calm and unperturbed. That is of little consequence. They slightly turned, white wings casting dappled shadows in the forest. 3 days hence, on the 3rd level of the S-class underground city, Tian Kong Chung, we shall await your arrival. As the words faded, the figure's form began to blur, white feathers cascading from beneath their robe. In the blink of an eye, the spot where they once stood was vacated, leaving only a flock of white doves that flapped their wings and soared into the sky, spiraling twice before vanishing into the dense treetops. Sasuke focused on the direction the doves had disappeared, his kaleidoscope Sharingan still spinning rapidly. The Anomaly Bureau of Tian Kong Chung. The chakra at his fingertips gradually dissipated. These individuals not only knew of the Beast King's existence, but were also intimately familiar with his movements. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke turned and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, a flash of gold piercing through the stillness of the forest. In the tavern's basement, L squatted beside a specially designed chair, his fingers darting across the control panel. The childlike Lilith was firmly secured to the chair, energy patterns flowing along the ropes like the rhythm of breathing. This energy threshold should suffice. L wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the pulsating data streams on the control panel, then shook his head. No, I must increase the suppression intensity by another 3%. He reached to press a button, but was halted by Sasuke's hand grasping his wrist. Stop. Sasuke's voice was imbued with an undeniable calmness. These ropes are ineffective against her. L was taken aback and turned to Sasuke. But these are A-class energy-binding ropes. She is a demigod. Sasuke interrupted him, lightly tapping the arm of the chair. If she truly wished to break free, these ropes would be no different from paper. He glanced at the bound Lilith. I will personally oversee her. More effective than any rope. L opened his mouth, ultimately lowering his arm, tightening his grip on the energy probe. All right, though still somewhat uneasy. Sasuke's power left him no room for argument. At that moment, L's gaze inadvertently swept over Sasuke's shoulder, where a pitch-black raven perched. Tilting its head and observing him with obsidian-like eyes, its feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen under the cold light. L swallowed hard, having wanted to ask why Mr. Sasuke was accompanied by a raven. This raven did not appear to be an ordinary one. Its gaze conveyed an indescribable intelligence. However, he opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Perhaps it was merely a pet summoned by Mr. Sasuke. The strong often have peculiar preferences. Kaisi's attention flitted between the raven and Lilith, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Sasuke, what is this raven? Sasuke raised his hand to gently stroke the raven on his shoulder, its black feathers brushing against his fingertips, producing a low, mournful call. The key to restraining her. His tone was flat, his gaze sweeping towards Lilith, who remained unconscious. The childlike Lilith was still engulfed in slumber, her pale eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. Kaisi followed his gaze to Lilith, then turned her attention back to the raven. Apart from its remarkably upright posture, it appeared no different from an ordinary raven. Doubts crept into her mind. Could a mere raven truly restrain a demigod? Yet, recalling Sasuke's previous exploits in single-handedly subduing the legendary true ancestor before her, she thought of how this dark-haired youth always found a way out of dire situations. Kaisi subtly tightened her grip on her skirt. If it were Mr. Sasuke, it must be right. Taking a deep breath, she offered Sasuke a trusting smile. Since it is Mr. Sasuke who says so, there is certainly no issue. Sasuke nodded slightly. Lin Feng's gaze settled on the small figure in the chair. Even though Lilith was currently unconscious and bound with specialized ropes, he felt his heart involuntarily flutter. It was a fear rooted deep within his soul. He could not forget the despair of feeling as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing, everything about to be crushed into oblivion, a sensation still vividly imprinted in his mind. This childlike being before him harbored a terrifying power capable of overturning the very rules. Lin Feng slowly shifted his gaze to Sasuke, a surge of indescribable emotions rising within him, self-deprecating mockery of his own helplessness, mingled with awe at the youth before him. No wonder it is said that the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves forward, while the former dies on the beach. He chuckled bitterly within, his gaze once again drawn to Sasuke's upright silhouette. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Chapter 75. In summary, let us first exchange information. Sasuke broke the silence, his gaze sweeping over the three present. Lin Feng returned to his senses and nodded. Very well. Let us begin with little Kaisi. What is your situation? Kaisi, upon hearing this, lowered her head somewhat bashfully. Let me think. After Mr. Sasuke left, they all surrendered. She paused, her voice dropping a few degrees. I conducted a brief interrogation, but it seems they knew nothing of value. I am sorry. She tightened her grip on her clothing, appearing somewhat dejected. She had hoped to alleviate some pressure from the team, yet gained little in return. It's all right. Sasuke interrupted her self-reproach. Those individuals are merely ordinary members, lacking access to core information. It is quite normal that you could not extract anything substantial. His gaze shifted to the bound Lilith. Moreover, there is at least a cadre-level demigod present here who possesses far greater insight into the cult. L furrowed his brow. That may be true, but what is of greater importance now is who exactly took Mr. Shinamo. Hearing Shinmo's name, a shadow of guilt crossed Lin Feng's face as he spoke in a low voice. I apologize. It was my haste that led to his separate transmission, allowing the enemy to seize the opportunity. Had it not been for his rash decision, Shinmo would not have fallen into peril. No, this cannot be blamed on you. Sasuke's voice rang out, his rare restraint towards Lin Feng evident. Given the circumstances, it was indeed necessary to prioritize Shinmo's safety. He raised his gaze towards the unconscious figure of Lilith. In her state at the time, leaving Shinmo behind would have resulted in his immediate death. Lin Feng fell silent, fully aware of this truth. At that moment, Lilith's overwhelming power was evident to all, not only Shinmo, but even he himself had barely managed to survive. Sasuke suddenly produced a pure white feather from his pocket, the tip still emanating a faint energy fluctuation. Precisely what the mysterious figure had left behind upon their departure. He extended the feather before the others. Does anyone have any knowledge of this? L was the first to lean forward, carefully using tweezers to pick up the feather and place it under the analyzer for examination. The energy reaction of this feather is quite peculiar, unlike the aura of a monster. As he spoke, he summoned a holographic projection from the information database. Countless data streams swirled in the air, the energy spectrum of the feather magnified and dissected, compared against the information in the database one by one. It matches perfectly. A prompt sounded, and a file suddenly popped up in the projection. L stared at the content on the screen, his voice filled with astonishment. This feather appears to belong to the S-class anomaly, Feather King. Sasuke raised his eyes. Is this one of the 4 S-class anomalies from Country M that you mentioned earlier? Indeed. L nodded vigorously, pulling up the profile projection of the Feather King. The ability of the Feather King allows for the growth of pure white wings, and the energy characteristics of this feather completely align with the wings described in the records. The holographic projection revealed a figure with 6 wings sprouting from its back. The pair of wings radiating holy light, identical to the wings of the mysterious figure upon their departure. Sasuke, that person instructed me to venture into the S-rank underground city. Tian Kong Chung. L, upon hearing this, inquired, Tian Kong Chung. Allow me to retrieve the blueprint immediately. As shadows and light danced, a colossal model of a city, suspended amidst the sea of clouds, gradually unfurled before them. Towering spires pierced the cloud cover, and the streets were faintly illuminated by glowing energy veins, rendering the entire city akin to a gem embedded in the celestial tapestry. Originally classified as an S-rank underground city, L pointed to the griffin statue that dominated the central castle within the model, identifying its formidable boss as the Bayou Shurjio. It was rumored to possess the ability to manipulate airflow and incite thunderstorms. However, 3 years prior, Yu Wang had vanquished it and subsequently transformed the entire underground city into his stronghold. Kaisi gazed at the aerial city, which was even grander than the surface fortifications, instinctively covering her mouth. Is it truly feasible to repurpose an underground city as one's own stronghold? The underground cities she had encountered were either ruins overrun by monsters or temporary camps with strictly delineated safe zones. She had never heard of anyone achieving complete dominion over an S-rank underground city. Sasuke lightly tapped his fingers on the table, remaining silent. He recalled the underground city he had previously explored with Shuya, where there indeed existed a human stronghold, Chui Muji. But that was merely a rudimentary camp established on the fringes of a safe zone. The notion of entirely transforming an S-rank underground city into a private domain, akin to Tian Kong Chung, was utterly unprecedented. Sasuke remarked, to my knowledge, boss entities in underground cities regenerate after being vanquished. Does that imply Yu Wang repeatedly defeats the Bayou Shurjio each time it reemerges? It is a fundamental principle of underground cities. Every boss invariably respawns within a fixed cycle, even S-rank ones. L paused, taken aback. I had not observed that detail previously. He retrieved the boss regeneration records for Tian Kong Chung, and lines of data flickered across the holographic display. As the timeline extended, L's brow furrowed deeper until he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. This is peculiar. According to the records, the Bayou Shurjio has not resurrected since being defeated by Yu Wang, which is utterly illogical. Lin Feng sighed. An unexpected situation has arisen. Kaisi, too, wore a troubled expression. Is it conceivable for a boss in an underground city to be permanently eradicated? The group fell silent, pondering how Yu Wang had managed to prevent the Bayou Shurjio from respawning. Should the method behind this revelation come to light, it could potentially upend the entire realm's understanding of underground cities. At that moment, Sasuke's voice shattered the impasse. I believe there is no ambiguity here. All 3 turned to him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sasuke gently tapped the table, calmly analyzing, to ensure that a boss in an underground city cannot respawn. There are only 3 conceivable possibilities. He raised a finger. First, the boss of the underground city could have fled after a failed assault, thereby negating any chance of the boss reappearing. L nodded vigorously. Precisely. This is a rule known to all ability users. The Jingji Mang from the eastern forest escaped to the surface after its defeat, triggering 3 months of beastly chaos. Lin Feng also nodded in agreement. This explanation is the most rational. Sasuke then raised a second finger, his gaze sweeping over the group. As for the second possibility, we currently have a case before us. Do we not? The boy's gaze slowly settled upon Lilith, who was bound to a chair, still trapped in slumber. Her pale cheeks glimmered under the lights, resembling a delicate yet perilous work of art. Elle and Lin Feng exchanged glances, suddenly understanding, their breaths catching in unison. Chapter 76, Hopefully So. Sasuke's implication was unmistakable. Lilith serves as the most compelling evidence. This being, known as the progenitor of the blood kin, essentially possesses sentience akin to that of a boss in an underground city. She not only escaped the confines of the underground city, but also actively aligned herself with the Crimson Sect. Do you mean? L's voice tightened. Is it possible that the Baiyu Shirjiu also possesses intelligence? It was not eradicated, it simply departed the underground city? Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, if the Baiyu Shirjiu possesses intelligence, it could very well negotiate some form of cooperation with Yu Wang. He lifted his gaze to the holographic projection of the suspended Tian Kong Chung. If the boss of the underground city voluntarily vacated its territory, it would naturally not trigger the respawn mechanism. Should a collaboration ensue, Yu Wang could credibly declare a successful defeat. Sasuke added, as for the third possibility, it is indeed as you suggested. Yu Wang may have truly mastered some means of permanently eradicating boss entities in underground cities. Kaisi instinctively glanced at the sleeping Lilith, her eyelashes fluttering. Even Mr. Sasuke could not completely eliminate Lilith. In comparison, the first 2 possibilities seemed far more plausible. Lin Feng concluded, at least for now, it appears that Shou Wang may not have been mistaken. Yu Wang is indeed not allied with the Ability Bureau. After all, Yu Wang has been aware of our movements from the very beginning, yet has not divulged a single word to the Ability Bureau. It seems our stronghold remains secure for the time being. L sighed in relief, only to furrow his brow once more. What should we do next? The trading event at Tian Kong Chung is in 3 days. Before he could finish, all eyes instinctively turned to Sasuke. Following this series of events, the black-haired youth had become the core of the team, with his decisions often serving as the key to resolution. Sasuke lightly brushed the raven feathers on his shoulder. I need some time to wait. He turned his gaze to the unconscious Lilith. Once she awakens, it is imperative to gain control over her. Otherwise, she will remain a ticking time bomb. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, permitting her to remain as is far too dangerous. To be on the safe side, L adjusted his glasses and added, once Mr. Sasuke gains control of Lilith, we should promptly relocate our stronghold. Sasuke nodded in consent. After subduing Lilith, I will dedicate the remaining time to confronting the existing A-rank underground city in M country. Confronting an A-rank underground city? Kaisi's eyes widened in astonishment. However, only 3 days remain until the trading event at Tian Kong Chung. Lin Feng also wore a puzzled expression. This action seemed entirely unrelated to the plan to rescue Shen Mo. Sasuke offered no explanation. Only he understood that each successful defeat of a boss in an underground city yielded rewards. The trading event in 3 days concealed peril, and one must be thoroughly prepared. Seeing that Sasuke was reluctant to elaborate, the others refrained from further questioning. This black-haired youth was perpetually shrouded in countless secrets, and no one could truly fathom his thoughts. Lin Feng concluded, in any case, let us proceed as such. Above the clouds, Tian Kong Chung hovered in the golden sunlight. The spires pierced the sea of clouds, and stained glass windows refracted prismatic holy light, rendering the entire city as if constructed from stardust and flowing clouds. Beneath the dome of the central castle, 6 pairs of pristine wings slowly unfurled, each feather shimmering with a nacreous luster. Silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, the tips brushing against a flowing white silk robe. The woman gradually opened her eyes, her platinum irises seemingly filled with melted moonlight, and as her eyelashes fluttered, they emitted a delicate halo. She sat serenely upon the throne, her half-folded 6 wings resembling a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. Her bare ankles adorned with silver sandals were entwined with a pearl chain that swayed gently with her breath, harmonizing beautifully with the golden cloud patterns embroidered on her robe. The woman lifted her hand, lightly brushing her wings, and where her fingertips grazed, the feathers glimmered with a faint golden radiance. Images from last night surged uncontrollably in her mind, dark red energy tearing through the heavens, black flames consuming the forest. It was undoubtedly a battle of divine magnitude. Her platinum-colored pupils constricted slightly, and the curve at the corner of her lips was suddenly tinged with an unusual warmth. As the most powerful entity among the Banshan, Lilith had awakened her immortal skill upon leaving the underground city, rendering countless adversaries helpless. Yet, such a monster had been defeated by a black-haired youth. The delicate motion of her fingertips brushing against her wings abruptly ceased, and a hint of pink flickered in her platinum eyes. She murmured softly about the boy's physique, her voice like wind chimes shattering in the clouds, yet wrapped in the sweetness of greed. She longed for him. A massive phantom flitted behind her, a silver-white lion's head entwined with an eagle's body, its outstretched wings nearly obscuring half the dome, sharp claws glinting coldly. The woman's pupils constricted, and she suddenly pressed her hand against her temple, clenching her teeth tightly as pain surged through her. The sacred light of the dome became chaotic. The light refracted through stained glass, twisting into grotesque patterns on the ground, echoing the agony in her mind. The sacred flame in the candelabrum flickered violently, casting the angelic visage in the mural into a flickering shadow, revealing an unsettling grimness. Pain surged like a tidal wave, as if two beasts were rending her mind. She huddled her shoulders, her 6 wings taut with agony, the edges of her feathers tinged with an abnormal crimson hue, and the pearl chain around her ankle clashed violently, emitting sharp and hurried sounds. As her breath steadied, she abruptly released her grip, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The droplets slid down her jawline, darkening the satin robe at her waist. She spat disdainfully into the void, her fingertips turning pale from exertion. That wretched creature had once again led her thoughts astray. The griffin phantom had long dissipated, yet the lingering beastly instinct coiled around the edges of her consciousness like creeping vines. The earlier greed for the boy's body was evidently a desire stemming from another existence. At that moment, a figure draped in a crimson robe embroidered with thorny patterns emerged from the shadows of the castle. "Have you been disturbed by that creature again?" he asked, slightly bowing, his voice rasping like sandpaper against decayed wood. "My esteemed Feather King." As the Feather King lifted his gaze, his platinum pupils had regained their icy demeanor, and his 6 wings flapped impatiently, stirring the air and ruffling the edges of the man's robe. "Is there something you need?" His tone was laced with disdain, as if merely looking at the man was an unnecessary burden. The figure in red, however, remained unperturbed. "I merely wish to remind you not to forget our agreement." The Feather King scoffed, his fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest of the throne. One can only hope. Chapter 77, Lilith, Part 1, in the basement. Zuoshu was observing the slumbering Lilith beside him, awaiting the moment of her awakening to unleash the Tianxin. Lilith's thoughts floated amidst a sea of chaos, fragmented images clashing in her mind. A colossal crimson palace loomed in the void, with twisted, blood vessel-like patterns spiraling around the scarlet columns. The obsidian floor reflected a chilling light, with dark red droplets of blood seeping from every crack. Armed ability users entered her line of sight, wielding weapons gleaming with energy. "This is the true progenitor of the Blood Clan. Everyone, be cautious," someone shouted as they unleashed their powers, flames and lightning intertwining to form a protective web. She could scarcely recall how she had acted, only witnessing the crimson energy tear through the luminous net, the screams piercing her ears like shattered glass beads. A wave of pleasure crept up her spine, entwining tightly around her heart. She relished the sound of those ability users wailing in despair, enjoyed watching their once proud powers dissipate into motes of light beneath her claws. She could not discern how many cycles of slaughter had transpired. Lilith curled up in the corner of her consciousness and suddenly discovered a bizarre truth. Since her earliest memories, a cold voice had been echoing in her mind. The voice incessantly urged her, like a curse nailed to her bones, eliminate those intruders who dare enter the underground city. There was no reason, no explanation, only an undeniable command. Had she ever attempted to resist? Not even a trace of rebellion had surfaced. Lilith simply continued to obey, mechanically exterminating the intruding humans, subsequently experiencing the preordained joy that was set within her. Indeed, it felt as if the joy had been programmed into her. She was akin to a machine imbued with a fixed protocol, her core directive being to eliminate those trespassers, with every surge of pleasure from the slaughter aligning precisely with parameters predetermined by the system. When had Lilith become aware of this anomaly? Fragments of memory suddenly coalesced into a vivid image. Another team of ability users had invaded the Crimson Palace to vanquish her. Their powers shone more brilliantly than ever before. Their coordination remarkably seamless, momentarily ensnaring her in a struggle. Yet ultimately, she had torn through their defenses. As the last scream of an ability user faded within the palace, Lilith stood amidst the wreckage, but the familiar sensation of joy failed to materialize. It was then that she realized this was her first occasion vanquishing all who dared challenge her. Previously, even when she had wreaked havoc upon humanity, she would invariably be thwarted by the prepared humans employing special means, only to awaken anew in a corner of the palace, awaiting the arrival of the next batch of intruders. But this time, humanity had failed in their quest. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, an invisible restraint within her seemed to shatter. Her only thought was to escape from this cursed underground city that had imprisoned her. In that instant, Lilith felt an emotion beyond the confines of her programming. For the very first time, confusion. She lifted her foot, and as she pushed open the last stone door engraved with Blood Clan runes, blinding light surged forth. The humans outside were evidently unprepared for such a turn of events. Those ability users stationed at the entrance of the underground city wore expressions of shock, their weapons still held in a defensive posture. It's the true progenitor of the Blood Clan. How could she emerge? Someone screamed in disbelief. Could it be that the lords have failed in their assault on the underground city? Hurry, eliminate the Blood Clan progenitor here, or we will all perish. In the next moment, several beams of energy shot towards Lilith simultaneously. Still trapped in the bewilderment of her escape from the cage, she did not react. Merely watching as the attack struck her, the searing pain penetrated her skin but did not harm her. For her, Ban Shun, form was sufficient to withstand these ordinary ability users' assaults. As the final ice shard shattered upon her shoulder, Lilith finally regained her senses. Her crimson pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, the once boisterous ability users were reduced to mere fragments, blood pooling at the exit like a winding stream. The familiar sensation of joy resurfaced once more. This was the bloodthirsty instinct inscribed in the lineage of the Blood Clan. Yet this time, that impulse was swiftly suppressed by an unfamiliar emotion. A scorching sensation radiated from above her, and as Lilith looked up, she beheld a colossal fireball suspended in the sky, its brilliance forcing her to squint. The sun, she murmured unconsciously, a term gleaned from the fragmented memories of the invaders. A breeze wafted from afar, carrying the scents of grass and earth, a stark contrast to the eternal bloodshed and decay of the underground city. She inhaled deeply. The fresh air surged into her nostrils, inducing a slight dizziness. So this is the outside world. There were neither cold commands nor obligatory slaughter protocols, only blinding sunlight and freely flowing winds. Lilith stood at the intersection of blood and light, suddenly uncertain of her path. At last, I have found you, progenitor of the Blood Clan. Accompanied by a furious shout, 3 figures descended nearby, the S-class superhumans who had come in response to the news. They were evidently well prepared, launching a coordinated assault that instantly enveloped Lilith. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she unleashed a surge of crimson energy, clashing with their attacks and producing a deafening roar. In the midst of the fierce battle, she harnessed her formidable prowess as a demigod to retaliate fiercely, ultimately slaying 3 of the S-class superhumans. However, the remaining foes exhibited an increasingly harmonious synergy, their techniques growing more ruthless, causing Lilith to gradually feel overwhelmed, and she ultimately succumbed. As her consciousness faded, she sensed her body plummeting. And when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in that familiar blood-red palace. She had not escaped the confines of the underground city. Yet this time, unlike her previous disorientation, a flicker of wisdom illuminated her mind. She clearly recognized that a voice had been subtly urging her to kill humans within the underground city. A voice that felt like an invisible shackle, constraining her thoughts. Only during her brief moments outside the underground city could she escape its influence, allowing her the opportunity for independent thought, to feel the warmth of the sun, and to breathe fresh air. Over time, Lilith began to ponder the origin of that voice. A notion arose within her. Perhaps it was the voice of her mother, the very essence of the underground city. She felt akin to a child of the underground city, unable to resist her mother's commands, passively following the directives of slaughter. However, this time, a different desire blossomed within her. Crouched in a corner of the palace, a glimmer of determination flickered in her crimson eyes. She could not remain forever imprisoned. She must wait for the next opportunity to exit the underground city, to truly experience the world outside, to seize her own destiny. Days flowed slowly in the silence of the blood-red palace until that fateful day when another group of hunters invaded. Lilith hardly exerted any effort to annihilate them all. As the last breath of life faded, the familiar sensation of liberation washed over her. She had regained the right to leave the underground city. Joy arrived as anticipated. Yet confusion swiftly ensnared her thoughts. This group of hunters exhibited glaringly inadequate combat prowess, their coordination laughably clumsy, their attacks full of flaws. As though they had come solely to meet their demise. Why? Lilith murmured to herself, her crimson eyes filled with perplexity. Just then, a scarlet figure appeared abruptly in the center of the palace, its robe adorned with thorny patterns that flickered in the bloodlight. Honorable progenitor of the Blood Clan. Congratulations on once again obtaining the right to leave the underground city. Lilith's fingertips coalesced dark red energy. However, she did not strike immediately. She sensed no trace of autonomous consciousness from the figure before her, perceiving it more as a puppet controlled by strings. I feel fortunate that you did not kill me at first sight. The puppet suddenly laughed, its laughter emanating from a manipulated throat, sounding eerily strange. It seems you have already realized that you are bound by the underground city, or rather, by the mother you speak of. Silence. Lilith furrowed her brows fiercely, disliking the sensation of being seen through. An invisible pressure surged forth, causing the puppet to erupt with numerous wounds, its robe instantly deepening in hue. Yet the puppet appeared impervious to pain, maintaining its bizarre smile. Honorable progenitor, while this body may be inconsequential, should it be damaged now, you might lose the chance to uncover many truths. It raised its head, its hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing at Lilith. For instance, the hunters who deliberately sacrificed themselves. Why the underground city seeks to bind you, and how to completely rid yourself of these shackles. Lilith's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon her. Those individuals were arranged by you to meet their end. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. She regarded the puppet before her, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her crimson eyes. The figure did not deny it, responding with a calm demeanor. Indeed, progenitor. What is your purpose in this? Lilith inquired coldly, her fingertips' dark red energy intensifying, ready to launch another attack at any moment. The figure retained its eerie smile. I merely wish to propose a collaboration with you. We can assist you in obtaining a legitimate identity within human society while helping you uncover the secrets of why the underground city binds you. Lilith scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. You think you can comprehend the underground city? In her eyes, the humans before her appeared pitifully weak. She preferred to negotiate only with those she deemed worthy. The figure seemed to sense Lilith's skepticism and quickly added, I will validate this for you. No sooner had the words left its lips than Lilith felt something within the figure rapidly merging. To her astonishment, the figure began to twist, expanding. Its skin tearing open to reveal hard scales, its limbs growing robust and powerful, ultimately transforming into a grotesque monster. A human transformed into a monster? How could this be? Lilith's mind was awash with disbelief. At that moment, another scarlet figure materialized beside the monster, respectfully addressing Lilith. Honorable progenitor. Transforming humans into monsters is the progress of our current research. I wonder if this would pique your interest in our organization? Lilith remained silent, her crimson eyes fixed intently on the monster. She could not deny that the ability to transform humans into monsters was indeed shocking, exceeding her understanding of human capabilities. Seeing Lilith's lack of rejection, the figure's smile deepened. We now hope you will assist us in killing this monster. It has lost all reason. Without a moment's hesitation, Lilith waved her arm gently, a razor-sharp blood blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed at the monster. The creature seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to react, but the speed of the blood blade was simply too swift before it could emit a roar. Its body was cleaved in two. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground of the blood-red palace, merging with the existing stains. The two severed halves of the monster thudded heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling completely still, dead on the spot. Honorable progenitor, your power is intoxicating. The figure stepped forward, a look of reverence on its face, its tone imbued with flattery. Lilith cast a glance at him, her voice icy. There is no need for flattery here. She had no interest in such insincere compliments. Her attention remained fixated on the bizarre transformation she had just witnessed. The ability to turn humans into monsters was not an ordinary power. Perhaps these humans truly possessed the capability to help her unravel the mysteries of the underground city. After a moment's hesitation, Lilith inquired, "What is the name of your organization?" Upon hearing this, a knowing smile spread across the figure's face. The implication of Lilith's question was unmistakable. He bowed slightly, respectfully replying, Our organization is called the Crimson Sect. Honored progenitor, we welcome your joining. In your esteemed position, and with your remarkable prowess, you shall directly ascend to the role of high priest within our sect. Lilith, however, remained indifferent to this prospect, viewing both the titles of priest and leader as mere trifles of little consequence. What truly captivated her interest was the enigmatic nature of the dungeon that had both imprisoned and nurtured her. With a chilling demeanor, she declared, "These titles hold no significance for me. I join your ranks solely to uncover the secrets of the dungeon. Should you fail in this endeavor, you shall bear the consequences." The man's smile remained unwavering as he assured her, "Rest assured, revered ancestor, we shall exert our utmost efforts to illuminate all your uncertainties." Without delay, he gestured for her to follow him through a concealed passage, evading the supernatural guardian stationed at the entrance. Yet, Lilith stood her ground, raising her chin slightly, her tone laced with disdain. "This is my palace. Why should I not exit through the main entrance?" Within this blood-red palace, she was the unequivocal sovereign, and there was no need for her to slink away like a coward. The man hesitated momentarily before quickly responding, "It was my oversight. I shall defer entirely to your wishes, revered ancestor." Lilith dismissed him and strode purposefully toward the grand entrance. As she walked, the heavy stone door began to creak open, allowing the blinding sunlight to pour in once more. The supernatural being stationed at the threshold fell into a state of panic upon witnessing Lilith emerge through the main entrance, prompting them to launch an immediate assault. Lilith's gaze turned icy, and a crimson energy erupted around her. In that moment, she felt her strength surging to unprecedented heights, an extraordinary sensation spreading within her as she acquired a newfound ability, immortality. Empowered by this force, she became increasingly unrestrained, the blood blades forming at her fingertips resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping lives. Soon, the entrance transformed into a sea of blood once more, as she incited yet another tempest of carnage. After vanquishing all obstacles, Lilith stepped into the sunlight, reveling in the warmth that enveloped her, intoxicating her senses. She softly proclaimed, "Lilith, that is my name." This was a name she had chosen for herself, an identity that belonged solely to her. No longer merely the creature bound by the dungeon and referred to as the bloodline ancestor. She had no desire for an unsatisfactory conclusion. She wished to complete this tale. Chapter 79. Rebirth. In the months following her departure from the dungeon, Lilith indeed honored her commitment, serving as a priestess within the Crimson Sect. Her residence was arranged at one of the sect's outposts, where she daily observed the experimental subjects steeped in nutrient solutions. Human torsos were grafted with monstrous limbs, wings coexisting grotesquely with beastly claws, while the anguished howls that occasionally pierced the air were muffled into indistinct whimpers by the heavy stone walls. "Revered ancestor, the northern outpost is under siege by supernatural beings. We implore you to intervene," pleaded a messenger clad in a crimson robe, kneeling before her with his head pressed against the cold ground. This was the third such request this month, each accompanied by distinct casualty reports and a similar tone of supplication. Lilith merely cast a detached glance in his direction and uttered, "Leave." The messenger froze momentarily, yet dared not speak further. It was known throughout the sect that this newly appointed high priestess never took action, even in the face of crises that could destabilize the very foundation of the sect. Her refusal was not born of compassion. During a previous purge of traitors, when a traitor's heart was crushed in her palm, that familiar joy, stemming from her bloodline's instincts, surged within her once more. In that moment, she understood that it was not the act of killing she abhorred, but rather this instinctual response ingrained in her very essence. Akin to the time she had been manipulated by the dungeon to commit slaughter. Why must her emotions be preordained? Why must even her joy adhere to some unfathomable rule? Henceforth, Lilith maintained a delicate distance from the affairs of the sect. She neither obstructed their frenzied plans nor engaged in them, observing like a detached spectator in a private box, coldly watching the bloody spectacle unfold on stage. Her daily routine consisted of sitting atop a platform, perusing experimental records. Subject number 73 has undergone a second mutation. The researchers' reports echoed fervently, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism, as if they were discussing not lives, but merely components awaiting adjustment. Lilith sat in the shadows, her crimson pupils reflecting the distorted light within the incubation chamber. The longer she remained, the more she was convinced that this sect was filled with madmen, and that mysterious leader, always adorned in a red robe with golden trim, stood out as the foremost among them. "Behold this claw." The leader's voice, rough like sandpaper against a copper bell, resonated as he paced before the experiment table, holding up a beastly claw exuding an eerie blue hue, the perfect creation birthed from the dungeon. every inch infused with divine intent. Lilith sat aloof atop her platform, coldly observing as he pressed the griffin claw against his forehead, as if performing some sacred rite. These monsters were messengers of the divine, the pinnacle of evolution. Suddenly, the leader turned, his crimson robe billowing in the air, proclaiming, "Only the dungeon is the true sanctuary." Lilith's fingertips tightened slightly. Messengers of the divine. She had slaughtered countless supernatural beings within the blood-red palace. The warm blood splattering across her face only made her feel like a precisely functioning killing machine. If there were indeed deities, how could they create a messenger as imprisoned as she? Humans were undeniably frail, like flickering candle flames in the wind. Yet at least those humans could cry and laugh, striving with all their might to survive. While she was subjected to the manipulation of some invisible rule, even in her moments of joy, Lilith surveyed the fervent believers before her. Uncertain of the origins of their leader's faith, yet it mattered little to her. What did it matter if they were mad? As long as she could unveil the secrets of the dungeon, she would not hesitate to plunge into the abyss alongside the entire sect. In the ensuing months, Lilith's life acquired hues of novelty. By day, she continued to sit atop her platform, sifting through experimental reports. By night, she occasionally ventured into human cities in search of what they called snacks. Upon tasting strawberry-flavored hard candy for the first time, she nearly crushed the transparent wrapper. The explosion of sweet and sour juice on her tongue was far more intoxicating than the thrill of tearing an adversary's throat. This pure joy, unshackled by any rules, became one of her few sources of appreciation for human society. She began to experiment with various snacks, ice cream, chips. Just as Lilith believed these days would linger, the alarm of the outpost suddenly shattered the tranquility one afternoon. A dark-haired youth invaded the outpost, and Lilith sensed that his power might be immeasurable. Her first instinct was to abandon the outpost immediately. After all, what was it worth to risk her life for such a meager salary? To her, this dilapidated outpost was of little consequence to her. After effortlessly dispatching S-rank supernatural beings Lin Feng and Shun Mo, Lilith swiftly turned to flee. Yet, she never anticipated that the dark-haired youth would relentlessly pursue her. Enraged, a battle erupted between the two. Lilith summoned her full strength, conjuring 3 demigod-level Bat Kings. Believing she could easily dispatch her opponent, yet the youth's might exceeded her expectations. Just as the youth found himself in dire straits, he summoned a beast with 9 tails, merging it with the purple giant. Before her stood a creature, a grotesque fusion of beings, wielding a long blade. With a single stroke, it obliterated her 3 demigod-level Bat Kings. Lilith's heart sank with terror, realizing she was no match for this foe. Without hesitation, she invoked the world to halt time and turned to flee in a frenzy. Yet, despite this, the youth relentlessly pursued her. What shattered her resolve even further was when he seized her, unleashing a flurry of skills against her back. Her silken attire had already been torn to shreds in previous encounters, leaving her alabaster back completely exposed to the air. The assailant exhibited no mercy, attacking her with a ferocity akin to that of a Sigma male. She endured the assault for what felt like an eternity before her spirit finally fractured, her vision fading to white as she lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment of descent into oblivion, Lilith's last memory was of the excruciating pain that erupted from her back. There was no icy floor, no warmth of blood, only a chaotic void of white. She attempted to wiggle her fingers, but felt nothing of her corporeal form, as if her very soul had been extracted and suspended in a vacuum. Immortal, she murmured to herself, the word echoing like a stone cast into an abyss. Devoid of response, the skill of immortal, as a demigod, should have allowed her to reconstruct her body from any fatal injury. Yet the sensation of nothingness felt so tangible that it led her to question whether she had been utterly erased. What methods had that dark-haired youth employed? Suddenly, Lilith laughed, a bitter ripple coursing through her consciousness. She cared little for death itself. Since her inception, she had cycled through slaughter and rebirth. Death was merely a different mode of existence. Must she return once more? Back to that crimson palace, back to the cycle governed by the underground city? Those fleeting shards of freedom were merely borrowed moments of light. How many more cycles must she endure? How many more invasions must she massacre? Chapter 80. Interrogation. Lilith struggled to open her eyes amidst the chaos. Instead of the anticipated vaulted ceiling of the Crimson Palace, her gaze fell upon a pair of scarlet irises, those of the dark-haired youth, whose eyes bore the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Her heart tightened suddenly. She barely had time to summon the dark red energy within her before she felt the whisper of wings brushing past her shoulder. A crow perched upon the youth's arm turned its head, its obsidian eyes locking onto her crimson pupils. Without warning, without the chance to resist, An invisible force surged into her consciousness, more peculiar than the mental bindings of other psychics. Lilith felt the scarlet Sharingan before her expand infinitely, consuming all light. And her newly coalescing awareness was once again cast into the void. As Sasuke regarded Lilith's rigid profile, her crimson pupils lost all focus. Her mouth frozen in a stupor, as if she were a marionette from which the soul had been extracted. To be candid, at the moment he activated the Kodoame Tsukumi, he had not felt entirely assured. Despite her weakened aura, the shell of a demigod still radiated a faint pressure. Such a being's mental defenses were not to be compared with those of ordinary psychics. He had even prepared for the possibility of Kodoame Tsukumi failing. In hindsight, he had worried unnecessarily. Sasuke raised his hand, the crow alighting on his forearm, its obsidian eyes seemingly awaiting a command. Observing Lilith's vacant expression, he deduced that since Kodoame Tsukumi had taken effect, the subsequent plan could proceed methodically. Is this sufficient? Lin Feng questioned, somewhat incredulous. Kathy covered her mouth in disbelief. I can't believe this is the progenitor of the blood clan capable of summoning Bat Kings. Sasuke did not turn around. Kodoame Tsukumi is the most formidable illusion. He crouched to meet Lilith's gaze. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from harming us in any form, whether actively or passively. Lilith's eyelashes fluttered, her pupils still shrouded in a misty haze of crimson. You are also prohibited from disobeying any of my commands, Sasuke added, gently tapping her forehead with his fingertip. If you comprehend, nod. Lilith's neck moved slightly. Sasuke observed her nodding action. This should suffice. The next moment, the mist in Lilith's eyes gradually dissipated, her crimson pupils regaining focus. She blinked, her gaze sweeping across the four before her. The dark-haired youth, the man wielding a katana, the woman with a gun, and the girl holding a staff. The unfamiliar ceiling, the alien atmosphere, yet absent was the signature red of the Crimson Palace. This was not her palace? An epiphany struck her mind. I am not dead. Her heart raced wildly, dark red energy coalescing in her palm, ignited by her instinct as a warrior of the Blood Clan. Do not move. Lin Feng's katana slid from its sheath, glinting coldly against Lilith's face. L aimed his gun steadily at her forehead, while Kathy's staff emitted a soft blue glow, the air thickening with the vibrations of a defensive barrier. In that instant of heightened vigilance, the energy in Lilith's palm suddenly dispersed like a bubble punctured. She was taken aback. Why had she just retracted her abilities? Confusion enveloped her mind as she attempted once more to summon energy. However, the moment a red glow began to shimmer at her fingertips, a sharp pain pierced her temple, blurring her consciousness anew. When clarity returned, her palm was empty. What is happening? Lilith murmured, her fingertips trembling slightly. Each attempt to harness her abilities was thwarted by an intangible force that extinguished her will, compelling her to relinquish her intent in a daze. It felt as though an invisible thread tightened around her every time she sought to break free. She looked up at the dark-haired youth, who regarded her with his calm, scarlet Sharingan, having anticipated all of this. There is no need to struggle, Sasuke asserted with an undeniable certainty. You have already fallen victim to my illusion. Whether in illusion or reality, you have lost. Lilith clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. This cannot be. Her voice trembled with disbelief, her crimson pupils widening in shock. The most powerful existence among demigods, the progenitor of the Blood Clan, could not possibly be controlled by mere illusion. This was sheer madness. She had withstood the onslaught of S-class psychics. The mental attacks that humans prided themselves on had always crumbled before her. Yet, the sensation of dissipating energy within her palm, the persistent pain in her temple, and the strange self-suppression that accompanied every attempt to resist, all of it relentlessly contradicted her pride. Lin Feng sheathed his katana. L slowly lowered his gun, and the blue light atop Kathy's staff dimmed. They all recognized that Lilith had indeed lost her capacity to resist. Lilith stared into Sasuke's scarlet kaleidoscope, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. The truth struck her like a cold iron hammer, shattering her pride. She had fallen, defeated by the illusion of a mere human boy, utterly powerless to retaliate. Sasuke sighed and turned to Lin Feng. The interrogation is in your hands. Is 1 hour sufficient? That will suffice, Lin Feng replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at the still rigid Lilith. I happen to have some inquiries regarding the Scarlet Sect. Agreed. Sasuke nodded, gently tapping Lilith's head once more. After 1 hour, I will take her to confront the A-level underground city. With only a day and a half left until the transaction with the Psychic Association, I must act swiftly. Lilith stood motionless, her crimson pupils reflecting the figures of a few individuals engaged in conversation. She heard the interrogation, the mention of the underground city, and the dealings. yet it felt as though separated by a thick pane of glass. The shackles of illusion firmly bound her consciousness. Any rebellious thoughts that dared to surface were swiftly crushed, leaving only a vacant acceptance of commands. Lin Feng stepped forward, his gaze landing on Lilith, and suddenly paused. The once formidable progenitor of the Blood Clan had shrunk into a diminutive form, resembling a young girl. A stark contrast to the earlier monstrous being capable of crushing an ability user with bare hands. Lin Feng could hardly contain his surprise. Who would have thought that one day he would be interrogating such a creature? Lilith's crimson pupils trembled. Her body seemed nailed to the spot, lacking even the strength to frown. Lin Feng stifled his amusement and retrieved a recorder from his waist, pressing the switch. The first question arose. He crouched down, aligning his gaze with Lilith's, his tone suddenly serious. What exactly is the organization known as the Scarlet Sect? Chapter 81. Do you have any proposals? An hour later, at the entrance of an A-grade underground city on the border of Country M. The setting sun elongated the shadow of the watchtower, while guards patrolled the defensive structures. Change of duty. A hoarse command emanated from the loudspeaker as two teams of guards exchanged places. At that moment, two figures clad in black robes appeared silently, their hoods pulled low, revealing only a glimpse of silver strands of hair from one. Naturally, it was Sasuke and Lilith. Sasuke glanced ahead at the entrance, exuding a chilling aura, matching the descriptions provided in the intel regarding the A-grade underground city. He turned to look at Lilith, who, despite her lowered head, revealed her state through her slightly trembling shoulders, indicating she had yet to fully accept the fact that she was under the control of an illusion. Sasuke understood that, given his abilities, conquering this A-grade underground city alone would not prove difficult, as he originally intended to act independently. However, considering Lilith's demigod constitution and her seemingly endless abilities, he felt a surge of concern. What if, during his absence, she awakened some new skill that could render her immune to other gods? All his prior efforts would be in vain. Keeping her by his side, though troublesome, would maximize safety. Let us go, Sasuke murmured, leading the way towards the entrance of the underground city. Instinctively, Lilith attempted to retreat, yet her ankles felt as though tethered by invisible strings, compelling her to follow. The illusion cast by the otherworldly deity functioned like the most intricate of shackles, firmly imprisoning all thoughts of resistance. She pressed her forehead with her palms, her nails nearly embedding into her scalp. Must she temporarily submit to this human? Human, how do you intend to enter? Lilith gritted her teeth and inquired, her gaze sweeping over the layered defense net at the entrance, where guards wielded heavy weaponry. Sasuke did not look back, his stride unwavering as he advanced directly towards the main gate. Lilith's expression tightened instantly. Could it be? This human intends to stroll right in without a care? Hey, who are you? The guards atop the watchtower finally detected something amiss, and a warning blared through the loudspeaker. Halt and submit to inspection. Sasuke remained unresponsive. In the next moment, a dazzling purple chakra erupted around him, a colossal ethereal figure gradually taking shape behind him, its shoulder spikes piercing the clouds, while an arm wielding a long blade obscured the sunlight. Susanoo. What is that? The guards gasped in disbelief, their weapons clattering to the ground as they beheld the towering purple giant, their pupils reflecting sheer terror. Sasuke stood at the core of Susanoo, his icy gaze penetrating the mask, staring into the depths of the underground city. This was his answer. Fire. Open fire. The watchtower commander's frantic screams pierced through the chaos, the thunderous roar of heavy machine guns instantly tearing through the air. Bullets rained down upon Susanoo's purple form like a torrential downpour, yet not even a spark was ignited, all deflected by the flowing chakra, clattering to the ground. The guards' expressions shifted from terror to despair, their fingers trembling on the triggers. Lilith stood beside Sasuke, observing the futile struggles of the humans, initially intending to remain a detached spectator. However, in the next instant, a strong instinct to protect surged through her consciousness, a command inscribed by the otherworldly deity, urging her to safeguard the dark-haired youth before her. Dark red energy abruptly coalesced in her palm, murderous intent surging in her crimson pupils as she locked onto the shouting commander atop the watchtower. To snatch away these insignificant lives was but a mere gesture for her. Stop. Sasuke quickly interrupted her actions. Lilith's movements froze abruptly, the energy in her palm wavering violently between command and instinct. Just incapacitate them. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the underground city. This time, it was a self-initiated conquest, and there was no need to involve the innocent. He understood that these guards were merely fulfilling their duties, not enemies like the Scarlet Sect. Lilith gritted her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palm. Yet the shackles of illusion firmly held her consciousness captive, leaving her with no choice but to comply, altering the nature of her energy. Dark red energy beams cut through the air, precisely striking the guards' necks. The roar of the heavy machine guns ceased abruptly, and the guards slumped to the ground one after another, succumbing to slumber. The entrance fell into silence, save for the heavy breaths of Susanoo and the distant howling of the wind against the defensive structures. Sasuke stepped into the underground city, with Lilith still being pulled by an unseen force, following closely behind him. The dim corridor was permeated with a damp, metallic scent. The cold green of luminescent moss occasionally flickering across the rocky walls, casting their shadows long and short. Lilith surveyed the winding paths around them, the stench of low-tier monsters lingering in the air. Given their combined strength, conquering such an A-grade underground city was indeed not a formidable task. However, this place resembled a labyrinth. Traversing the main passage alone would likely consume considerable time. She glanced at the black-haired youth ahead, who was probing the flow of energy with his Sharingan, his pace unwavering. Human, Lilith could not help but speak, her voice echoing faintly in the corridor. What benefit do you gain from conquering this underground city? Sasuke continued onward, his profile illuminated in the glow. You can obtain 10 lottery tickets. Lilith was momentarily taken aback, her crimson pupils filled with confusion. Lottery tickets? What are those? How do they relate to conquering an underground city? What nonsense is this fellow spouting? She watched as Sasuke's figure gradually turned around the corner ahead, hastily quickening her steps, the hem of her black robe sweeping over the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. Hey, human, Lilith's voice bore a hint of impatience. Although I have no idea what those lottery tickets are, at our current pace, we could conquer at most 3 A-grade underground cities in a day. Sasuke halted at her words, turning to face Lilith. The white-haired girl before him appeared slightly taller than before, her formerly loose black robe now outlining her slender shoulders, though still bearing a hint of childishness. She had transitioned from a young girl into a budding young woman. Was her energy gradually recovering? Sasuke's fingers twitched slightly, and the system informed him that the shackles of illusion remained firmly embedded deep within her consciousness, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, he raised his gaze to Lilith, his tone calm. Do you have any proposals? Shall we split up and act independently? Chapter 82. The spirit binding pressure. The damp currents of air carried the scent of decaying stone as they flowed slowly through the winding passage. Lilith's fingers, which hung at her side, curled slightly, her keen vampiric senses allowing her to distinctly capture the steady rhythm of the youth's breathing nearby, intensifying the agitation within her. A faint smile curved her lips, akin to a night-blooming cereus that blossoms quietly only to vanish in an instant. If we act separately, our efficiency could potentially double. At the moment her words fell, she sensed Sasuke's footsteps falter for half a second. Lowering her gaze, she resolved that as long as she could evade human sight, even if only by a minuscule chance, she would endeavor to unravel that accursed illusion. Sasuke, observing the unmasked anticipation in her eyes, narrowed his Sharingan slightly, swiftly discerning her intent. Did she wish to seize an opportunity to escape the control of the half-god while they acted separately? He shook his head slowly, his dark locks swaying gently with the motion. Lilith's suggestion was indeed tempting. Splitting up to explore the dungeon could save them half the time, perhaps even expedite their search for the boss. However, his primary objective in assaulting the dungeon was to reap the substantial rewards at the conclusion of the quest. Should they act separately, even if Lilith managed to slay the boss, he would not receive that coveted 10-draw lottery ticket. More importantly, he could not grant this demigod any possibility of escape. No, he declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation, as if stating an established fact. They must act together. The smile on Lilith's face froze instantly, like a lake suddenly encased in ice, swiftly morphing into evident displeasure. She lifted her head, a flicker of ire flashing in her crimson pupils. Human, you are wasting time. This labyrinthine dungeon is notorious for its complex routes and barriers that obstruct sensory perception. Sasuke offered no further response, instead turning to continue down the winding passage. His black cloak swayed slightly in the damp air, merging with the surrounding darkness like a silent shadow. Lilith fixed her gaze on his retreating figure, her vampiric sensitivity to beauty compelling her to acknowledge that the side profile of this dark-haired youth was indeed striking. Yet this realization only fueled her irritation. What pretense was this? He merely relied on the illusion to temporarily ensnare her. Once she discovered the means to break it, she would ensure this arrogant human tasted the bitterness of eternal confinement. She silently scoffed, her steps unconsciously following. Her peripheral vision swept over the continually branching paths. This was the famed labyrinthine dungeon, the shadow corridor, capable of shielding all sensory abilities. Indeed, She felt her vampiric instincts growing dull, as if swathed in a thick layer of cotton. Those once keen nerves that could sense the flutter of insects hundreds of meters away now failed to detect even the slightest movement in the adjacent passage. Surely, that youth's Sharingan and so-called Sage Mode were equally ineffective. If they continued to grope about like this, finding the boss would likely take until dawn. By then, they would not only have to contend with the boss, but also with the myriad of monsters that grew more formidable with the encroaching night. Just as she pondered this, Sasuke suddenly halted, closing his eyes to concentrate for a moment. His brow furrowed, as if sensing or confirming something. He too was unable to utilize his abilities. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through Lilith. In the next moment, Sasuke raised his hand, tracing through the air, and a pale blue system panel unfolded before him. He tapped with his fingertip, opening the option labeled Spirit Repository. Instantly, 4 clear icons appeared on the panel, one indicating Kyuubi, tamed, followed by 3 unfamiliar names, Manda, Gamabunta, and Rhinos, all marked as untamed. These summons had been acquired from his previous Tindral lottery. System, release all summons, he commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than the air before him erupted with violent ripples, as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. The distortion of space compelled Lilith to instinctively retreat a step, her vampiric instincts warning her of imminent danger. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to shatter rock, erupted forth. This was the chakra of the tailed beasts, exuding an aura of annihilation that made the entire passage tremble slightly. As the fox head of Kyuubi emerged from the ripples, the passage quaked violently. Its 9 fluffy tails swept across the stone walls, instantly reducing the hard boulders to crumbs. Debris and dust cascading down to the ground with a cacophony of noise. It surveyed its surroundings with haughty disdain, each breath stirring up a gale that sent dust swirling throughout the passage. Lilith's scarlet pupils contracted sharply. Wait, what was this creature doing? Was it not searching for a path, but rather intending to demolish the entire labyrinth? Before she could fully process this thought, Kyuubi was already gathering a black-red-tailed beast ball in its maw. The swirling energy sphere emitted a destructive force, warping the air around it. You are insane, Lilith exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, brilliance tore through the darkness, the tailed beast ball shooting forth with the precision of a cannonball in all directions. The continuous sound of explosive detonations echoed deep within the maze, the thunderous crashes of collapsing stone walls resonating painfully in their ears, as if countless thunderclaps were erupting nearby. Manda's serpentine eyes glimmered with greed as it coiled around a shattered stone pillar, its massive form crushing it to dust, its tail sweeping aside half the passage. Gamabunta, wielding a katana, sliced through the stone walls, while Rhinos charged fiercely against the remaining barriers with its spiked head. The 4 summoned beings' energies clashed and intertwined amidst the ruins. Kyuubi's chakra surging like a tsunami, bearing down with overwhelming authority. Lilith gazed at the scene before her, her exquisite face etched with astonishment. Dust settled upon her silvery hair, yet she remained oblivious. This was no search for a path. It was a brutish effort to transform the entire labyrinth into an open plaza. She turned to look at Sasuke, but he displayed no signs of disturbance. Are you out of your mind? Lilith's voice trembled with disbelief. How could one conduct an assault on a dungeon in such a manner? Throughout history, dungeon assaults required careful planning, unraveling traps, identifying weaknesses, and formulating strategies, all steps of paramount importance. The notion of directly demolishing an entire dungeon was utterly unprecedented. The youth remained silent. Why bother with such intricacies? Just utilize the spirit-binding pressure. Sasuke's gaze swept over the ruins laid bare by Kyuubi, realizing that this method was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. During his last dungeon assault, he had similarly employed his complete Susanoo to obliterate the dungeon itself. Since then, he understood that regardless of how intricate the dungeon's mechanisms may be, its foundation remained a tangible entity susceptible to destruction. Since perception can be obscured, why not dismantle the labyrinth in the most straightforward manner? It is time-efficient and highly effective. What is there to lose? Having attempted it once, Suashu finally spoke, his tone as unremarkable as if he were discussing the weather today, and it proved effective. Lily C was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his nonchalant demeanor, and suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The Nine Tails unleashed its tailed beast bomb, shattering a section of the rock wall, revealing a vast nest shimmering with eerie light behind it. A heavy breathing sound emanated from the depths, as if a slumbering boss was awakening. Clearly, this brutal method had indeed roused something hidden deep within. It was utterly incomprehensible, Lily C muttered under her breath, her tone laced with a trace of barely perceptible helplessness. She had to admit, the efficiency of this approach was astonishing. What might have taken an entire day to locate the boss now lay exposed before them in an instant. Chapter 83. Rapid Conquest. It seemed the boss was about to emerge. In the shadows of the cave's depths, stones clattered to the ground. A moss-covered statue slowly moved its stone legs, its joints creaking. It could no longer recall how many years it had stood guard in this labyrinth, only remembering that the despairing cries of Esper at the crossroads served as its clock-in signal. Humans always behaved this way. It was only when they were on the brink of mental collapse within the maze that they would notice the inconspicuous statue lurking in the corner. Just when they thought it was merely an ordinary stone and let down their guard, it would suddenly raise its stone fist, crushing bones amidst their terrified screams. Delighting in the eerie laughter that followed, this had been its unchanging amusement for centuries. However, today's commotion was excessively loud. As the statue stepped out of the cave, it was assaulted by a cloud of dust, causing it to cough. Its hoarse voice echoed in the emptiness. What on earth is happening? Is it a demolition? Before it could finish, it raised its eyes to see a colossal red fox squatting atop the ruins, its 9 tails sweeping through the air, each movement sending a cascade of debris raining down. The fox's head hung low, its slit pupils coldly fixated on the statue. The breath it exhaled sending tremors through the ground. The statue's mouth remained agape, the latter half of its complaint caught in its throat, its entire body freezing in place. The only sound that remained in the air was the rustling of the 9 tails sweeping through the ruins. The statue thought to itself that it had lived for so long and had never witnessed anyone treating the underground city as a demolition site. The stone's throat bobbed twice. The anger that had been preparing to erupt was instantly extinguished by fear. Its rigid arms instinctively shrank backward. Who are you looking for? Its voice trembled like dry leaves, fragments of stone cascading down from the corners of its mouth. I'm merely a gatekeeper. I know nothing. The 9-tail slit pupils remained unperturbed, and as its massive claws lifted, a whirlwind ensued. Lily C scarcely caught sight of its movement. She only heard a dull thud, reminiscent of a watermelon being smashed to the ground. The moss-covered statue shattered into countless fragments, and even the entrance to the cave behind it collapsed partially. System notification. Successfully conquered a level underground city, labyrinth type. Reward, 10 consecutive draw tickets, X1. As the cold mechanical voice echoed in Zwashu's ears, he raised his hand to summon the 9 tails back. The red giant fox transformed into a stream of chakra, retracting into his body, while the other 3 summoned beasts were stored away, leaving only a scene of devastation behind. Lily C stood beside the pile of rubble, her blood-red pupils wide with shock. From the statue's emergence to its demise, no more than 3 seconds had passed. This was not a battle. It was clearly a one-sided massacre. She watched Zwashu turn towards the exit of the underground city, suddenly feeling that her previous preoccupation with efficiency was nothing short of a joke. It's done, Zwashu's voice came, showing no signs of pause as he moved to the next A-level underground city. Lily C bit her lip and kept pace behind him. Over the next half-day, news of A-level underground cities being conquered within the borders of M country erupted like a series of firecrackers, each report following another. Zwashu's method of conquest was brutally simplistic. Locate the entrance, unleash the 9 tails to demolish the outer defenses, clear the area with the summoned beasts, and finally, personally slay the boss. From the moment he entered the underground city to receiving the system notification, the fastest instance had not even exceeded 10 minutes. This was the third one. Lily C stood before the remains of a lava underground city, watching as Zwashu stowed away spoils emitting a sulfuric aroma, the shock in her blood-red pupils having long since turned to numbness. She finally comprehended that this fellow was not merely conquering the underground cities. He was conducting an astonishingly efficient sweep. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of the M Country Esper Bureau headquarters, dozens of screens were refreshing the status of the underground cities in real time. Report. The boss signal of the underground city has vanished. Information from the branches arrived that the core of the underground city in their jurisdiction had been destroyed. That one is gone too. Just 3 minutes ago, they lost contact. The reports from the operators surged like a tide. The director's hand trembled around his coffee cup, the brown liquid spilling on his expensive suit unnoticed. He stared intently at the rapidly reddening markers on the screen. Have you figured out who did this? The director's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Yes. It's a black-haired boy. A technician pulled up a blurry surveillance image where a purple giant and a red giant fox appeared in succession, leaving chaos in their wake. He was accompanied by a white-haired girl, and the two had already consecutively conquered 5 A-level underground cities within half a day. 5. The deputy director beside him nearly swallowed the intercom in shock. Is this kid treating the underground cities like a buffet, coming and going as he pleases? The surveillance room fell into a deep silence, with only the alarm continuing its relentless shriek. No one knew that this boy, treating A-level underground cities like a playground, was tallying the rewards in his system panel. 10 consecutive draw tickets, x5. SASUKE looked up at the pale dawn on the horizon, with a day remaining until the trading time. Not enough, he murmured to himself, turning towards the next marked point. By nightfall, SASUKE had conquered 12 A-level underground cities. The moonlight spilled over his dust-covered black robe, and the 10 consecutive draw tickets in his system panel had accumulated to 13. Lily C. Keep an eye on this for me. SASUKE suddenly halted and spoke to the bewildered Lily C behind him. Her blood-red pupils were filled with confusion. After a whole day of toil, why was he asking her to guard now? What was he planning? Yet, she could not be bothered to question this odd fellow, and merely nodded. SASUKE paid her no further mind, finding a concealed rock wall to sit down. Closing his eyes and immersing himself in consciousness, the familiar light blue panel unfurled in his mind, and he tapped his fingertips to open the summoning shop icon. A massive golden wheel appeared at the center of the screen, its edges engraved with countless names, ranging from low-tier ninja beasts to legendary summoned beasts. Let us begin. SASUKE took a deep breath and directly to Ted all 13 draw tickets. The wheel instantly spun at high speed, golden light bursting before his eyes as the system notification chimed continuously. Acquired. Ninja Dog X3. Acquired. Kamitashi X1. Acquired. Giant Python X2. A string of ordinary summons popped out in succession. SASUKE remained expressionless, watching as the wheel gradually slowed. Acquired. Five Tails Mu Wong. Untamed. As the last 5 rays of golden light flashed by, the wheel came to a complete stop. At last, a subtle smile played at the corners of SASUKE's mouth. Although it was achieved through the fallback mechanism, he had successfully gathered all the tailed beasts from 1 to 5. Rather than summoning these beasts immediately, he drew them into the independent space provided by the system. Subsequently, he commanded them to proceed with the rewatch of the complete 720 episodes of Hua Ingrenja. Having completed this task, he opened his eyes to gaze at Lilith, who remained steadfastly in place. Chapter 84. Transaction. After accomplishing this, he turned his attention to Lilith, who was still guarding the area. The moonlight filtered through the fractured rock walls, casting mottled shadows on the ground. SASUKE then noticed that several figures, clad in the attire of supernatural beings, lay scattered around him, all with their eyes tightly shut, evidently rendered unconscious. Dark red energy traces lingered around their wrists, clearly the handiwork of Lilith. They were the ones attempting to obstruct his path. Lilith's voice was devoid of inflection, her blood-red pupils reflecting the bodies on the ground. They appeared while you had your eyes closed. I told you not to take action, but they did not heed my warning. SASUKE nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He stepped forward to Lilith, suddenly grasping her wrist. Lilith froze, her blood-red pupils contracting sharply. What does he intend to do? Before she could react, a familiar spatial fluctuation surged through her palm. In a flash of flying thunder god technique, the two found themselves transported from the crumbling underground city ruins to a brightly lit chamber. SASUKE. The first to rush over was Kai Shi, her staff glimmering softly, her face etched with urgency. Are you all right? Lin Feng leaned against the wall, polishing his katana, while Elle sat at the table organizing documents. Both their gazes fell upon SASUKE and the hand he held with Lilith. Lilith abruptly withdrew her hand and stepped back, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a frown. You should be concerned about how long it will take for the damaged underground cities to restore themselves. She had witnessed firsthand the destruction of those dozen A-level underground cities. And given the self-healing speed of the cities, it would likely take a decade or more to return to their former state. Kaishi was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why, you're right. She had been following the news since the afternoon, where reports of the conquest of 13 A-level underground cities scrolled across the screen, accompanied by satellite images depicting what were once tightly monitored entrances now reduced to shocking ruins. SASUKE stated, we will continue the conquest of the underground cities tomorrow. Lin Feng looked up at him. Do you require our assistance in clearing the area? No need. SASUKE shook his head. Just keep a close watch on the movements of the Crimson Cult and the Supernatural Bureau. Kaishi nodded. Leave it to us. Elle tacitly accepted the arrangement. Lilith stood in the corner, listening as they casually planned the demolition for the next day, her lips twitching almost imperceptibly. As dawn broke, SASUKE had already brought Lilith to the entrance of a new A-level underground city. The explosive sound of tailed beast balls reverberated in the morning light. The colossal shadow of the 9 tails cast upon the ruins, while Lilith emotionlessly dealt with the approaching supernatural beings, her blood-red pupils reflecting the crumbling rock walls. After a day of adaptation, She had grown somewhat numb to this style of conquest. When the system's prompt sound echoed, SASUKE glanced at the accumulated 28 lottery tickets displayed on the panel, his fingertips lightly tapping the air. Another round of 10 consecutive draws erupted in golden light. And at the moment the wheel stopped, two familiar figures materialized in the system space, the 8 tails and the 7 tails. System prompt. All tails from 1 to 9 have been gathered. SASUKE stared at the notification on the panel, the tension in his shoulders finally easing slightly. A continuous stream of energy surged through his mental link, as if his veins were filled with boiling power. Moreover, he could combine the wind release, spiraling shuriken he had previously learned with the tailed beast chakra to perform a more formidable composite ninjutsu. This would certainly bolster his confidence for tomorrow's transaction. On the third morning, as the sun pierced through the clouds, its rays illuminated a vast clearing. SASUKE stored the unconscious Beast King within a specially crafted barrier, while Lin Feng stood guard with his katana. Kaishi caressed the gem atop her staff, and Lilith leaned against a nearby wall. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a silver figure materialized, stepping upon the light patterns. Draped in a dark robe adorned with golden eagle embroidery, the figure revealed a pale chin beneath its hood, fingers twirling a bronze token. The visitor's voice was as clear as a mountain spring, scanning the group. "I am here to escort you to the Sky City." Lin Feng's grip on the hilt of his sword relaxed slightly. "Please." The messenger raised a hand, and a diamond-shaped portal opened, revealing a soft glow reminiscent of a sea of clouds. As they passed through the portal, a sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing on a white jade platform suspended amidst the clouds. The full vista of Sky City unfolded before them, constructed entirely from moonstone, stretching to the horizon, with gold-trimmed eaves adorned with crystal wind chimes that chimed melodiously in the breeze. Countless floating islands were connected by rainbow bridges, with luminescent giant trees growing upon them, while silver birds with wings spanning several meters flitted through the treetops. "This way, please." The messenger walked along the rainbow bridge, the hem of his robe sweeping through the mist. "The transaction will take place in the Starry Dome Palace, where His Highness, the Feather King, has been awaiting your arrival." SASUKE gazed at the main hall piercing the clouds, the tailed beast's chakra flowing steadily within him. It appeared that this transaction was regarded with greater significance than he had initially anticipated. The rainbow bridge was composed of solidified light particles, feeling like stepping upon cool satin, with the sea of clouds roiling beneath their feet. Occasionally, silver birds would swoop by, their wings stirring up fine motes of light. Kaishi couldn't help but lean closer to the edge of the bridge to peer down, the gem on her staff reflecting the shifting cloud shadows. Is Sky City always suspended at such a height? The messenger's footsteps did not falter, his voice resonating through the hood with a metallic quality. "Naturally." Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, his gaze sweeping over the patrolling silver-armored guards in the distance. "Will there be anyone else present during the transaction besides the Feather King?" "Only His Highness, the Feather King," the messenger replied, the bronze token in his hand glimmering faintly. "Let us hope so," Lilith interjected coldly, her voice like ice striking against jade. She walked at the back, arms crossed, her white hair fluttering in the cloud breeze, the luminescent particles clinging to her hair, falling like whispers. Kaishi turned her head at the sound, finally noticing the porcelain-white skin of the silver-haired girl beside her. Almost translucent in the daylight, her blood-red pupils brimming with an unyielding chill, while her exquisitely shaped lips resembled a cold plum blossoming in the snow. "Lilith, miss," Kaishi murmured instinctively. Lilith cast a glance at her, but uttered no further words. Chapter 85. The final chapter. The white jade steps of the Starry Dome Palace led directly to the grand doors, flanked by silver-armored guards standing resolutely, the gleaming armor reflecting a blinding light. As the messenger pushed open the palace doors, a wave of overwhelming pressure surged forth. Seated upon the throne, the Feather King slowly raised his gaze. Beneath the gilded crown, his chiseled features were accentuated, and 6 pairs of luminous wings unfurled behind him, casting a shadow over half the dome, each wing radiating a metallic sheen. The Feather King's voice echoed throughout the vast hall, laced with scrutiny. "Has the Beast King arrived?" SASUKE raised his hand to dissolve the barrier, causing the unconscious Beast King to crash heavily onto the golden-tiled floor. "As per our agreement, I exchange it for Shinemo." The Feather King suddenly chuckled, his wings flaring wide. "I have changed my mind." In an instant, Lin Feng drew his sword, while Kaishi's staff glowed with a soft light. SASUKE's Sharingan flared crimson. "Are you courting death?" "Arrogance." The winged king moved swiftly, his luminous wings transforming into countless blades that hurtled towards Suishu. Susanoo. A colossal purple apparition erupted from the ground, its bones creaking as it donned armor. A massive bow coalescing in its grasp, arrows infused with tailed beast chakra glimmering with a dark crimson hue. Before the Winged King's radiant wings could approach, they were cleaved apart by Susanu's great blade. Impossible. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she spread her wings wide in a desperate attempt to defend herself. SASUKE released the bowstring with a sudden jerk. The dark crimson arrow sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through space, instantly penetrating both the wings and her body. The Winged King's luminous wings dimmed abruptly, and her form plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the throne and scattering a cloud of golden dust. The hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. The silver-armored guards trembled as they gripped their spears, unable to believe that the Winged King, with her 6 pairs of wings, had been pierced by a single shot. Magnificent! A raspy chuckle resounded from the dome above. As a black mist coalesced into a vivid crimson figure, the blood-colored skull embroidered on the bishop's robe flickering in and out of the shadows. I had intended to wait until the Winged King weakened your strength. It seems that was unnecessary. The Crimson Bishop removed his hood, revealing a face riddled with grotesque growths. The Winged King is merely a pawn. The bishop raised his hand, brushing against the growths, and droplets of blood fell to the ground, unfolding into eerie runes. Once we consume your power, the Crimson Sect shall. Before he could finish, SASUKE had already turned and looked upwards. The dark crimson-tailed beast jade coalesced in his palm, a vortex of chakra stirring the air in the hall into chaos. You speak too much. The greed on the bishop's face froze instantly as he began to chant an incantation, only for Susanu to strike. As SASUKE withdrew his hand, the lingering heat radiated from his palm. Kaisi, her hair disheveled by the shockwave, stared at the obliterated area, unable to utter a word for a long while. The bishop was already dead. SASUKE and his companions had shattered the dominion of the Crimson Sect. The story concludes here. I sincerely apologize to everyone for the hasty ending. I am deeply sorry. The performance of this book has been declining, and the myriad evaluations have made me acutely aware of my inadequacies. My writing has been poor, and I have drastically altered the outline, resulting in a decline in quality. I am truly sorry. Currently, I find myself experiencing mild depression regarding my writing. What was once a joyful endeavor has turned into a source of anguish. I may require a considerable amount of time to rest. Lastly, I apologize for wasting everyone's precious time. I am truly sorry for wasting your valuable time.